Chapter 1. O ye who tread the narrow way, by Tophet flare to judgment day. Be gentle when the heathen pray. To Buddha at Kamakura. He sat in defiance of municipal orders, astride the gun Zam-Zama on her brick platform, opposite the old Ajaib Girth Wonder House, as the natives call the Lahore Museum, who hold Zam-Zama, that fire-breathing dragon hold the Punjab for the great green bronze piece, is always first of the conqueror's loot. There was some justification for Kim had kicked Lala Dinanath's boy off the trunnion since the English held the Punjab, and Kim was English, though he was burned black as any native, though he spoke the vernacular by preference, and his mother tongue in a clipped, uncertain sing-song, though he consorted on terms of perfect equality with the small boys of the bazaar. Kim was whitey, a poor white, of the very poorest, the half-caste woman who looked after him. She smoked opium, and pretended to keep a second-hand furniture shop by the square, where the cheap cabs wait, told the missionaries that she was Kim's mother's sister, but his mother had been nursemaid in a colonel's family, and had married Kimball O'Hara, a young colour sergeant of the Mavericks, an Irish regiment. He afterwards took a post on the Sindh, Punjab, and Delhi Railway, and his regiment went home without him. The wife died of cholera in Ferozpur, and O'Hara fell to drink and loafing up and down the line, with the keen-eyed 3-year-old baby societies and chaplains anxious, for the child tried to catch him. But O'Hara drifted away till he came across the woman who took opium, and learned the taste from her, and died as poor whites die in India. His estate at death consisted of 3 paperson. He called his knee variator, because those words were written below his signature thereon, and another his clearance certificate. The third was Kim's birth certificate. Those things, he was used to say in his glorious opium hours, would yet make little Kimball a man. On no account was Kim to part with them, for they belonged to a great piece of magic, such magic as men practiced over yonder behind the museum in the big blue and white Jadoo Girth magic house, as we name the Masonic Lodge. It would, he said, all come right some day, and Kim's horn would be exalted between pillars, monstrous pillars of beauty and strength. The colonel himself, riding on a horse at the head of the finest regiment in the world, would attend to Kim. Little Kim, that should have been better off than his father 900 first-class devils, whose god was a red bull on a green field, would attend to Kim. If they had not forgotten O'Harapur O'Hara, that was gangforeman on the Ferozpur line, then he would weep bitterly in the broken rush chair on the veranda. So it came about after his death that the woman sewed parchment paper and birth certificate into a leather amulet case, which she strung round Kim's neck. And some day, she said confusedly, remembering O'Hara's prophecies, there will come for you a great red bull on a green field, and the colonel riding on his tall horse, yes, and dropping into English 900 devils. Ah, said Kim, I shall remember a red bull, and a colonel on a horse will come, but first, my father said, will come the 2 men making ready the ground for these matters. That is how my father said they always did, and it is always so when men work magic. If the woman had sent Kim up to the local Jadugur with those papers, he would of course have been taken over by the provincial lodge and sent to the Masonic orphanage in the hills. But what she had heard of magic, she distrusted. Kim too held views of his own. As he reached the years of indiscretion, he learned to avoid missionaries and white men of serious aspect who asked who he was and what he Roman 999. For Kim did nothing with an immense success. True, he knew the wonderful walled city of Lahore, from the Delhi gate to the outer fort ditch, was hand in glove with men who led lives stranger than anything Haroun al-Raskid dreamed of, and he lived in a life wild as that of the Arabian Nights. But missionaries and secretaries of charitable societies could not see the beauty of it. His nickname through the wards was Little Friend of all the world, and very often being lithe and inconspicuous, he executed commissions by night on the crowded housetops for sleek and shiny young men of fashion. It was intrigue, of course. He knew that much, as he had known all evil since he could speak. But what he loved was the game for its own sake, stealthy prowl through the dark gullies and lanes, the crawl up a water pipe, the sights and sounds of the women's world on the flat roofs, and the headlong flight from housetop to housetop under cover of the hot dark. Then there were holy men, ash-smeared fakwars, by their brick shrines under the trees at the riverside, with whom he was quite familiar, greeting them as they returned from begging tours, and when no one was by eating. From the same dish, the woman who looked after him insisted with tears that he should wear European clothes, trousers, a shirt, and a battered hat. Kim found it easier to slip into Hindu or Mohammedan garb when engaged on certain businesses. One of the young men of fashion, who was found dead at the bottom of a well on the night of the earthquake, had once given him a complete suit of Hindu kit, the costume of a low-caste street boy, and Kim stored it in a secret place under some bulks in Neela Ram's timberyard beyond the Punjab High Court, where the fragrant deodar logs lie seasoning after they have driven down the Ravi. When there was business or frolic afoot, Kim would use his properties, returning at dawn to the veranda, all tired out from shouting at the heels of a marriage procession or yelling at a Hindu festival. Sometimes there was food in the house, more often there was not, and then Kim went out again to eat with his native friends. As he drummed his heels against Zamzama, he turned now and again from his King of Thekasal game with little Chota Lal and Abdullah, the sweetmeat seller's son, to make a rude remark to the native policeman on guard over rows of shoes at the museum door. The big Punjabi grinned. Tolerantly, he knew Kim of old. So did the water carrier sluicing water on the dry road from his goatskin bag. So did Jawahir Singh, the museum carpenter, bent over new packing cases. So did everybody in sight, except the peasants from the country hurrying up to the Wonder House to view the things that men made in their own province. And elsewhere, the museum was given up to Indian arts and manufactures, and anybody who sought wisdom could ask the curator to explain. Off, let me up, cried Abdullah, climbing up Zamzama's wheel. Thy father was a pastry cook, thy mother stole the guy, sang Kim. All Musulmans fell off Zamzama long ago. Let me up, shrilled little Chota Lal in his gilt-embroidered cap. His father was worth perhaps £500,000, but India is the only democratic land in the world. The Hindus fell off Zamzama too. The Musulmans pushed them off. Thy father was a pastry cook. He stopped, for there shuffled round the corner from the roaring Modi bazaar such a man as Kim, who thought he knew all castes, had never seen. He was nearly 6 feet high, dressed in fold upon fold of dingy stuff like horse blanketing, and not one fold of it could Kim refer to any known trade or profession. At his belt hung a long openwork iron pencase, and a wooden rosary, such as holy men wear on his head, was a gigantic sort of tam o' shanter. His face was yellow and wrinkled like that of Fook, sheeing the Chinese bootmaker in the bazaar. His eyes turned up at the corners and looked like little slits of onyx. Who is that? Said Kim to his companions. Perhaps it is a man, said Abdullah, finger in mouth, staring. Without doubt, returned Kim, but he is no man of India that I have ever seen. A priest, perhaps, said Chota Lal, spying the rosary. See, he goes into the Wonder House. Nay, said the policeman, shaking his head. I do not understand your talk. The constable spoke Punjabi. O friend of all the world, what does he say? Send him hither, said Kim, dropping from Zamzama, flourishing his bare heels. He is a foreigner, and thou art a buffalo. The man turned helplessly and drifted towards the boys. He was old, and his woolen gabardine still reeked of the stinking artemisia of the mountain passes. O children, what is that big house? He said, in very fair Urdu. The Ajaib Gur, the Wonder House. Kim gave him no title such as Lala or Mayan. He could not divine the man's creed. Ah, the Wonder House, can any enter? It is written above the door, can enter without payment. I go in and out, I am no banker, laughed Kim. Alas, I am an old man, I did not know. Then, fingering his rosary, he half turned to the museum. What is your caste? Where is your house? Have you come far? Kim asked. I came by Kula from beyond the Kailas, but what know you from the hills, where Syed, air and water are fresh and cool? Aha, Kitai, a Chinaman, said Abdullah proudly. Fook, Shing had once chased him out of his shop for spitting at the joss above the boots. Pahari, a hillman, said little Chota Lal. I child a hillman from hills Tholt, never see didst hear of Batial, Tibet. I am no Kitai, but a Bhatia Tibetan, since you must know alam your say a guru in your tongue. A guru from Tibet, said Kim. I have not seen such a man, they be Hindus in Tibet then. We be followers of the middle way, living in peace in our lamasseries, and I go to see the 4 holy places before I die. Now do you, who are children, know as much as I do, who am old? He smiled benignantly on the boys. Hast thou eaten? He fumbled in his bosom and drew forth a worn wooden begging bowl. The boys nodded. All priests of their acquaintance begged. I do not wish to eat, yet he turned his head like an old tortoise in the sunlight. Is it true that there are many images in the wonder house of Lahore? He repeated the last words, as one making sure of an address. That is true, said Abdullah. It is full of heathen, but thou also art an idolater. Never mind him, said Kim. That is the government's house, and there is no idolatry in it, but only a sahib with a white beard. Come with me, and I will show. Strange priests eat boys, whispered Chota Lal. And he is a stranger and a butt-parassed idolater, said Abdullah the Mohammedan. Kim laughed. He is new. Run to your mother's laps, and be safe. Come. Kim clicked round the self-registering turnstile. The old man followed, and halted amazed. In the entrance hall stood the larger figures of the Greco-Buddhist sculptures, done savants know how long since, by forgotten workmen whose hands were feeling, and not unskillfully, for the mysteriously transmitted Grecian touch. There were hundreds of pieces, friezes of figures, in relief fragments of statues and slabs, crowded with figures that had encrusted the brick walls of the Buddhist stupas and viharas of the North Country, and now dug up and labeled, made the pride of the museum. In open-mouthed wonder, the Lama turned to this and that, and finally checked in rapt attention before a large altar leaf representing a coronation or apotheosis of the Lord Buddha. The master was represented seated on a lotus, the petals of which were so deeply undercut as to show almost detached. Round him was an adoring hierarchy of kings, elders, and old-time Buddhas. Below were lotus-covered waters with fishes and waterbirds. 2 butterfly-winged devas held a wreath over his head. Above them, another pair supported an umbrella surmounted by the jeweled headdress of the Bodhisattva. The Lord, it is Sakya Muni himself, the Lama half sobbed, and under his breath began the wonderful Buddhist invocation. To him, the way, law apart, whom Maya held beneath her heart, Ananda's Lord, the Bodhisattva. And he is here, the most excellent law is here, also my pilgrimage is well begun. And what work? Yonder is the Sahib, said Kim, and dodged sideways among the cases of the arts and manufacturers' wing. A white-bearded Englishman was looking at the Lama, who gravely turned and saluted him, and after some fumbling, drew forth a notebook and a scrap of paper. Yes, that is my name, smiling at the clumsy childish print. One of us who had made pilgrimage to the holy places is now abbot of the Lung Cho monastery. Gave it me, stammered the Lama. He spoke of these, his lean hand moved tremulously round. Welcome then, O Lama, from Tibet. Here be the images, and I am here. Glanced at the Lama's face. To gather knowledge, come to my office. A while the old man was trembling with excitement. The office was but a little wooden cubicle, partitioned off from the sculpture-lined gallery. Kim laid himself down, his ear against a crack in the heat-split cedar door, and following his instinct, stretched out to listen and watch. Most of the talk was altogether above his head. The Lama haltingly at first spoke to the curator of his own lamassery, the Sutsun opposite the painted rocks, 4 months' march away. The curator brought out a huge book of photos and showed him that very place perched on its crag, overlooking the gigantic valley of manihued strata. Aye, the Lama mounted a pair of horn-rimmed spectacles of Chinese work. Here is the little door through which we bring wood before winter, and thou English know of these things. He, who is now abbot of Lung Cho, told me, but I did not believe. The Lord, the Excellent One, he has honor here too, and his life is known. It is all carven upon the stones. Come and see, if thou art rested. Out shuffled the Lama to the main hall, and the curator beside him went through the collection with the reverence of a devotee and the appreciative instinct of a craftsman. Incident by incident in the beautiful story, he identified on the blurred stone, puzzled here and there by the unfamiliar Greek convention, but delighted as a child at each new trove, where the sequence failed, as in the Annunciation. The curator supplied it from his mound of books, French and German, with photographs and reproductions. Here was the devout asceta, the pendant of Simeon in the Christian story, holding the Holy Child on his knee, while mother and father listened. And here were incidents in the legend of the cousin Devadatta. Here was the wicked woman who accused the master of impurity, all confounded. Here was the teaching in the deer park, the miracle that stunned the fire worshippers. Here was the bodhisat in royal state, as a prince, the miraculous birth, the death at Kusinagara, where the weak disciple fainted, while there were almost countless repetitions of the meditation under the Bodhi tree, and the adoration of the alms bowl was everywhere. In a few minutes, the curator saw that his guest was no mere beetling mendicant, but a scholar of parts, and they went at it all over again, the lama taking snuff, wiping his spectacles, and talking at railway speed, in a bewildering mixture of Urdu and Tibetan. He had heard of the travels of the Chinese pilgrims Fu Hiaoan and Wen Xiang, and was anxious to know if there was any translation of their record. He drew in his breath as he turned helplessly over the pages of Beale and Stanislas Julian Tees, all here a treasure locked. Then he composed himself reverently to listen to fragments hastily rendered into Urdu. For the first time he heard of the labors of European scholars, who by the help of these and 100 other documents have identified the holy places of Buddhism. Then he was shown a mighty map, spotted and traced with yellow. The brown finger followed the curator's pencil from point to point. Here was Kapilavastu, here the Middle Kingdom, and here Mahabodhi, the Mecca of Buddhism, and here was Kusinagara, sad place of the Holy One's death. The old man bowed his head over the sheets in silence for a while, and the curator lit another pipe. Kim had fallen asleep. When he waked, the talk, still in spate, was more within his comprehension. And thus it was, O fountain of wisdom, that I decided to go to the holy places, which his foot had trod, to the birthplace, even to Kapila, then to Mahabodhi, which is Bood Gayato, the monasterito, the deer parkto, the place of his death. The lama lowered his voice, and I come here alone for 1840 years. It was in my mind that the old law was not well followed, being overlaid, as thou knowest, with devildom, charms, and idolatry, even as the child outside said. But now I, even as the child said, with but parasti. So it comes with all faiths. Thinkest thou the books of my lamasery I read, and they were dried pith, and the later ritual with which we of the reformed law have cumbered ourselves, that too had no worth to these old eyes? Even the followers of the excellent one are at feud on feud with one another. It is all illusion, Maya illusion. But I have another desire. Seemed yellow face drew within 3 inches of the curator, and the long forefinger-nail tapped on the table. Your scholars by these books have followed the blessed feet in all their wanderings, but there are things which they have not sought out. I know nothing, nothing do I know, but I go to free myself from the wheel of things by a broad and open road. He smiled with most simple triumph. As a pilgrim to the holy places, I acquire merit, but there is more. Listen to a true thing. When our gracious Lord, being as yet a youth, sought a mate, men said, in his father's court, that he was too tender for marriage, thou knowest. The curator nodded, wondering what would come next. So they made the triple trial of strength against all comers, and at the test of the bow, our Lord first breaking that which they gave him, called for such a bow as none might bend, thou knowest. It is written, I have read. And overshooting all other marks, the arrow passed far and far beyond sight. At the last it fell, and where it touched earth there broke out a stream, which presently became a river, whose nature by our Lord's beneficence, and that merit he acquired ere he freed himself, is that whoso bathes in it washes away all taint and speckle of sin. So it is written, said the curator sadly. The lama drew a long breath. Where is that river, fountain of wisdom, where fell the arrow? Alas, my brother, I do not know, said the curator. Nay, if it please thee to forget the one thing, only that thou hast not told me, surely thou must know. See, I am an old man, I ask with my head between thy feet, O fountain of wisdom. We know he drew the bow, we know the arrow fell, we know the stream gushed. Where then is the river? My dream told me to find it, so I came. I am here, but where is the river? If I knew, think you, I would not cry it aloud. By it one attains freedom from the wheel of things. The lama went on, unheeding the river of the arrow. Think again, some little stream may bedreed in the heats, but the Holy One would never so cheat an old man. I do not know, I do not know. The Lama brought his thousand-wrinkled face, once more a handsbreadth from the Englishman's. I see, thou dost not know, not being of the law, the matter is hid from thee. I hidden. We are both bound, thou and I, my brother, but I rose with a sweep of the soft, thick drapery. I go to cut myself free, come also. I am bound, said the curator, but whither goest thou? First to Kashi Benares, where else there I shall meet one of the pure faith in a Jain temple of that city. He also is a seeker in secret, and from him haply I may learn, maybe, he will go with me to Bodh Gaya, thence north and west to Kapilavastu, and there will I seek for the river, nay, I will seek everywhere, as I go, for the place is not known, where the arrow fell. And how wilt thou go? It is a far cry to Delhi and farther to Benares. By road and the trains from Pathankote having left the hills, I came hither in a terrain. It goes swiftly. At first, I was amazed to see those tall poles by the side of the road snatching up their thread, illustrated the stoop and whirl of a telegraph pole flashing past the train, but later I was cramped and desired to walk as I am used. And thou art sure of thy road, said the curator. Oh, for that one but asks a question and pays money, and the appointed persons dispatch all to the appointed place. That much I knew in my lamasery from sure report, said the Lama proudly. And when dost thou go? The curator smiled at the mixture of old-world piety and modern progress that is the note of India today. As soon as may be, I follow the places of his life, till I come to the river of the Arrow. There is moreover a written paper of the hours of the trains that go south. And for food, lamas, as a rule, have good store of money somewhere about them, but the curator wished to make sure. For the journey I take up the master's begging bowl, yes, even as he went so go I, forsaking the ease of my monastery. There was with me when I left the hills a Kila disciple who begged for me as the rule demands, but halting in Kulu a while, a fever took him, and he died. I have now no Kila, but I will take the almsbowl, and thus enable the charitable to acquire merit. He nodded his head. Valiantly learned doctors of a lamasery do not beg, but the Lama was an enthusiast in this quest. Be it so, said the curator, smiling. Suffer me now to acquire merit. We be craftsmen together, thou and Roman one. Here is a new book of white English paper. Here be sharpened pencils, 2 and 3 thick, and thin, all good for a scribe. Now lend me thy spectacles. The curator looked through them. They were heavily scratched, but the power was almost exactly that of his own pair, which he slid into the Lama's hand, saying, try these. A feather, a very feather, upon the face. The old man turned his head delightedly, and wrinkled up his nose. How scarcely do I feel them, how clearly do I see. They be by law crystalline, will never scratch. May they help thee to thy river, for they are thine. I will take them, and the pencils, and the white notebook, said the Lama, as a sign of friendship between priest and priestand. Now he fumbled at his belt, detached the openwork iron pincers, and laid it on the curator's table. That is for a memory between thee and Memi Pencase. It is something old even as I am. It was a piece of ancient design Chinese, of an iron that is not smelted these days, and the collector's heart in the curator's bosom had gone out to it from the first. For no persuasion would the Lama resume his gift. When I return, having found the river, I will bring thee a written picture of the Padma Samthora, such as I used to make on silk, at the lamasery, yes, end of the wheel of life. He chuckled, for we be craftsmen together, thou and Roman one. The curator would have detained him. They are few in the world who still have the secret of the conventional brushpen Buddhist pictures, which are as it were half written and half drawn. But the Lama strode out head high in air, and pausing an instant before the great statue of a bodhisattva in meditation, brushed through the turnstiles. Kim followed like a shadow. What he had overheard excited him wildly. This man was entirely new to all his experience, and he meant to investigate further precisely as he would have investigated a new building or a strange festival in Lahore city. The Lama was his trove, and he purposed to take possession. Kim's mother had been Irish too. The old man halted by Zamzama and looked round till his eye fell on Kim. The inspiration of his pilgrimage had left him for a while, and he felt old, forlorn, and very empty. "Do not sit under that gun," said the policeman loftily. Haral was Kim's retort, on the lama's behalf, "Sit under that gun, if it please thee. When didst thou steal the milkwoman's slippers, Dunu?" That was an utterly unfounded charge sprung on the spur of the moment, but it silenced Dunu, who knew that Kim's clear yell could call up legions of bad, bizarre boys if need arose. "And whom didst thou worship within?" said Kim, affably squatting in the shade beside the lama. "I worshipped none, child. I bowed before the excellent law." Kim accepted this new god without emotion. He knew already a few score. "And what dost thou do?" "I beg, I remember now. It is long since I have eaten or drunk. What is the custom of charity in this town? In silence, as we do of Tibet, or speaking aloud?" "Those who beg in silence starve in silence," said Kim, quoting a native proverb. The lama tried to rise, but sank back again, sighing for his disciple dead in faraway Kulu. Kim watched head to one side, considering and interested. "Give me the bowl. I know the people of this city, all who are charitable, give, and I will bring it back filled." Simply as a child, the old man handed him the bowl. "Rest thou, I know the people." He trotted off to the open shop of a kundry, a low-caste vegetable seller, which lay opposite the Beltramway line down the Modi Bazaar. She knew Kim of old. "Oho, hast thou turned yogi with thy begging bowl?" she cried. "Nay," said Kim proudly, "there is a new priest in the city, a man such as I have never seen." "Old priest, young tiger," said the woman angrily, "I am tired of new priests. They settle on our wares like flies. Is the father of my son a well of charity to give to all who ask?" "No," said Kim, "thy man is rather yogi, bad-tempered, than yogi, a holy man. But this priest is new. The sahib in the wonder house has talked to him like a brother. Oh, my mother, fill me this bowl, he waits." "That bowl indeed, that cow-bellied basket. Thou hast as much grace as the holy bull of Shiv. He has taken the best of a basket of onions already this morn, and forsooth, I must fill thy bowl. He comes here again." The huge mouse-colored Brahmini bull of the ward was shouldering his way through the mani-colored crowd, a stolen plantain hanging out of his mouth. He headed straight for the shop, well knowing his privileges as a sacred beast, lowered his head and puffed heavily along the line of baskets. Ere making his choice, up flew Kim's hard little heel and caught him on his moist blue nose. He snorted indignantly and walked away across the tramrails, his hump quivering with rage. "See, I have saved more than the bowl will cost. Thrice over now, mother, a little rice, and some dried fish pies, and some vegetable curry." A growl came out of the back of the shop, where a man lay. "He drove away the bull," said the woman in an undertone. "It is good to give to the poor." She took the bowl and returned it full of hot rice. "But my yogi is not a cow," said Kim, gravely making a hole with his fingers in the top of the mound. "A little curry is good, and a fried cake, and a morsel of conserve would please him, I think." "It is a hole as big as thy head," said the woman fretfully, but she filled it none the less with good steaming vegetable curry, clapped a fried cake atop, and a morsel of clarified butter on the cake, dabbed a lump of sour tamarind conserve at the side, and Kim looked at the load lovingly. "That is good. When I am in the bazaar, the bull shall not come to this house. He is a bold beggarman." "And thou," laughed the woman, "but speak well of bulls. Hast thou not told me that some day a red bull will come out of a field to help thee? Now hold all straight, and ask for the holy man's blessing upon me. Perhaps, too, he knows a cure for my daughter's sore eyes. Ask him that also, O thou little friend of all the world." But Kim had danced off ere the end of the sentence, dodging pariah dogs and hungry acquaintances. "Thus do we beg who know the way of it," said he proudly to the lama, who opened his eyes at the contents of the bowl. "Eat now, and I will eat with the bisti." He called to the water carrier sluicing the crotons by the museum, "Give water here, we men are thirsty." "We men," said the bisti, laughing, "is one skinful enough for such a pair? Drink, then, in the name of the compassionate." He loosed a thin stream into Kim's hands, who drank native fashion, but the lama must needs pull out a cup from his inexhaustible upper draperies and drink ceremonially. "Pardesi, a foreigner," Kim explained, as the old man delivered in an unknown tongue what was evidently a blessing. They ate together in great content, clearing the begging bowl. Then the Lama took snuff from a portentous wooden snuff-gourd, fingered his rosary a while, and so dropped into the easy sleep of age, as the shadow of Zam-Zama grew long. Kim loafed over to the nearest tobacco seller, a rather lively young Mohammedan woman, and begged a rank cigar of the brand that they sell to students of the Punjab University who copy English customs. Then he smoked and thought knees to chin under the belly of the gun, and the outcome of his thoughts was a sudden and stealthy departure in the direction of Neela Ram's timber yard. The Lama did not wake till the evening life of the city had begun with lamplighting and the return of white-robed clerks and subordinates from the government offices. He stared dizzily in all directions, but none looked at him save a Hindu urchin in a dirty turban and Isabella-colored clothes. Suddenly, he bowed his head on his knees and wailed. "What is this?" said the boy standing before him. "Hast thou been robbed?" "It is my new Kala disciple that is gone away from me, and I know not where he is." "And what like of man was thy disciple?" "It was a boy who came to me in place of him who died on account of the merit which I had gained when I bowed before the law within there." He pointed towards the museum. "He came upon me to show me a road which I had lost. He led me into the wonder house, and by his talk emboldened me to speak to the keeper of the images, so that I was cheered and made strong, and when I was faint with hunger, he begged for me, as would a Kela for his teacher. Suddenly was he sent, suddenly has he gone away. It was in my mind to have taught him the law upon the road to Benares." Kim stood amazed at this, because he had overheard the talk in the museum, and knew that the old man was speaking the truth, which is a thing a native on the road seldom presents to a stranger. "But I see now that he was but sent for a purpose. By this I know that I shall find a certain river for which I seek." "The river of the arrow," said Kim, with a superior smile. "Is this yet another sending?" cried the Lama. "To none have I spoken of my search, save to the priest of the images. Who art thou?" "Thy Kela," said Kim, simply sitting on his heels. "I have never seen anyone like to thee in all this my life. I go with thee to Benares, and too, I think that so old a man as thou, speaking the truth to Chansamit people at dusk, is in great need of a disciple." "But the river of the arrow?" "Oh, that I heard when thou wast speaking to the Englishman. I lay against the door." The Lama sighed. "I thought thou hadst been a guide, permitted such things fall sometimes, but I am not worthy. Thou dost not then know the river?" "Not I." Kim laughed uneasily. "I go to look for a bull, a red bull on a green field, who shall help me boylike. If an acquaintance had a scheme." Kim was quite ready with one of his own, and boylike, he had really thought for as much as 20 minutes at a time of his father's prophecy. "To what child?" said the Lama. "God knows, but so my father told me. I heard thy talk in the wonder house of all those new strange places in the hills. And if one so old and so little so used to truth-telling may go out for the small matter of a river, it seemed to me that I too must go a travelling. If it is our fate to find those things, we shall find them through thy river, and I my bull, and the strong pillars, and some other matters that I forget." "It is not pillars, but a wheel from which I would be free," said the Lama. "That is all one. Perhaps they will make me a king," said Kim, serenely prepared for anything. "I will teach the other and better desires upon the road." The Lama replied in the voice of authority, "Let us go to Benares. Not by night, thieves are abroad. Wait till the day." "But there is no place to sleep." The old man was used to the order of his monastery, and though he slept on the ground, as the rule decrees, preferred a decency in these things. "We shall get good lodging at the Kashmir Sarai," said Kim, laughing at his perplexity. "I have a friend there. Come." The hot and crowded bazaars blazed with light as they made their way through the press of all the races in Upper India, and the Lama mooned through it like a man in a dream. It was his first experience of a large manufacturing city, and the crowded tramcar, with its continually squealing brakes, frightened him. Half-pushed, half-towed, he arrived at the high gate of the Kashmir Sarai, that huge open square over against the railway station, surrounded with arched cloisters, where the camel and horse caravans put up on their return from Central Asia. Here were all manner of northern folk tending tethered ponies, and kneeling camels loading and unloading bales and bundles, drawing water for the evening meal, at the creaking whirlwind lasses piling grass before the shrieking wild-eyed stallions cuffing the surly caravan dogs, paying off camel drivers, taking on new grooms, swearing, shouting, arguing, and chaffering in the packed square. The cloisters, reached by 3 or 4 masonry steps, made a haven of refuge around this turbulent sea. Most of them were rented to traders. As we rent the arches of a viaduct, the space between pillar and pillar being bricked or boarded off into rooms which were guarded by heavy wooden doors, and cumbrous native padlocks locked doors, showed that the owner was away, and a few rude, sometimes very rude chalk or paint scratches told where he had gone. Thus Luduf Allah is gone to Kurdistan, below in coarse verse, O Allah, who sufferest lice to live on the coat of a cabuli, why hast thou allowed this louse Luduf to live so long? Kim, fending the lama between excited men and excited beasts, sidled along the cloisters to the far end nearest the railway station, where Mahbub Ali, the horse trader, lived when he came in from that mysterious land beyond the passes of the north. Kim had had many dealings with Mahbub in his little life, especially between his 10th and his 13th year, and the big burly Afghan, his beard dyed scarlet with lime, for he was elderly, and did not wish his grey hairs to show, knew the boy's value as a gossip. Sometimes he would tell Kim to watch a man who had nothing whatever to do with horses, to follow him for one whole day and report every soul with whom he talked. Kim would deliver himself of his tale at evening, and Mahbub would listen without a word or gesture. It was intrigue of some kind, Kim knew, but its worth lay in saying nothing whatever to anyone except Mahbub, who gave him beautiful meals, all hot from the cook shop at the head of the sarai, and once as much as 8 annas in money. He is here, said Kim, hitting a bad-tempered camel on the nose. Oh, Mahbub Ali. He halted at a dark arch and slipped behind the bewildered lama. The horse trader, his deep embroidered baccariat belt unloosed, was lying on a pair of silk carpet saddlebags, pulling lazily at an immense silver hookah. He turned his head very slightly at the cry, and seeing only the tall, silent figure, chuckled in his deep chest. Allah, a lama, a red lama, it is far from Lahore to the passes. What dost thou do here? The lama held out the begging bowl mechanically. God's curse on all unbelievers, said Mahbub. I do not give to a lousy Tibetan, but ask my Baltis over yonder behind the camels. They may value your blessings. O horseboys, here is a countryman of yours, see if he be hungry. A shaven, crouching Balti, who had come down with the horses, and who was nominally some sort of degraded Buddhist, fawned upon the priest, and in thick gutturals besought the Holy One to sit at the horseboy's fire. Go, said Kim, pushing him lightly, and the lama strode away, leaving Kim at the edge of the cloister. Go, said Mahbub Ali, returning to his hookah. Little Hindu, run away. God's curse on all unbelievers. Beg from those of my tale who are of thy faith. Maharaj, whined Kim, using the Hindu form of address, and thoroughly enjoying the situation. My father is dead, me mother is dead, me stomach is empty. Beg from my men among the horses, I say, there must be some Hindus in my tale. O Mahbub Ali, but am I a Hindu, said Kim in English. The trader gave no sign of astonishment, but looked under shaggy eyebrows. Little friend of all the world, said he, what is this? Nothing, I am now that holy man's disciple, and we go a pilgrimage together to Benares. He says he is quite mad, and I am tired of Lahore city. I wish new air and water. But for whom dost thou work? Why come to me? The voice was harsh with suspicion. To whom else should I come? I have no money. It is not good to go about without money. Thou wilt sell many horses to the officers. They are very fine horses. These new ones, I have seen them. Give me a rupee, Mahbub Ali, and when I come to my wealth, I will give thee a bond and pay. Said Mahbub Ali, thinking swiftly, thou hast never before lied to me. Call that lama, stand back in the dark. Oh, our tales will agree, said Kim, laughing. We go to Benares, said the lama as soon as he understood the drift of Mahbub Ali's questions. The boy and I go to seek for a certain river. Maybe but the boy. He is my disciple. He was sent, I think, to guide me to that river. Sitting under a gun was I when he came suddenly Such things have befallen the fortunate to whom guidance was allowed. But I remember now, he said he was of this world a Hindu. And his name, that I did not ask, is he not my disciple? His country, his race, his village, Musalman, Sikh, Hindu, Jain, low caste, or high. Why should I ask? There is neither high nor low in the middle way. If he is my Chelados, will can anyone take him from me? For look you, without him, I shall not find my river. He wagged his head solemnly. None shall take him from thee. Go sit among my Baltis, said Mahbub Ali, and the lama drifted off, soothed by the promise. Is he not quite mad? Said Kim, coming forward to the light again. Why should I lie to thee, Haji? Mahbub puffed his hookah in silence. Then he began, almost whispering, Umballa is on the road to Benarsif. Indeed, ye too go there. TCK, I tell thee he does not know how to liaise, we too know. And if thou wilt carry a message for me as far as Umballa, I will give thee money. It concerns a horse, a white stallion, which I have sold to an officer upon the last time I returned from the passes, but then stand nearer and hold up hands, as begging. The pedigree of the white stallion was not fully established, and that officer who is now at Umballa bade me make it clear. Mahbub here described the horse and the appearance of the officer, so the message to that officer will be the pedigree of the white stallion is fully established by this. Will he know that thou comest from me? He will then say, what proof hast thou? And thou wilt answer, Mahbub Ali has given me the proof. And all for the sake of a white stallion, said Kim, with a giggle, his eyes aflame. That pedigree I will give thee, know in my own fashion, and some hard words, as well. A shadow passed behind Kim, and a feeding camel. Mahbub Ali raised his voice. Allah, art thou the only beggar in the city? Thy mother is dead, thy father is dead, so is it with all of them. Well. He turned as feeling on the floor beside him, and tossed a flap of soft, greasy Musalman bread to the boy. Go and lie down among my horsebees, for tonight thou and the lama tomorrow I may give thee service. Kim slunk away his teeth in the bread, and as he expected, he found a small wad of folded tissue paper wrapped in oilskin with 3 silver rupees enormous largesse. He smiled and thrust money and paper into his leather amulet case. The lama, sumptuously fed by Mahbub's Baltis, was already asleep in a corner of one of the stalls. Kim lay down beside him and laughed. He knew he had rendered a service to Mahbub Ali, and not for one little minute did he believe the tale of the stallion's pedigree. But Kim did not suspect that Mahbub Ali, known as one of the best horse dealers in the Punjab, a wealthy and enterprising trader whose caravans penetrated far and far into the back of beyond, was registered in one of the locked books of the Indian Survey Department as C-25 IB. Twice or thrice yearly C-25 would send in a little story, baldly told, but most interesting. And generally it was checked by the statements of R-17 and M4 quite true. It concerned all manner of out-of-the-way mountain principalities, explorers of nationalities other than English, and the gun trade was, in brief, a small portion of that vast mass of information received on which the Indian government acts. But recently 5 confederated kings who had no business to confederate had been informed by a kindly northern power that there was a leakage of news from their territories into British India. So those kings' prime ministers were seriously annoyed and took steps after the Oriental fashion. They suspected, among many others, the bullying red-bearded horse dealer, whose caravans ploughed through their fastnesses belly-deep in snow. At least his caravan that season had been ambushed and shot at twice on the way down, when Mahbub's men accounted for 3 strange ruffians who might or might not have been hired for the job. Therefore, Mahbub had avoided halting at the insalubrious city of Peshawar, and had come through without stop to Lahore, where, knowing his country people, he anticipated curious developments. And there was that on Mahbub Ali which he did not wish to keep an hour longer than was necessary. A wad of closely folded tissue paper, wrapped in oilskin, an impersonal, unaddressed statement, with 5 microscopic pinholes in one corner that most scandalously betrayed the 5 confederated kings, the sympathetic northern power, a Hindu banker in Peshawar, a firm of gunmakers in Belgium, and an important semi-independent Mohammedan ruler to the south. This last was R-17's work, which Mahbub had picked up beyond the Dora Pass and was carrying in for R-17, who, owing to circumstances over which he had no control, could not leave his post of observation. Dynamite was milky and innocuous, beside that report of C-25, and even an Oriental, with an Oriental's views of the value of time, could see that the sooner it was in the proper hands, the better. Mahbub had no particular desire to die by violence, because 2 or 3 family blood feuds across the border hung unfinished on his hands, and when these scores were cleared, he intended to settle down as a more or less virtuous citizen. He had never passed the Sarai Gate since his arrival 2 days ago, but had been ostentatious in sending telegrams to Bombay, where he banked some of his money, to Delhi, where a sub-partner of his own clan was selling horses to the agent of a Rajputana state, and to Umballa, where an Englishman was excitedly demanding the pedigree of a white stallion. The public letter writer, who knew English, composed excellent telegrams, such as Creighton Laurel Bank Umballa horse is Arabian, as already advised. Sorrowful delayed pedigree, which am translating, and later to the same address much sorrowful delay, will forward pedigree to his sub-partner at Delhi. He wired Luduf Allah have wired 2,000 rupees, your credit Luchman Naren's bank. This was entirely the way of trade, but every one of those telegrams was discussed and rediscussed by parties who conceived themselves to be interested, before they went over to the railway station in charge of a foolish Balti who allowed all sorts of people to read them on the road. When in Mahbub's own picturesque language he had muddied the wells of inquiry with the stick of precaution Kim had dropped on him sent from heaven, and being as prompt as he was unscrupulous, Mahbub Ali, used to taking all sorts of gusty chances, pressed him into service on the spot. A wandering lama with a low-caste boy-servant might attract a moment's interest as they wandered about India, the land of pilgrims, but no one would suspect them, or what was more to the point, rob. He called for a new light bowl to his hookah and considered the case. If the worst came to the worst, and the boy came to harm, the paper would incriminate nobody, and he would go up to Umballa leisurely and at a certain risk of exciting fresh suspicion repeat his tale by word of mouth to the people concerned. But R-17's report was the kernel of the whole affair, and it would be distinctly inconvenient if that failed to come to hand. However, God was great, and Mahbub Ali felt he had done all he could for the time being. Kim was the one soul in the world who had never told him a lie that would have been a fatal blot on Kim's character if Mahbub had not known that to others for his own ends or Mahbub's business Kim could lie like an Oriental. Then Mahbub Ali rolled across the Sarai to the gate of the harpies who paint their eyes and trap the stranger, and was at some pains to call on the one girl who he had reason to believe was a particular friend of a smooth-faced Kashmiri pundit who had waylaid his simple Balti in the matter of the telegrams. It was an utterly foolish thing to do, because they fell to drinking perfumed brandy against the law of the Prophet, and Mahbub grew wonderfully drunk, and the gates of his mouth were loosened, and he pursued the flower of delight with the feet of intoxication till he fell flat among the cushions, where the flower of delight, aided by a smooth-faced Kashmiri pundit, searched him from head to foot most thoroughly. About the same hour Kim heard soft feet in Mahbub's deserted stall. The horse-trader, curiously enough, had left his door unlocked, and his men were busy celebrating their return to India with a whole sheep of Mahbub's bounty. A sleek young gentleman from Delhi, armed with a bunch of keys, which the flower had unshackled from the senseless one's belt, went through every single box, bundle, mat, and saddlebag in Mahbub's possession even more systematically than the flower and the pundit were searching the owner. "And I think," said the flower scornfully, an hour later, one rounded elbow on the snoring carcass, "that he is no more than a pig of an Afghan horse-dealer, with no thought except women and horses. Moreover, he may have sent it away by no, if ever there were such a thing. Nay, in a matter touching 5 kings, it would be next his black heart," said the pundit. "Was there nothing?" The Delhi man laughed and resettled his turban. "As he entered, I searched between the soles of his slippers, as the flower searched his clothes. This is not the man, but another I leave little unseen." "They did not say he was the very man," said the pundit thoughtfully. "They said, look, if he be the man, since our counsels are troubled. That north country is full of horse-dealers, as an old coat of lice. There is Sikandar Khan, Nur Ali Beg, and Farrukh Shah, all heads of kafilas, caravans who deal there, said the flower. They have not yet come in, said the pundit, thou must ensnare them later. Few, said the flower, with deep disgust rolling Mahbub's head from her lap. I earn my money. Farrukh Shah is a Bear Ali Beg, a swashbuckler, and old Sikandar Khania. Go I sleep now, this swine will not stir till dawn. When Mahbub woke, the flower talked to him severely on the sin of drunkenness. Asiatics do not wink when they have outmaneuvered an enemy. But as Mahbub Ali cleared his throat, tightened his belt, and staggered forth under the early morning stars, he came very near to it. What a colt's trick, said he to himself, as if every girl in Peshawar did not use it. But 'twas prettily done. Now God, he knows how many more there be upon the road who have orders to test me perhaps with the knife. So it stands that the boy must go to Umberland by railfare. The writing is something urgent. I abide here, following the flower and drinking wine, as an Afghan coper should. He halted at the stall next, but one to his own. His men lay there heavy with sleep. There was no sign of Kim or the lama. Up he stirred a sleeper. Whither went those who lay here last? Event lama, and the boy is aught missing. Nay, grunted the man. The old madman rose at second cockcrow, saying he would go to Benares, and the young one led him away. The curse of Allah on all unbelievers, said Mahbub heartily, and climbed into his own stall, growling in his beard. But it was Kim who had wakened the lama. Kim, with one eye laid against a knothole in the planking, who had seen the Delhi man's search through the boxes. This was no common thief that turned over letters, bills, and saddles. No mere burglar who ran a little knife sideways into the soles of Mahbub's slippers or picked the seams of the saddlebags so deftly. At first Kim had been minded to give the alarmed, long-drawn chorchor thief that sets the sarai ablaze of nights, but he looked more carefully and, hand on amulet, drew his own conclusions. It must be the pedigree of that made-up, hoarsely said he, the thing that I carry to Umballa. Better that we go now. Those who search bags with knives may presently search bellies with knives. Surely there is a woman behind this. High, in a whisper to the light-sleeping old man, come, it is time to go to Benares. The lama rose obediently, and they passed out of the sarai like shadows. Chapter 2. And whoso will from pride released, contemning neither creed nor priest, may feel the soul of all the East. About him at Kamakura. They entered the fort-like railway station, black in the end of night, the electrics sizzling over the goods yard where they handle the heavy northern grain traffic. This is the work of devils, said the lama, recoiling from the hollow, echoing darkness, the glimmer of rails between the masonry platforms and the maze of girders above. He stood in a gigantic stone hall, paved it seemed with the sheeted dead third-class passengers who had taken their tickets overnight and were sleeping in the waiting rooms. All hours of the 24 are alike to Orientals, and their passenger traffic is regulated accordingly. This is where the fire carriages come. One stands behind that hole. Kim pointed to the ticket office. Who will give thee a paper to take thee to Umballa? But we go to Benares, he replied petulantly. All one Benares, then quick she comes. Take thou the purse. The lama, not so well used to trains as he had pretended, started as the 3A Roman 1000 southbound roared in the sleepers, sprang to life, and the station filled with clamor and shoutings, cries of water and sweetmeat vendors, shouts of native policemen, and shrill yells of women gathering up their baskets, their families, and their husbands. It is the train, only the terrain. It will not come here. Wait. Amazed at the lama's immense simplicity, he had handed him a small bag full of rupees. Kim asked, and paid for a ticket to Umballa. A sleepy clerk grunted and flung out a ticket to the next station, just 6 miles distant. Nay, said Kim, scanning it with a grin, this may serve for farmers, but I live in the city of Lahore. It was cleverly done, Babu. Now give the ticket to Umballa. The Babu scowled and dealt the proper ticket. Now another to Amritsar, said Kim, who had no notion of spending Mahbub Ali's money on anything so crude as a paid ride to Umballa. The price is so much, the small money in return is just so much. I know the ways of the terrain. Never did yogi need Keeler as thou dost. He went on merrily to the bewildered lama. They would have flung thee out at Mayan Mir. But for me this way come, he returned the money, keeping only 1 anna in each rupee of the price of the Umballa ticket, as his commissioned immemorial commission of Asia. The lama jibbed at the open door of a crowded third-class carriage. Were it not better to walk, said he weakly. A burly Sikh artisan thrust forth his bearded head. Is he afraid? Do not be afraid. I remember the time when I was afraid of the train. Enter this thing is the work of the government. I do not fear, said the lama. Have ye room within for 2? There is no room even for a mouse, shrilled the wife of a well-to-do cultivator, a Hindu jat from the rich Jalandhar district. Our night trains are not as well looked after as the day ones, where the sexes are very strictly kept to separate carriages. O mother of my son, we can make space, said the bluder-baned husband. Pick up the child, it is a holy man, seest thou. In my lap full of 70 times 7 bundles, why not bid him sit on my knee shameless? But men are ever thus. She looked round for approval. An Amritsar courtesan near the window sniffed behind her head drapery. Enter, enter, cried a fat Hindu moneylender, his folded account book in a cloth under his arm, with an oily smirk. It is well to be kind to the poor. I at 7% a month, with a mortgage on the unborn calf, said a young Dogra soldier going south on leave, and they all laughed. Will it travel to Benares? Said the lama. Assuredly, else why should we come enter, or we are left, cried Kim. See, shrilled the Amritsar girl, he has never entered a train, oh see. Nay, help, said the cultivator, putting out a large brown hand and hauling him in. Thus is it done, father. But I sit on the floor. It is against the rule to sit on a bench, said the lama. Moreover, it cramps me. I say, began the moneylender, pursing his lips, that there is not one rule of right living which these Terrans do not cause us to break. We sit, for example, side by side with all castes and peoples. Yea, and with most outrageously shameless ones, said the wife, scowling at the Amritsar girl, making eyes at the young sepoy. I said we might have gone by cart along the road, said the husband, and thus have saved some money. Yes, and spent twice over what we saved on food, by the way that was talked out 10,000 times. I by 10,000 tongues, grunted he. The gods help us poor women, if we may not speak. Oh ho, he is of that sort, which may not look at or reply to a woman, for the lama, constrained by his rule, took not the faintest notice of her, and his disciple is like him. Nay, mother, said Kim, most promptly, not when the woman is well-looking, and above all charitable to the hungry. A beggar's answer, said the Sikh, laughing. Thou hast brought it on thyself, sister. Kim's hands were crooked in supplication. And whither goest thou? Said the woman, handing him the half of a cake from a greasy package. Even to Benares. Jugglers belike, the young soldier suggested. Have ye any tricks to pass the time? Why does not that yellow man answer? Because, said Kim stoutly, he is holy and thinks upon matters hidden from thee. That may be well. We of the Ludhiana Sikhs rolled it out Sonarauslido, not trouble our heads, with doctrine we fight. My sister's brother's son is Nate corporal in that regiment, said the Sikh craftsman quietly. There are also some Dogra companies there. The soldier glared, for a Dogra is of other caste than a Sikh, and the banker tittered. They are all one to me, said the Amritsar girl. That we believe, snorted the cultivator's wife, malignantly. Nay, but all who serve the Sirkar with weapons in their hands are as it were one brotherhood. There is one brotherhood of the caste, but beyond that Aginsh looked round, timid lithe bond of the Pultonth regiment. My brother is in a Jat regiment, said the cultivator. Dogras be good men. Thy Sikhs at least were of that opinion, said the soldier with a scowl at the placid old man in the corner. Thy Sikhs thought so when our 2 companies came to help them at the Purs I Kotal, in the face of 8 Afridi standards, on the ridge, not 3 months gone. He told the story of a border action in which the Dogra companies of the Ludhiana Sikhs had acquitted themselves. Well, the Amritsar girl smiled, for she knew the talk was to win her approval. Alas, said the cultivator's wife at the end, so their villages were burnt, and their little children made homeless. They had marked our dead, they paid a great payment, after we of the Sikhs had schooled them, so it was is this Amritsar. Aye, and here they cut our tickets, said the banker, fumbling at his belt. The lamps were paling in the dawn when the half-caste guard came round. Ticket collecting is a slow business in the East, where people secrete their tickets in all sorts of curious places. Kim produced his and was told to get out. But I go to Umballa, he protested. I go with this holy man. Thou canst go to Jehannam for aught I care, this ticket is only. Kim burst into a flood of tears, protesting that the lama was his father and his mother, that he was the prop of the lama's declining years, and that the lama would die without his care. All the carriage bade the guard be merciful. The banker was specially eloquent here, but the guard hauled Kim on to the platform. The lama blinked, could not overtake the situation, and Kim lifted up his voice and wept outside the carriage window. I am very poor, my father is dead, me mother is dead, O charitable ones, if I am left here, who shall tend that old man? What is this? The lama repeated. He must go to Benares, he must come with me, he is my Kala, if there is money to be paid. Oh, be silent, whispered Kim. Are we Rajas to throw away good silver when the world is so charitable? The Amritsar girl stepped out with her bundles, and it was on her that Kim kept his watchful eye. Ladies of that persuasion he knew were generous. A ticket, a little ticket, to Umballa, O breaker of hearts, she laughed. Hast thou no charity? Does the holy man come from the norths? From far and far in the north he comes, cried Kim, from among the hills. There is snow among the pine trees in the northern, the hills, there is snow. My mother was from Kulu. Get thee a ticket, ask him for a blessing. 10,000 blessings, shrilled Kim. O holy one, a woman has given us in charity, so that I can come with thee, a woman with a golden heart. I run for the ticket. The girl looked up at the lama, who had mechanically followed Kim to the platform. He bowed his head that he might not see her, and muttered in Tibetan as she passed on with the crowd. Light Carmelite, go, said the cultivator's wife viciously. She has acquired merit, returned the lama, beyond doubt. It was a nun. There be 10,000 such nuns in Amritsar alone. Return, old man, or the Terrain may depart without thee, cried the banker. Not only was it sufficient for the ticket, but for a little food also, said Kim, leaping to his place. Now eat, holy one, look, day comes. Golden rose, saffron, and pink, the morning mists smoked away across the flat green levels. All the rich Punjab lay out in the splendor of the keen sun. The lama flinched a little as the telegraph posts swung by. Great is the speed of the Terrain, said the banker with a patronizing grin. We have gone farther since Lahore than thou couldst walk in 2 days. At even we shall enter Umballa. And that is still far from Benares, said the lama, wearily mumbling over the cakes that Kim offered. They all unloosed their bundles and made their morning meal. Then the banker, the cultivator, and the soldier prepared their pipes and wrapped the compartment in choking acrid smoke, spitting and coughing and enjoying themselves. The Sikh and the cultivator's wife chewed pan. The lama took snuff and told his beads, while Kim cross-legged smiled over the comfort of a full stomach. What rivers have ye by Benares? Said the lama of a sudden to the carriage at large. We have Gunga, returned the banker, when the little titter had subsided. What others? What other than Gunga? Nay, but in my mind was the thought of a certain river of healing. That is Gunga, who bathes in her is made clean, and goes to the gods thrice. Have I made pilgrimage to Gunga? He looked round proudly. There was need, said the young sepoy dryly, and the traveller's laugh turned against the banker. Cleanto, return again to the gods, the lama muttered, and to go forth on the round of lives. Ainu still tied to the wheel, he shook his head testily. But maybe there is a mistake, who then made Gunga in the beginning? The gods, of what known faith art thou? The banker said, appalled. I follow the law, the most excellent law, so it was the gods that made Gunga. What like of gods were they? The carriage looked at him in amazement. It was inconceivable that anyone should be ignorant of Gunga. What is thy god? Said the moneylender at last. Here, said the lama, shifting the rosary to his hand. Here, for I speak of him. Now, O people of Hind, listen. He began in Urdu the tale of the Lord Buddha, but borne by his own thoughts slid into Tibetan and Longren texts from a Chinese book of the Buddha's life. The gentle, tolerant folk, looked on reverently all India, is full of holy men stammering gospels in strange tongues, shaken and consumed in the fires of their own zeal, dreamers, babblers, and visionaries, as it has been from the beginning, and will continue to the end. Said the soldier of the Ludhiana Sikhs, there was a Mohammedan regiment lay next to us at the Pirzai Kotal, and a priest of Thirsh was, as I remember, a Naquin, the fit was on him, spake prophecies, but the mad all are in God's keeping, his officers overlooked much in that man. The Lama fell back on Urdu, remembering that he was in a strange land. Hear the tale of the arrow, which our Lord loosed from the bow, he said. This was much more to their taste, and they listened curiously, while he told it. Now, O people of Hind, I go to seek that river, know ye aught that may guide me, for we be all men and women in evil case. There is Gungand Gunga alone who washes away sin, ran the murmur round the carriage. Though past question, we have good God's Jalandhar way, said the cultivator's wife, looking out of the window, see how they have blessed the crops. To search every river in the Punjab is no small matter, said her husband, for me, a stream that leaves good silt on my land suffices, and I thank Bhumia, the god of the homestead. He shrugged one knotted bronzed shoulder. Think you our Lord came so far north, said the Lama, turning to Kim. It may be, Kim replied soothingly, as he spat red panjus on the floor. The last of the great ones, said the Sikh with authority, was Sikandar Julkarn. Alexander the Great, he paved the streets of Jalandhar and built a great tank near Umballa that pavement holds to this day, and the tank is there also. I never heard of thy God. Let thy hair grow long and talk Punjabi, said the young soldier jestingly to Kim, quoting a northern proverb that is all that makes a Sikh, but he did not say this very loud. The Lama sighed and shrank into himself, a dingy shapeless mass. In the pauses of their talk, they could hear the low droning Om Main Padme hum, Om Main Padme humaned, the thick click of the wooden rosary beads. It irks me, he said at last, the speed, and the clatter irk me moreover, my Keela. I think that maybe we have overpassed that river. Peace, peace, said Kim, was not the river near Benares, we are yet far from the place. Beautif, our Lord came north, it may be any one of these little ones that we have run across. I do not know. But thou wast sent to Mewest, thou sent to Mephar, the merit I had acquired over yonder at Suchan, from beside the cannon, didst thou come bearing 2 faces and 2 garbs. Peace, one must not speak of these things here, whispered Kim. There was but one of me, think again, and thou wilt remember a boy, a Hindu boy be, the great green cannon. But was there not also an Englishman with a white beard, holy, among images, who himself made more sure my assurance of the river of the arrow? Hugh went to the Ajab Gur in Lahore to pray before the gods. There Kim explained to the openly listening company, and the Sahib of the Wonder House talked to him. This is truth as a brother, he is a very holy man, from far beyond the hills rest thou, in time we come to Umballa. But my river, the river of my healing. And then, if it please thee, we will go hunting for that river on foot, so that we miss nothing, not even a little rivulet in a field side. But thou hast a search of thine own, the Lamavery, pleased that he remembered so well set bolt upright. I said, Kim, humoring him. The boy was entirely happy to be out chewing pan and seeing new people in the great good-tempered world. It was a bulla red bull that shall come and help thee and carry thee whither. I have forgotten, a red bull on a green field, was it not? Nay, it will carry me nowhere, said Kim. It is but a tale I told thee. What is this? The cultivator's wife leaned forward, her bracelets clinking on her arm. Do ye both dream dreams, a red bull on a green field that shall carry thee to the heavens? Or what was it, a vision? Did one make a prophecy? We have a red bull in our village behind Jalandhar city, and he grazes by choice in the very greenest of our fields. Give a woman an old wife's tale, and a weaver bird a leaf, and a thread, they will weave wonderful things, said the Sikh. All holy men dream dreams, and by following holy men, their disciples attain that power. A red bull on a green field, was it? The Lama repeated, in a former life. It may be thou hast acquired merit, and the bull will come to reward thee. Nain yet was but a tale one told to meffer a jest belike, but I will seek the bull about Umballa, and thou canst look for thy river, and rest from the clatter of the train. It may be that the bull knows that he is sent to guide us both, said the lama hopefully, as a child then, to the company indicating Kim, this one was sent to me, but yesterday, he is not I think of this world. Beggars aplenty have I met, and holy men to boot, but never such a yogi nor such a disciple, said the woman. Her husband touched his forehead lightly with one finger, and smiled, but the next time the lama would eat, they took care to give him of their best. And at last sleepy and dustithy, reached Umballa city station. We abide here upon a lawsuit, said the cultivator's wife to Kim, we lodge with my man's cousin's younger brother. There is room also in the courtyard for thy yogi, and for thee will he give me a blessing. O holy man, a woman with a heart of gold, gives us lodging for the night. It is a kindly land, this land of the South Sea, how we have been helped since the dawn. The lama bowed his head in benediction. To fill my cousin's younger brother's house with wastrels, the husband began as he shouldered his heavy bamboo staff. Thy cousin's younger brother owes my father's cousin something yet on his daughter's marriage feast, said the woman crisply, let him put their food to that account. The yogi will beg I doubt not. I beg for him, said Kim anxious, only to get the lama under shelter for the night, that he might seek Mahbub Ali's Englishman, and deliver himself of the white stallion's pedigree. Now, said he, when the lama had come to an anchor in the inner courtyard of a decent Hindu house, behind the cantonments, I go away for a while. Toto, buy us victual in the bazaar, do not stray abroad, till I return. Thou wilt return, thou wilt surely return. The old man caught at his wrist, and thou wilt return in this very same shape. Is it too late to look tonight for the river? Too late and too dark, be comforted, think how far thou art on the road 100 kos from Lahore already. Ye and farther from my monastery, alas, it is a great and terrible world. Kim stole out and away as unremarkable a figure as ever carried his own, and a few score thousand other folks' fate slung round his neck. Mahbub Ali's directions left him little doubt of the house in which his Englishman lived, and a groom bringing a dog-cart home from the club made him quite sure it remained only to identify his man, and Kim slipped through the garden hedge and hid in a clump of plumed grass close to the veranda. The house blazed with lights, and servants moved about tables dressed with flowers, glass, and silver. Presently forth came an Englishman dressed in black and white, humming a tune. It was too dark to see his face, so Kim beggar-wise tried an old experiment. Protector of the poor. The man backed towards the voice. Mahbub Ali says. What says Mahbub Ali? He made no attempt to look for the speaker, and that showed Kim that he knew. The pedigree of the white stallion is fully established. What proof is there? The Englishman switched at the rose hedge in the side of the drive. Mahbub Ali has given me this proof. Kim flipped the wad of folded paper into the air, and it fell in the path beside the man who put his foot on it. As a gardener came round the corner, when the servant passed, he picked it up, dropped a rupee. Kim could hear the clinkan strode into the house. Never turning round swiftly, Kim took up the money, but for all his training, he was Irish enough by birth to reckon silver the least part of any game. What he desired was the visible effect of action, so instead of slinking away, he lay close in the grass and wormed nearer to the house. He saw Indian bungalows are open through and through. Englishmen returned to a small dressing room in a corner of the veranda that was half office, littered with papers and dispatch boxes, and sit down to study Mahbub Ali's message. His face, by the full ray of the kerosene lamp, changed and darkened, and Kim, used, as every beggar must be to watching countenances, took good note. Will dear, called a woman's voice, you ought to be in the drawing room. They'll be here in a minute. The man still read intently. Will, said the voice 5 minutes later, he's come. I can hear the troopers in the drive. The man dashed out bareheaded as a big landau, with 4 native troopers behind it, halted at the veranda, and a tall black-haired man erect as an arrow swung out preceded by a young officer who laughed pleasantly. Flat on his belly lay Kim, almost touching the high wheels his man, and the black stranger exchanged 2 sentences. "Certainly, sir," said the young officer promptly. "Everything waits, while a horse is concerned." "We shan't be more than 20 minutes, said Kim's man. "You can do the honor, keep 'em amused, and all that." "Tell one of the troopers to wait," said the tall man, and they both passed into the dressing room together. As the landau rolled away, Kim saw their heads bent over Mahbub Ali's message, and heard the voice so low and deferential, the other sharp and decisive. "It isn't a question of weeks, it is a question of days, almost," said the elder. "I'd been expecting it for some time." But Thish tapped Mahbub Ali's paper clinches. "It Grogan's dining here tonight, isn't he?" "Yes, sir, and Macklin too." "Very good, I'll speak to them myself. The matter will be referred to the council, of course. But this is a case where one is justified in assuming that we take action at once. Warn the Pine and Peshawar brigades. It will disorganize all the summer reliefs, but we can't help that this comes of not smashing them thoroughly. The first time 8,000 should be enough." "What about artillery, sir?" "I must consult Macklin." "Then it means war. No punishment when a man is bound by the action of his predecessor." "But C-25 may have lied." "He bears out the others' information. Practically, they showed their hand 6 months back. But Devenish would have it there was a chance of peace. Of course, they used it to make themselves stronger. Send off those telegrams at Anseth. New code, not the old mine and Wharton's. I don't think we need keep the ladies waiting any longer. We can settle the rest over the cigars. I thought it was coming. It's punishment, not war." As the trooper cantered off, Kim crawled round to the back of the house, where, going on his Lahore experiences, he judged there would be food and information. The kitchen was crowded with excited scullions, one of whom kicked him. Said Kim, feigning tears, "I came only to wash dishes in return for a bellyful. All Umballa is on the same errand. Get hence." They go in now. "With the soup, think you that we who serve Creighton Sahib need strange scullions to help us through a big dinner?" "It is a very big dinner," said Kim, looking at the plates. "Small wonder the guest of honor is none other than the Jangi Lat Sahib, the commander-in-chief." "Ho," said Kim, with the correct guttural note of wonder. He had learned what he wanted, and when the scullion turned, he was gone. "And all that trouble," said he to himself, thinking as usual in Hindustani, "for a horse's pedigree. Mahbub Ali should have come to me to learn a little lying every time before that I have borne a message. It concerned a woman, now it is men. Better." The tall man said that they will loose a great army to punish someone somewhere. News goes to Pindi and Peshawar. There are also guns. Would I had crept nearer. It is big news." He returned to find the cultivator's cousin's younger brother discussing the family lawsuit in all its bearings with the cultivator and his wife and a few friends. While the lama dozed after the evening meal, someone passed him a water pipe, and Kim felt very much of a man as he pulled at the smooth coconut shell, his legs spread abroad in the moonlight, his tongue clicking in remarks from time to time. His hosts were most polite, for the cultivator's wife had told them of his vision of the Red Bull, and of his probable descent from another world. Moreover, the lama was a great and venerable curiosity. The family priest, an old tolerant Sarsut Brahmin, dropped in later, and naturally started a theological argument to impress the family by creed. Of course, they were all on their priest's side, but the lama was the guest, and the novelty, his gentle kindliness, and his impressive Chinese quotations that sounded like spells, delighted them hugely. And in this sympathetic, simple air, he expanded like the Bodhisattva's own lotus, speaking of his life in the great hills of Suchun before, as he said, "I rose up to seek enlightenment." Then it came out that in those worldly days he had been a master hand at casting horoscopes and nativities, and the family priest led him on to describe his methods, each giving the planets names that the other could not understand and pointing upwards as the big stars sailed across the dark. The children of the house tugged unrebuked at his rosary, and he clean forgot the rule which forbids looking at women as he talked of enduring snow's landslips, blocked passes, the remote cliffs, where men find sapphires and turquoise, and that wonderful upland road that leads at last into great China itself. How thinkest thou of this one? Said the cultivator aside to the priest. A holy man, a holy man, indeed his gods are not the gods, but his feet are upon the way, was the answer, and his methods of nativities, though that is beyond, thee are wise and sure. Tell me, said Kim lazily, whether I find my red bull on a green field, as was promised me. What knowledge hast thou of thy birthright? The priest asked, swelling with importance. Between first and second cockcrow of the first night in May. Of what year? I do not know, but upon the hour that I cried first fell the great earthquake in Srinagar, which is in Kashmir. This Kim had from the woman who took care of him, and she again from Kimball O'Hara. The earthquake had been felt in India, and for long stood a leading date in the Punjab. Ai, said a woman excitedly. This seemed to make Kim's supernatural origin more certain. Was not such an one's daughter born then? And her mother bore her husband 4 sons in 4 years, all likely boys, cried the cultivator's wife, sitting outside the circle in the shadow. None reared in the knowledge, said the family priest, forget how the planets stood in their houses upon that night. He began to draw in the dust of the courtyard. At least, thou hast good claim to a half of the house of the bull. How runs thy prophecy? Upon a day, said Kim, delighted at the sensation he was creating, I shall be made great by means of a red bull on a green field. But first, there will enter 2 men, making all things ready. Yes, thus ever at the opening of a vision, a thick darkness that clears slowly, anon one enters, with a broom making ready the place. Then begins the sight 2 men, thou sayest, I, the sun leaving the house of the bull, enters that of the twins hence, the 2 men of the prophecy. Let us now consider, fetch me a twig, little one. He knitted his brows, scratched, smoothed out, and scratched again in the dust mysterious. Seinsto, the wonder of all save the lama, who with fine instinct forbore to interfere. At the end of half an hour, he tossed the twig from him with a grunt. And thus say the stars, within 3 days, come the 2 men to make all things ready. After them follows the bull, but the sign over against him is the sign of war and armed men. There was indeed a man of the Ludhiana Sikhs in the carriage from Lahore, said the cultivator's wife hopefully. TCK armed men many hundreds, what concern hast thou with war? Said the priest to Kim, thine is a red and an angry sign of war to be loosed very soon. Nananon, said the lama earnestly, we seek only peace and our river. Kim smiled, remembering what he had overheard in the dressing-room. Decidedly, he was a favorite of the stars. The priest brushed his foot over the rude horoscope. More than this, I cannot see. In 3 days comes the bull to the boy. And my river, pleaded the lama. I had hoped his bull would lead us both to the river. Alas for that wondrous river, my brother, the priest replied, such things are not common. Next morning, though they were pressed to stay, the lama insisted on departure. They gave Kim a large bundle of good food, and nearly 3 annas in copper money for the needs of the road, and with many blessings watched the 2 go southward in the dawn. Pity it is that these and such as these could not be freed from. Nay, then would only evil people be left on the earth, and who would give us meat and shelter, quoth Kim, stepping merrily under his burden. Yonder is a small stream, let us look, said the lama, and he led from the white road across the fields, walking into a very hornet's nest of pariah dogs. Chapter 3. Yea, voice of every soul that clung to life, that strove from rung to rung, when Devadatta's rule was young. The warm wind brings Kamakura. Behind them, an angry farmer brandished a bamboo pole. He was a market gardener, errands by caste, growing vegetables and flowers for Umballa city, and well Kim knew the breed. Such an one, said the lama, disregarding the dogs, is impolite to strangers, intemperate of speech, and uncharitable. Be warned by his demeanor, my disciple. Ho, shameless beggars, shouted the farmer, begone, get hence. We go, the lama returned, with quiet dignity, we go from these unblessed fields. Ah, said Kim, sucking in his breath, if the next crops fail, thou canst only blame thine own tongue. The man shuffled uneasily in his slippers. The land is full of beggars, he began half apologetically. And by what sign didst thou know that we would beg from the Mali, said Kim tartly, using the name that a market gardener least likes. All we sought was to look at that river beyond the field there. River forsooth, the man snorted. What city do ye hail from? Not to know a canal cut, it runs as straight as an arrow, and I pay for the water as though it were molten silver. There is a branch of a river beyond, but if ye need water, I can give fat and milk. Nay, we will go to the river, said the lama, striding out. Milk and a meal, the man stammered, as he looked at the strange, tall figure. I would not draw evil upon myself or my crops, but beggars are so many in these hard days. Take notice, the lama turned to Kim. He was led to speak harshly by the red mist of anger that clearing from his eyes, he becomes courteous, and of an affable heart. May his fields be blessed, beware not to judge men too hastily, O farmer. I have met holy ones who would have cursed thee from hearthstone to byre, said Kim to the abashed man. Is he not wise and holy? I am his disciple. He cocked his nose in the air loftily and stepped across the narrow field borders with great dignity. There is no pride, said the lama after a pause. There is no pride among such as follow the middle way. But thou hast said he was low-caste and discourteous. Low-caste I did not say, for how can that be which is not? Afterwards he amended his discourtesy, and I forgot the offense. Moreover, he is, as we are bound upon the wheel of things, but he does not tread the way of deliverance. He halted at a little runlet among the fields, and considered the hoof-pitted bank. Now how wilt thou know thy river, said Kim, squatting in the shade of some tall sugar cane. When I find it, an enlightenment will surely be given. This, I feel, is not the place, O littlest among the waters. If only thou couldst tell me where runs my river, but be thou blessed to make the fields bare. Look, look, Kim sprang to his side and dragged him back. A yellow and brown streak glided from the purple rustling stems to the bank, stretched its neck to the water, drank, and lay still, a big cobra with fixed lidless eyes. I have no stick, said Kim. I will get me one and break his back. Why, he is upon the wheel, as we area life, ascending or descending, very far from deliverance. Great evil must the soul have done that is cast into this shape. I hate all snakes, said Kim. No native training can quench the white man's horror of the serpent. Let him live out his life. The coiled thing hissed and half opened its hood. May thy release come soon, brother, the lama continued placidly. Hast thou knowledge, by chance, of my river? Never have I seen such a man as thou art, Kim whispered, overwhelmed. Do the very snakes understand thy talk? Who knows? He passed within a foot of the cobra's poised head. It flattened itself among the dusty coils. Come thou, he called over his shoulder. Not I, said Kim, I go round. Come, he does no hurt. Kim hesitated for a moment. The lama backed his order by some droned Chinese quotation, which Kim took for a charm. He obeyed and bounded across the rivulet, and the snake indeed made no sign. Never have I seen such a man. Kim wiped the sweat from his forehead. And now whither go we? That is for thee to say. I am old and a stranger far from my own place, but that the real carriage fills my head with noises of devildrams. I would go in it to Benares now, yet by so going we may miss the river. Let us find another river, where the hard-worked soil gives 3 and even 4 crops a year, through patches of sugar cane, tobacco, long white radishes, and nalkal. All that day they strolled on, turning aside to every glimpse of water, rousing village dogs and sleeping villages at noonday, the lama replying to the volleyed questions with an unswerving simplicity. They sought a river of miraculous healing. Had any one knowledge of such a stream? Sometimes men laughed, but more often heard the story out to the end, and offered them a place in the shade, a drink of milk, and a meal. The women were always kind, and the little children, as children are the world over, alternately shy and venturesome. Evening found them at rest under the village tree of a mud-walled, mud-roofed hamlet, talking to the headman as the cattle came in from the grazing grounds, and the women prepared the day's last meal. They had passed beyond the belt of market gardens round hungry Umballa, and were among the mile-wide green of the staple crops. He was a white-bearded and affable elder used to entertaining strangers. He dragged out a string bedstead, for the lama set warm cooked food before him, prepared him a pipe, and the evening ceremonies being finished, in the village temple sent for the village priest. Kim told the older children tales of the size and beauty of Lahore, of railway travel, and such like city things, while the men talked slowly as their cattle chew the cud. "I cannot fathom it," said the headman at last to the priest. "How readest thou this talk?" The lama his tale told, was silently telling his beads. "He is a seeker," the priest answered. "The land is full of such. Remember him, who came only last month in Fakwa with the tortoise. I but that man had right and reason, for Krishna himself appeared in a vision, promising him paradise without the burning pyre if he journeyed to Prayag. This man seeks no God who is within my knowledge. Peace, he is old, he comes from far off, and he is mad." The smooth-shaven priest replied, "Hear me." He turned to the lama. 3 casts 6 miles to the westward runs the great road to Calcutta. "But I would go to Benares, and to Benares also. It crosses all streams on this side of Hind. Now my word to the Holy One is, rest here till tomorrow, then take the road." It was the Grand Trunk Road he meant, "and test each stream that it overpasses, for, as I understand, the virtue of thy river lies neither in one pool nor place, but throughout its length. Then if thy gods will be assured that thou wilt come upon thy freedom." "That is well said." The lama was much impressed by the plan. "We will begin tomorrow, and a blessing on thee for showing old feet such a near road." A deep sing-song Chinese half-chant closed the sentence. Even the priest was impressed, and the headman feared an evil spell, but none could look at the lama's simple, eager face and doubt him long. "Seest thou my Keela?" he said, diving into his snuff-gourd with an important sniff. It was his duty to repay courtesy with courtesy. "I see and hear." The headman rolled his eye where Kim was chatting to a girl in blue as she laid crackling thorns on a fire. "He also has a search of his own. No river, but a bull, yea, a red bull on a green field, will some day raise him to honor. He is, I think, not altogether of this world. He was sent of a sudden to aid me in this search, and his name is Friend of all the World." The priest smiled. "Ho there, friend of all the world," he cried across the sharp-smelling smoke. "What art thou?" "This Holy One's disciple," said Kim. "He says thou are but a spirit." "Can but eat," said Kim, with a twinkle, "for I am hungry." "It is no jest," cried the lama, "a certain astrologer of that city, whose name I have forgotten." "That is no more than the city of Umballa, where we slept last night," Kim whispered to the priest. Umballa was it. He cast a horoscope, and declared that my Keela should find his desire within 2 days. But what said he of the meaning of the star's friend of all the world? Kim cleared his throat and looked around at the village graybeards. "The meaning of my star is war," he replied pompously. Somebody laughed at the little tattered figure strutting on the brickwork plinth under the great tree where a native would have lain down. Kim's white blood set him upon his feet. "War," he answered. "That is a sure prophecy," rumbled a deep voice, "for there is always war along the borderers I know." It was an old, withered man who had served the government in the days of the mutiny as a native officer in a newly raised cavalry regiment. The government had given him a good holding in the village, and though the demands of his sons, now gray-bearded officers on their own account, had impoverished him, he was still a person of consequence. English officials, deputy commissioners, even turned aside from the main road to visit him, and on those occasions he dressed himself in the uniform of ancient days and stood up like a ramrod. "But this shall be a great Wara war of 8,000, Kim's voice shrilled across the quick-gathering crowd, astonishing himself. "Redcoats or our own regiments," the old man snapped, as though he were asking an equal. His tone made men respect Kim. "Redcoats," said Kim at a venture, "redcoats and guns." But the astrologer said no word of this," cried the lama, snuffing prodigiously in his excitement. "But I know the word has come to me, who am this Holy One's disciple. There will rise a Wara war of 8,000 redcoats from Pindi and Peshawar. they will be drawn, this is sure. The boy has heard bazar talk, said the priest. But he was always by my side, said the lama. How should he know? I did not know. He will make a clever juggler when the old man is dead, muttered the priest to the headman. What new trick is this? A sign, give me a sign, thundered the old soldier. Suddenly, if there were war, my sons would have told me. When all is ready, thy sons doubt not will be told, but it is a long road from thy sons to the man in whose hands these things lie. Kim warmed to the game, for it reminded him of experiences in the letter-carrying line, when for the sake of a few pice he pretended to know more than he knew, but now he was playing for larger things. Sheer excitement, and the sense of power, he drew a new breath and went on. Old man, give me a sign, do underlings, order the goings of 8,000 redcoats with guns. No, still, the old man answered as though Kim were an equal. Dost thou know who he is then, that gives the order? I have seen him. To know again. I have known him since he was a lieutenant in the Tupkhana, the artillery. A tall man with black hair walking thus. Kim took a few paces in a stiff wooden style. Aye, but that anyone may have seen. The crowd were breathless still through all this talk. That is true, said Kim, but I will say more. Look now, first the great man walks. Thus then he thinks thus. Kim drew a forefinger over his forehead and downwards, till it came to rest by the angle of the jaw. Anon he twitches his fingers thus, anon he thrusts his hat under his left armpit. Kim illustrated the motion and stood like a stork. The old man groaned inarticulate with amazement, and the crowd shivered. So, but what does he when he is about to give an order? He rubs the skin at the back of his neck thus, then falls one finger on the table, and he makes a small sniffing noise through his nose. Then he speaks, saying, loose such, and such a regiment, call out such guns. The old man rose stiffly and saluted. For Kim translated into the vernacular the clinching sentences he had heard in the dressing-room at Umballa. For, says he, we should have done this long ago. It is not where it is a chastisement, snff. Enough, I believe, I have seen him thus in the smoke of battle seen, and heard it is he. I saw no smoke. Kim's voice shifted to the rapt sing-song of the wayside fortuneteller. I saw this in darkness. First came a man to make things clear. Then came horsemen, then came he standing in a ring of light. The rest followed. As I have said, old man, have I spoken truth? It is he past all doubt, it is he. The crowd drew a long, quavering breath, staring alternately at the old man still at attention, and ragged Kim against the purple twilight. Said I not he was from the other world, cried the lama proudly. He is the friend of all the world, he is the friend of the stars. At least it does not concern us, a man cried, O thou young soothsayer, if the gift abides with thee at all seasons. I have a red-spotted cow, she may be sister to thy bull for aught I know. Or I care, said Kim, my stars do not concern themselves with thy cattle. Nay, but she is very sick, a woman struck in my man is a buffalo, or he would have chosen his words better. Tell me if she recover. Had Kim been at all an ordinary boy, he would have carried on the play, but one does not know Lahore city, and least of all the Fakwars, by the Taksali gate for 13 years, without also knowing human nature. The priest looked at him, sideways, something bitterly a dry and blighting smile. Is there no priest, then, in the village? I thought I had seen a great one, even now, cried Kim. I but the woman began. But thou and thy husband hoped to get the cow cured for a handful of thanks. The shot told they were notoriously the close-fisted couple in the village. It is not well to cheat the temples. Give a young calf to thine own priest, and unless thy gods are angry past recall, she will give milk within a month. A master beggar art, thou, purred the priest approvingly. Not the cunning of 40 years could have done better surely. Thou hast made the old man rich. A little flour, a little butter, and a mouthful of cardamoms, Kim retorted, flushed with the praise, but still cautious. Does one grow rich on that? And as thou canst see, he is mad, but it serves me while I learn the road at least. He knew what the Fakwars of the Taksali gate were like when they talked among themselves, and copied the very inflection of their lewd disciples. Is his search, then, truth, or a cloak to other ends? It may be treasure. He is madmany times mad, there is nothing else. Here the old soldier bobbled up, and asked if Kim would accept his hospitality. For the night the priest recommended him to do so, but insisted that the honor of entertaining the lama belonged to the template, which the lama smiled guilelessly. Kim glanced from one face to the other, and drew his own conclusions. "Where is the money?" he whispered, beckoning the old man off into the darkness. "In my bosom, where else? Give it me quietly, and swiftly give it me." "But why here is no ticket to buy? Am I thy keeler, or am I not? Do I not safeguard thy old feet about the ways? Give me the money, and at dawn I will return it." He slipped his hand above the lama's girdle and brought away the purse. "Be it so, the old man nodded his head. "This is a great and terrible world. I never knew there were so many men alive in it." Next morning the priest was in a very bad temper, but the lama was quite happy, and Kim had enjoyed a most interesting evening with the old man, who brought out his cavalry saber, and balancing it on his dry knees, told tales of the mutiny and young captains 30 years in their graves, till Kim dropped off to sleep. "Certainly the air of this country is good," said the lama. "I sleep lightly, as do all old men, but last night I slept unwaking till broad day. Even now I am heavy." "Drink a draught of hot milk," said Kim, who had carried not a few such remedies to opium smokers of his acquaintance. "It is time to take the road again." "The long road that overpasses all the rivers of Hind," said the lama gaily. "Let us go. But how thinkest thou, Keeler, to recompense these people, and especially the priest, for their great kindness? Truly they are but harassed, but in other lives maybe they will receive enlightenment. A rupee to the temple. The thing within is no more than stone and red paint, but the heart of man we must acknowledge when and where it is good. Holy One, hast thou ever taken the road alone?" Kim looked up sharply like the Indian crows, so busy about the fields. "Surely, child, from Kulu to Pathankote, from Kulu, where my first Keeler died, when men were kind to us, we made offerings, and all men were well disposed throughout all the hills." "It is otherwise in Hind," said Kim dryly. "Their gods are man-armed and malignant. Let them alone. I would set thee on thy road for a little friend of all the world, thou and thy yellow man." The old soldier ambled up the village street, all shadowy in the dawn, on a punt scissor-hocked pony. "Last night broke up the fountains of remembrance in my sodried heart, and it was as a blessing to me. Truly, there is war abroad in the air. I smell it. See, I have brought my sword." He sat long-legged on the little beast, with the big sword at his side hand, dropped on the pommel, staring fiercely over the flat lands towards the north. "Tell me again how he showed in thy vision. Come up, and sit behind me. The beast will carry too." "I am this Holy One's disciple," said Kim. As they cleared the village gate, the villagers seemed almost sorry to be rid of them, but the priest's farewell was cold and distant. He had wasted some opium on a man who carried no money. "That is well spoken. I am not much used to holy men, but respect is always good. There is no respect in these days, not even when a commissioner sahib comes to see me. But why should one whose star leads him to war follow a holy man?" "But he is a holy man," said Kim earnestly. "In truth, and in talk, and in act holy. He is not like the others. I have never seen such an one. We be not fortune-tellers, or jugglers, or beggars. Thou art not that I can see, but I do not know that other. He marches well, though." The first freshness of the day carried the lama forward, with long, easy, camel-like strides. He was deep in meditation, mechanically clicking his rosary. They followed the rutted and worn country road that wound across the flat between the great dark green manga groves, the line of the snow-capped Himalayas faint to the eastward. All India was at work in the fields, to the creaking of well-wheels, the shouting of ploughmen behind their cattle, and the clamor of the crows. Even the pony felt the good influence, and almost broke into a trot as Kim laid a hand on the stirrup leather. "It repents me that I did not give a rupee to the shrine," said the lama on the last bead of his 81. The old soldier growled in his beard, so that the lama for the first time was aware of him. "Seekest thou the river also?" said he, turning. "The day is new," was the reply. "What need of a river save to water at before sundown? I come to show thee a short lane to the big road. That is a courtesy to be remembered, O man of good will, but why the sword? The old soldier looked as abashed as a child, interrupted in his game of make-believe. The sword, he said, fumbling it, oh, that was a fancy of mine, an old man's fancy, truly. The police orders are that no man must bear weapons throughout Hind. Buth cheered up, and slapped the hilt-all, the constables hereabout know me. It is not a good fancy, said the lama, what profit to kill men? Very little as I know, but if evil men were not now, and then slain, it would not be a good world for weaponless dreamers. I do not speak without knowledge, who have seen the land from Delhi south, awash with blood. What madness was that then? The gods who sent it for a plague alone know a madness ate into all the army, and they turned against their officers. That was the first evil, but not past remedy, if they had then held their hands. But they chose to kill the sahibs' wives and children. Then came the sahibs from over the sea, and called them to most strict account. Some such rumor, I believe, reached me once long ago. They called it the Black Year, as I remember. What manner of life hast thou led not to know the year of rumor? Indeed, all earth knew and trembled. Our earth never shook, but upon the day that the Excellent One received enlightenment. I saw Delhi shake, at least, and Delhi is the navel of the world. So they turned against women and children. That was a bad deed, for which the punishment cannot be avoided. Many strove to do so, but with very small profit. I was then in a regiment of cavalry. It broke of 600, and 80 sabres stood fast to their saltho. Many think you 3, of whom I was one. The greater merit. Merit, we did not consider it merit in those days. My people, my friends, my brothers fell from me. They said the time of the English is accomplished. Let each strike out a little holding for himself. But I had talked with the men of Sabrayan, of Chilianwala, of Mudki and Ferosha. I said, abide a little. And the wind turns. There is no blessing in this work. In those days I rode 70 miles with an English Mem Sahib and her babe on my saddlebow. Wow, that was a horse fit for a man. I placed them in safety, and back came I to my officers. One that was not killed of our 5, give me work, said I, for I am an outcast among my own kind, and my cousin's blood is wet on my sabre. Be content, said he, there is great work forward. When this madness is over, there is a recompense. Aye, there is a recompense when the madness is over, surely, the lama muttered half to himself. They did not hang medals in those days on all who by accident had heard a gun fired. No, in 19 pitched battles was I, in 46 skirmishes of horse, and in small affairs, without number 9 wounds, I bear a medal and 4 clasps, and the medal of an order for my captains, who are now generals, remembered me when the Kaisari Hind had accomplished 50 years of her reign. And all the land rejoiced. They said, give him the order of British India. I carry it upon my neck. Now I have also my Jaghir, holding from the hands of the state a free gift to me, and mine, the men of the old Desi, are now commissioners come riding to me through the Cropshire upon horses, so that all the village cease, and we talk out the old skirmishes, one dead man's name leading to another. And after, said the lama, oh, afterwards they go away, but not before my village has seen. And at the last, what wilt thou do? At the last, I shall die. And after? Let the gods order it. I have never pestered them with prayers. I do not think they will pester me. Look you, I have noticed in my long life that those who eternally break in upon those above with complaints and reports and bellowings and weepings are presently sent for in haste, as our colonel used to send for slack-jawed down-country men who talk too much. No, I have never wearied the gods. They will remember this, and give me a quiet place where I can drive my lance in the shade and wait to welcome my sons. I have no less than 3 Risaldar majors, Allen the regiments. And they likewise bound upon the wheel go forth from life to life, from despair to despair, said the lama, below his breath hot, uneasy snatching. I, the old soldier, chuckled. 3 Risaldar majors in 3 regiments, gamblers a little, but so am Roman one, they must be well mounted, and one cannot take the horses, as in the old days, one took women. Well, my holding can pay for all. How thinkest thou it is a well-watered strip? But my men cheat me. I do not know how to ask save at the lance's point. I grow angry, and I curse them, and they feign penitence. But behind my back, I know they call me a toothless old ape. Hast thou never desired any other thing? Yes, yes, 1,000 times, a straight back, and a close-clinging knee, once more a quick wrist, and a keen eye, and the marrow that makes a man owe the old days the good days of my strength. That strength is a weakness. It has turned so but 50 years since I could have proved it otherwise, the old soldier retorted, driving his stirrupedge into the pony's lame flank. But I know a river of great healing. I have drank Gungawada to the edge of dropsy. All she gave me was a flux and no sort of strength. It is not Gunga the river that I know washes from all taint of sin, ascending the far bank. One is assured of freedom. I do not know thy life, but thy face is the face of the honorable and courteous. Thou hast clung to thy way, rendering fidelity, when it was hard to give in that black year of which I now remember other tales. Enter now upon the middle way, which is the path to freedom. Hear the most excellent law, and do not follow dreams. Speak then, old man, the soldier smiled, half saluting. We be all babblers at our age. The lama squatted under the shade of a mango, whose shadow played checkerwise over his face. The soldier sat stiffly on the pony, and Kim, making sure that there were no snakes, lay down in the crotch of the twisted roots. There was a drowsy buzz of small life in hot sunshine, a cooing of doves, and a sleepy drone of well wheels across the fields. Slowly and impressively, the lama began. At the end of 10 minutes, the old soldier slid from his pony to hear better as he said, and sat with the reins round his wrist. The lama's voice faltered, the periods lengthened. Kim was busy watching a gray squirrel when the little scolding bunch of fur clothes pressed to the branch. Disappeared preacher and audience were fast asleep, the old officer's strong-cut head pillowed on his arm, the lama's thrown back against the treble where it showed like yellow ivory. A naked child toddled up, stared, and moved by some quick impulse of reverence, made a solemn little obeisance before the lamb. Only the child was so short and fat that it toppled over sideways, and Kim laughed at the sprawling chubby legs. The child, scared and indignant, yelled aloud. Hi, hi, said the soldier, leaping to his feet. What is it? What orders it? Is a child? I dreamed it was an alarm. Little wando. Not cry, have I slept? That was discourteous indeed. I fear, I am afraid, roared the child. What is it to fear? 2 old men and a boy. How wilt thou ever make a soldier princeling? The lama had waked too, but taking no direct notice of the child, clicked his rosary. What is that? Said the child, stopping a yell midway. I have never seen such things. Give them me. Aha, said the lama, smiling and trailing a loop of it on the grass. This is a handful of cardamoms. This is a lump of gai. This is millet and chilies and rice. A supper for thee and me. The child shrieked with joy and snatched at the dark glancing beads. Oh ho, said the old soldier, whence hadst thou that song, despiser of this world? I learned it in Pathankots sitting on a doorstep, said the lama shyly. It is good to be kind to babes. As I remember, before the sleep came on us, thou hadst told me that marriage and bearing were darkeners of the true light, stumbling blocks. Upon the way do children drop from heaven in thy country? Is it the way to sing them songs? No man is all perfect, said the lama, gravely recoiling the rosary. Run now to thy mother, little one. Hear him, said the soldier to Kim. He is ashamed for that he has made a child happy. There was a very good householder lost in the my brother high child. He threw it. A pie sweetmeats are always sweet, and as the little figure capered away into the sunshine, they grow up and become men. Holy One, I grieve that I slept in the midst of thy preaching. Forgive me. We be 2 old men, said the lama. The fault is mine. I listened to thy talk of the world and its madness, and one fault led to the next. Hear him, what harm do thy gods suffer from play with a babe? And that song was very well sung. Let us go on, and I will sing thee the song of Nicol Sain before Delhythe, old song. And they fared out from the gloom of the mangatope, the old man's high shrill voice ringing across the field as wail by long-drawn wail. He unfolded the story of Nicol Sain, Nishalson's song that men sing in the Punjab. To this day Kim was delighted, and the lama listened with deep interest. Ahi, Nicol Sain is dead, had died, Before Delhi lances of the north take vengeance for Nickel Sane, he quavered it out to the end, marking the trills with the flat of his sword on the pony's rump. And now we come to the big road, said he, after receiving the compliments of Kim, for the lama was markedly silent. It is long since I have ridden this way, but thy boy's talk stirred me. See Holy One great road, which is the backbone of all Hind. For the most part it is shaded as here, with 4 lines of trees. The middle road all hard takes the quick traffic. In the days before railcarriages, the sahibs travelled up and down here. In hundreds now there are only country carts, and such like. Left and right is the rougher road for the heavy carts, grain and cotton and timber, fodder, lime and hides. A man goes in safety here, for at every few castes is a police station. The police are thieves and extortioners. I myself would patrol it with cavalry, young recruits under a strong captain. But at least they do not suffer any rivals. All castes and kinds of men move here. Look, Brahmins and Chumers, bankers and tinkers, barbers and bunnias, pilgrims and pottersall. The world going and coming, it is to me as a river from which I am withdrawn like a log after a flood. And truly the Grand Trunk Road is a wonderful spectacle. It runs straight bearing, without crowding India's traffic, for 1,500 miles, such a river of life as nowhere else exists in the world. They looked at the green-arched, shade-flecked length of it, the white breadth, speckled with slow-pacing folk, and the two-roomed police station opposite. Who bears arms against the law? A constable called out laughingly as he caught sight of the soldier's sword. Are not the police enough to destroy evildoers? It was because of the police I bought it, was the answer. Does all go well in Hind? Risaldar Sahib, all goes well. I am like an old tortoise. Look, you, who puts his head out from the bank and draws it in again. This is the road of Hindustan, all men come by this way. Son of a swine, is the soft part of the road meant for thee to scratch thy back upon? Father of all the daughters of shame, and husband of 10,000 virtueless ones. Thy mother was devoted to a devil, being led thereto by her mother. Thy aunts have never had a nose for 7 generations. Thy sister, what owl's folly told thee to draw thy carts across the road? A broken wheel, then take a broken head, and put the two together at leisure. The voice and a venomous whip cracking came out of a pillar of dust 50 yards away, where a cart had broken down. A thin, high Kathiawar mare, with eyes and nostrils aflame, rocketed out of the jam, snorting and wincing as her rider bent her across the road, in chase of a shouting man. He was tall and grey-bearded, sitting, the almost mad beast, as a piece of her, and scientifically lashing his victim between plunges. The old man's face lit with pride. My child, said he briefly, and strove to rein the pony's neck to a fitting arch. Am I to be beaten before the police? Cried the carter. Justice, I will have justice. Am I to be blocked by a shouting ape who upsets 10,000 sacks under a young horse's nose? That is the way to ruin a mare. He speaks truth, but she follows her man close, said the old man. The carter ran under the wheels of his cart, and thence threatened all sorts of vengeance. They are strong men, thy sons, said the policeman, serenely picking his teeth. The horseman delivered one last vicious cut with his whip, and came on at a canter. My father, he reined back 10 yards, and dismounted. The old man was off his pony in an instant, and they embraced as do father and son in the East. Chapter 4. Good luck, she is never a lady, but the cursedest queen alive. Trixie, wincing, and jady, kittle to lead or drive. Greet Hirsches, hailing a stranger. Meet Hirsches, busking to leave. Let her alone for a shrew to the bone. And the hussy comes, plucking your sleeve. Largesse, largesse, O fortune, give or hold at your will. If I've no care for fortune, fortune must follow me still. The wishing caps. Then lowering their voices, they spoke together. Kim came to rest under a tree, but the lama tugged impatiently at his elbow. Let us go on, the river is not here. Haimai, have we not walked enough for a little? Our river will not run away. Patience, and he will give us a dole. This, said the old soldier suddenly, is the friend of the stars. He brought me the news yesterday, having seen the very man himself, in a vision, giving orders for the war. Said his son, all deep in his broad chest, he came by a bazaruma and made profit of it. His father laughed. At least he did not ride to me begging for a new charger, and the gods know how many rupees are thy brother's regiments also under orders. I do not know. I took leave and came swiftly to thee in case. In case they ran before thee to beg, O gamblers and spendthrifts, all but thou hast never yet ridden in a charge. A good horse is needed there, truly a good follower, and a good pony also for the marching. Let us see, he thrummed on the pommel. This is no place to cast accounts in, my father. Let us go to thy house. At least pay the boy, then I have no pice with me. And he brought auspicious news. Ho, friend of all the world, a war is toward, as thou hast said. Nay, as I know, the war, returned Kim composedly. Said the lama, fingering his beads, all eager for the road. My master does not trouble the stars for hire. We brought the news, bear witness, we brought the news, and now we go. Kim half-crooked his hand at his side. The sun tossed a silver coin through the sunlight, grumbling something about beggars and jugglers. It was a foreigner piece, and would feed them well for days. The lama, seeing the flash of the metal, droned a blessing. Go thy way, friend of all the world, piped the old soldier, wheeling his scrawny mount. For once in all my days I have met a true prophet who was not in the army. Father and son swung round together, the old man sitting as erect as the younger. A Punjabi constable in yellow linen trousers slouched across the road. He had seen the money pass. Halt, he cried in impressive English, know ye not that there is a tax of 2 annas a head, which is 4 annas on those who enter the road from this cider road? It is the order of the Sirkar, and the money is spent for the planting of trees and the beautification of the ways. And the bellies of the police, said Kim, slipping out of arm's reach. Consider for a while, man with a mud head. Think you we came from the nearest pond like the frog thy father-in-law? Hast thou ever heard the name of thy brother? And who was he? Leave the boy alone, cried a senior constable, immensely delighted, as he squatted down to smoke his pipe in the veranda. He took a label from a bottle of Belati Pani soda waiter, and affixing it to a bridge, collected taxes for a month from those who passed, saying that it was the Sirkar's order. Then came an Englishman and broke his head. Ah, brother, I am a town crow, not a village crow. The policeman drew back abashed, and Kim hooted at him all down the road. Was there ever such a disciple as I? He cried merrily to the lama. All earth would have picked thy bones within 10 miles of Lahore city if I had not guarded thee. I consider in my own mind whether thou art a spirit sometimes, or sometimes an evil imp, said the lama, smiling slowly. I am thy Kila. Kim dropped into step at his side. That indescribable gait of the long-distance tramp all the world over. Now let us walk, muttered the lama, and to the click of his rosary they walked in silence, mile upon mile. The lama, as usual, was deep in meditation, but Kim's bright eyes were open wide. This broad, smiling river of life, he considered, was a vast improvement on the cramped and crowded Lahore streets. There were new people and new sights at every stride, casts he knew and casts that were altogether out of his experience. They met a troop of long-haired, strong-scented Sansis with baskets of lizards and other unclean food on their backs, their lean dogs sniffing at their heels. These people kept their own side of the road, moving at a quick, furtive jog-trot, and all other castes gave them ample room, for the Sansi is deep pollution behind them, walking wide and stiffly across the strong shadows. The memory of his legends still on him. Strode one newly released from the jail, his full stomach and shiny skin, to prove that the government fed its prisoners better than most honest men could feed themselves. Kim knew that walk well, and made broad jest of it as they passed. Then an Akali, a wild-haired Sikh devotee, in the blue-checked clothes of his faith, with polished steel quoits glistening on the cone of his tall blue turban, stalked past. Returning from a visit to one of the independent Sikh states, where he had been singing the ancient glories of the Khalsa to Kaliga-trained princelings in top boots and white cord breeches, Kim was careful not to irritate that man, for the Akali's temper is short, and his arm quick. Here and there they met, or were overtaken by the gaily dressed crowds of whole villages turning out to some local fair. the women with their babes on their hips, walking behind the men, the older boys prancing on sticks of sugar cane, dragging rude brass models of locomotives, such as they sell for a halfpenny, or flashing the sun into the eyes of their betters. From cheap toy mirrors, one could see at a glance what each had bought, and if there were any doubt, it needed only to watch the wives comparing brown arm against brown arm, the newly purchased dull glass bracelets that come from the northwest. These merrymakers stepped slowly, calling one to the other, and stopping to haggle with sweetmeat sellers, or to make a prayer before one of the wayside shrines, sometimes Hindu, sometimes Mussulman, which the lowest of both creeds share with beautiful impartiality, a solid line of blue rising and falling like the back of a caterpillar in haste, would swing up through the quivering dust and trot, past to a chorus of quick cackling that was a gang of Changas, the women, who have taken all the embankments of all the northern railways under their chargia, flat-footed, big-bossomed, strong-limbed, blue-petticoated clan of earth couriers hurrying north on news of a job, and wasting no time by the road. They belong to the caste whose men do not count, and they walked with squared elbows, swinging hips and heads. On high as suits women who carry heavy weights. A little later, a marriage procession would strike into the grand trunk with music and shoutings, and a smell of marigold and jasmine stronger even than the reek of the dust. One could see the bride's litter, a blur of red and tinsel, staggering through the haze, while the bridegroom's bereathed pony turned aside to snatch a mouthful from a passing fodder cart. Then Kim would join the Kentish fire of good wishes and bad jokes, wishing the couple 100 sons and no daughters, as the saying is still more interesting and more to be shouted over it, was when a strolling juggler with some half-trained monkeys, or a panting feeble bear, or a woman who tied goat's horns to her feet, and with these danced on a slack rope, set the horses to shying, and the women to shrill, long-drawn quavers of amazement. The lama never raised his eyes. He did not note the moneylender on his goose-rump pony, hastening along to collect the cruel interest, or the long-shouting, deep-voiced little mob still in military formation off, native soldiers on leave rejoicing to be rid of their breeches and puttees, and saying the most outrageous things to the most respectable women in sight. Even the seller of Gangeswater he did not see, and Kim expected that he would at least buy a bottle of that precious stuff. He looked steadily at the ground, and strode as steadily hour after hour, his soul busied elsewhere. But Kim was in the seventh heaven of joy. The grand trunk at this point was built on an embankment to guard against winter floods from the foothills, so that one walked, as it were a little above the country, along a stately corridor, seeing all India spread out to left and right. It was beautiful to behold the manioked grain and cotton wagons crawling over the country roads. One could hear their axles complaining a mile away, coming nearer, till with shouts and yells and bad words they climbed up the steep incline and plunged on to the hard main road, Carter reviling Carter. It was equally beautiful to watch the people, little clumps of red and blue and pink and white and saffron, turning aside to go to their own villages, dispersing and growing small by twos and threes across the level plain. Kim felt these things, though he could not give tongue to his feelings, and so contented himself with buying peeled sugar cane and spitting the pith generously about his path from time to time. The lama took snuff, and at last Kim could endure the silence no longer. "This is a good land of the south," said he. "The air is good, the water is good, eh? And they are all bound upon the wheel," said the lama, "bound from life after life. To none of these has the way been shown." He shook himself back to this world. "And now we have walked a weary way," said Kim. "Surely we shall soon come to a paro, a resting place. Shall we stay there? Look, the sun is sloping. Who will receive us this evening? That is all one. This country is full of good folk. Besides," he sunk his voice beneath a whisper, "we have money." The crowd thickened as they neared the resting place, which marked the end of their day's journey. A line of stalls selling very simple food and tobacco, a stack of firewood, a police station, a well, a horse trough, a few trees, and under them some trampled ground dotted with the black ashes of old fires, are all that mark a paro on the grand trunk, if you accept the beggars and the crows, both hungry. By this time the sun was driving broad golden spokes through the lower branches of the manga trees. The parakeets and doves were coming home in their hundreds. The chattering grey-backed seven sisters, talking over the day's adventures, walked back and forth in twos and threes, almost under the feet of the travelers, and shufflings and scufflings in the branches showed that the bats were ready to go out on the night pickets swiftly. The light gathered itself together, painted for an instant the faces and the cartwheels and the bullocks. Horns as red as blood. Then the night fell, changing the touch of the air, drawing a low, even haze, like a gossamer veil of blue, across the face of the country, and bringing out keen and distinct the smell of wood smoke and cattle, and the good scent of wheaten cakes cooked. On ashes the evening patrol hurried out of the police station with important coughings and reiterated orders, and a live charcoal ball in the cup of a wayside carter's hookah glowed red, while Kim's eye mechanically watched the last flicker of the sun on the brass tweezers. The life of the Paro was very like that of the Kashmir Sarai on a small scale. Kim dived into the happy Asiatic disorder, which if you only allow time will bring you everything that a simple man needs. His wants were few, because since the lama had no caste scruples, cooked food from the nearest stall would serve. But for luxury's sake, Kim bought a handful of dung cakes to build a fire. All about coming and going round the little flames, men cried for oil or grain or sweetmeats or tobacco, jostling one another while they waited their turn at the well. And under the men's voices you heard from halted, shuttered carts the high squeals and giggles of women whose faces should not be seen in public. Nowadays well-educated natives are of opinion that when their womenfolk travel and they visit a good deal, it is better to take them quickly by rail in a properly screened compartment, and that custom is spreading. But there are always those of the old rock who hold by the use of their forefathers, and above all there are always the old women more conservative than the men who toward the end of their days go on a pilgrimage. They being withered and undesirable, do not under certain circumstances object to unveiling after their long seclusion, during which they have always been in business touch with 1,000 outside interests. They love the bustle and stir of the open road, the gatherings at the shrines, and the infinite possibilities of gossip with like-minded dowagers. Very often it suits a long-suffering family that a strong-tongued, iron-willed old lady should disport herself about India in this fashion, for certainly pilgrimage is grateful to the gods. So all about India, in the most remote places, as in the most public, you find some knot of grizzled servitors in nominal charge of an old lady who is more or less curtained and hid away in a bullock cart. Such men are staid and discreet, and when a European or a high-caste native is near, will net their charge with most elaborate precautions. But in the ordinary haphazard chances of pilgrimage, the precautions are not taken. The old lady is after all intensely human and lives to look upon life. Kim marked down a gaily ornamented Ruth or family bullock cart with a broidered canopy of 2 domes like a double-humped camel, which had just been drawn into the Paro. 8 men made its retinue, and 2 of the 8 were armed with rusty sabrecher's signs that they followed a person of distinction. For the common folk do not bear arms. An increasing cackle of complaints, orders, and jests, and what to a European would have been bad language, came from behind the curtains. Here was evidently a woman used to command. Kim looked over the retinue critically. Half of them were thin-legged, grey-bearded Urias from down country. The other half were duffel-clad, felt-footed hillmen of the north. And that mixture told its own tale, even if he had not overheard the incessant sparring between the 2 divisions. The old lady was going south on a visit, probably to a rich relative, most probably to a son-in-law who had sent up an escort. As a mark of respect, the hillmen would be of her own people, Kulu or Kangra folk. It was quite clear that she was not taking her daughter down to be wedded, or the curtains would have been laced home, and the guard would have allowed no one near the car. A merry and a high-spirited dame, thought Kim, balancing the dung cake in one hand, the cooked food in the other, and piloting the lama with a nudging shoulder. Something might be made out of the meeting. The lama would give him no help, but as a conscientious Keela, Kim was delighted to beg for 2. He built his fire as close to the cart as he dared, waiting for one of the escort to order him away. The lama dropped wearily to the ground, much as a heavy fruitating bat cowers, and returned to his rosary. Stand farther off, beggar. The order was shouted in broken Hindustani by one of the hillmen. It is only a pahari, a hillman, said Kim over his shoulder. Since when have the Hillasses owned all Hindustan? The retort was a swift and brilliant sketch of Kim's pedigree for 3 generations. Kim's voice was sweeter than ever as he broke the dung cake into fit pieces. In my country, we call that the beginning of love talk. A harsh, thin cackle behind the curtains put the hillman on his mettle for a second shot. Not so bad, not so bad, said Kim with calm, but have a care, my brother, lest I say, minded to give a curse or so in return, and our curses have the knack of biting home. The Urias laughed, the hillman sprang forward threateningly, the lama suddenly raised his head, bringing his huge tam-o-shanter hat into the full light of Kim's new-started fire. What is it, said he. The man halted, as though struck to stone. I am saved from a great sin, he stammered. The foreigner has found him a priest at last, whispered one of the Urias. Hi, why is that beggar brat not well beaten, the old woman cried. The hillman drew back to the cart and whispered something to the curtain. There was dead silence, then a muttering. This goes well, thought Kim, pretending neither to see nor hear. When has eaten, hillman fawned on Kimatit, is requested that the Holy One will do the honor to talk to one who would speak to him. After he has eaten he will sleep, Kim returned loftily. He could not quite see what new turn the game had taken, but stood resolute to profit by it now. I will get him his food. The last sentence, spoken loudly, ended with a sigh as of faintness. I myself and the others of my people will look to that if it is permitted. It is permitted, said Kim more loftily than ever. Holy One, these people will bring us food. The land is good, all the country of the south is good, a great and a terrible world, mumbled the lama drowsily. Let him sleep, said Kim, but look to it that we are well fed when he wakes. He is a very holy man. Again one of the Urias said something contemptuously. He is not a fakir, he is not a down-country beggar, Kim went on severely, addressing the stars. He is the most holy of holy men, he is above all castes, I am his Keela. Come here, said the flat, thin voice behind the curtain, and Kim came conscious that eyes he could not see were staring at him. One skinny brown finger, heavy with rings, lay on the edge of the cart, and the talk went this way. Who is that one? An exceedingly holy one. He comes from far off, he comes from Tibet. Where in Tibet? From behind the snows, from a very far place. He knows the stars, he makes horoscopes, he reads nativities. But he does not do this for money, he does it for kindness and great charity. I am his disciple, I am called also the friend of the stars. Thou art no hillman. Ask him, he will tell thee I was sent to him from the stars to show him an end to his pilgrimage. Humph, consider, brat, that I am an old woman, and not altogether a fool. Lamas I know, and to these I give reverence. But thou art no more a lawful Keela than this my finger is the pole of this wagon. Thou art a casteless Hindu, a bold and unblushing beggar, attached, belike, to the Holy One for the sake of gain. Do we not all work for gain? Kim changed his tone promptly to match that altered voice. I have heard thighs was a bow drawn at a venture. I have heard. What hast thou heard? She snapped, rapping with the finger. Nothing that I well remember, but some talk in the bazaars, which is doubtless a lie, that even Raja Small Hill Rajas. But none the less of good Rajput blood. Assuredly of good blood, that these even sell the more comely of their womenfolk for gain. Down south they sell them to zemindars and such all of Oud. If there be one thing in the world that the Small Hill Rajas deny, it is just this charge. But it happens to be one thing that the bazaars believe when they discuss the mysterious Slava traffics of India. The old lady explained to Kim in a tense, indignant whisper precisely what manner and fashion of malignant liar he was. Had Kim hinted this when she was a girl, he would have been pommeled to death that same evening by an elephant. This was perfectly true. Ahai, I am only a beggar's brat, as the eye of beauty has said, he wailed in extravagant terror. Eye of beauty, forsooth, who am I that thou shouldst fling beggar endearments at me? And yet she laughed at the long-forgotten word 40 years ago that might have been said, and not without truth, 30 years ago. But it is the fault of this gadding up and down hind that a king's widow must jostle all the scum of the land and be made a mock by beggars. Great queen, said Kim promptly, for he heard her shaking with indignation. I am even what the great queen says I am, but none the less is my master holy. He has not yet heard the great queen's order. That order I order, a holy one, a teacher of the lotto, come and speak to a woman, never. Pity my stupidity, I thought it was given as an order. It was not, it was a petition. Does this make all clear? A silver coin clicked on the edge of the cart. Kim took it and salaamed profoundly. The old lady recognized that as the eyes and the ears of the lama, he was to be propitiated. I am but the Holy One's disciple. When he has eaten, perhaps he will come. O villain and shameless rogue! The jeweled forefinger shook itself at him reprovingly, but he could hear the old lady's chuckle. Nay, what is it? He said, dropping into his most caressing and confidential tone, one he well knew that few could resist. Isis, there any need of a son in thy family? Speak freely, for we priests, that last was a direct plagiarism from a fatwa by the Taksali gate. We priests, thou art not yet old enough to. She checked the joke with another laugh. Believe me now and again, we women, O priest, think of other matters than sons. Moreover, my daughter has borne her manchild. 2 arrows in the quiver are better than 1, and 3 are better still. Kim quoted the proverb with a meditative cough, looking discreetly earthward. True, true, but perhaps that will come. Certainly, those downcountry Brahmins are utterly useless. I sent gifts, and monies and gifts again to them, and they prophesied. Ah, drawled Kim with infinite contempt, they prophesied. A professional could have done no better. And it was not till I remembered my own gods that my prayers were heard. I chose an auspicious hour, and perhaps thy Holy One has heard of the abbot of the Lung Cho Lamasery. It was to him I put the matter, and behold, in the due time, all came about as I desired. The Brahmin in the house of the father of my daughter's son has since said that it was through his prayer, which is a little error that I will explain to him when we reach our journey's end. And so afterwards I go to Bodh Gaya to make shraddha for the father of my children. Thither go we. Doubly auspicious, cheer up the old lady, a second son at least. O friend of all the world, the lama had waked, and simply as a child bewildered, in a strange bed called for Kim. I come, Holy One. He dashed to the fire, where he found the lama already surrounded by dishes of food, the hillmen visibly adoring him, and the southerners looking sourly. Go back, withdraw, Kim cried. Do we eat publicly like dogs? They finished the meal in silence. Each turned a little from the other, and Kim topped it with a native-made cigarette. Have I not said 100 times that the South is a good land? Here is a virtuous and highborn widow of a hill Raja on pilgrimage. She says to Buddha Gay, it is sends us those dishes, and when thou art well rested, she would speak to thee. Is this also thy work? The Lama dipped deep into his snuff-gourd. Who else watched over thee since our wonderful journey began? Kim's eyes danced in his head as he blew the rank smoke through his nostrils and stretched him on the dusty ground. Have I failed to oversee thy comforts, Holy One? A blessing on thee. The Lama inclined his solemn head. I have known many men in my so long life, and disciples, not a few, but to none among men. If so be thou art woman-born, has my heart gone out, as it has to thee, thoughtful, wise, and courteous, but something of a small imp. And I have never seen such a priest as thou. Kim considered the benevolent yellow face. Wrinkle by wrinkle, it is less than 3 days since we took the road together, and it is as though it were 100 years. Perhaps in a former life it was permitted that I should have rendered thee some service. Maybe smiled I freed thee from a trap, or having caught thee on a hook in the days when I was not enlightened, cast thee back into the river. Maybe, said Kim quietly. He had heard this sort of speculation again and again from the mouths of many whom the English would not consider imaginative. Now, as regards that woman in the bullock cart, I think she needs a second son for her daughter. That is no part of the way, sighed the Lama, but at least she is from the hills. Ah, the hills, and the snow of the hills. He rose and stalked to the cart. Kim would have given his ears to come too, but the Lama did not invite him, and the few words he caught were in an unknown tongue, for they spoke some common speech of the mountains. The woman seemed to ask questions which the Lama turned over in his mind. Before answering, now and again, he heard the sing-song cadence of a Chinese quotation. It was a strange picture that Kim watched between drooped eyelids. The Lama, very straight and erect, the deep folds of his yellow clothing slashed with black in the light of the Paro fires, precisely as a knotted tree trunk is slashed, with the shadows of the low sun addressed a tinsel and lacquered roof, which burned like a many-colored jewel in the same. Uncertain light the patterns on the gold-worked curtains ran up and down, melting and reforming as the folds shook and quivered to the night wind. And when the talk grew more earnest, the jeweled forefinger snapped out little sparks of light between the embroideries behind the cart, was a wall of uncertain darkness, speckled with little flames and alive with half-caught forms and faces and shadows. The voices of early evening had settled down to one soothing hum, whose deepest note was the steady chumping of the bullocks above their chopped straw, and whose highest was the tinkle of a Bengali dancing girl's sitar. Most men had eaten, and pulled deep at their gurgling, grunting hookahs, which in full blast sound like bullfrogs. At last the lama returned. A hillman walked behind him with a wadded cotton quilt, and spread it carefully by the fire. She deserves 10,000 grandchildren, thought Kim none the less, but for me those gifts would not have come. A virtuous woman and a wise one, the lama slackened off joint by joint like a slow camel. The world is full of charity to those who follow the way. He flung a fair half of the quilt over Kim. And what said she? Kim rolled up in his share of it. She asked me many questions and propounded many problems, most of which were idle tales, which she had heard from devil-serving priests who pretend to follow the way. Some I answered, and some I said were foolish. Many wear the robe, but few keep the way. True, that is true. Kim used the thoughtful, conciliatory tone of those who wish to draw confidences. But by her lights, she is most right-minded. She desires greatly that we should go with her to Bodh Gaya, her road being ours, as I understand, for many days' journey to the southward. And patience a little to this, I said that my search came before all things. She had heard many foolish legends, but this great truth of my river she had never heard. Such are the priests of the lower hills. She knew the abbot of Lung Cho, but she did not know of my riverner, the tale of the era. And I spoke therefore of the search and of the way and of matters that were profitable, she desiring only that I should accompany her and make prayer for a second son. Aha, we women do not think of anything save children, said Kim sleepily. Now since our roads run together for a while, I do not see that we in any way depart from our search. If so be we accompany her, at least as far as I have forgotten the name of the city. Oh, said Kim, turning and speaking in a sharp whisper to one of the Urias a few yards away, where is your master's house? A little behind Saharanpur, among the fruit gardens. He named the village. That was the place, said the lama. So far at least we can go with her. Flies go to carrion, said the Uriya in an abstracted voice. For the sick cow, a crow for the sick man, a Brahmin. Kim breathed the proverb impersonally to the shadow tops of the trees overhead. The Uriya grunted and held his peace. So then we go with her, Holy One. Is there any reason against I can still step aside and try all the rivers that the road overpasses? She desires that I should come. She very greatly desires it. Kim stifled a laugh in the quilt when once that imperious old lady had recovered from her natural awe of a lama. He thought it probable that she would be worth listening to. He was nearly asleep when the lama suddenly quoted a proverb, "The husbands of the talkative have a great reward hereafter." Then Kim heard him snuff thrice and dozed off, still laughing. The diamond-bright dawn woke men and crows and bullocks together. Kim sat up and yawned, shook himself, and thrilled with delight. This was seeing the world in real truth. This was life, as he would have it, bustling and shouting, the buckling of belts and beating of bullocks, and creaking of wheels, lighting of fires and cooking of food, and new sights at every turn of the approving eye. The morning mist swept off. In a wall of silver, the parrots shot away to some distant river in shrieking green hosts. All the well-wheels within earshot went to work. India was awake, and Kim was in the middle of it, more awake and more excited than anyone, chewing on a twig that he would presently use as a toothbrush, for he borrowed right and left-handedly from all the customs of the country he knew and loved. There was no need to worry about food, no need to spend a cowrie at the crowded stalls. He was the disciple of a holy man, annexed by a strong-willed old lady. All things would be prepared for them. and when they were respectfully invited, so to do they would sit and eat for the rest. Kim giggled here, as he cleaned his teeth. His hostess would rather heighten the enjoyment of the road. He inspected her bullocks critically as they came up, grunting and blowing under the yokes. If they went too fast it was not likely there would be a pleasant seat for himself. Along the pole, the lama would sit beside the driver. The escort, of course, would walk. The old lady, equally of course, would talk a great deal. And by what he had heard, that conversation would not lack salt. She was already ordering, haranguing, rebuking, and it must be said, cursing her servants for delays. Get her pipe in the name of the gods, get her pipe, and stop her almond mouth, cried an Uriah, tying up his shapeless bundles of bedding. She and the parrots are alike, they screech in the dawn. The lead bullocks, high looked to the lead bullocks. They were backing and wheeling as a graincart's axle caught them by the horns. Son of an owl, where dost thou go? This to the grinning carter. Ai, that within there is the Queen of Delhi going to pray for a son. The man called back over his high load, room for the Queen of Delhi and her prime minister, the grey monkey, climbing up his own sword. Another cart, loaded with bark for a down-country tannery, followed close behind, and its driver added a few compliments as the Ruth bullocks backed and backed again. From behind the shaking curtains came one volley of invective. It did not last long, but in kind and quality, in blistering, biting appropriateness. It was beyond anything that even Kim had heard. He could see the carter's bare chest collapse with amazement as the man salaamed reverently to the voice, leaped from the pole, and helped the escort haul their volcano onto the main road. Here the voice told him truthfully what sort of wife he had wedded and what she was doing in his absence. "Oh, shabash," murmured Kim, unable to contain himself, as the man slunk away. "Well done indeed. It is a shame and a scandal that a poor woman may not go to make prayer to her gods, except she be jostled and insulted by all the refuse of Hindustan, that she must eat golly abuse as men eat guy. But I have yet a wag left to my tongue, a word or two well spoken that serves the occasion. And still am I without my tobacco, who is the one-eyed and luckless son of shame that has not yet prepared my pipe." It was hastily thrust in by a hillman, and a trickle of thick smoke from each corner of the curtains showed that peace was restored. If Kim had walked proudly the day before, disciple of a holy man, today he paced with tenfold pride in the train of a semi-royal procession, with a recognized place under the patronage of an old lady of charming manners and infinite resource. The escort, their heads tied up native fashion, fell in on either side, the cart shuffling enormous clouds of dust. The lama and Kim walked a little to one side, Kim chewing his stick of sugar cane and making way for no one under the status of a priest. They could hear the old lady's tongue clack as steadily as a rice husker. She bade the escort tell her what was going on the road. And so soon as they were clear of the parro, she flung back the curtains and peered out her veil a third across her face. Her men did not eye her directly when she addressed them, and thus the proprieties were more or less observed. A dark, sallowish district superintendent of police, faultlessly uniformed, an Englishman, trotted by on a tired horse, and seeing from her retinue what manner of person she was, chaffed her. "Oh, mother," he cried, "do they do this in the zananas? Suppose an Englishman came by and saw that thou hast no nose." What she shrilled back, "Then own mother has no nose, why say so then on the open road?" It was a fair counter. The Englishman threw up his hand with the gesture of a man hit at swordplay. She laughed and nodded. "Is this a face to tempt virtue?" Aside she withdrew all her veil and stared at him. It was by no means lovely, but as the man gathered up his reins, he called it a moon of paradise, a disturber of integrity, and a few other fantastic epithets which doubled her up with mirth. "That is a nutcut rogue," she said. "All police constables are nutcuts, but the police swallers are the worst. Hi, my son, thou hast never learned all that since thou camest from belate Europe, who suckled thee. A Paharina hillwoman of Dalhousie, my mother, keep thy beauty under a shado dispenser of delights," and he was gone. "These be the sort," she took a fine judicial tone and stuffed her mouth with pan, "these be the sort to oversee justice. They know the land and the customs of the land. The others all new from Europe, suckled by white women, and learning our tongues from books, are worse than they. Pestilence, they do harm to kings." Then she told a long, long tale to the world at large of an ignorant young policeman who had disturbed some small hill, Roger a ninth cousin of her own, in the matter of a trivial land case, winding up with a quotation from a work by no means devotional. Then her mood changed, and she bade one of the escort ask whether the lama would walk alongside and discuss matters of religion, so Kim dropped back into the dust and returned to his sugarcane for an hour or more. The lama's tam-o-shanter showed like a moon through the haze, and from all he heard, Kim gathered that the old woman wept one of the Urias half apologized for his rudeness overnight, saying that he had never known his mistress of so bland a temper, and he ascribed it to the presence of the strange priest. Personally, he believed in Brahmins, though like all natives, he was acutely aware of their cunning and their greed still when Brahmins, but irritated with begging, demands the mother of his master's wife, and when she sent them away so angry that they cursed the whole retinue, which was the real reason of the second offside bullock going lame, and of the pole breaking the night, before he was prepared to accept any priest of any other denomination in or out of India to this. Kim assented with wise nods, and bade the Uriya observe that the lama took no money, and that the cost of his and Kim's food would be repaid 100 times. The good luck that would attend the caravan henceforward. He also told stories of Lahore city, and sang a song or two which made the escort laugh, as a town mouse, well acquainted with the latest songs by the most fashionable composers. The are women for the most part. Kim had a distinct advantage over men from a little fruit village behind Saharanpur, but he let that advantage be inferred. At noon they turned aside to eat, and the meal was good, plentiful, and well served, on plates of clean leaves in decency out of drift of the dust. They gave the scraps to certain beggars that all requirements might be fulfilled, and sat down to a long luxurious smoke. The old lady had retreated behind her curtains, but mixed most freely in the talk, her servants arguing with and contradicting her as servants do throughout the East. She compared the cool and the pines of the Kangra and Kulu hills with the dust and the mangoes of the south. She told a tale of some old local gods at the edge of her husband's territory. She roundly abused the tobacco, which she was then smoking, reviled all Brahmins, and speculated without reserve on the coming of many grandsons. Chapter 5. Here come I to my own again, fed, forgiven, and known again, claimed by bone of my bone again, and sib to flesh of my flesh. The fatted calf is dressed for me, but the husks have greater zest for me. I think my pigs will be best for me. So I am off to the styes afresh. The prodigal son. Once more the lazy, stringed, shuffling procession got under way, and she slept till they reached the next halting stage. It was a very short march, and time lacked an hour to sundown, so Kim cast about for means of amusement. But why not sit and rest, said one of the escort. Only the devils and the English walk to and fro without reason. Never make friends with the devil, a monkey, or a boy. No man knows what they will do next, said his fellow. Kim turned a scornful back, did not want to hear the old story, how the devil played with the boys, and repented of it, and walked idly across country. The lama strode after him all that day. Whenever they passed a stream he had turned aside to look at it, but in no case had he received any warning that he had found his river insensibly to the comfort of speaking to someone in a reasonable tongue, and of being properly considered and respected as her spiritual adviser by a well-born woman, had weaned his thoughts a little from the search, and further, he was prepared to spend serene years in his quest, having nothing of the white man's impatience, but a great faith. Where goest thou? He called after Kim. Nohithur, it was a small march, and all this Kim waved his hands abroad. Is new to me. She is beyond question a wise and a discerning woman, but it is hard to meditate when all women are thus. Kim spoke as might have Solomon. Before the lamasery was a broad platform. The lama muttered, looping up the well-worn rosary of stone, on that I have left the marks of my feet pacing to and fro with these. He clicked the beads, and began the Om Main Padme hum of his devotion, grateful for the cool, the quiet, and the absence of dust. One thing after another drew Kim's idle eye across the plain. There was no purpose in his wanderings, except that the build of the huts near by seemed new, and he wished to investigate. They came out on a broad tract of grazing ground, brown and purple in the afternoon light, with a heavy clump of mangoes in the center. It struck Kim as curious that no shrine stood in so eligible a spot. The boy was observing as any priest for these things. Far across the plain walked side by side 4 men made small by the distance. He looked intently under his curved palms and caught the sheen of brass. "Soldiers, white soldiers," said he, "let us see." "It is always soldiers when thou and I go out alone together, but I have never seen the white soldiers. They do no harm, except when they are drunk. Keep behind this tree." They stepped behind the thick trunks in the cool dark of the manga tope. 2 little figures halted, the other 2 came forward uncertainly. They were the advance party of a regiment on the march, sent out as usual to mark the camp. They bore 5-foot sticks with fluttering flags and called to each other as they spread over the flat earth. At last they entered the manga grove, walking heavily. "It's here or hereabouts, officers' tents under the trees. I take it, and the rest of us can stay outside. Have they marked out for the baggage wagons behind?" They cried again to their comrades in the distance, and the rough answer came back faint and mellowed. "Shove the flag in here," then said one. "What do they prepare?" said the lama, wonder-struck. "This is a great and terrible world. What is the device on the flag?" A soldier thrust a stave within a few feet of them, grunted discontentedly, pulled it up again, conferred with his companion, who looked up and down the shaded cave of greenery, and returned it. Kim stared with all his eyes, his breath coming short and sharp between his teeth. The soldiers stamped off into the sunshine. "O Holy One," he gasped, "my horoscope, the drawing in the dust. By the priest at Umballa, remember what he said first, come to Ferracesto, make all things ready in a dark place, as it is always at the beginning of a vision." "But this is not vision," said the lama, "it is the world's illusion, and no more. And after them comes the bull, the red bull on the green field. Look, it is he." He pointed to the flag that was snapping in the evening breeze, not 10 feet away. It was no more than an ordinary camp marking flag, but the regiment, always punctilious in matters of millinery, had charged it with the regimental device, the red bull, which is the crest of the Mavericks, great red bull on a background of Irish green. "I see, and now I remember," said the lama. "Certainly, it is thy bull, certainly. Also the 2 men came to make all ready. They are soldiers, white soldiers." "What," said the priest, "the sign over against the bull is the sign of war and armed men. Holy One, this thing touches my search." "True, it is true." The lama stared fixedly at the device that flamed like a ruby in the dusk. "The priest at Umballa said that thine was the sign of war. What is to do now?" "Wait, let us wait." "Even now the darkness clears," said Kim. It was only natural that the descending sun should at last strike through the tree trunks across the grove, filling it with mealy gold light for a few minutes. But to Kim, it was the crown of the Umballa Brahman's prophecy. "Hark," said the lama, "one beats a drum far off." At first the sound, carrying diluted through the still air, resembled the beating of an artery in the head. Soon a sharpness was added. "Ah, the music," Kim explained. He knew the sound of a regimental band, but it amazed the lama. At the far end of the plain, a heavy, dusty column crawled in sight. Then the wind brought the tune. "We crave your condescension to tell you what we know of marching in the Mulligan Guards to Sligo port below. Here broke in the shrill-tongued fifes. We shouldered arms. We marched away from Nix Park. We marched to Dublin Bay. The drums and the fifes, oh sweetly they did play, as we marched with the Mulligan Guards." It was the band of the Mavericks, playing the regiment to camp, for the men were routemarking with their baggage. The rippling column swung into the level carts behind it, divided left and right, ran about like an anthill and... "But this is sorcery," said the lama. The plain dotted itself with tents that seemed to rise, all spread from the carts. Another rush of men invaded the grove, pitched a huge tent in silence, ran up yet 8 or 9 more by the side of it, unearthed cooking pots, pans, and bundles, which were taken possession of by a crowd of native servants, and behold, the Mangatope turned into an orderly town as they watched. "Let us go," said the lama, sinking back afraid, as the fires twinkled and white officers, with jingling swords, stalked into the mestant. "Stand back in the shadow, no one can see beyond the light of a fire," said Kim, his eyes still on the flag. He had never before watched the routine of a seasoned regiment pitching camp in 30 minutes. "Look, look, look," clucked the lama, "yonder comes a priest." It was Bennett, the Church of England chaplain of the regiment, limping in dusty black. One of his flock had made some rude remarks about the chaplain's mettle, and to abash him, Bennett had marched step by step with the men that day. The black dress, gold cross on the watch chain, the hairless face, and the soft black wide-awake hat would have marked him as a holy man anywhere in all India. He dropped into a camp chair by the door of the mestant and slid off his boots. 3 or 4 officers gathered round him, laughing and joking over his exploit. "The talk of white men is wholly lacking in dignity," said the lama, who judged only by tone, "but I considered the countenance of that priest, and I think he has learned. Is it likely that he will understand our talk? I would talk to him of my search." "Never speak to a white man till he is fed," said Kim, quoting a well-known proverb. "They will eat now, and I do not think they are good to beg from. Let us go back to the resting place. After we have eaten we will come again." It certainly was a Red Bull. They were both noticeably absent-minded when the old lady's retinue set their meal before them, so none broke their reserve, for it is not lucky to annoy guests. "Now," said Kim, picking his teeth, "we will return to that place, but thou, O Holy One, must wait a little way off, because thy feet are heavier than mine, and I am anxious to see more of that Red Bull." "But how canst thou understand the talk? Walk slowly. The road is dark," the lama replied uneasily. Kim put the question aside. "I marked a place near to the trees," said he, "where thou canst sit till I call, nay," as the lama made some sort of protest. "Remember, this is my search for my Red Bull. The sign in the stars was not for the eye. Know a little of the customs of white soldiers, and I always desire to see some new things." "What dost thou not know of this world?" The lama squatted obediently in a little hollow of the ground, not 100 yards from the hump of the manga trees, dark against the star-powdered sky. "Stay till I call." Kim flitted into the dusk. He knew that in all probability there would be sentries round the camp, and smiled to himself as he heard the thick boots of one a boy who can dodge over the roofs of Lahore city on a moonlight night, using every little patch and corner of darkness to discomfort his pursuer, is not likely to be checked by a line of well-trained soldiers. He paid them the compliment of crawling between a couple, and running and halting, crouching and dropping flat, worked his way toward the lighted mestant, where, close pressed behind the manga tree, he waited till some chance word should give him a returnable lead. The one thing now in his mind was further information as to the Red Bull. For aught he knew, and Kim's limitations were as curious and sudden as his expansions, the men, the 900 thorough devils of his father's prophecy, might pray to the beast after dark, as Hindus pray to the holy cow. That at least would be entirely right and logical, and the padre with the gold cross would be therefore the man to consult in the matter. On the other hand, remembering sober-faced padres whom he had avoided in Lahore city, the priest might be an inquisitive nuisance who would bid him learn. But had it not been proven at Umballa that his sign in the high heavens portended war and armed men, was he not the friend of the stars, as well as of all the world, crammed to the teeth with dreadful secrets? Lastly and firstly, as the undercurrent of all his quick thoughts, Thai's adventure, though he did not know the English word, was a stupendous, larka, delightful continuation of his old flights across the housetops, as well as the fulfillment of sublime prophecy. He lay belly-flat and wriggled towards the mestant door, a hand on the amulet round his neck. It was as he suspected. The sahibs prayed to their god, for in the center of the mestable, its sole ornament, when they were on the line of march, stood a golden bull, fashioned from old-time loot of the summer palace at Pekin, a red gold bull, with lowered head, ramping upon a field of Irish green. To him, the sahibs held out their glasses and cried aloud confusedly, Now the Reverend Arthur Bennett always left mess after that toast, and being rather tired by his march, his movements were more abrupt than usual. Kim, with slightly raised head, was still staring at his totem on the table, when the chaplain stepped on his right shoulder blade. Kim flinched under the leather, and rolling sideways brought down the chaplain, who ever a man of action, caught him by the throat, and nearly choked the life out of him. Kim then kicked him desperately in the stomach. Mr. Bennett gasped and doubled up, but without relaxing his grip rolled over again, and silently hauled Kim to his own tent. The Mavericks were incurable practical jokers, and it occurred to the Englishman that silence was best till he had made complete inquiry. "Why, it's a boy," he said, as he drew his prize under the light of the tent-pole lantern. Then, shaking him severely, cried, "What were you doing? You're a thief." Chor Malam. His Hindustani was very limited, and the ruffled and disgusted Kim intended to keep to the character laid down for him as he recovered his breath. He was inventing a beautifully plausible tale of his relations to some scullion, and at the same time keeping a keen eye on and a little under the chaplain's left armpit. The chance came he ducked for the doorway, but a long arm shot out and clutched at his neck, snapping the amulet string and closing on the amulet. "Give it me, oh, give it me. Is it lost? Give me the papers." The words were in English, a tinny socket English of the native Ebrid, and the chaplain jumped. "A scapular," said he, opening his hand. "No, some sort of heathen charm. Wiwi. Do you speak English? Little boys who steal are beaten, you know that." "I do not. I did not steal." Kim danced in agony like a terrier at a lifted stick. "Oh, give it me. It is my charm. Do not thieve it from me." The chaplain took no heed, but going to the tent door called aloud. A fattish, clean-shaven man appeared. "I want your advice, Father Victor," said Bennett. "I found this boy in the dark outside the mess tent. Ordinarily, I should have chastised him and let him go because I believe him to be a thief. But it seems he talks English, and he attaches some sort of value to a charm round his neck. I thought perhaps you might help me." Between himself and the Roman Catholic chaplain of the Irish contingent lay, as Bennett believed, an unbridgeable gulf. But it was noticeable that whenever the Church of England dealt with a human problem, she was very likely to call in the Church of Rome Bennett's official abhorrence of the Scarlet Woman, and all her ways was only equaled by his private respect for Father Victor. "A thief talking English, is it? Let's look at his charm. No, it's not a scapular." Bennett, he held out his hand. "But have we any right to open it?" A sound whipping. "I did not thieve," protested Kim. "You have hit me kicks all over my body. Now give me my charm, and I will go away." "Not quite so fast." "Well, look first," said Father Victor, leisurely rolling out poor Kimball O'Hara's ni veriter parchment, his clearance certificate, and Kim's baptismal certificate on this last. O'Harawith, some confused idea that he was doing wonders for his son, had scrawled scores of times, "Look after the boy, please look after the boy," sending his name and regimental number in full. "Powers of darkness below," said Father Victor, passing all over to Mr. Bennett. "Do you know what these things are?" "Yes," said Kim, "they are mine, and I want to go away." "I do not quite understand," said Mr. Bennett. "He probably brought them on purpose. It may be a begging trick of some kind. I never saw a beggar less anxious to stay with his company. Then there's the makings of a gay mystery. Here, ye believe in Providence, Bennett?" "I hope so." "Well, I believe in miracles, so it comes to the same thing. Powers of darkness, Kimball O'Hara and his son. But then he's a native, and I saw Kimball married myself to Annie Shott." "How long have you had these things, boy?" "Ever since I was a little baby." Father Victor stepped forward quickly and opened the front of Kim's upper garment. "You see, Bennett, he's not very black. What's your name?" "Kim. Or Kimball. Perhaps. Will you let me go away?" "What else?" "They call me Kim Rishti Kai. That is Kim of the Rishti." "What is that, Rishti?" "Irishti. That was the regiment me father's." "Irish. Oh, I see." "Yes, that was how my father told me. My father, he has lived." "Has lived where?" "Has lived, of course. He is dead. Gone out." "Oh, that's your abrupt way of putting it, is it?" Bennett interrupted. "It is possible I have done the boy an injustice. He is certainly white, though evidently neglected. I am sure I must have bruised him, I do not think spirits. Get him a glass of sherry then, and let him squat on the cot. Now Kim, continued Father Victor, no one is going to hurt you. Drink that down, and tell us about yourself the truth, if you've no objection. Kim coughed a little as he put down the empty glass, and considered this seemed a time for caution and fancy. Small boys who prowl about camps are generally turned out after a whipping, but he had received no stripes. The amulet was evidently working in his favor, and it looked as though the Umballa horoscope and the few words that he could remember of his father's maunderings fitted in most miraculously. Else, why did the fat padre seem so impressed, and why the glass of hot yellow drink from the lean one? My father, he is dead in Lahore City. Since I was very little, the woman she kept cabaret shop near where the Hirecriges are. Kim began with a plunge, not quite sure how far the truth would serve him. Your mother? Knoweth, a gesture of disgust. She went out when I was born. My father, he got these papers from the Jadugar. What do you call that? Bennett nodded. Because he was in good standing. What do you call that again? Bennett nodded. My father told me that he said too. And also the Brahmin who made the drawing in the dust at Umballa 2 days ago. He said that I shall find a red bull on a green field, and that the bull shall help me. A phenomenal little liar, muttered Bennett. Powers of darkness, below, what a country, murmured Father Victor. Go on, Kim. I did not thieve. Besides, I am just now disciple of a very holy man. He is sitting outside. We saw 2 men come with flags, making the place ready. That is always so in a dream, or on account of prophecy. So I knew it was come true. I saw the red bull on the green field, and my father, he said 900 pukka devils, and the colonel riding on a horse, will look after you when you find the red bull. I did not know what to do when I saw the bull, but I went away, and I came again. When it was dark I wanted to see the bull again, and I saw the bull again, with Theth Sahibs praying to it. I think the bull shall help me. The holy man said so too. He is sitting outside. Will you hurt him if I call him a shout now? He is very holy. He can witness to all the things I say, and he knows I am not a thief. Sahibs praying to a bull, what in the world do you make of that? Said Bennett, disciple of a holy man. Is the boy mad? It's O'Hara's boy, sure enough. O'Hara's boy, legged with all the powers of darkness. It's very much what his father would have done if he was drunk. Wed, better invite the holy man, he may know something. He does not know anything, said Kim. I will show you him if you come. He is my master. Then afterwards we can go. Powers of darkness was all that Father Victor could say as Bennett marched off with a firm hand on Kim's shoulder. They found the lama where he had dropped. The search is at an end for me, shouted Kim in the vernacular. I have found the bull, but God knows what comes next. They will not hurt you. Come to the fat priest's tent with this thin man, and see the end. It is all new, and they cannot talk Hindi. They are only uncurried donkeys. Then it is not well to make a jest of their ignorance. The Lama returned. I am glad, if thou art, rejoiced Keela. Dignified and unsuspicious, he strode into the little tent, saluted the churches as a churchman, and sat down by the open charcoal brazier. The yellow lining of the tent, reflected in the lamplight, made his face red gold. Bennett looked at him with the triple-arranged uninterest of the creed that lumps 9/10 of the world under the title of heathen. And what was the end of the search? What gift has the Red Bull brought? The Lama addressed himself to Kim. He says, what are you going to do? Bennett was staring uneasily at Father Victor, and Kim for his own ends took upon himself the office of interpreter. I do not see what concern this Fakwa has with the boy who is probably his dupe or his confederate. Bennett began. We cannot allow an English boy, assuming that he is the son of a Mason. The sooner he goes to the Masonic orphanage, the better. Ah, that's your opinion as secretary to the regimental lodge, said Father Victor, but we might as well tell the old man what we are going to do. He doesn't look like a villain. My experience is that one can never fathom the Oriental mind. Now, Kimball, I wish you to tell this man what I say word for word. Kim gathered the import of the next few sentences and began thus. Holy One, the thin fool who looks like a camel, says that I am the son of a sahib. But how? Oh, it is true, I knew it since my birth, but he could only find it out by rending the amulet from my neck and reading all the papers. He thinks that once a sahib is always a sahib, and between the two of them, they purpose to keep me in this regiment or to send me to a madrasa, a school. It has happened before. I have always avoided it. The fat fool is of one mind, and the Carmelite one of another. But that is no odds. I may spend one night here, and perhaps the next. It has happened before. Then I will run away and return to thee. But tell them that thou art my Keela. Tell them how thou didst come to me when I was faint and bewildered. Tell them of our search, and they will surely let thee go now. I have already told them. They laugh, and they talk of the police. What are you saying? Asked Mr. Bennet. Oh, he only says that if you do not let me go, it will stop him in his business. He's urgent private affairs. This last was a reminiscence of some talk with a Eurasian clerk in the canal department, but it only drew a smile which nettled him, and if you did know what his business was, you would not be in such a beastly hurry to interfere. What is it then? Said Father Victor, not without feeling, as he watched the lama's face. There is a river in this country which he wishes to find so very much. It was put out by an arrow, which Kim tapped his foot impatiently, as he translated in his own mind from the vernacular to his clumsy English. Oh, it was made by our Lord God Buddha, you know, and if you wash there, you are washed away from all your sins, and made as white as cotton wool. Kim had heard mission talk in his time. I am his disciple, and we must find that river. It is so very valuable to us. Say that again, said Bennet. Kim obeyed with amplifications. But this is gross blasphemy, cried the Church of England. TCK, TCK, said Father Victor sympathetically. Id give a good deal to be able to talk the vernacular. A river that washes away sin. And how long have you two been looking for it? Oh, many days now. We wish to go away and look for it again. It is not here, you see. I see, said Father Victor gravely, but he can't go on in that old man's company. It would be different. Kim, if you are not a soldier's son, tell him that the regiment will take care of you and make you as good a man as you're as good a man as can be. Tell him that if he believes in miracles, he must believe that. There is no need to play on his credulity, Bennet interrupted. I am doing no such thing. He must believe that the boy's coming here to his own regiment in search of his Red Bull is in the nature of a miracle. Consider the chances against it, Bennet. This one boy in all India, and our regiment of all others on the line. Oh, march for him to meet with. It's predestined on the face of it. Yes, tell him it's kismet, kismet malam. Do you understand? He turned towards the lama, to whom he might as well have talked of Mesopotamia. They say the old man's eye lighted at Kim's speech. They say that the meaning of my horoscope is now accomplished, and that being led back, though, as thou knowest, I went out of curiosity to these people, and their Red Bull, I must needs go to madrasa and be turned into a sahib. Now I make pretense of agreement, for at the worst it will be but a few meals eaten away from thee. Then I will slip away and follow down the road to Saharanpur. Therefore, Holy One, keep with that Kulu woman and no account stray far from her cart, till I come again past question. My sign is of war and of armed men. See how they have given me wine to drink and set me upon a bed of honor. My father must have been some great person, so if they raise me to honor among them, good. If not, good again. However it goes, I will run back to thee when I am tired, but stay with the Rajputni, or I shall miss thy feet. Oh yes, said the boy, I have told him everything you tell me to say, and I cannot see any need why he should wait, said Bennet, feeling in his trouser pocket. We can investigate the details later, and I will give him a rue. Give him time, maybe he's fond of the lad, said Father Victor, half arresting the clergyman's motion. The lama dragged forth his rosary and pulled his huge hat brim over his eyes. What can he want now? He says, Kim put up one hand, he says, be quiet, he wants to speak to me by himself. You see, you do not know one little word of what he says, and I think if you talk, he will perhaps give you very bad curses when he takes those beads like that. You see, he always wants to be quiet. The two Englishmen sat overwhelmed, but there was a look in Bennet's eye that promised ill for Kim when he should be relaxed to the religious arm. A sahib and the son of a sahib. The lama's voice was harsh with pain, but no white man knows the land and the customs of the land, as thou knowest. How comes it? This is true. What matter, Holy One, but remember it is only for a night or two. Remember, I can change swiftly. It will all be as it was when I first spoke to the under Zam Zama, the great gun. As a boy in the dress of white menwen, I first went to the wonder house, and a second time thou wast a Hindu, what shall the third incarnation be? He chuckled drearily. Akela, thou hast done a wrong to an old man, because my heart went out to thee, and mine to thee, but how could I know that the Red Bull would bring me to this business? The Lama covered his face afresh, and nervously rattled the rosary. Kim squatted beside him and laid hold upon a fold of his clothing. Now it is understood that the boy is a sahib, he went on in a muffled tone, such a sahib as was he who kept the images in the wonder house. The Lama's experience of white men was limited. He seemed to be repeating a lesson. So then it is not seemly that he should do other than as the sahibs do. He must go back to his own people. For a day and a night and a day, Kim pleaded. No, you don't. Father Victor saw Kim edging towards the door and interposed a strong leg. I do not understand the customs of white men. The priest of the images in the wonder house in Lahore was more courteous than the thin one here. This boy will be taken from me. They will make a sahib of my disciple. Woe to me! How shall I find my river? Have they no disciples? Ask. He says he is very sorry that he cannot find the river now any more. He says, why have you no disciples? And stop bothering him. He wants to be washed of his sins. Neither Bennett nor Father Victor found any answer ready. Said Kim in English, distressed for the Lama's agony, I think, if you will let me go now, we will walk away quietly, and not steal. We will look for that river like before I was caught. I wish I did not come here to find the Red Bull, and all that sort of thing. I do not want it. It's the very best day's work you ever did for yourself, young man, said Bennett. Good heavens, I don't know how to console him, said Father Victor, watching the Lama intently. He can't take the boy away with him. And yet he's a good man. I'm sure he's a good man, Bennett. If you give him that rupee, hell curse you root and branch. They listened to each other's breathing 3 full minutes. Then the Lama raised his head and looked forth across them into space and emptiness. And I am a follower of the way, he said bitterly. The sin is mine, and the punishment is mine. I made believe to myself, for now I see it was, but make believe that thou wast sent to me to aid in the search. So my heart went out to thee for thy charity, and thy courtesy, and the wisdom of thy little years. But those who follow the way must permit not the fire of any desire or attachment, for that is all illusion, as says he. Quoted an old Chinese text, backed it with another, and reinforced these with a third. I stepped aside from the way, my Keela. It was no fault of thine. I delighted in the sight of life, the new people upon the roads. And in thy joy at seeing these things, I was pleased with thee, who should have considered my search, and my search alone. Now I am sorrowful, because thou art taken away, and my river is far from me. It is the law which I have broken. Powers of darkness below, said Father Victor, who, wise in the confessional, heard the pain in every sentence. I see now that the sign of the Red Bull was a sign for me, as well as for the all desire is redand evil. I will do penance and find my river alone. At least go back to the Kulu woman, said Kim, otherwise thou wilt be lost upon the roads. She will feed thee till I run back to thee. The Lama waved a hand to show that the matter was finally settled in his mind. Nohai's tone altered as he turned to Kim. What will they do with thee? At least I may acquiring merit wipe out past Roman 99. Make me a sahib, so they think the day after tomorrow I return. Do not grieve. Of what sort? Such an one as this or that man. He pointed to Father Victor. Such an one as those I saw this evening, men wearing swords and stamping heavily. Maybe. That is not well. These men follow desire and come to emptiness. Thou must not be of their sort. The Umballa priest said that my star was war. Kim interjected, I will ask these fools, but there is truly no need. I will run away this night, for all I wanted to see the new things. Kim put 2 or 3 questions in English to Father Victor, translating the replies to the Lama. Then he says, you take him from me, and you cannot say what you will make him. He says, tell me before I go, for it is not a small thing to make a child. You will be sent to a school later on. We shall see Kimball. I suppose you'd like to be a soldier. Goralog white folk. Noah. Kim shook his head violently. There was nothing in his composition to which drill and routine appealed. I will not be a soldier. You will be what you're told to be, said Bennett, and you should be grateful that we're going to help you. Kim smiled compassionately. If these men lay under the delusion that he would do anything that he did not fancy, so much the better. Another long silence followed. Bennett fidgeted with impatience and suggested calling a sentry to evict the Fakwa. Do they give or sell learning among the sahibs? Ask them, said the lama, and Kim interpreted. They say that money is paid to the teacher, but that money the regiment will give. What needed is only for a night. And the more money is paid, the better learning is given. The lama disregarded Kim's plans for an early flight. It is no wrong to pay for learning. To help the ignorant to wisdom is always a merit. The rosary clicked furiously as an abacus. Then he faced his oppressors. Ask them for how much money do they give a wise and suitable teaching, and in what city is that teaching given? Well, said Father Victor in English, when Kim had translated, that depends. The regiment would pay for you all the time you are at the military orphanage, or you might go on the Punjab Masonic orphanages list. Not that he or you understand what that means, but the best schooling a boy can get in India is of course at St. Xavier's in Partibus at Lucknow. This took some time to interpret for Bennett, wished to cut it short. He wants to know how much, said Kim placidly. 200 or 300 rupees a year. Father Victor was long past any sense of amazement. Bennett, impatient, did not understand. He says write that name and the money upon a paper and give it him, and he says you must write your name below, because he is going to write a letter in some days to you. He says you are a good man. He says the other man is a fool. He is going away. The lama rose suddenly. I follow my search, he cried, and was gone. Hell run, slap into the sentries, cried Father Victor, jumping up as the lama stalked out. But I can't leave the boy. Kim made swift motion to follow, but checked himself. There was no sound of challenge. Outside, the lama had disappeared. Kim settled himself composedly on the chaplain's cot. At least the lama had promised that he would stay with the Rajput woman from Kulu, and the rest was of the smallest importance. It pleased him that the two padres were so evidently excited. They talked long in undertones, Father Victor urging some scheme on Mr. Bennett, who seemed incredulous. All this was very new and fascinating, but Kim felt sleepy. They called men into the tent. One of them, certainly, was the colonel, as his father had prophesied, and they asked him an infinity of questions, chiefly about the woman who looked after him, all of which Kim answered truthfully. They did not seem to think the woman a good guardian. After all, this was the newest of his experiences. Sooner or later, if he chose, he could escape into great grey formless India, beyond tents and padres and colonels. Meantime, if the sahibs were to be impressed, he would do his best to impress them. He too was a white man. After much talk that he could not comprehend, they handed him over to a sergeant who had strict instructions not to let him escape. The regiment would go on to Umballa, and Kim would be sent up partly at the expense of the lodge, and in part by subscription, to a place called Sanawar. It's miraculous past all whooping, Colonel, said Father Victor, when he had talked without a break for 10 minutes. His Buddhist friend has levanted after taking my name and address. I can't quite make out whether he'll pay for the boy's education, or whether he is preparing some sort of witchcraft on his own account. Then to Kim, you'll live to be grateful to your friend, the Red Bull, yet well make a man of you at Sanawervan at the price, making you a Protestant. Certainly, most certainly, said Bennett. But you will not go to Sanawar, said Kim. But we will go to Sanawar, little man. That's the order of the commander-in-chief, who's a trifle more important than O'Hara's son. You will not go to Sanawar, you will go to the war. There was a shout of laughter from the full tent. When you know your own regiment a trifle better, you won't confuse the line of march with line of battle. Kim, we hope to go to the war sometime. Oh, I know all that. Kim drew his bow again at a venture. If they were not going to the war, at least they did not know what he knew of the talk in the veranda at Umballa. I know you are not at the war now, but I tell you that as soon as you get to Umballa, you will be sent to the war, the new war. It is a war of 8,000 men, besides the guns. That's explicit. Do you add prophecy to your other gifts? Take him along, Sergeant. take up a suit for him from the drums, and take care he doesn't slip through your fingers, who says the age of miracles is gone by. I think ill, go to bed, my poor mind's weakening. At the far end of the camp, silent as a wild animal, an hour later sat Kim, newly washed all over in a horrible stiff suit that rasped his arms and legs. Most amazing young bird, said the sergeant. He turns up in charge of a yellow-headed buck Brahmin priest with his father's lodge certificates round his neck, talking God knows what all of a Red Bull. The buck Brahmin evaporates without explanations, and the boy sets cross-legged on the chaplain's bed, prophesying bloody war to the men at large. India's a wild land for a God-fearing man. Ill, just tie his leg to the tent pole in case hell go through the roof. What did ye say about the war? 8,000 men, besides guns, said Kim. Very soon you will see. Urea Consalin, little imp, lie down between the drums and go to bye-bye. Those two boys will watch your slumbers. Chapter 6. Now I remember, comrades, old playmates on new seas. Wieners we traded orpiment among the savages, 10,000 leagues to southward, and 30 years removed. They knew not noble Valdez, but me they knew and loved. Song of Diego Valdez. Very early in the morning, the white tents came down and disappeared as the Mavericks took a cider road to Umballa. It did not skirt the resting place, and Kim, trudging beside a baggage cart under fire of comments from soldiers' wives, was not so confident as overnight he discovered that he was closely watched. Father Victor on the one side and Mr. Bennett on the other. In the forenoon, the column checked. A camel orderly handed the colonel a letter. He read it and spoke to a major half a mile in the rear. Kim heard a hoarse and joyful clamor rolling down on him through the thick dust. Then someone beat him on the back, crying, "Tell us how ye knew, ye little limb of Satan, father dear. See if ye can make him tell." A pony ranged alongside, and he was hauled on to the priest's saddle-bow. "Now, my son, your prophecy of last night has come true. Our orders are to entrain at Umballa for the front tomorrow." "What is that?" said Kim, for front and entrain were newish words to him. "We are going to the war, as you called it." "Of course, you are going to the war. I said last night." "Ye did, but powers o' darkness, how did ye know?" Kim's eyes sparkled. He shut his lips, nodded his head, and looked unspeakable things. The chaplain moved on through the dust, and private sergeants and subalterns called one another's attention to the boy. The colonel at the head of the column stared at him curiously. It was probably some bazaar rumor, he said, but even then he referred to the paper in his hand. Hang it all, the thing was only decided within the last 48 hours. "Are there many more like you in India?" said Father Victor, "or are you by way o' being a lusus nator?" "Now I have told you," said the boy. "Will you let me go back to my old man? If he has not stayed with that woman from Kulu, I am afraid he will die. By what I saw of him, he's as well able to take care of himself. As you know, ye've brought us luck, and we're goin' to make a man of you. Ill, take ye back to your baggage cart, and ye'll come to me this evening." For the rest of the day, Kim found himself an object of distinguished consideration among a few hundred white men. The story of his appearance in camp, the discovery of his parentage, and his prophecy had lost nothing in the telling. A big, shapeless white woman on a pile of bedding asked him mysteriously whether he thought her husband would come back from the war. Kim reflected gravely and said that he would, and the woman gave him food. In many respects, this big procession that played music at intervals, this crowd that talked and laughed, so easily resembled a festival in Lahore city. So far, there was no sign of hard work, and he resolved to lend the spectacle his patronage. At evening, there came out to meet them bands of music, and played the Mavericks into camp near Umballa railway station. That was an interesting night. Men of other regiments came to visit the Mavericks. The Mavericks went visiting on their own account. Their pickets hurried forth to bring them back, met pickets of strange regiments on the same duty, and after a while the bugles blew madly for more pickets, with officers to control the tumult. The Mavericks had a reputation for liveliness to live up to, but they fell in on the platform next morning in perfect shape and condition, and Kim, left behind with the sick women and boys, found himself shouting farewells excitedly as the trains drew away. Life as a sahib was amusing so far, but he touched it with a cautious hand. Then they marched him back in charge of a drummer boy to empty lime-washed barracks, whose floors were covered with rubbish and string and paper, and whose ceilings gave back his lonely footfall native fashion. He curled himself up on a stripped cot and went to sleep. An angry man stumped down the veranda, woke him up and said he was a schoolmaster. This was enough for Kim, and he retired into his shell. He could just puzzle out the various English police notices in Lahore City, because they affected his comfort, and among the many guests of the woman who looked after him had been a queer German, who painted scenery for the Parsi Traveling Theatre. He told Kim that he had been on the barricades in '48, and therefore at least. That was how it struck Kim he would teach the boy to write in return for food. Kim had been kicked as far as single letters, but did not think well of them. "I do not know anything, go away," said Kim, scenting evil. Hereupon, the man caught him by the ear, dragged him to a room in a far-off wing, where a dozen drummer boys were sitting on forms, and told him to be still. If he could do nothing else, this he managed very successfully. The man explained something or other with white lines on a blackboard for at least half an hour, and Kim continued his interrupted nap. He much disapproved of the present aspect of affairs, for this was the very school and discipline he had spent two-thirds of his young life in avoiding. Suddenly, a beautiful idea occurred to him, and he wondered that he had not thought of it before. The man dismissed them, and first to spring through the veranda into the open sunshine was Kim. "Ere you alt stop," said a high voice at his heels. "I've got to look after you. My orders are not to let you out of my sight. Where are you going?" It was the drummer boy who had been hanging round him all the forenoon, a fat and freckled person of about 14, and Kim loathed him from the soles of his boots to his cap ribbons. "To the bazaar get sweets for you," said Kim after thought. "Well, the bazaar's out o' bounds. If we go there, well, get a dressing down, you come back." "How near can we go?" Kim did not know what bounds meant, but he wished to be polite for the present. "How near? How far you mean? We can go as far as that tree down the road." "Then I will go there." "All right, I ain't goin'. It's too hot. I can watch you from air. It's no good you're running away. If you did, they'd spot you by your clothes. That's regimental stuff you're wearin'. There ain't a picket in Umballa wouldn't eat you back quicker than you started out." This did not impress Kim as much as the knowledge that his raiment would tire him out. If he tried to run, he slouched to the tree at the corner of a bare road leading towards the bazaar, and eyed the natives passing. Most of them were barrack servants of the lowest caste. Kim hailed a sweeper, who promptly retorted with a piece of unnecessary insolence in the natural belief that the European boy could not follow it. The low, quick answer undeceived him. Kim put his fettered soul into it, thankful for the late chance to abuse somebody in the tongue he knew best. "And now go to the nearest letter writer in the bazaar, and tell him to come here. I would write a letter." But what manner of white man's son art thou to need a bazaar letter writer? Is there not a schoolmaster in the barracks? "I in hell is full of the same sort. Do my order, yow you odd. Thy mother was married under a basket servant of Lal Beg." Kim knew the god of the sweepers. "Run on my business, or we will talk again." The sweeper shuffled off in haste. "There is a white boy by the barracks waiting under a tree who is not a white boy," he stammered to the first bazaar letter writer he came across. "He needs thee." "Will he pay?" said the spruce scribe, gathering up his desk and pens and sealing wax all in order. "I do not know. He is not like other boys. Go and see. It is well worth." Kim danced with impatience when the slim young Kayeth hove in sight. As soon as his voice could carry, he cursed him volubly. "First I will take my pay," the letter writer said. "Bad words have made the price higher. But who art thou dressed in that fashion to speak in this fashion?" "Aha, that is in the letter which thou shalt write. Never was such a tale. But I am in no haste. Another writer will serve me. Umballa city is as full of them as is Lahore." "For honors," said the writer, sitting down and spreading his cloth in the shade of a deserted barrack wing. Mechanically, Kim squatted beside him, squatted as only the natives can in spite of the abominable clinging trousers. The writer regarded him sideways. "That is the price to ask of sahibs," said Kim, now fix me a true one. An honor and a half, how do I know, having written the letter, that thou wilt not run away? I must not go beyond this tree, and there is also the stamp to be considered. I get no commission on the price of the stamp. Once more, what manner of white boy art thou? That shall be said in the letter, which is to Mahbub Ali, the horse-dealer in the Kashmir Sarai at Lahore. He is my friend. Wonder on wonder, murmured the letter-writer, dipping a reed in the inkstand, to be written in Hindi. Assuredly to Mahbub Ali, then begin, I have come down with the old man as far as Umballa in the train at Umballa. I carried the news of the bay mare's pedigree after what he had seen in the garden. He was not going to write of white stallions. Slower a little, what has a bay mare to do? Is it Mahbub Ali, the great dealer? Who else? I have been in his service. Take more ink again. As the order was, so I did it. We then went on foot towards Benares, but on the third day we found a certain regiment. Is that down? I Pulton, murmured the writer, all ears. I went into their camp, and was caught, and by means of the charm about my neck, which thou knowest, it was established that I was the son of some man in the regiment, according to the prophecy of the Red Bull, which thou knowest was common talk of our bazaar. Kim waited for this shaft to sink into the letter-writer's heart, cleared his throat, and continued. A priest clothed me, and gave me a new name. One priest, however, was a fool. The clothes are very heavy, but I am a sahib, and my heart is heavy too. They send me to a school, and beat me. I do not like the air and water here. Come then, and help me, Mahbub Ali, or send me some money, for I have not sufficient to pay the writer who writes this. Who writes this? It is my own fault that I was tricked. Thou art as clever as Hussein Bucks, that forged the treasury stamps at Nukhlau. But what a tale, what a tale! Is it true by any chance? It does not profit to tell lies to Mahbub Ali. It is better to help his friends by lending them a stamp. When the money comes, I will repay. The writer grunted doubtfully, but took a stamp out of his desk, sealed the letter, handed it over to Kim, and departed. Mahbub Ali's was a name of power in Umballa. That is the way to win a good account with the gods. Kim shouted after him. Pay me twice over. When the money comes, the man cried over his shoulder. What was you bucking to that nigger about? Said the drummer boy when Kim returned to the veranda. I was watching you. I was only talking to him. You talk the same as a nigger, don't you? Noah, Noah, I only speak a little. What shall we do now? The bugles'll go for dinner in off a minute. My God, I wish I'd gone up to the front with the regiment. It's awful doing nothing but school down air. Don't you hate it? Oh yes. I'd run away if I knew where to go to. But as the men say in this bloomin' India, you're only a prisoner at large. You can't desert without bane. Took back at once. I am fair sick of it. You have been in England. Why, I only come out last troop in season with my mother. I should think I have been in England. What a ignorant little beggar you are. You was brought up in the gutter, wasn't you? Oh yes, tell me something about England. My father, he came from there. Though he would not say so, Kim, of course, disbelieved every word the drummer boy spoke about the Liverpool suburb, which was his England. It passed the heavy time till dinner, a most unappetizing meal served to the boys and a few invalids in a corner of a barrack room. But that he had written to Mahbub Ali, Kim would have been almost depressed. The indifference of native crowds he was used to, but this strong loneliness among white men preyed on him. He was grateful when in the course of the afternoon a big soldier took him over to Father Victor, who lived in another wing across another dusty parade ground. The priest was reading an English letter written in purple ink. He looked at Kim more curiously than ever. And how do you like it, my son, as far as you've gone? Not much, eh? It must be hard, very hard, on a wild animal. Listen, now I've an amazing epistle from your friend. Where is he? Is he well? Oh, if he knows to write me letters, it is all right. You're fond of him then? Of course I am fond of him. He was fond of me. It seems so, by the look of this. He can't write English, can he? Oh no, not that I know, but of course he found a letter writer who can write English very well, and so he wrote. I do hope you understand. That accounts for it. Do you know anything about his money affairs? Kim's face showed that he did not. How can I tell? That's what I am asking now. Listen, if you can make head or tail, oh this well skip. The first part, it's written from jagged here road, sitting on wayside in grave meditation, trusting to be favored with your honor's applause of present step, which recommend your honor to execute for Almighty God's sake education, is greatest blessing, if of best sorts otherwise no earthly use faith. The old man's hit the bullseye that time, if your honor condescending, giving my boy best education's Xavier. I suppose that's St. Xavier's in partibus, in terms of our conversation, dated in your tent 15th instant, a businesslike touch there then. Almighty God blessing your honor's succeedings to third and fourth generation, and no listing confide in your honor's humble servant for adequate remuneration per hundi per annum 300 rupees a year to one expensive education St. Xavier Lucknow, and allow small time to forward same per hundi sent to any part of India as your honor shall address yourself. This servant of your honor has presently no place to lay crown of his head, but going to Benares by train on account of persecution of old woman talking so much and unanxious residing Saharanpur in any domestic capacity. Now what in the world does that mean? She has asked him to be her purohar clergyman at Saharanpur. I think he would not do that on account of his river. She did talk. It's clear to you, is it? It beats me altogether. So going to Benares, where we'll find address and forward rupees for boy who is apple of eye, and for Almighty God's sake execute this education. And your petitioner, as in duty bound, shall ever awfully pray, written by Sabrao Satai, failed entrance Allahabad University, for Venerable Teshu Lama, the priest of Suchson, looking for a river address care of Tirthankar's Temple Benares P. Roman 1000. Please note boy is apple of eye, and rupees shall be sent per hundi 300 per annum, for God Almighty's sake. Now, is that raven lunacy or a business proposition, I ask you, because I am fairly at my wit's end. He says he will give me 300 rupees a year, so he will give me them. Oh, that's the way you look at it, is it? Of course, if he says so. The priest whistled. Then he addressed Kim as an equal. I don't believe it, but well, see, you are going off today to the military orphanage at Sanawar, where the regiment would keep you till you were old enough to enlist. Why'd be brought up to the Church of England, Bennett. Arranged for that. On the other hand, if you go to St. Xavier's, Yell, get a better education, Anand, can have the religion die. See my dilemma. Kim saw nothing save a vision of the Lama going south in a train with none to beg for him. Like most people, I am going to temporize. If your friend sends the money from Benares powers of darkness below, where's a street beggar to raise 300 rupees, go down to Lucknow and ill pay your fare, because I can't touch the subscription money if I intend, as I do, to make ye a Catholic. If he doesn't, Yell go to the military orphanage at the regiment's expense. Ill allow him 3 days grace, though I don't believe it at all even then, if he fails in his payments later on. But it's beyond me. We can only walk one step at a time in this world, praise God. And they sent Bennett to the front and left me behind. Bennett can't expect everything. Oh yes, said Kim vaguely. The priest leaned forward. Id give a month's pay to find what's going on inside that little round head of yours. There is nothing, said Kim, and scratched it. He was wondering whether Mahbub Ali would send him as much as a whole rupee. Then he could pay the letter writer and write letters to the Lama at Benares. Perhaps Mahbub Ali would visit him next time he came south with horses. Surely he must know that Kim's delivery of the letter to the officer at Umballa had caused the great war which the men and boys had discussed so loudly over the barrack dinner tables. But if Mahbub Ali did not know this, it would be very unsafe to tell him, so Mahbub Ali was hard upon boys who knew or thought they knew too much. Well, till I get further news. Father Victor's voice interrupted the reverie. Ye can run along now and play with the other boys. They'll teach ye something, but I don't think ye'll like it. The day dragged to its weary end. When he wished to sleep, he was instructed how to fold up his clothes and set out his boots. The other boys, deriding bugles, waked him in the dawn. The schoolmaster caught him after breakfast, thrust a page of meaningless characters under his nose, gave them senseless names, and whacked him without reason. Kim meditated poisoning him with opium borrowed from a barrack sweeper, but reflected that as they all ate at one table in public, This was peculiarly revolting to Kim, who preferred to turn his back on the world at meals. The stroke might be dangerous. Then he attempted running off to the village, where the priest had tried to drug the lama village, where the old soldier lived, but farseeing sentries at every exit headed back. The little scarlet figure trousers and jacket crippled body and mind alike, so he abandoned the project and fell back Oriental fashion on time, and chanced 3 days of torment, passed in the big echoing white rooms. He walked out of afternoons under escort of the drummer boy, and all he heard from his companions were the few useless words, which seemed to make 2/3 of the white man's abuse. Kim knew and despised them all long ago. The boy resented his silence and lack of interest by beating him, as was only natural. He did not care for any of the bazaars, which were in bounds. He styled all natives niggers. Yet servants and sweepers called him abominable names to his face, and misled by their deferential attitude. He never understood this, somewhat consoled Kim for the beatings. On the morning of the 4th day, a judgment overtook that drummer. They had gone out together towards Umballa racecourse. He returned alone, weeping with news that young O'Hara, to whom he had been doing nothing in particular, had hailed a scarlet-bearded nigger on horseback, that the nigger had then and there laid into him with a peculiarly adhesive quirt, picked up young O'Hara, and borne him off at full gallop. These tidings came to Father Victor, and he drew down his long upper lip. He was already sufficiently startled by a letter from the temple of the Tirthankars at Benares, enclosing a native banker's note of hand for 300 rupees, and an amazing prayer to Almighty God. The lama would have been more annoyed than the priest had he known how the bazaar letter-writer had translated his phrase to acquire merit. Powers of darkness below. Father Victor fumbled with the note, and now he's off with another of his peep-a-day friends. I don't know whether it will be a greater relief to me to get him back, or to have him lost. He's beyond my comprehension. How the devil is he's the man I mean can, a street beggar, raise money to educate white boys. 3 miles off, on Umballa racecourse, Mahbub Ali, reining a grey Kabuli stallion with Kim in front of him, was saying, "But little friend of all the world, there is my honor and reputation to be considered. All the officer sahibs in all the regiments, and all Umballa know Mahbub Ali men saw me pick thee up and chastise that boy. We are seen now from far across this plain. How can I take thee away or account for thy disappearing if I set thee down and let thee run off into the crops? They would put me in jail. Be patient. Once a sahib, always a sahib. When thou art a man who knows thou wilt be grateful to Mahbub Ali. Take me beyond their sentries, where I can change this red. Give me money, and I will go to Benares and be with my lama again. I do not want to be a sahib, and remember, I did deliver that message." The stallion bounded wildly. Mahbub Ali had incautiously driven home the sharp-edged stirrup. He was not the new sort of fluent horse-dealer who wears English boots and spurs. Kim drew his own conclusions from that betrayal. That was a small matter. It lay on the straight road to Benares, and the sahib have by this time forgotten it. I send so many letters and messages to men who ask questions about horses. I cannot well remember one from the other. Was it some matter of a bay mare that Peter's sahib wished the pedigree of? Kim saw the trap at once. If he had said bay mare, Mahbub would have known by his very readiness to fall in with the amendment that the boy suspected something. Kim replied therefore, "Bay mare, no, I do not forget my messages." Thus it was a white stallion. I so it was a white Arab stallion, but thou didst write bay mare to me. Who cares to tell truth to a letter-writer? Kim answered, feeling Mahbub's palm on his heart. "Hi Mahbub, you old villain, pull up," cried a voice, and an Englishman raced alongside on a little polypony. "I've been chasing you half over the country. That Kabuli of yours can go for sale, I suppose. I have some young stuff coming on made by heaven for the delicate and difficult polygame. He has no equal. He plays polo and waits at table. Yes, we know all that. What the deuce have you got there?" "A boy," said Mahbub gravely. "He was being beaten by another boy. His father was once a white soldier in the big war. The boy was a child in Lahore city. He played with my horses when he was a babe. Now I think they will make him a soldier. He has been newly caught by his father's regiment that went up to the war last week. But I do not think he wants to be a soldier. I take him for a ride. Tell me where thy barracks are, and I will set thee there. Let me go. I can find the barracks alone." And if thou runnest away, who will say it is not my fault? Hell run back to his dinner, where has he to run to the Englishman asked. He was born in the land, he has friends, he goes where he chooses, he is a chabuk sawa, a sharp chap. It needs only to change his clothing, and in a twinkling he would be a low-caste Hindu boy. The deuce he would. The Englishman looked critically at the boy. As Mahbub headed towards the barracks, Kim ground his teeth. Mahbub was mocking him as faithless Afghans will, for he went on. They will send him to a school and put heavy boots on his feet and swaddle him in these clothes. Then he will forget all he knows. Now which of the barracks is thine? Kim pointed, could not speak to Father Victor's wing, all staring white nearby. Perhaps he will make a good soldier, said Mahbub reflectively. He will make a good orderly at least. I sent him to deliver a message once from Lahore, a message concerning the pedigree of a white stallion. Here was deadly insult on deadlier injury, and the Sahib, to whom he had so craftily given that war-waking letter, heard it all. Kim beheld Mahbub Ali frying in flame for his treachery. But for himself, he saw one long grey vista of barracks, schools and barracks again. He gazed imploringly at the clear-cut face, in which there was no glimmer of recognition. But even at this extremity, it never occurred to him to throw himself on the white man's mercy, or to denounce the Afghan. And Mahbub stared deliberately at the Englishman, who stared as deliberately at Kim, quivering and tongue-tied. My horse is well trained, said the dealer. Others would have kicked Sahib. Ah, said the Englishman at last, rubbing his pony's damp withers with his whip-butt, who makes the boy a soldier? He says the regiment that found him, and especially the Padre Sahib of that regiment. There is the Padre. Kim choked as bareheaded Father Victor sailed down upon them from the veranda. Powers, O darkness below, O Hara, how many more mixed friends do you keep in Asia? He cried as Kim slid down and stood helplessly before him. Good morning, Padre, the Englishman said cheerily. I know you by reputation well enough, meant to have come over and called before this. I am Creighton. Of the Ethnological Survey, said Father Victor. The Englishman nodded. Faith, I'm glad to meet ye then, and I owe you some thanks for bringing back the boy. No thanks to me, Padre. Besides, the boy wasn't going away. You don't know old Mahbub Ali, the horse dealer, sat impassive in the sunlight. You will when you have been in the station a month. He sells us all our crocks. That boy is rather a curiosity. Can you tell me anything about him? Can I tell you, puffed Father Victor Yowl, be the one man that could help me in my quandaries. Tell you, Powers, O darkness, I am bursting to tell someone who knows something, O the native. A groom came round the corner. Colonel Creighton raised his voice, speaking in Urdu. Very good, Mahbub Ali, but what is the use of telling me all those stories about the pony? Not one pice, more than 350 rupees. Like. The Sahib is a little hot and angry. After riding, the horse dealer returned with the leer of a privileged jester. Presently, he will see my horse's points more clearly. I will wait till he has finished his talk with the Padre. I will wait under that tree. Confound you, the colonel laughed. That comes of looking at one of Mahbub's horses. He's a regular old leech, Padre. Wait, then, if thou hast so much time to spare, Mahbub. Now I am at your service, Padre. Where is the boy? Oh, he's gone off to Kalog with Mahbub. Queer sort of boy. Might I ask you to send my mare round under cover? He dropped into a chair, which commanded a clear view of Kim and Mahbub Ali in conference beneath the tree. The Padre went indoors for cheroots. Creighton heard Kim say bitterly, trust a Brahmin before a snake, and a snake before an harlot, and an harlot before a Pathan. Mahbub Ali. That is all one. The great red beard wagged solemnly. Children should not see a carpet on the loom till the pattern is made plain. Believe me, friend of all the world, I do thee great service. They will not make a soldier of thee. You crafty old sinner, thought Creighton, but you're not far wrong. That boy mustn't be wasted if he is as advertised. Excuse me half a minute, cried the Padre from within, but I am getting the documents in the case. If through me the favor of this bold and wise Colonel Sahib comes to thee, and thou art raised to honor, what thanks wilt thou give Mahbub Ali when thou art a man? Nay, nay, I begged thee to let me take the road again, where I should have been safe. and thou hast sold me back to the English. What will they give thee for blood money? A cheerful young demon, the colonel bit his cigar and turned politely to Father Victor. What are the letters that the fat priest is waving before the colonel stand behind the stallion, as though looking at my bridle, said Mahbub Ali. A letter from my lama, which he wrote from Jagadhir Road, saying that he will pay 300 rupees by the year for my schooling. Oho, is old Red Hat of that sort at which school? God knows, I think in Nukhlow. Yes, there is a big school there for the sons of Sahibs and half-sahibs. I have seen it when I sell horses there. So, the Lama also loved the friend of all the world. I and he did not tell lies or return me to captivity. Small wonder the Padre does not know how to unravel the thread, how fast he talks to the Colonel Sahib. Mahbub Ali chuckled. By Allah, the keen eyes swept the veranda for an instant. The Lama has sent what to me looks like a note of hand. I have had some few dealings in hundis. The Colonel Sahib is looking at it. What good is all this to me, said Kim wearily. Thou wilt go away, and they will return me to those empty rooms where there is no good place to sleep, and where the boys beat me. I do not think that have patience, child. All Pathans are not faithless except in horseflesh. 5 to 15 minutes passed Father Victor talking energetically or asking questions, which the colonel answered. Now I've told you everything that I know about the boy from beginning to end, and it's a blessed relief to me. Did ye ever hear the like? At any rate, the old man has sent the money. Gobind Sahai's notes of hand are good from here to China, said the colonel. The more one knows about natives, the less can one say what they will or won't do. That's consolin' from the head of the Ethnological Survey. It's this mixture of Red Bulls and rivers of healing. Poor heathen, God help him. And notes of hand and Masonic certificates. Are you a Mason by any chance? By Jove, I am now, I come to think of it. That's an additional reason, said the colonel absently. I'm glad ye see a reason in it, but as I said, it's the mixture o' things that's beyond me. And his prophecy into our colonel sitting on my bed, with his little shimmy torn open, showing his white skin, and the prophecy, common true thale, cure all that nonsense at St. Xavier's A. Sprinkle him with holy water, the colonel laughed. On my word, I fancy I ought to sometimes, but I am hoping he'll be brought up as a good Catholic. All that troubles me is what'll happen if the old beggarman. Lama, my dear sir, and some of them are gentlemen in their own country. The Lama then fails to pay next year. He's a fine business head to plan on the spur of the moment, but he's bound to die someday and talkin' a heathen's money to give a child a Christian education. But he said explicitly what he wanted as soon as he knew the boy was white. He seems to have made his arrangements accordingly. Id give a month's pay to hear how he explained it all at the Tirthankar's temple at Benares. Look here, Padre, I don't pretend to know much about natives, but if he says hell pay dead or alive, I mean his heirs will assume the debt. My advice to you is send the boy down to Lucknow if your Anglican chaplain thinks you've stolen a march on him. Bad luck to Bennett, he was sent to the front. Instead, me Doughty certified me medically unfit, ill, excommunicate Doughty. If he comes back alive, surely Bennett ought to be content with glory leaving you the religion. Quite so. As a matter of fact, I don't think Bennett will mind. Put the blame on me. Strongly recommend sending the boy to St. Xavier's. He can go down on pass as a soldier's orphan, so the railway fare will be saved. You can buy him an outfit from the regimental subscription. The lodge will be saved the expense of his education, and that will put the lodge in a good temper. It's perfectly easy. I've got to go down to Lucknow next week. Look after the boy on the way, give him in charge of my servants, and so on. You're a good man. Not in the least. Don't make that mistake. The Lama has sent us money for a definite end. We can't very well return it. We shall have to do as he says. Well, that's settled, isn't it? Shall we say that Tuesday next you'll hand him over to me at the night train south? That's only 3 days. He can't do much harm in 3 days. It's a weight off my mind. But thy's thing. Here waved the note of hand. I don't know Gobind Sahai or his bank, which may be a hole in a wall. You've never been a subaltern in debt. Cash it if you like, and send you the vouchers in proper order. But with all your own work too, it's askin'. It's not the least trouble, indeed. You see, as an ethnologist, the thing's very interesting to me. I'd like to make a note of it for some government work, that I am doing the transformation of a regimental badge, like your Red Bull, into a sort of fetish that the boy follows is very interesting. But I can't thank you enough. There's one thing you can do. All we ethnological men are as jealous as jackdaws of one another's discoveries. They're of no interest to anyone but ourselves, of course. But you know what book collectors are like. Well, don't say a word, directly or indirectly, about the Asiatic side of the boy's character, his adventures, and his prophecy, and so on. I'll worm them out of the boy later on, and you see. I do yell, make a wonderful account of it. Never a word will I say to anyone till I see it in print. Thank you, that goes straight to an ethnologist's heart. Well, I must be getting back to my breakfast. Good heavens, old Mabub here still. He raised his voice, and the horse-dealer came out from under the shadow of the tree. Well, what is it? As regards that young horse, said Mabub, I say that when a colt is born to be a polypony, closely following the ball, without teaching one, such a colt knows the game by divination. Then I say it is a great wrong to break that colt to a heavy cart, sahib. So say I also, Mabub. The colt will be entered for polo. Only these fellows think of nothing in the world but horses, padre. I'll see you tomorrow, Mabub, if you've anything likely for sale. The dealer saluted horseman fashion with a sweep of the off-hand. Be patient, a little friend of all the world, he whispered to the agonized Kim. Thy fortune is made in a little while. Thou goest to Nuclau, and her is something to pay the letter writer. I shall see thee again, I think, many times. And he cantered off down the road. Listen to me, said the colonel from the veranda, speaking in the vernacular. In 3 days, thou wilt go with me to Lucknow, seeing and hearing new things all the while. Therefore sit still for 3 days, and do not run away. Thou wilt go to school at Lucknow. Shall I meet my holy one there? Kim whimpered. At least Lucknow is nearer to Benares than Umballa. It may be thou wilt go under my protection. Mahbub Ali knows this, and he will be angry if thou returnest to the road. Now remember, much has been told me, which I do not forget. I will wait, said Kim, but the boys will beat me. Then the bugles blew for dinner. Chapter 7. Unto whose use the pregnant suns are poised, with idiot moons and stars retracing stars. Creep thou betweeneth the comings all unnoised. Heaven hath her high as earth her baser wars. Ere to these tumults this affright that fray, by Adam's father's own sin bound alway. Peer up, draw out thy horoscope, and say, which planet mends thy threadbare fate, or Mars? Sir John Christie. In the afternoon, the red-faced schoolmaster told Kim that he had been struck off the strength, which conveyed no meaning to him, till he was ordered to go away and play. Then he ran to the bazaar and found the young letter-writer to whom he owed a stamp. Now I pay, said Kim royally, and now I need another letter to be written. Mahbub Ali is in Umballa, said the writer jauntily. He was, by virtue of his office, a bureau of general misinformation. This is not to Mahbub, but to a priest. Take thy pen, and write quickly to Teshu Lama, the holy one from Bhatil, seeking for a river, who is now in the temple of the Tirthankars at Benares. Take more ink. In 3 days, I am to go down to Nuclau, to the school at Nuclau. The name of the school is Xavier. I do not know where that school is, but it is at Nuclau. But I know Nuclau, the writer interrupted. I know the school. Tell him where it is, and I give half an honor. The reed pen scratched busily. He cannot mistake the man lifted his head, who watches us across the street. Kim looked up hurriedly and saw Colonel Creighton in tennis flannels. Oh, that is some sahib who knows the fat priest in the barracks. He is beckoning me. What dost thou? Said the colonel when Kim trotted up. I am not running away. I send a letter to my holy one at Benares. I had not thought of that. Hast thou said that I take thee to Lucknow? Nay, I have not read the letter, if there be a doubt. Then why hast thou left out my name in writing to that holy one? The colonel smiled a queer smile. Kim took his courage in both hands. It was said once to me that it is inexpedient to write the names of strangers concerned in any matter, because, by the naming of names, many good plans are brought to confusion. Thou hast been well taught, the colonel replied, and Kim flushed. I have left my cheroot case in the padre's veranda. Bring it to my house this even. Where is the house? Said Kim. His quick wit told him that he was being tested in some fashion or another, and he stood on guard. Ask anyone in the big bazaar. The colonel walked on. He has forgotten his cheroot case, said Kim, returning. I must bring it to him this evening. That is all my letter, except thrice over, come to me, come to me, come to me. Now I will pay for a stamp and put it in the post. He rose to go, and as an afterthought asked, who is that angry-faced sahib who lost the cheroot case? Oh, he is only Creighton Sahiba, very foolish sahib, who is a colonel sahib without a regiment. What is his business? God knows. He is always buying horses which he cannot ride, and asking riddles about the works of God, such as plants and stones, and the customs of people. The dealers call him the father of fools, because he is so easily cheated about a horse. Mahbub Ali says he is madder than most other sahibs. Oh, said Kim, and departed. His training had given him some small knowledge of character, and he argued that fools are not given information, which leads to calling out 8,000 men, besides guns. The commander-in-chief of all India does not talk, as Kim had heard him talk to fools, nor would Mahbub Ali's tone have changed, as it did. Every time he mentioned the colonel's name, if the colonel had been a fool consequently, and this set Kim to skipping. There was a mystery somewhere, and Mahbub Ali probably spied for the colonel much as Kim had spied for Mahbub, and like the horse dealer, the colonel evidently respected people who did not show themselves to be too clever. He rejoiced that he had not betrayed his knowledge of the colonel's house, and when on his return to barracks he discovered that no cheroot case had been left behind, he beamed with delight. Here was a man after his own heart, a tortuous and indirect person, playing a hidden game well. If he could be a fool, so could Kim. He showed nothing of his mind when Father Victor for 3 long mornings discoursed to him of an entirely new set of gods, and godlings, notably of a goddess called Mary, who he gathered was one with Bibi Miriam of Mahbub Ali's theology. He betrayed no emotion when after the lecture Father Victor dragged him from shop to shop buying articles of outfit, nor when envious drummer boys kicked him because he was going to a superior school did he complain, but awaited the play of circumstances with an interested soul. Father Victor, good man, took him to the station, put him into an empty second class next to Colonel Creighton's first, and bade him farewell with genuine feeling. They'll make a man o' you, O'Hara, at St. Zavis, a white man, and I hope a good man. They know all about your common, and the colonel will see that you're not lost or mislaid anywhere on the road. I've given you a notion of religious matters, at least I hope so'nd you'll remember, when they ask you your religion, that you're a Cath Roman 149, better say Roman Catholic, though I'm not fond of the word. Kim lit a rank cigarette, had been careful to buy a stock in the bazaar, and lay down to think. This solitary passage was very different from that joyful down journey in the 3rd class with the lama sahibs. Get little pleasure of travel, he reflected. How may I go from one place to another, as it might be a kickball? It is my kismet, no man can escape his kismet, but I am to pray to Bibi Miriam, and I am a sahib. He looked at his boots ruefully. No, I am Kim. This is the great world, and I am only Kim. Who is Kim? He considered his own identity, a thing he had never done before till his head swam. He was one insignificant person in all this roaring whirl of India, going southward to he knew not what fate. Presently the colonel sent for him and talked for a long time. So far as Kim could gather, he was to be diligent and enter the survey of India as a chainman. If he were very good and passed the proper examinations, he would be earning 30 rupees a month at 17 years old, and Colonel Creighton would see that he found suitable employment. Kim pretended at first to understand perhaps one word in 3 of this talk. Then the colonel, seeing his mistake, turned to fluent and picturesque Urdu, and Kim was contented. No man could be a fool who knew the language so intimately, who moved so gently and silently, and whose eyes were so different from the dull, fat eyes of other sahibs. Yes, and thou must learn how to make pictures of roads and mountains and rivers, to carry these pictures in thine eye, till a suitable time comes to set them upon paper, perhaps some day. When thou art a chainman, I may say to thee, when we are working together, go across those hills, and see what lies beyond. Then one will say, there are bad people living in those hills, who will slay the chainman. If he be seen to look like a sahib, what then? Kim thought, would it be safe to return the colonel's lead? I would tell what that other man had said. But if I answered, I will give thee 100 rupees for knowledge of what is behind those hills, for a picture of a river, and a little news of what the people say in the villages there. How can I tell? I am only a boy. Wait till I am a man. Then, seeing the colonel's brow clouded, he went on, but I think I should in a few days earn the 100 rupees. By what road? Kim shook his head resolutely. If I said how I would earn them, another man might hear and forestall me. It is not good to sell knowledge for nothing. Tell now. The colonel held up a rupee. Kim's hand half reached towards it and dropped. Nay, Sahib, nay, I know the price that will be paid for the answer, but I do not know why the question is asked. Take it for a gift, then, said Creighton, tossing it over. There is a good spirit in thee. Do not let it be blunted. At St. Xavier's there are many boys there who despise the black men. Their mothers were bazar women, said Kim. He knew well there is no hatred like that of the half-caste for his brother-in-law. True, but thou art a sahib, and the son of a sahib, therefore do not at any time be led to contemn the black men. I have known boys newly entered into the service of the government, who feign not to understand the talk or the customs of black men. Their pay was cut for ignorance. There is no sin so great as ignorance, remember this. Several times in the course of the long 24 hours run south did the colonel send for Kim, always developing this latter text. We be all on one lead rope. Then said Kim at last, the colonel Mahbub Ali, and Iwan I become a chainman, he will use me as Mahbub Ali employed me. I think that is good. If it allows me to return to the road again, this clothing grows no easier by wear. When they came to the crowded Lucknow station, there was no sign of the lama. He swallowed his disappointment, while the colonel bundled him into a tikkig with his neat belongings, and dispatched him alone to St. Xavier's. I do not say farewell, because we shall meet again, he cried again, and many times, if thou art one of good spirit, but thou art not yet tried. Not when I brought thee. Kim actually dared to use the tum of Equalsa White Stallion's pedigree that night. Much is gained by forgetting, little brother, said the colonel, with a look that pierced through Kim's shoulder blades as he scuttled into the carriage. It took him nearly 5 minutes to recover. Then he sniffed the new air appreciatively. A rich city, he said, richer than Lahore. How good the bazaars must be. Coachman, drive me a little through the bazaars here. My order is to take thee to the school. The driver used the thou, which is rudeness, when applied to a white man in the clearest and most fluent vernacular. Kim pointed out his error, climbed on to the box seat, and perfect understanding established drove for a couple of hours up and down, estimating, comparing, and enjoying. There is no city except Bombay, the queen of all, more beautiful in her garish style than Lucknow, whether you see her from the bridge over the river or from the top of the Imambara, looking down on the gilt umbrellas of the Chutter Munzil and the trees in which the town is bedded. Kings have adorned her with fantastic buildings, endowed her with charities, crammed her with pensioners, and drenched her with blood. She is the center of all idleness, intrigue, and luxury, and shares with Delhi the claim to talk the only pure Urdu. A fair city, a beautiful city. The driver, as a Lucknow man, was pleased with the compliment, and told Kim many astounding things where an English guide would have talked of the mutiny. Now we will go to the school, said Kim at last. The great old school of St. Xavier's, in Partibus block, on block of low white buildings, stands in vast grounds over against the Gumti River at some distance from the city. What like of folk are they within, said Kim. Young Sahib-Saul devils, but to speak truth, and I drive many of them to and fro from the railway station, I have never seen one that had in him the making of a more perfect devil than Thouthai's young Sahib, whom I am now driving. Naturally, for he was never trained to consider them in any way improper, Kim had passed the time of day with one or two frivolous ladies at upper windows in a certain street, and naturally in the exchange of compliments, had acquitted himself well. He was about to acknowledge the driver's last insolence, when his eye was growing dusk caught a figure sitting by one of the white plaster gate pillars in the long sweep of wall. "Stop," he cried, "stay here. I do not go to the school at once." "But what is to pay me for this coming and recoming?" said the driver petulantly. "Is the boy mad? Last time it was a dancing girl. This time it is a priest." Kim was in the road headlong, patting the dusty feet beneath the dirty yellow robe. "I have waited here a day and a half," the lama's level voice began. "Nay, I had a disciple with me. He, that was my friend at the temple of the Tirthankars, gave me a guide for this journey. I came from Benares in the Tibetan when thy letter was given me. Yes, I am well fed, I need nothing." "But why didst thou not stay with the Kulu woman, O Holy One? In what way didst thou get to Benares? My heart has been heavy since we parted. The woman wearied me by constant flux of talk, and requiring charms for children, I separated myself from that company, permitting her to acquire merit by gifts. She is at least a woman of open hands, and I made a promise to return to her house if need arose. Then, perceiving myself alone in this great and terrible world, I bethought me of the terrain to Benares, where I knew one abode in the Tirthankar's temple, who was a seeker even as Roman one." "Ah, thy river," said Kim. "I had forgotten the river." "So soon, my Keela, I have never forgotten it. But when I had left thee, it seemed better that I should go to the temple and take counsel, for look you, India is very large, and it may be that wise men before us, some 2 or 3, have left a record of the place of our river. There is debate in the temple of the Tirthankars on this matter, some saying one thing, and some another. They are courteous folk. So be it, but what dost thou do now?" "I acquire merit in that I help thee, my Keela, to wisdom. The priest of that body of men who served the Red Bull wrote me that all should be as I desired. For thee I sent the money to suffice for 1 year. And then I came, as thou seest me, to watch for thee going up into the gates of learning. A day and a half have I waited, not because I was led by any affection towards thee. That is no part of the way, but, as they said at the Tirthankar's temple, because money having been paid for learning, it was right that I should oversee the end of the matter. They resolved my doubts. Most clearly, I had a fear that perhaps I came because I wished to see thee misguided by the red mist of affection. It is not so. Moreover, I am troubled by a dream. But surely, Holy One, thou hast not forgotten the road, and all that befell on it. Surely, it was a little to see me that thou didst come. The horses are cold, and it is past their feeding time," whined the driver. "Go to Jehannam, and abide there with thy reputationless aunt." Kim snarled over his shoulder. "I am all alone in this land. I know not where I go nor what shall befall me. My heart was in that letter I sent thee, except for Mahbub Ali, and he is a Pathan. I have no friends save the Holy One. Do not altogether go away." "I have considered that also," the Lama replied in a shaking voice. "It is manifest that from time to time I shall acquire merit. If before that I have not found my river, be assuring myself that thy feet are set on wisdom. What they will teach thee I do not know, but the priest wrote me that no son of a sahib in all India will be better taught than thou. So from time to time, therefore, I will come again. Maybe thou wilt be such a sahib as he who gave me these spectacles." Lama wiped them elaborately. "In the wonder house at Lahore, that is my hope, for he was a fountain of wisdom, wiser than many abbots. Again, maybe thou wilt forget me and our meetings." "If I eat thy bread," cried Kim passionately, "how shall I ever forget thee?" "No," he put the boy aside. "I must go back to Benares from time to time. Now that I know the customs of letter writers in this land, I will send thee a letter, and from time to time I will come and see thee." "But whither shall I send my letters?" wailed Kim, clutching at the robe, all forgetful that he was a sahib. "To the temple of the Tirthankars at Benares. That is the place I have chosen, till I find my river. Do not weep, for look you, all desire is illusion, and a new binding upon the wheel. Go up to the gates of learning. Let me see thee go. Dost thou love me? Then go, or my heart cracks. I will come again, surely I will come again." The Lama watched the Tikighari rumble into the compound and strode off, snuffing between each long stride. The gates of learning shut with a clang. The country-born and bred boy has his own manners and customs, which do not resemble those of any other land, and his teachers approach him by roads which an English master would not understand. Therefore, you would scarcely be interested in Kim's experiences as a St. Xavier's boy among 200 or 300 precocious youths, most of whom had never seen the sea. He suffered the usual penalties for breaking out of bounds. When there was cholera in the city, this was before he had learned to write fair English, and so was obliged to find a bazaar letter writer. He was of course indicted for smoking, and for the use of abuse more full-flavored than even St. Xavier's had ever heard. He learned to wash himself with the Levitical scrupulosity of the native airborne, who, in his heart, considers the Englishman rather dirty. He played the usual tricks on the patient coolies, pulling the punkahs in the sleeping rooms, where the boys threshed through the hot nights, telling tales, till the dawn, and quietly he measured himself against his self-reliant mates. They were sons of subordinate officials in the railway, telegraph, and canal services of warrant officers, sometimes retired, and sometimes acting as commanders-in-chief to a feudatory Raja's army of captains of the Indian Marine Government, pensioners, planters, presidency, shopkeepers, and missionaries. A few were cadets of the old Eurasian houses that have taken strong root in Durham. Tola Pereiras de Souzas and de Silvas. Their parents could well have educated them in England, but they loved the school that had served their own youth and generation, followed sallow-hued generation at St. Xavier's. Their homes ranged from Howrah of the railway people to abandoned cantonments like Monghur and Chunar, lost tea gardens, Shillongway villages, where their fathers were large landholders in Oud or the Deccan mission stations, a week from the nearest railway line, seaports 1,000 miles south, facing the brazen Indian surf, and Cinchana plantations, south of all. The mere story of their adventures, which to them were no adventures on their road to and from school, would have crisped a Western boy's hair. They were used to jogging off alone through 100 miles of jungle, where there was always the delightful chance of being delayed by tigers. But they would no more have bathed in the English Channel in an English August than their brothers across the world would have lain still, while a leopard snuffed at their palanquin. There were boys of 15 who had spent a day and a half on an islet in the middle of a flooded river, taking charge, as by right of a camp of frantic pilgrims returning from a shrine. There were seniors who had requisitioned a Chansamit Raja's elephant in the name of St. Francis Xavier, when the rains once blotted out the car track that led to their father's estate, and had all but lost the huge beast in a quicksand. There was a boy who, he said, and none doubted, had helped his father to beat off with rifles from the veranda a rush of Akkas in the days when those headhunters were bold against lonely plantations. And every tale was told in the even passionless voice of the native airborne, mixed with quaint reflections borrowed unconsciously from native foster mothers and turns of speech that showed they had been that instant translated from the vernacular. Kim watched, listened, and approved. This was not insipid single-word talk of drummer boys. It dealt with a life he knew, and in part understood. The atmosphere suited him, and he throve by inches. They gave him a white drill suit as the weather warmed, and he rejoiced in the newfound bodily comforts, as he rejoiced to use his sharpened mind over the tasks they set him. His quickness would have delighted an English master, but at St. Xavier's they know the first rush of minds developed by sun and surroundings, as they know the half-collapse that sets in at 22 or 23. None the less he remembered to hold himself lowly when tales were told of hot nights. Kim did not sweep the board with his reminiscences, for St. Xavier's looks down on boys who go native altogether. One must never forget that one is a sahib, and that someday when examinations are passed one will command natives. Kim made a note of this, for he began to understand where examinations led. Then came the holidays from August to October, long holidays imposed by the heat and the rains. Kim was informed that he would go north to some station in the hills behind Umballa, where Father Victor would arrange for him a barrack school, said Kim, who had asked many questions and thought more. Yes, I suppose so, said the master. It will not do you any harm to keep you out of mischief. You can go up with young de Castro as far as Delhi. Kim considered it in every possible light. He had been diligent, even as the colonel advised. A boy's holiday was his own property. Off so much the talk of his companions had advised him, and a barrack school would be torment after St. Xavier's. Moreover, this was magic worth anything else could write in 3 months. he had discovered how men can speak to each other without a third party at the cost of half an honor and a little knowledge. No word had come from the lama, but there remained the road. Kim yearned for the caress of soft mud, squishing up between the toes as his mouth watered for mutton stewed with butter and cabbages for rice, speckled with strong scented cardamoms for the saffron-tinted rice, garlic and onions, and the forbidden greasy sweetmeats of the bazaars. They would feed him raw beef on a platter at the barrack school, and he must smoke by stealth. But again he was a sahib, and was at St. Xavier's, and that pig Mahbub Ali. No, he would not test Mahbub's hospitality, and yet he thought it out alone in the dormitory, and came to the conclusion he had been unjust to Mahbub. The school was empty nearly, all the masters had gone away. Colonel Creighton's railway pass lay in his hand, and Kim puffed himself that he had not spent Colonel Creighton's or Mahbub's money in riotous living. He was still lord of 2 rupees, 7 annas. His new bullock trunk, marked KOH, and bedding growl lay in the empty sleeping room. Sahibs are always tied to their baggage, said Kim, nodding at them. You will stay here. He went out into the warm rain, smiling sinfully, and sought a certain house, whose outside he had noted down some time before. Dost thou know what manner of women we be in this quarter, O shame? Was I born yesterday? Kim squatted native fashion on the cushions of that upper room, a little dye-stuff, and 3 yards of cloth to help out a jest. Is it much to ask? Who is she? Thou art full young, as sahibs go for this devilry. Oh, she is the daughter of a certain schoolmaster of a regiment in the cantonments. He has beaten me twice, because I went over their wall in these clothes. Now, I would go as a gardener's boy. Old men are very jealous. That is true. Hold thy face still, while I dab on the juice. Not too black naked, I would not appear to her as a hubshi nigger. Oh, love makes naught of these things, and how old is she? 12 years, I think, said the shameless Kim. Spread it also on the breast. It may be her father will tear my clothes off me, and if I am piebald. He laughed. The girl worked busily, dabbing a twist of cloth into a little saucer of brown dye that holds longer than any walnut juice. Now send out and get me a cloth for the turban. Woe is me, my head is all unshaved, and he will surely knock off my turban. I'm not a barber, but I will make shift. Thou wast born to be a breaker of hearts. All this disguise for one evening, remember. The stuff does not wash away. She shook with laughter till her bracelets and anklets jingled. But who is to pay me for this? Hanifa herself could not have given thee better stuff. Trust in the gods, my sister, said Kim, gravely screwing his face round, as the stain dried. Besides, hast thou ever helped to paint a sahib thus before? Never indeed, but a jest is not money. It is worth much more. Child, thou art beyond all dispute the most shameless son of Shaitan that I have ever known. To take up a poor girl's time with this play, and then to say, is not the jest enough? Thou wilt go very far in this world. She gave the dancing girl's salutation in mockery. All one make haste and rough cut my head. Kim shifted from foot to foot, his eyes ablaze with mirth. As he thought of the fat days before him, he gave the girl 4 annas and ran down the stairs in the likeness of a low-caste Hindu boy. Perfect in every detail, a cookshop was his next point of call, where he feasted in extravagance and greasy luxury. On Lucknow station platform, he watched young De Castro, all covered with prickly heat, get into a second-class compartment. Kim patronized a third, and was the life and soul of it. He explained to the company that he was assistant to a juggler who had left him behind sick with fever, and that he would pick up his master at Umballa. As the occupants of the carriage changed, he varied this tale, or adorned it with all the shoots of a budding fancy, the more rampant for being held off native speech so long in all India. That night was no human being so joyful as Kim at Umballa. He got out and headed eastward, plashing over the sodden fields to the village where the old soldier lived. About this time, Colonel Creighton at Simla was advised from Lucknow by wire that young O'Hara had disappeared. Mahbub Ali was in town selling horses, and to him the colonel confided the affair one morning, cantering round Annandale racecourse. Oh, that is nothing, said the horse-dealer. Men are like horses. At certain times they need salt, and if that salt is not in the mangers, they will lick it up from the earth. He has gone back to the road again. For a while the madrasa wearied him. I knew it would another time. I will take him upon the road myself. Do not be troubled, Creighton Sahib. It is as though a Palapani breaking loose ran out to learn the game alone. Then he is not dead, think you? Fever might kill him. I do not fear for the boy, otherwise a monkey does not fall among trees. Next morning, on the same course, Mahbub's stallion ranged alongside the colonel. It is as I had thought, said the horse-dealer. He has come through Umballa at least, and there he has written a letter to me, having learned in the bazaar that I was here. Read, said the colonel with a sigh of relief. It was absurd that a man of his position should take an interest in a little country-bred vagabond, but the colonel remembered the conversation in the train, and often in the past few months had caught himself thinking of the queer, silent, self-possessed boy. His evasion, of course, was the height of insolence, but it argued some resource, and Mahbub's eyes twinkled as he reined out into the center of the cramped little plain where none could come near unseen. The friend of the stars, who is the friend of all the world. What is this? A name we give him in Lahore city. The friend of all the world takes leave to go to his own places. He will come back upon the appointed day. Let the box and the bedding roll be sent for. And if there has been a fault, let the hand of friendship turn aside the whip of calamity. There is yet a little more, but no matter, read. Certain things are not known to those who eat with forks. It is better to eat with both hands. For a while speak soft words to those who do not understand this, that the return may be propitious. Now the manner in which that was cast is of course the work of the letter writer, but see how wisely the boy has devised the matter of it, so that no hint is given except to those who know. Is this the hand of friendship to avert the whip of calamity? Laughed the colonel. See how wise is the boy. He would go back to the road again, as I said, not knowing yet thy trade. I am not at all sure of that, the colonel muttered. He turns to me to make a peace between you. Is he not wise? He says he will return. He is but perfecting his knowledge. Think, Sahib, he has been 3 months at the school, and he is not mouthed to that bit. For my part, I rejoice the pony learns the game. Ay, but another time he must not go alone. Why, he went alone before he came under the Colonel Sahib's protection. When he comes to the great game, he must go alone, and at peril of his head. Then if he spits or sneezes or sits down other than as the people do whom he watches, he may be slain. Why hinder him now? Remember how the Persians say the jackal that lives in the wilds of Mazandaran can only be caught by the hounds of Mazandaran. True, it is true, Mahbub Ali, and if he comes to no harm, I do not desire anything better, but it is great insolence on his part. He does not tell me even whither he goes, said Mahbub. He is no fool. When his time is accomplished, he will come to me. It is time. The healer of pearls took him in hand. He ripens too quickly, as sahibs reckon. This prophecy was fulfilled to the letter. A month later Mahbub had gone down to Umballa to bring up a fresh consignment of horses, and Kim met him on the Kalka road at dusk riding alone, begged an alms of him, was sworn at, and replied in English. There was nobody within earshot to hear Mahbub's gasp of amazement. "Oh ho, and where hast thou been?" "Up and down and up. Come under a tree out of the wet and tell." I stayed for a while with an old man near Umballa, anon with a household of my acquaintance in Umballa. With one of these, I went as far as Delhi to the southward. That is a wondrous city. Then I drove a bullock for a telly and oilman coming north. But I heard of a great feast forward in Patiala, and thither went I in the company of a firework maker. It was a great feast. Kim rubbed his stomach. I saw rajas and elephants with gold and silver trappings, and they lit all the fireworks at once, whereby 11 men were killed, my firework maker among them, and I was blown across a tent, but took no harm. Then I came back to the rel with a Sikh horseman to whom I was groom for my bread, and so here. Shabash, said Mahbub Ali. But what does the Colonel Sahib say? I do not wish to be beaten. The hand of friendship has averted the whip of calamity, but another time, when thou takest the road, it will be with me. This is too early. Late enough for me. I have learned to read, and to write English a little at the madrasa. I shall soon be altogether a sahib. Hear him, laughed Mahbub, looking at the little drenched figure dancing in the wet Salam Sahib, and he saluted ironically. Well, art tired of the road, or wilt thou come on to Umballa with me and work back with the horses? I come with the Mahbub Ali. Chapter 8. Something I owe to the soil that grew, more to the life that fed, but most to Allah who gave me two separate sides to my head. I would go without shirts or shoes, friends, tobacco, or bread, sooner than for an instant lose either side of my head. Then in God's name take blue for red, said Mahbub, alluding to the Hindu color of Kim's disreputable turban. Kim countered with the old proverb, I will change my faith and my bedding, but thou must pay for it. The dealer laughed till he nearly fell from his horse at a shop on the outskirts of the city. The change was made, and Kim stood up, externally at least a Mohammedan. Mahbub hired a room over against the railway station, sent for a cooked meal of the finest, with the almond curd sweetmeats, balashai, we call it, and fine-chopped Lucknow tobacco. This is better than some other meat that I ate with the Sikh, said Kim, grinning as he squatted, and assuredly they give no such victuals at my madrasa. I have a desire to hear of that same madrasa. Mahbub stuffed himself with great boluses of spiced mutton fried in fat with cabbage and golden brown onions. But tell me first, altogether and truthfully, the manner of thy escape, for, O friend of all the world, loosed his cracking belt-tie. Do not think it is often that a sahib and the son of a sahib runs away from there. How should they? They do not know the land. It was nothing, said Kim, and began his tale when he came to the disguisement and the interview with the girl in the bazaar. Mahbub Ali's gravity went from him. He laughed aloud and beat his hand on his thigh. Shabash, shabash, oh well done, little one. What will the healer of turquoises say to this? Now slowly let us hear what befell afterward, step by step, omitting nothing. Step by step, then Kim told his adventures between coughs, as the full-flavored tobacco caught his lungs. I said, growled Mahbub Ali to himself, I said it was the pony breaking out to play polo. The fruit is ripe already, except that he must learn his distances and his pacings and his rods and his compasses. Listen now, I have turned aside the colonel's whip from thy skin, and that is no small service. True, Kim pulled serenely, that is true. But it is not to be thought that this running out and in is any way good. It was my holiday, Haji. I was a slave for many weeks. Why should I not run away when the school was shut? Look too, how I, living upon my friends or working for my bread, as I did with the Sikh, have saved the colonel, Sahib, a great expense. Mahbub's lips twitched under his well-pruned Mohammedan mustache. What are a few rupees? A Pathan threw out his open hand carelessly. To the colonel, Sahib, he spends them for a purpose, not in any way for love of thee. That, said Kim slowly, I knew a very long time ago. Who told? The colonel, Sahib himself, not in those many words, but plainly enough for one who is not altogether a mudhead. Yea, he told me in the terrain when we went down to Lucknow. Be it so, then I will tell thee more, friend of all the world, though in the telling I lend thee my head. It was forfeit to me, said Kim, with deep relish in Umballa, when thou didst pick me up on the horse, after the drummer boy beat me. Speak a little plainer, all the world may tell lies save thou and Roman one, for equally is thy life forfeit to me, if I chose to raise my finger here. And this is known to me also, said Kim, readjusting the live charcoal ball on the weed. It is a very sure tie between us, indeed thy hold is surer even than mine, for who would miss a boy beaten to death? Or it may be thrown into a well by the roadside. Most people here, and in Simla and across the passes behind the hills, would on the other hand say what has come to Mahbub Ali if he were found dead among his horses. Surely too the Colonel Sahib would make inquiries, but again Kim's face puckered with cunning, would not make over-long inquiry, lest people should ask, what has this Colonel Sahib to do with that horse-dealer? But if I lived, as thou wouldst surely die. It may be, but I say, if I lived, I and I alone would know that one had come by night, as a common thief perhaps, to Mahbub Ali's bulkhead in the Sarai, and there had slain him either before or after that thief had made a full search into his saddlebags, and between the soles of his slippers, is that news to tell to the colonel, or would he say to me I have not forgotten, when he sent me back for a cigar case, that he had not left behind him what is Mahbub Ali to me? Up went a gout of heavy smoke, there was a long pause, then Mahbub Ali spoke in admiration, and with these things on thy mind, dost thou lie down, and rise again, among all the sahib's little sons at the madrasa, and meekly take instruction from thy teachers? It is an order, said Kim blandly. Who am I to dispute an order? A most finished son of Eblis, said Mahbub Ali, but what is this tale of the thief and the search? That which I saw, said Kim, the night that my lama and I lay next thy place in the Kashmir Serral, the door was left unlocked, which I think is not thy custom, Mahbub. He came in as one assured that thou wouldst not soon return. My eye was against a knothole in the plank. He searched, as it were, for something, not a rug, not stirrups, nor a bridle, nor brass, but something little, and most carefully hid. Else why did he prick with an iron between the soles of thy slippers? Ha! Mahbub Ali smiled gently, and seeing these things, what tale didst thou fashion to thyself? Well, of the truth, none. I put my hand upon my amulet, which lies always next to my skin, and remembering the pedigree of a white stallion that I had bitten out of a piece of Musulmani bread, I went away to Umballa, perceiving that a heavy trust was laid upon me at that hour. Had I chosen, thy head was forfeit. It needed only to say to that man, I have here a paper concerning a horse, which I cannot read, and then Kim peered at Mahbub under his eyebrows. Then thou wouldst have drunk water twice, perhaps thrice afterwards. I do not think more than thrice, said Mahbub simply. It is true I thought of that a little, but most I thought that I loved thee, Mahbub. Therefore I went to Umballa, as thou knowest. But in this thou dost not know. I lay hid in the guarding grass to see what Colonel Creighton Sahib might do upon reading the white stallion's pedigree. And what did he? For Kim had bitten off the conversation. Dost thou give news for love, or dost thou sell it? Kim asked. I sell and I buy. Mahbub took a forana piece out of his belt and held it up. 8, said Kim mechanically, following the huckster instinct of the East. Mahbub laughed and put away the coin. It is too easy to deal in that market, friend of all the world. Tell me, for love our lives lie in each other's hand. Very good. I saw the Jangi Lat Sahib, the commander-in-chief, come to a big dinner. I saw him in Creighton Sahib's office. I saw the two read the white stallion's pedigree. I heard the very orders given for the opening of a great war. Ha! Mahbub nodded with deepest eyes. Afire, the game is well played. That war is done now, and the evil we hope nipped before the flower. Thanks to mean thee. What didst thou later? I made the news as it were a hook to catch me victual and honor among the villagers in a village whose priest drugged my lama, but I bore away the old man's purse, and the Brahmin found nothing. So next morning he was angry, ho ho, and I also used the news when I fell into the hands of that white regiment with their bull. That was foolishness. Mahbub scowled. News is not meant to be thrown about like dung cakes, but used sparingly like bang. So I think now, and moreover, it did me no sort of good, but that was very long ago. He made as to brush it all away with a thin brown handand. Since then, and especially in the nights under the punkah at the madrasa, I have thought very greatly. Is it permitted to ask whither the heaven-born's thought might have led? Said Mahbub, with an elaborate sarcasm, smoothing his scarlet beard. It is permitted, said Kim, and threw back the very tone they say at Nukhlau, that no sahib must tell a black man that he has made a fault. Mahbub's hand shot into his bosom, for to call a Pathan a black man, Kala, idmi, is a blood insult. Then he remembered, and laughed. Speak, sahib, thy black man hears. But said Kim, I am not a sahib, and I say I made a fault to curse thee, Mahbub Ali. On that day at Umballa, when I thought I was betrayed by a Pathan, I was senseless, for I was but newly caught, and I wished to kill that locust drummerbo. I say now, Haji, that it was well done, and I see my road all clear before me to good service. I will stay in the madrasa till I am ripe. Well said. Especially are distances and numbers, and the manner of using compasses to be learned in that game. One waits in the hills above to show thee. I will learn their teaching upon a condition that my time is given to me without question. When the madrasa is shut, ask that for me of the colonel. But why not ask the colonel in the sahib's tongue? The colonel is the servant of the government. He is sent hither and yon at a word, and must consider his own advancement. See how much I have already learned at Nukhlau. Moreover, the colonel, I know since 3 months only. I have known one Mahbub Ali for 6 years. So to the madrasa, I will go. At the madrasa, I will learn. In the madrasa, I will be a sahib. But when the madrasa is shut, then must I be free and go among my people, otherwise I die. And who are thy people, friend of all the world? This great and beautiful land, said Kim, waving his paw round the little clay-walled room, where the oil lamp in its niche burned heavily through the tobacco smoke. And further, I would see my lama again, and further, I need money. That is the need of everyone, said Mahbub, ruefully. I will give thee 8 annas, for much money is not picked out of horses' hooves, and it must suffice for many days. As to all the rest, I am well pleased, and no further talk is needed. Make haste to learn, and in 3 years, or it may be less, thou wilt be an aidevan to me. Have I been such a hindrance till now, said Kim, with a boy's giggle. Do not give answers, Mahbub grunted. Thou art my new horseboy. Go and bed among my men. They are near the north end of the station, with the horses. They will beat me to the south end of the station, if I come without authority. Mahbub felt in his belt, wetted his thumb on a cake of Chinese ink, and dabbed the impression on a piece of soft native paper. From Balk to Bombay, men know that rough-ridged print, with the old scar running diagonally across it. That is enough to show my headman I come in the morning. By which road, said Kim. By the road from the city. There is but one, and then we return to Creighton Sahib. I have saved thee a beating. Allah, what is a beating when the very head is loose on the shoulders? Kim slid out quietly into the night, walked half round the house, keeping close to the walls, and headed away from the station for a mile or so. Then, fetching a wide compass, he worked back at leisure, for he needed time to invent a story if any of Mahbub's retainers asked questions. They were camped on a piece of waste ground beside the railway, and being natives had not, of course, unloaded the 2 trucks in which Mahbub's animals stood among a consignment of countrybrids bought by the Bombay train company. The headman, a broken-down, consumptive-looking Mohammedan, promptly challenged Kim, but was pacified at sight of Mahbub's sign manual. The Haji has of his favor given me service, said Kim testily. If this be doubted, wait till he comes in the morning. Meantime, a place by the fire. Followed the usual aimless babble that every locust native must raise on every occasion. It died down, and Kim lay out behind the little knot of Mahbub's followers, almost under the wheels of a horse-truck, a borrowed blanket for covering, now a bed among brickbats and ballast refuse on a damp night between overcrowded horses and unwashed balties would not appeal to many white boys, but Kim was utterly happy. Change of scene, service, and surroundings were the breath of his little nostrils, and thinking of the neat white cots of St. Xavier's all arrow under the punkah gave him joy as keen as the repetition of the multiplication table in English. I am very old, he thought sleepily. Every month I become a year more old. I was very young and a fool to boot when I took Mahbub's message to Umballa. Even when I was with that white regiment, I was very young and small, and had no wisdom, but now I learn every day, and in 3 years the colonel will take me out of the madrasa and let me go upon the road with Mahbub, hunting for horses' pedigrees, or maybe I shall go by myself, or maybe I shall find the lama and go with him. Yes, that is best to walk again as a keeler with my lama when he comes back to Benares. The thoughts came more slowly and disconnectedly. He was plunging into a beautiful dreamland when his ears caught a whisper, thin and sharp, above the monotonous babble round the fire. It came from behind the iron-skinned horse-truck. He is not here, then. Where should he be but roistering in the city? Who looks for a rat in a frog pond? Come away, he is not our man. He must not go back beyond the passes a second time. It is the order. Hire some woman to drug him. It is a few rupees only, and there is no evidence. Except the woman, it must be more certain, and remember the price upon his head. Aye, but the police have a long arm, and we are far from the border. If it were in Peshawar now. Yes, in Peshawar, the second voice sneered. Peshawar, full of his bloodkin, full of bolt holes and women, behind whose clothes he will hide. Yes, Peshawar or Jehannam would suit us equally well. Then what is the plan? O fool, have I not told it 100 times? Wait till he comes to lie down, and then one sure shot. The trucks are between us and pursuit. We have but to run back over the lines and go our way. They will not see whence the shot came. Wait here at least till the dawn. What manner of Fakwa art thou to shiver at a little watching? Oh, thought Kim behind close-shut eyes once again, it is Mahbub. Indeed, a white stallion's pedigree is not a good thing to peddle to sahibs, or maybe Mahbub has been selling other news. Now what is to do, Kim? I know not where Mahbub houses, and if he comes here before the dawn, they will shoot him. That would be no profit for the Kim, and this is not a matter for the police. That would be no profit for Mahbub. And giggled almost aloud, I do not remember any lesson at Nuclow which will help me. Allah, here is Kim, and yonder are they first. Then Kim must wake and go away, so that they shall not suspect. A bad dream wakes a manthus. He threw the blanket off his face and raised himself suddenly with the terrible bubbling meaningless yell of the Asiatic roused by nightmare. Yalalala, narin the shural. A shural is the peculiarly malignant ghost of a woman who has died in childbed. She haunts lonely roads. Her feet are turned backwards on the ankles, and she leads men to torment. Louder rose Kim's quavering howl, till at last he leaped to his feet and staggered off sleepily, while the camp cursed him for waking them. Some 20 yards farther up the line he lay down again, taking care that the whisperers should hear his grunts and groans. As he recomposed himself after a few minutes, he rolled towards the road and stole away into the thick darkness. He paddled along swiftly till he came to a culvert and dropped behind it, his chin on a level with the coping stone. Here he could command all the night traffic himself unseen. 2 or 3 carts passed jingling out to the suburbs, a coughing policeman and a hurrying foot-passenger or two who sang to keep off evil spirits, then rapped the shod feet of a horse. Ah, this is more like Mahbub, thought Kim, as the beast shied at the little head above the culvert. Oh, Mahbub Ali, he whispered, have a care. The horse was reined back almost on its haunches and forced towards the culvert. Never again, said Mahbub, will I take a shod horse for night work. They pick up all the bones and nails in the city. He stooped to lift its forefoot, and that brought his head within a foot of Kim's. Down, keep down, he muttered, the night is full of eyes. 2 men wait, they coming behind the horse trucks. They will shoot thee at thy lying down, because there is a price on thy head. I heard, sleeping near the horses. Didst thou see them? Hold still, sire of devils, this furiously to the horse. No. Was one dressed belike as a Fakwa. One said to the other, what manner of Fakwa art thou to shiver at a little watching? Good, go back to the camp and lie down. I do not die tonight. Mahbub wheeled his horse and vanished. Kim tore back down the ditch till he reached a point opposite his second resting place, slipped across the road like a weasel, and recoiled himself in the blanket. At least Mahbub knows, he thought contentedly, and certainly he spoke as one expecting it. I do not think those 2 men will profit by tonight's watch. An hour passed, and with the best will in the world to keep awake all night, he slept deeply. Now and again a night train roared along the metals within 20 feet of him, but he had all the Oriental's indifference to mere noise, and it did not even weave a dream through his slumber. Mahbub was anything but asleep. It annoyed him vehemently that people outside his tribe and unaffected by his casual amours should pursue him for the life. His first and natural impulse was to cross the line lower down, work up again, and catching his well-wishers from behind summarily slay them. Here, he reflected with sorrow, another branch of the government totally unconnected with Colonel Creighton might demand explanations which would be hard to supply, and he knew that south of the border a perfectly ridiculous fuss is made about a corpse, or so. He had not been troubled in this way since he sent Kim to Umballa with the message, and hoped that suspicion had been finally diverted. Then a most brilliant notion struck him. The English do eternally tell the truth, he said, therefore we of this country are eternally made foolish. By Allah, I will tell the truth to an Englishman. Of what use is the government police? If a poor cabuli be robbed of his horses in their very trucks, This is as bad as Peshawar. I should lay a complaint at the station better. Still some young sahib on the railway, they are zealous. And if they catch thieves, it is remembered to their honor. He tied up his horse outside the station and strode on to the platform. "Hello, Mahbub Ali," said a young assistant district traffic superintendent, who was waiting to go down the linear, tall, tow-haired, horsey youth in dingy white linen. "What are you doing here, selling weeds?" "No, I am not troubled for my horses. I come to look for Luduf. Allah, I have a truckload up the line. Could anyone take them out without the railway's knowledge?" "Shouldn't think so, Mahbub. You can claim against us if they do." "I have seen two men crouching under the wheels of one of the trucks. Nearly all night Fakwars do not steal horses, so I gave them no more thought. I would find Luduf Allah, my partner." "The deuce you did, and you didn't bother your head about it, 'pon my word. It's just almost as well that I met you. What were they like, eh?" "They were only Fakwars. They will no more than take a little grain, perhaps, from one of the trucks. There are many up the line. The state will never miss the dole. I came here seeking for my partner Luduf Allah." "Never mind your partner. Where are your horse trucks?" "A little to this side of the farthest place where they make lamps for the trains." "The signal box, yes." "And upon the rail nearest to the road upon the right-hand side looking up the line thus. But as regards Luduf Allah, a tall man with a broken nose and a Persian greyhound air." The boy had hurried off to wake up a young and enthusiastic policeman, for as he said, the railway had suffered much from depredations in the goods yard. Mahbub Ali chuckled in his dyed beard. "They will walk in their boots making a noise, and then they will wonder why there are no Fakwars. They are very clever boys, Barton Sahib and young Sahib." He waited idly for a few minutes, expecting to see them hurry up the line girt for action. A light engine slid through the station, and he caught a glimpse of young Barton in the cab. "I did that child an injustice. He is not altogether a fool," said Mahbub Ali. "To take a fire courage for a thief is a new game." When Mahbub Ali came to his camp in the dawn, no one thought it worth while to tell him any news of the night, no one at least, but one small horseboy newly advanced to the great man's service, whom Mahbub called to his tiny tent to assist in some packing. "It is all known to me," whispered Kim, bending above saddlebags. "Two sahibs came up on a tetrain. I was running to and fro in the dark on this side of the trucks. As the tetrain moved up and down slowly, they fell upon two men sitting under this truck. Haji, what shall I do with this lump of tobacco? Wrap it in paper and put it under the salt bag." Yessen struck them down, but one man struck at a sahib with a Fakwar's buck's horn. Kim meant the conjoined black buck horns, which are a Fakwar's sole temporal weapon. Blood came, so the other sahib, first smiting his own man senseless, smote the stabber with a short gun which had rolled from the first man's hand. They all raged as though mad together. Mahbub smiled with heavenly resignation. "No, that is not so much Duani madness, or a case for the civil court. The word can be punned upon both ways, as Nizamat a criminal case. A gun, sayest thou, 10 good years in jail." Then they both lay still, but I think they were nearly dead when they were put on the tetrain. Their heads moved thus, and there is much blood on the line. Come and see. I have seen blood before. Jail is the sure place, and assuredly they will give false names, and assuredly no man will find them for a long time. They were unfriends of mine. Thy fate and mine seem on one string. What a tale for the healer of pearls. Now swiftly with the saddlebags and the cooking platter we will take out the horses and away to Simla. Swiftly as Orientals understand speed, with long explanations, with abuse and windy talk, carelessly amid 100 checks. For little things forgotten, the untidy camp broke up and led the half-dozen stiff and fretful horses along the Kalka road in the fresh of the rain-swept dawn. Kim, regarded as Mahbub Ali's favorite by all who wished to stand well with the Pathan, was not called upon to work. They strolled on by the easiest of stages, halting every few hours at a wayside shelter. Very many sahibs travel along the Kalka road, and as Mahbub Ali says, every young sahib must needs esteem himself a judge of a horse, and though he be overhead in debt to the moneylender, must make as if to buy. That was the reason that sahib after sahib, rolling along in a stage carriage, would stop and open talk. Some would even descend from their vehicles and feel the horses' legs, asking inane questions, or through sheer ignorance of the vernacular, grossly insulting the imperturbable trader. When first I dealt with sahibs, and that was when Colonel Sodhi Sahib was governor of Fort Abazai and flooded the commissioner's camping ground for spite, Mahbub confided to Kim. As the boy filled his pipe under a tree, I did not know how greatly they were fools, and this made me wroth as thus. And he told Kim a tale of an expression misused in all innocence that doubled Kim up with mirth. Now I see, however, exhaled smoke slowly that it is with them, as with all men in certain matters they are wise, and in others most foolish, very foolish it is to use the wrong word to a stranger, for though the heart may be clean of offense, how is the stranger to know that he is more like to search truth with a dagger? True, true talk, said Kim, solemnly. Fools speak of a cat when a woman is brought to bed, for instance, I have heard them. Therefore in one situate as thou art, it particularly behoves thee to remember this, with both kinds of faces among sahibs, never forgetting thou art a sahib among the folk of Hind, always remembering thou art. He paused with a puzzled smile. What am I, Musalman, Hindu, Jain, or Buddhist? That is a hard knot. Thou art beyond question an unbeliever, and therefore thou wilt be damned, so says my Lawa, I think it does, but thou art also my little friend of all the world, and I love thee, so says my heart. This matter of creeds is like horseflesh. The wise man knows horses are good, that there is a profit to be made from all, and for myself, but that I am a good Sunni, and hate the men of Tura. I could believe the same of all the faiths. Now manifestly, a Kadiawar mare taken from the sands of her birthplace, and removed to the west of Bengal Foundersner, is even a bulk stallion, and there are no better horses than those of bulk, were they not so heavy in the shoulder of any account, in the great northern deserts beside the snow camels. I have seen, therefore I say in my heart, the faiths are like the horses, each has merit in its own country. But my Lama said altogether a different thing. Oh, he is an old dreamer of dreams from Batial. My heart is a little angry friend of all the world, that thou shouldst see such worth in a man so little known. It is true, Haji, but that worth do I see, and to him my heart is drawn. And his to thine, I hear hearts are like horses, they come, and they go against bit or spur. Shout Gul Sher Khan yonder, to drive in that bay stallions pickets more firmly. We do not want a horse fight at every resting stage, and the dun and the black will be locked in a little. Now, hear me, is it necessary to the comfort of thy heart to see that Lama? It is one part of my bond, said Kim, if I do not see him, and if he is taken from me, I will go out of that madrasa in Nuclo and Andance gone, who is to find me again? It is true, never was colt held on a lighter heel rope than thou. Mahbub nodded his head. Do not be afraid, Kim spoke, as though he could have vanished on the moment. My Lama has said that he will come to see me at the madrasa. A beggar and his bowl, in the presence of those young sa. Not all, Kim cut in with a snort. Their eyes are blued, and their nails are blackened with locust blood, many of them sons of Maitiranis, brothers-in-law to the Bungi sweeper. We need not follow the rest of the pedigree, but Kim made his little point clearly, and without heat, chewing a piece of sugar cane the while. Friend of all the world, said Mahbub, pushing over the pipe for the boy to clean, I have met many men, women, and boys, and not a few sahibs. I have never in all my days met such an imp as thou art. And why, when I always tell thee the truth? Perhaps the very reason for this is a world of danger to honest men. Mahbub Ali hauled himself off the ground, girt in his belt, and went over to the horses. Or Salid. There was that in the tone that made Mahbub halt and turn. What new devilry? 8 honors, and I will tell, said Kim, grinning, it touches thy peace. O shaitan, Mahbub gave the money. Rememberest thou the little business of the thieves in the dark, down yonder at Umballa? Seeing they sought my life, I have not altogether forgotten why. Rememberest thou the Kashmir Sarai? I will twist thy ears in a moment, Sahib. No need, Patan, only the second Fakwa, whom the Sahibs beat senseless, was the man who came to search thy bulkhead at Lahore. I saw his face, as they helped him on the engine, the very same man. Why didst thou not tell before? Oh, he will go to jail and be safe for some years. There is no need to tell more than is necessary at any one time. Besides, I did not then need money for sweetmeats. Allah Karim, said Mahbub wilt thou some day sell my head for a few sweetmeats, if the fit takes thee? Kim will remember till he dies that long lazy journey from Umballa through Kalka and the Pinjore Gardens nearby up to Simla, a sudden spate in the Gugger River, swept down one horse, the most valuable be sure, and nearly drowned Kim among the dancing boulders farther up the road. The horses were stampeded by a government elephant, and being in high condition of grass food, it cost a day and a half to get them together again. Then they met Sikandar Khan coming down with a few unsaleable screws remnants of his Stringan Mahbub, who has more of horoscoping in his little fingernail than Sikandar Khan. In all his tents must needs buy two of the worst, and that meant 8 hours laborious diplomacy and untold tobacco. But it was all pure delight, the wandering road. Climbing, dipping, and sweeping about the growing spurs the flush of the morning laid. Along the distant snows, the branch cacti tear. Upon tier on the stony hillsides, the voices of 1,000 water channels, the chatter of the monkeys. The solemn deodars climbing one after another with down-drooped branches. The vista of the plains rolled out far beneath them, the incessant twanging of the tonga horns and the wild rush of the led horses. When a tonga swung round a curve, the halts for prayers, Mahbub was very religious in dry washings and bellowings. When time did not press, the evening conferences by the halting places, when camels and bullocks chewed solemnly together, and the stolid drivers told the news of the rodol, these things lifted Kim's heart to song within him. But when the singing and dancing is done, said Mahbub Ali, comes the Colonel Sahibs, and that is not so sweet. A fair land, a most beautiful land, is this of Hindand. The land of the 5 rivers is fairer than all. Kim half chanted into it. I will go again, if Mahbub Ali or the Colonel lift hand or foot against me. Once gone, who shall find me? Look, Haji, is yonder the city of Simla? Allah, what a city! My father's brother, and he was an old man when Mackerson Sahib's well was new at Peshawar, could recall when there were but 2 houses in it. He led the horses below the main road into the lower Simla Bazar, crowded rabbit warren that climbs up from the valley to the town hall at an angle of 4 to 5. A man who knows his way there can defy all the police of India's summer capital. So cunningly does veranda communicate with veranda, alleyway with alleyway, and bolt hole with bolt hole. Here live those who minister to the wants of the glad city champanis, who pull the pretty ladies' rickshaws by night and gamble till the dawn. Grocers, oil sellers, curio vendors, firewood dealers, priests, pickpockets, and native employees of the government here are discussed by courtesans, the things which are supposed to be profoundest secrets of the India Council, and here gather all the subsubagents of half the native states. Here, too, Mahbub Ali rented a room much more securely locked than his bulkhead at Lahore, in the house of a Mohammedan cattle dealer. It was a place of miracles too, for there went in at twilight a Mohammedan horsebay, and there came out an hour later a Eurasian lad. Lucknow girl's dye was of the Bastin badly-fitting shop clothes. I have spoken with Creighton Sahib, quoth Mahbub Ali, and a second time has the hand of friendship averted the whip of calamity. He says that thou hast altogether wasted 60 days upon the road, and it is too late therefore to send thee to any hill school. I have said that my holidays are my own. I do not go to school twice over. That is one part of my bond. The Colonel Sahib is not yet aware of that contract. Thou art to lodge in Lurgan Sahib's house till it is time to go again to Nucklow. I had sooner lodge with thee, Mahbub. Thou dost not know the honor Lurgan Sahib himself asked for thee. Thou wilt go up the hill and along the road atop, and there thou must forget for a while that thou hast ever seen or spoken to me. Mahbub Ali, who sells horses to Creighton Sahib, whom thou dost not know, remember this order. Kim nodded. Good, said he. And who is Lurgan Sahib? Nay, caught Mahbub's sword king glance. Indeed, I have never heard his name. Is he by chance lowered his voice on of us? What talk is this of us, Sahib? Mahbub Ali returned in the tone he used towards Europeans. I am a Pathan, thou art a Sahib, and the son of a Sahib. Lurgan Sahib has a shop among the European shops. All Simla knows it. Ask there, and friend of all the world, he is one to be obeyed to the last wink of his eyelashes. Men say he does magic, but that should not touch thee. Go up the hill and ask. Here begins the great game. Chapter 9. Dokes was son of Yelth the Wise, chief of the Raven clan. Itzwoot the Bear had him in care, to make him a medicineman. He was quick and quicker to learn, bold and bolder to dare. He danced the dread Clu-Qually dance, to tickle Itzwoot the Bear. Oregon legend. Kim flung himself wholeheartedly upon the next turn of the wheel. He would be a sahib again for a while in that idea, so soon as he had reached the broad road under Simla town hall. He cast about for one to impress a Hindu child some 10 years old squatted under a lamppost. "Where is Mr. Lurgan's house?" demanded Kim. "I do not understand English," was the answer, and Kim shifted his speech accordingly. "I will show." Together they set off through the mysterious dusk, full of the noises of a city below the hillside and the breath of a cool wind in deodar-crowned Jacko, shouldering the stars, the houselights scattered on every level made, as it were a double firmament. Some were fixed, others belonged to the rickshaws of the careless, open-spoken English folk, going out to dinner. "It is here," said Kim's guide, and halted in a veranda flush with the main road. No door stayed them, but a curtain of beaded reeds that split up the lamplight beyond. "He is come," said the boy in a voice little louder than a sigh, and vanished. Kim felt sure that the boy had been posted to guide him from the first, but putting a bold face on it parted the curtain. A black-bearded man with a green shade over his eyes sat at a table, and one by one, with short white hands, picked up globules of light from a tray before him, threaded them on a glancing silken string, and hummed to himself, the while Kim was conscious that beyond the circle of light, the room was full of things that smelt like all the temples of all the East. A whiff of musk, a puff of sandalwood, and a breath of sickly jessamine caught his open nostrils. "I am here," said Kim, at last speaking in the vernacular. The smells made him forget that he was to be a sahib. 7980-81, the man counted to himself, stringing pearl after pearl so quickly that Kim could scarcely follow his fingers. He slid off the green shade and looked fixedly at Kim for a full half-minute. The pupils of the eye dilated and closed to pinpricks as if at will. There was a fakir by the Taksali gate who had just this gift and made money by it, especially when cursing silly women. Kim stared with interest. His disreputable friend could further twitch his ears, almost like a goat, and Kim was disappointed that this new man could not imitate him. "Do not be afraid," said Lurgan Sahib suddenly. "Why should I fear? Thou wilt sleep here tonight and stay with me till it is time to go again to Nukhlau. It is an order." "It is an order," Kim repeated, "but where shall I sleep?" "Here in this room." Lurgan Sahib waved his hand towards the darkness behind him. "So be it," said Kim composedly. Now. He nodded and held the lamp above his head. As the light swept them, there leaped out from the walls a collection of Tibetan devilance masks hanging above the fiend-embroidered draperies of those ghastly function-shorn masks, scowling masks and masks of idiotic terror. In a corner, a Japanese warrior, mailed and plumed, menaced him. Halberd and a score of lances and kundas and cutters gave back the unsteady gleam. But what interested Kim more than all these things had seen devilance masks at the Lahore Museum was a glimpse of the soft-eyed Hindu child who had left him in the doorway, sitting cross-legged under the table of pearls with a little smile on his scarlet lips. "I think that Lurgan Sahib wishes to make me afraid, and I am sure that that devil's brat below the table wishes to see me afraid. This place," he said aloud, "is like a wonder house. Where is my bed?" Lurgan Sahib pointed to a native quilt in a corner by the loathsome masks, picked up the lamp, and left the room black. "Was that Lurgan Sahib?" Kim asked, as he cuddled down. No answer. He could hear the Hindu boy breathing, however, and guided by the sound, crawled across the floor and cuffed into the darkness, crying, "Give answer, devil, is this the way to lie to a sahib?" From the darkness, he fancied he could hear the echo of a chuckle. It could not be his soft-fleshed companion, because he was weeping. So Kim lifted up his voice and called aloud, "Lurgan Sahib, O Lurgan Sahib, is it an order that thy servant does not speak to me?" "It is an order." The voice came from behind him, and he started. Very good, but remember, he muttered, as he resought the quilt, I will beat thee in the morning, I do not love Hindus. That was no cheerful night, the room being overfull of voices and music. Kim was waked twice by someone calling his name. The second time he set out in search, and ended by bruising his nose against a box that certainly spoke with a human tongue, but in no sort of human accent. It seemed to end in a tin trumpet, and to be joined by wires to a smaller box on the floor, so far at least as he could judge by touch. And the voice, very hard and whirring, came out of the trumpet. Kim rubbed his nose and grew furious, thinking as usual in Hindi. This with a beggar from the bazaar might be good, but I am a sahib and the son of a sahib, and which is twice as much more beside a student of Nuclau. Yes, here, he turned to English, a boy of St. Xavier's. Damn Mr. Lurgan's eyes, it is some sort of machinery like a sewing machine. Oh, it is a great cheek of him. We are not frightened that way at Lucknow. No, then in Hindi. But what does he gain? He is only a trader. I am in his shop. But Creighton Sahib is a colonial. I think Creighton Sahib gave orders that it should be done. How I will beat that Hindu in the morning. What is this? The trumpet box was pouring out a string of the most elaborate abuse that even Kim had ever heard, in a high, uninterested voice, that for a moment lifted the short hairs of his neck. When the vile thing drew breath, Kim was reassured by the soft, sewing machine-like whir. Chup, be still, he cried, and again he heard a chuckle that decided him. Chupa, I break your head. The box took no heed. Kim wrenched at the tin trumpet, and something lifted with a click. He had evidently raised a Roman 549. If there were a devil inside now, was its time for sniffethus. Did the sewing machines of the bazaar smell? He would clean that shaitan. He slipped off his jacket and plunged it into the box's mouth. Something long and round bent under the pressure. There was a whir, and the voice stopped. As voices must if you ram a thrice-doubled coat on to the wax cylinder, and into the works of an expensive phonograph. Kim finished his slumbers with a serene mind. In the morning, he was aware of Lurgan Sahib looking down on him. Oh, said Kim, firmly resolved to cling to his sahibdom, there was a box in the night that gave me bad talk, so I stopped it. Was it your box? The man held out his hand. Shake hands, O'Hara, he said. Yes, it was my box. I keep such things because my friends, the Rajas, like them. That one is broken, but it was cheap at the price. Yes, my friends, the kings, are very fond of toys, and so am I sometimes. Kim looked him over out of the corners of his eyes. He was a sahib, in that he wore sahib's clothes. The accent of his Urdu, the intonation of his English showed that he was anything but a sahib. He seemed to understand what moved in Kim's mind ere the boy opened his mouth, and he took no pains to explain himself, as did Father Victor or the Lucknow masters. Sweetest of all, he treated Kim as an equal on the Asiatic side. I am sorry you cannot beat my boy this morning. He says he will kill you with a knife or poison. He is jealous, so I have put him in the corner, and I shall not speak to him today. He has just tried to kill me. You must help me with the breakfast. He is almost too jealous to trust just now. Now a genuine imported sahib from England would have made a great to-do over this tale. Lurgan Sahib stated it as simply as Mahbub Ali was used to record his little affairs in the north. The back veranda of the shop was built out over the sheer hillside, and they looked down into their neighbors' chimney pots, as is the custom of Simla. But even more than the purely Persian meal cooked by Lurgan Sahib with his own hands, the shop fascinated Kim. The Lahore Museum was larger, but here were more wondrous ghost daggers and prayer wheels from Tibet, turquoise and raw amber necklaces, green jade bangles, curiously packed incense sticks in jars crusted over with raw garnets, the devil masks of overnight, and a wall full of peacock blue draperies, gilt figures of Buddha and little portable lacquer altars, Russian samovars with turquoises on the lid, eggshell china sets in quaint octagonal cane boxes, yellow ivory crucifixes from Japan, of all places in the world. So Lurgan Sahib said, carpets in dusty bales, smelling atrociously, pushed back behind torn and rotten screens of geometrical work, Persian water jugs for the hands after meals, dull copper incense burners, neither Chinese nor Persian, with friezes of fantastic devils running round them, tarnished silver belts that knotted like rawhide hairpins of jade ivory, and plasma arms of all sorts and kinds. and 1,000 other oddments were cased or piled or merely thrown into the room, leaving a clear space only round the rickety deal table where Lurgan Sahib worked. "Those things are nothing," said his host, following Kim's glance. "I buy them because they are pretty, and sometimes I sell if I like the buyers. Look, my work is on the table, some of it." It blazed in the morning light, all red and blue and green flashes, picked out with the vicious blue-white spurt of a diamond here and there. Kim opened his eyes. "Oh, they are quite well, those stones. It will not hurt them to take the sun. Besides, they are cheap. But with 6 stones, it is very different." He piled Kim's plate anew. "There is no one but me can doctor a sick pearl, and blue turquoises, I grant you, opals, any fool can cure an opal, but for a sick pearl, there is only me. Suppose I were to die, then there would be no one." "Oh no, you cannot do anything with jewels. It will be quite enough if you understand a little about the Turk some day." He moved to the end of the veranda to refill the heavy porous clay water jug from the filter. "Do you want drink?" Kim nodded. Lurgan Sahib, 15 feet off, laid one hand on the jar. Next instant, it stood at Kim's elbow, full to within half an inch of the brimmed white cloth, only showing by a small wrinkle where it had slid into place. "Wah," said Kim, in most utter amazement that his magic. Lurgan Sahib's smile showed that the compliment had gone home. "Throw it back. It will break. I say, throw it back." Kim pitched it at random. It fell short and crashed into 50 pieces while the water dripped through the rough veranda boarding. "I said it would break." All one look at it. "Look at the largest piece." That lay with a sparkle of water in its curve, as it were a star on the floor. Kim looked intently. Lurgan Sahib laid one hand gently on the nape of his neck, stroked it twice or thrice, and whispered, "Look, it shall come to life again, piece by piece. First, the big piece shall join itself to 2 others on the right and the left, and the right and the left. Look." To save his life, Kim could not have turned his head. The light touch held him as in a vice, and his blood tingled pleasantly through him. There was one large piece of the jar where there had been 3, and above them, the shadowy outline of the entire vessel. He could see the veranda through it, but it was thickening and darkening with each beat of his pulse. Yet the jar house slowly, the thoughts Kameth jar had been smashed before his eyes. Another wave of prickling fire raced down his neck as Lurgan Sahib moved his hand. "Look, it is coming into shape," said Lurgan Sahib. So far Kim had been thinking in Hindi, but a tremor came on him, and with an effort like that of a swimmer before sharks who hurls himself half out of the water, his mind leaped up from a darkness that was swallowing it and took refuge in the multiplication table in English. "Look, it is coming into shape," whispered Lurgan Sahib. The jar had been smashed not, the native word. He would not think of that, but smashed into 50 pieces, and twice 3 was 6, and thrice 3 was 9, and 4 times 3 was 12. He clung desperately to the repetition. The shadow outline of the jar cleared like a mist after rubbing eyes. There were the broken shards, there was the spilt water drying in the sun, and through the cracks of the veranda showed, all ribbed, the white house wall below, and thrice 12 was 36. "Look, is it coming into shape?" asked Lurgan Sahib. "But it is smashed," he gasped. Lurgan Sahib had been muttering softly for the last half-minute. Kim wrenched his head aside. "Look, Deco, it is there as it was there." "It is there as it was there," said Lurgan, watching Kim closely while the boy rubbed his neck. "But you are the first of many who has ever seen it," so he wiped his broad forehead. "Was that more magic?" Kim asked suspiciously. The tingle had gone from his veins. He felt unusually wide awake. "No, that was not magic. It was only to see if there was a flaw in a jewel. Sometimes very fine jewels will fly all to pieces if a man holds them in his hand and knows the proper way. That is why one must be careful before one sets them. Tell me, did you see the shape of the pot?" "For a little time, it began to grow like a flower from the ground." "And then what did you do? I mean, how did you think?" "Oh, I knew it was broken, and so I think that was what I thought, and it was broken." "Has anyone ever done that same sort of magic to you before?" "If it was said, Kim, do you think I should let it again? I should run away." "And now you are not afraid?" "Not now." Lurgan Sahib looked at him more closely than ever. "I shall ask Mahbub Ali, not now, but some day later. He muttered, I am pleased with Yahweh's, and I am pleased with Yauno. You are the first that ever saved himself. I wish I knew what it was that, but you are right, you should not tell that, not even to me. He turned into the dusky gloom of the shop, and sat down at the table rubbing his hands softly. A small husky sob came from behind a pile of carpets. It was the Hindu child obediently facing towards the wall, his thin shoulders worked with grief. Ah, he is jealous, so jealous. I wonder if he will try to poison me again in my breakfast and make me cook it twice. Cubby cubby nahin, came the broken answer. And whether he will kill this other boy. Cubby cubby nahin, never never know. What do you think he will do? He turned suddenly on Kim. Oh, I do not know, let him go perhaps. Why did he want to poison you? Because he is so fond of me. Suppose you were fond of someone, and you saw someone come, and the man you were fond of was more pleased with him than he was with you. What would you do? Kim thought. Lurgan repeated the sentence slowly in the vernacular. I should not poison that man, said Kim reflectively, but I should beat that boy if that boy was fond of my man. But first, I would ask that boy if it were true. Ah, he thinks everyone must be fond of me. Then I think he is a fool. Hearest thou, said Lurgan Sahib to the shaking shoulders, the Sahib's son, thinks thou art a little fool. Come out, and next time thy heart is troubled, do not try white arsenic quite so openly. Surely, the devil Dasim was lord of our tablecloth. That day it might have made me ill, child, and then a stranger would have guarded the jewels. Come. The child, heavied with much weeping, crept out from behind the bale and flung himself passionately at Lurgan Sahib's feet with an extravagance of remorse that impressed even Kim. I will look into the ink pools, I will faithfully guard the jewels, O my father, and my mother send him away. He indicated Kim with a backward jerk of his bare heel. Not yet, not yet, in a little while he will go away again, but now he is at school at a new madrasa, and thou shalt be his teacher. Play the play of the jewels against him, I will keep tally. The child dried his tears at once and dashed to the back of the shop, whence he returned with a copper tray. Give me, he said to Lurgan Sahib, let them come from thy hand, for he may say that I knew them before. Gently, the man replied, and from a drawer under the table dealt a half-handful of clattering trifles into the tray. Now, said the child, waving an old newspaper, look on them, as long as thou wilt, stranger, count, and if need be handle, one look is enough for me. He turned his back proudly. But what is the game? When thou hast counted and handled, and art sure that thou canst remember them all, I cover them with this paper, and thou must tell over the tally to Lurgan Sahib. I will write mine. Oh, the instinct of competition waked in his breast. He bent over the tray. There were but 15 stones on it. That is easy, he said, after a minute. The child slipped the paper over the winking jewels and scribbled in a native account book. There are under that paper 5 blue stones, one big, one smaller, and 3 small, said Kim, all in haste. There are 4 green stones, and 1 with a hole in it. There is 1 yellow stone that I can see through, and 1 like a pipestem. There are 2 red stones, and I made the count 15, but 2, I have forgotten. No, give me time. 1 was of ivory, little and brownish, and give me time. 1 to Lurgan Sahib counted him out up to 10. Kim shook his head. Hear my count, the child burst in, trilling with laughter. First are 2 flawed sapphire stone of 2 rutties, and 1 of 4, as I should judge. The 4 sapphire is chipped at the edge. There is 1 Turkestan turquoise plain with black veins, and there are 2 inscribed on with a name of God in gilt, and the other being cracked across, for it came out of an old ring. I cannot read. We have now all 5 blue stones, 4 flawed emeralds. There are but 1 is drilled in 2 places, and 1 is a little carven. Their weight, said Lurgan Sahib, impassively. 3 favefavine, 4 rutties, as I judge it. There is 1 piece of old greenish pipe amber, and a cut topaz from Europe. There is 1 ruby of Burma of 2 rutties without a flaw, and there is a ballast ruby flawed of 2 rutties. There is a carved ivory from China, representing a rat sucking an egg, and there is last a half ball of crystal as big as a bean set on a gold leaf. He clapped his hands at the close. He is thy master, said Lurgan Sahib, smiling. He knew the names of the stones, said Kim, flushing. Try again. with common things such as he and I both know. They heaped the tray again with odds and ends gathered from the shop, and even the kitchen, and every time the child won, till Kim marveled. Bind my islet me feel once with my fingers, and even then I will leave the openetted behind, he challenged. Kim stamped with vexation when the lad made his boast good. If it were men or horses, he said, I could do better. This playing with tweezers and knives and scissors is too little. Learn first, each later, said Lurgan Sahib, is he thy master? Truly, but how is it done? By doing it many times over, till it is done perfectly, for it is worth doing. The Hindu boy in highest feather actually patted Kim on the back. Do not despair, he said, I myself will teach thee. And I will see that thou art well taught, said Lurgan Sahib, still speaking in the vernacular, for except my boy here it was foolish of him to buy so much white arsenic, when if he had asked I could have given except my boy here, I have not in a long time met with one better worth teaching. And there are 10 days more ere thou canst return to Lucknow, where they teach nothing at the long price, we shall I think be friends. They were a most mad 10 days, but Kim enjoyed himself too much to reflect on their craziness in the morning. They played the jewel game sometimes with veritable stones, sometimes with piles of swords and daggers, sometimes with photographs of natives. Through the afternoons, he and the Hindu boy would mount guard in the shop, sitting dumb behind a carpet bale or a screen and watching Mr. Lurgan's many and very curious visitors. There were small Raja's escorts coughing in the veranda, who came to buy curiosities such as phonographs and mechanical toys. There were ladies in search of necklaces, and men, it seemed to Kim, but his mind may have been vitiated by early training in search of the ladies, natives from independent and feudatory courts, whose ostensible business was the repair of broken necklace rivers of light poured out upon the table, but whose true end seemed to be to raise money for angry Maharanis or young Rajas. There were Babus to whom Lurgan Sahib talked with austerity and authority, but at the end of each interview he gave them money in coined silver and currency notes. There were occasional gatherings of long-coated theatrical natives who discussed metaphysics in English and Bengali. To Mr. Lurgan's great edification, he was always interested in religions. At the end of the day, Kim and the Hindu boy, whose name varied at Lurgan's pleasure, were expected to give a detailed account of all that they had seen and heard, their view of each man's character as shown in his face, talk, and manner, and their notions of his real errand. After dinner, Lurgan Sahib's fancy turned more to what might be called dressing up, in which game he took a most informing interest. He could paint faces to a marvel with a brush dab here and a line there, changing them past recognition. The shop was full of all manner of dresses and turbans, and Kim was apparelled variously as a young Mohammedan of good family, an oilman, and Ansuhich was a joyous eveningas, the son of an oud landholder, in the fullest of full dress. Lurgan Sahib had a hawk's eye to detect the least flaw in the makeup, and lying on a worn teakwood couch, would explain by the half-hour together how such and such a caste talked or walked or coughed or spat or sneezed, and since how's matter little in this world, the why of everything. The Hindu child played this game clumsily, that little mind keen as an icicle where tally of jewels was concerned, could not temper itself to enter another's soul, but a demon in Kim woke up and sang with joy as he put on the changing dresses and changed speech and gesture therewith. Carried away by enthusiasm, he volunteered to show Lurgan Sahib one evening how the disciples of a certain caste of Fakwa, old Lahore acquaintances, begged doles by the roadside, and what sort of language he would use to an Englishman, to a Punjabi farmer going to a fair, and to a woman without a veil. Lurgan Sahib laughed immensely and begged Kim to stay, as he was immobile for half an hour, cross-legged, ash-smeared, and wildied in the back room. At the end of that time entered a hulking, obese Babu, whose stockinged legs shook with fat, and Kim opened on him with a shower of wayside chaff. Lurgan Sahib's annoyed Kim watched the Babu, and not the play. I think, said the Babu, heavily lighting a cigarette, I am of opinion that it is most extraordinary and efficient performance, except that you had told me I should have opined that you were pulling my legs. How soon can he become approximately efficient chainman? Because then I shall indent for him. That is what he must learn at Lucknow. Then order him to be Jollidam quick good night Lurgan. The Babu swung out with the gait of a bogged cow. When they were telling over the day's list of visitors, Lurgan Sahib asked Kim who he thought the man might be. God knows, said Kim cheerily. The tone might almost have deceived Mahbub Ali, but it failed entirely with the healer of sick pearls. That is true, God, he knows, but I wish to know what you think. Kim glanced sideways at his companion, whose eye had a way of compelling truth. I think he will want me when I come from the school, but confidentially, as Lurgan Sahib nodded approval. I do not understand how he can wear many dresses and talk many tongues. Thou wilt understand many things later. He is a writer of tales for a certain colonel. His honor is great only in Simla, and it is noticeable that he has no name, but only a number and a letter. That is a custom among us. And is there a price upon his head too, as upon Mahol the others? Not yet, but if a boy rose up, who is now sitting here, and went, look, the door is open as far as a certain house, with a red-painted veranda, behind that which was the old theatre in the lower bazaar, and whispered through the shutters, Hari Chunder Mukherjee bore the bad news of last month. That boy might take away a belt full of rupees. How many, said Kim promptly. 500, 1,000, as many as he might ask for. Good, and for how long might such a boy live? After the news was told, he smiled merrily at Lurgan Sahib's very beard. Ah, that is to be well thought of. Perhaps, if he were very clever, he might live out the day, but not the night. By no means the night. Then what is the Babu's pay, if so much is put upon his head? 80, perhaps 100, perhaps 150 rupees. But the pay is the least part of the work. From time to time God causes men to be born, and thou art one of them who have a lust to go abroad at the risk of their lives, and discover news today. It may be of far-off things, tomorrow of some hidden mountain, and the next day of some nearby men who have done a foolishness against the state. These souls are very few, and of these few not more than 10 are of the best. Among these 10 I count the Babu, and that is curious how great therefore and desirable must be a business that brazens the heart of a Bengali. True, but the days go slowly for me. I am yet a boy, and it is only within 2 months I learned to write Angrezi. Even now I cannot read it well, and there are yet years and years and long years before I can be even a chainman. Have patience, friend of all the world. Kim started at the title. Would I had a few of the years that so irk thee. I have proved thee in several small ways. This will not be forgotten when I make my report to the Colonel Sahib. Then changing suddenly into English with a deep laugh. By Jove, O'Hara, I think there is a great deal in you, but you must not become proud, and you must not talk. You must go back to Lucknow and be a good little boy, and mind your book, as the English say, and perhaps next holidays, if you care, you can come back to me. Kim's face fell. Oh, I mean, if you like, I know where you want to go. 4 days later, a seat was booked for Kim and his small trunk at the rear of a Calcutta. His companion was the whale-like Babu, who with a fringed shawl wrapped round his head, and his fat open-work stickinged left leg tucked under him, shivered and grunted in the morning chill. How comes it that this man is one of us, thought Kim, considering the jelly back as they jolted down the road, and the reflection threw him into most pleasant daydreams. Lurgan Sahib had given him 5 rupees splendid sumas, well as the assurance of his protection if he worked. Unlike Mahbub, Lurgan Sahib had spoken most explicitly of the reward that would follow obedience, and Kim was content if only, like the Babu, he could enjoy the dignity of a letter and a number and a price upon his head. Some day he would be all that and more. Some day he might be almost as great as Mahbub Ali. The housetops of his search should be half India. He would follow kings and ministers, as in the old days he had followed vakils and lawyers' touts across Lahore city. For Mahbub Ali's sake, meantime, there was the present and not at all unpleasant fact of St. Xavier's immediately before him. There would be new boys to condescend to, and there would be tales of holiday adventures to hear. Young Martin, son of the tea planter at Manipur, had boasted that he would go to war with a rifle against the headhunters. That might be, but it was certain young Martin had not been blown half across the forecourt of a Patiala palace, by an explosion of fireworks, nor had he Kim fell to telling himself the story of his own adventures through the last 3 months. He could paralyze St. Xavier 7, the biggest boys who shaved with the recital were that permitted, but it was of course out of the question. There would be a price upon his head in good time, as Lurgan Sahib had assured him. And if he talked foolishly, now not only would that price never be set, but Colonel Creighton would cast him off and he would be left to the wrath of Lurgan Sahib and Mahbub Alifa the short space of life that would remain to him. So I should lose Delhi for the sake of a fish, was his proverbial philosophy. It behoved him to forget his holidays. There would always remain the fun of inventing imaginary adventures. And as Lurgan Sahib had said to work of all the boys hurrying back to St. Xavier's from Sukkar in the sands to Gala, beneath the palms none was so filled with virtue as Kimball O'Hara, jiggetting down to Umballa behind Hari Chunder Mukherjee, whose name on the books of one section of the Ethnological Survey was R. And if additional spur were needed, the Babu supplied it after a huge meal at Calcutta. He spoke uninterruptedly. Was Kim going to school? Then he, an M.A. of Calcutta University, would explain the advantages of education. There were marks to be gained by due attention to Latin, and Wordsworth's excursion. All this was Greek to Kim. French, too, was vital. And the best was to be picked up in Chandernagore, a few miles from Calcutta. Also, a man might go far as he himself had done by strict attention to plays called Lear and Julius Caesar, both much in demand by examiners. Lear was not so full of historical allusions as Julius Caesar. The book cost 4 annas, but could be bought second-hand in Beau Bazar for 2. Still more important than Wordsworth or the eminent authors Burke and Hare was the art and science of mensuration. A boy who had passed his examination in these branches, for which, by the way, there were no cram-books, could, by merely marching over a country with a compass and a level and a straight eye, carry away a picture of that country, which might be sold for large sums in coined silver. But as it was occasionally inexpedient to carry about measuring chins, a boy would do well to know the precise length of his own foot-pace, so that when he was deprived of what Hari Chunder called adventitious aids, he might still tread his distances to keep count of thousands of paces. Hari Chunder's experience had shown him nothing more valuable than a rosary of 81 or 108 beads, for it was divisible and subdivisible into many multiples and submultiples. Through the volleying drifts of English, Kim caught the general trend of the talk, and it interested him very much. Here was a new craft that a man could tuck away in his head, and by the look of the large wide world unfolding itself before him, it seemed that the more a man knew the better for him. Said the Babu when he had talked for an hour and a half, I hope some day to enjoy your official acquaintance ad interim. If I may be pardoned that expression, I shall give you this betelbox, which is highly valuable article, and cost me 2 rupees only 4 years ago. It was a cheap heart-shaped brass thing with 3 compartments for carrying the eternal betelnut, lime, and panleaf, but it was filled with little tabloid bottles. That is reward of merit for your performance in character of that holy man. You see, you are so young you think you will last forever and not take care of your body. It is great nuisance to go sick in the middle of business. I am fond of drugs myself, and they are handy to cure poor people too. These are good departmental drugs, quinine. And so on, I give it you for souvenir. Now goodbye, I have urgent private business here by the roadside. He slipped out noiselessly as a cat on the Umballa road hailed a passing cart and jingled away, while Kim, tongue-tied, twiddled the brass betelbox in his hands. The record of a boy's education interests few save his parents, and as you know, Kim was an orphan. It is written in the books of St. Xavier's in Partibus that a report of Kim's progress was forwarded at the end of each term to Colonel Creighton and to Father Victor, from whose hands duly came the money for his schooling. It is further recorded in the same books that he showed a great aptitude for mathematical studies as well as map-making, and carried away a prize. Life of Lord Lawrence Trecaffe, 2 vols 9 rupees 8 annas for proficiency therein, and the same term played in St. Xavier's 11 against the Aligha Mohammedan College, his age being 14 years and 10 months. He was also revaccinated, from which we may assume that there had been another epidemic of smallpox at Lucknow about the same time. Pencil notes on the edge of an old muster-roll record that he was punished several times for conversing with improper persons, and it seems that he was once sentenced to heavy pains for absenting himself for a day in the company of a street beggar. That was when he got over the gate and pleaded with the lama through a whole day down the banks of the Gumti to accompany him on the road next holidays for 1 month for a little week. and the lama set his face as a flint against it, averring that the time had not yet come. Kim's business, said the old man, as they ate cakes together, was to get all the wisdom of the sahibs, and then he would see the hand of friendship must in some way have averted the whip of calamity. For 6 weeks later, Kim seems to have passed an examination in elementary surveying, with great credit, his age being 15 years and 8 months from this date. The record is silent. His name does not appear in the year's batch of those who entered for the subordinate survey of India, but against it stand the words "removed on appointment." Several times in those 3 years, cast up at the temple of the Tirthankars, in Benares, the lama, a little thinner and a shade yellower, if that were possible, but gentle and untainted, as ever. Sometimes it was from the south that he came, from south of Tuticorin, whence the wonderful fireboats go to Ceylon, where are priests who know Pali. Sometimes it was from the wet green west, and the 1,000 cotton factory chimneys that ring Bombay, and once from the north, where he had doubled back 800 miles to talk for a day with the keeper of the images in the Wonder House. He would stride to his cell in the cool cut marble. Priests of the temple were good to the old man. Wash off the dust of travel, make prayer, and depart for Lucknow, well accustomed now to the way of the rail, in a third-class carriage returning. It was noticeable, as his friend the seeker pointed out to the head priest, that he ceased for a while to mourn the loss of his river or to draw wondrous pictures of the wheel of life, but preferred to talk of the beauty and wisdom of a certain mysterious Keela, whom no man of the temple had ever seen. Yes, he had followed the traces of the blessed feet throughout all India. The curator has still in his possession a most marvelous account of his wanderings and meditations. There remained nothing more in life but to find the river of the arrow, yet it was shown to him in dreams that it was a matter not to be undertaken with any hope of success, unless that seeker had with him the one Keela appointed to bring the event to a happy issue, and versed in great wisdom, such wisdom as white-haired keepers of images possess. For example, here came out the snuff-good, and the kindly Jain priests made haste to be silent. Long and long ago, when Devadatta was king of Benareslit, all listened to the Jatakan elephant, was captured for a time by the king's hunters, and ere he broke free, bearinged with a grievous legion. This he strove to remove with hate and frenzy in his heart, and hurrying up and down the forests besought his brother elephants to wrench it asunder. One by one with their strong trunks they tried, and failed at the last. They gave it as their opinion that the ring was not to be broken by any bestial power, and in a thicket newborn, wet with moisture of birth, lay a day-old calf of the herd whose mother had died. The fettered elephant, forgetting his own agony, said, "If I do not help this suckling, it will perish under our feet." So he stood above the young thing, making his legs buttresses against the uneasily moving herd, and he begged milk of a virtuous cow, and the calf throve, and the ringed elephant was the calf's guide and defense. Now the days of an elephantlet all listened to the Jatakar, 35 years to his full strength, and through 35 reigns the ringed elephant befriended the younger, and all the while the fetter ate into the flesh. Then one day the young elephant saw the half-buried iron, and turning to the elder, said, "What is this?" "It is even my sorrow," said he who had befriended him then. That other put out his trunk, and in the twinkling of an eyelash abolished the ring, saying, "The appointed time has come." So the virtuous elephant, who had waited temperately and done kind acts, was relieved at the appointed time by the very calf whom he had turned aside to cherish. Let all listen to the Jataka, for the elephant was Ananda, and the calf that broke the ring was none other than the Lord himself. Then he would shake his head benignly, and over the ever-clicking rosary point out how free that elephant calf was from the sin of pride. He was as humble as a Keela, who, seeing his master sitting in the dust outside the gates of learning, overleapt the gates though they were locked, and took his master to his heart. In the presence of the proud-stomached city rich would be the reward of such a master, and such a Keela when the time came for them to seek freedom together. So did the Lama speak, coming and going across India as softly as a bat. A sharp-tongued old woman in a house among the fruit trees behind Saharanpur honored him as the woman honored the prophet. But his chamber was by no means upon the wall. In an apartment of the forecourt overlooked by cooing doves he would sit, while she laid aside her useless veil, and chattered of spirits and fiends, of Kulu, of grandchildren unborn, and of the free-tongued brat who had talked to her in the resting place once too. He strayed alone from the Grand Trunk Road below Umballa to the very village, whose priest had tried to drug him, but the kind heaven that guards lamas sent him at twilight through the crops absorbed and unsuspicious to the Risaldar's door here, was like to have been a grave misunderstanding, for the old soldier asked him why the friend of the stars had gone that way only 6 days before. That may not be, said the lama, he has gone back to his own people. He sat in that corner, telling 100 merry tales 5 nights ago, his host insisted true. He vanished somewhat suddenly in the dawn, after foolish talk with my granddaughter, he grows apace. But he is the same friend of the stars, as brought me true word of the war. Have ye parted? Yes and no, the lama replied, we have not altogether parted, but the time is not ripe, that we should take the road together. He acquires wisdom in another place, we must wait. All one, but if it were not the boy, how did he come to speak so continually of thee? And what said he? Asked the lama eagerly. Sweet words 100,000, that thou art his father and mother, and such all pity, that he does not take the Cupine's service, he is fearless. This news amazed the lama, who did not then know how religiously Kim kept to the contract made with Mahbub Ali and perforce ratified by Colonel Creighton. There is no holding the young pony from the game, said the horse dealer, when the colonel pointed out that vagabonding over India in holiday time was absurd. If permission be refused to go and come, as he chooses, he will make light of the refusal. Then who is to catch him? Colonel Sahib, only once in 1,000 years is a horse born so well fitted for the game as this our colt, and we need men. Chapter 10. Your tiercel's too long at hack, sire, he's no ayas, but a passage hawk that footed air, we caught him. Dangerously free, oh, the air faith were he mine. As mine's the glove he binds to for his tirings. I'd fly him with a make-hawk he's in Yarak. Plumed to the very point, so manned, so weathered. Give him the firmament God made him for. And what shall take the air of him old play? Lurgan Sahib did not use as direct speech, but his advice tallied with Mahbub's, and the upshot was good for Kim. He knew better now than to leave Lucknow city in native garb. And if Mahbub were anywhere within reach of a letter, it was to Mahbub's camp he headed, and made his change under the Pathan's wary eye. Could the little survey paint box that he used for map tinting in term time have found a tongue to tell of holiday doings, he might have been expelled once Mahbub and he went together as far as the beautiful city of Bombay with 3 truckloads of tram horses, and Mahbub nearly melted when Kim proposed a sail in a dhow across the Indian Ocean to buy Gulf Arabs, which he understood from a hangaron of the dealer Abdul Rahman fetched better prices than mere cabulies. He dipped his hand into the dish with that great trader when Mahbub and a few coreligionists were invited to a big Hajj dinner. They came back by way of Karachi by sea, when Kim took his first experience of seasickness sitting on the forehatch of a coasting steamer, well persuaded. He had been poisoned. The Babu's famous drug box proved useless, though Kim had restocked it at Bombay. Mahbub had business at Quetta, and there Kim, as Mahbub admitted, earned his keep, and perhaps a little over, by spending 4 curious days as scullion in the house of a fat commissariat sergeant, from whose office box in an auspicious moment he removed a little vellum ledger, which he copied out. It seemed to deal entirely with cattle and camels. Salesby moonlight, lying behind an outhouse all through one hot night. Then he returned the ledger to its place, and at Mahbub's word left that service unpaid, rejoining him 6 miles down the road, the clean copy in his bosom. That soldier is a small fish, Mahbub Ali explained, but in time we shall catch the larger one. He only sells oxen at 2 prices own for himself, and 1 for the government, which I do not think is a sin. Why could not I take away the little book and be done with it? Then he would have been frightened, and he would have told his master. Then we should miss perhaps a great number of new rifles which seek their way up from Quetta to the north. The game is so large that one sees but a little at a time. "Oh," said Kim, and held his tongue. That was in the monsoon holidays, after he had taken the prize for mathematics. The Christmas holidays he spent deducting 10 days for private amusements with Lurgan Sahib, where he sat for the most part in front of a roaring woodfire. Jacko Road was 4 feet deep in snow. That Yeranth, small Hindu, had gone away to be married, helped Lurgan to thread pearls. He made Kim learn whole chapters of the Quran by heart, till he could deliver them with the very roll and cadence of a mullah. Moreover, he told Kim the names and properties of many native drugs, as well as the runes proper to recite when you administer them, and in the evenings he wrote charms on parchment elaborate pentagrams crowned with the names of Devil's Murrah, and a wan the companion of King Saul fantastically written in the corners. More to the point, he advised Kim as to the care of his own body, the cure of fever fits, and simple remedies of the road. A week before it was time to go down, Colonel Creighton Sahib's was unfastened Kim a written examination paper that concerned itself solely with rods and chains and links and angles. Next holidays he was out with Mahbub, and here, by the way, he nearly died of thirst plodding through the sand on a camel to the mysterious city of Bikaner, where the wells are 400 feet deep and lined throughout with camel bone. It was not an amusing trip from Kim's point of view, because in defiance of the contract, colonel ordered him to make a map of that wild-walled city, and since Mohammedan horseboys and pipe tenders are not expected to drag servitins round the capital of an independent native state, Kim was forced to pace all his distances by means of a bead rosary. He used the compass for bearings, as occasion served after dark, chiefly when the camels had been fed, and, by the help of his little survey paint box of 6 color cakes and 3 brushes, he achieved something not remotely unlike the city of Jaisalmer. Mahbub laughed a great deal and advised him to make up a written report as well, and in the back of the big account book that lay under the flap of Mahbub's pet saddle, Kim fell to work. It must hold everything that thou hast seen or touched or considered right, as though the Jungi-Lat Sahib himself had come by stealth with a vast army outsetting to war. How great an army! Oh, half a lakh of men! Folly, remember how few and bad were the wells in the sand. Not 1,000 thirsty men could come near by here. Then write that down also, all the old breaches in the walls, and whence the firewood is cute, and what is the temper and disposition of the king. I stay here till all my horses are sold. I will hire a room by the gateway, and thou shalt be my accountant. There is a good lock to the door. The report in its unmistakable St. Xavier's running script, and the brown, yellow, and lake-daubed map was on hand a few years ago. A careless clerk filed it with the rough notes of E's second Saston survey. But by now the pencil characters must be almost illegible. Kim translated it, sweating under the light of an oil lamp, to Mahbub the second day of their return journey. The Pathan rose and stooped over his dappled saddlebags. I knew it would be worthy a dress of honor, and so I made one ready, he said, smiling. Were I Emir of Afghanistan, and some day we may see him, I would fill thy mouth with gold. He laid the garments formally at Kim's feet. There was a gold-embroidered Peshawar turban cap, rising to a cone, and a big turban cloth ending in a broad fringe of gold. There was a Delhi-embroidered waistcoat to slip over a milky white shirt, fastening to the right, ample and flowing green pajamas with twisted silk waist-string, and that nothing might be lacking, Russier leather slippers smelling divinely with arrogantly curled tips. Upon a Wednesday, and in the morning, to put on new clothes is auspicious, said Mahbub solemnly, but we must not forget the wicked folk in the world. So he capped all the splendor that was taking Kim's delighted breath away with a mother-of-pearl nickel-plated, self-extracting 450 revolver. I had thought of a smaller bore, but reflected that this takes government bullets. A man can always come by those, especially across the border. Stand up and let me look. He clapped Kim on the shoulder. May you never be tired, Pathan. Oh, the hearts to be broken. Oh, the eyes under the eyelashes looking sideways. Kim turned about, pointed his toes, stretched, and felt mechanically for the mustache that was just beginning. Then he stooped towards Mahbub's feet to make proper acknowledgement with fluttering, quick-patting hands, his heart too full for words. Mahbub forestalled and embraced him. My son, said he, what need of words between us? But is not the little gun a delight? All 6 cartridges come out at one twist. It is borne in the bosom, next the skin, which as it were keeps it oiled. Never put it elsewhere, and please God thou shalt some day kill a man with it. Hi, my, said Kim ruefully, if a sahib kills a man, he is hanged in the jail. True, but one pace beyond the border men are wiser. Put it away, but fill it first. Of what use is a gun unfed? When I go back to the madrasa, I must return it. They do not allow little guns thou wilt keep it for me. Son, I am wearied of that madrasa, where they take the best years of a man to teach him what he can only learn upon the road. The folly of the sahibs has neither top nor bottom, no matter maybe thy written report shall save thee further bondage, and God, he knows, we need men more and more in the game. They marched jawbone against blowing sand across the salt desert to Jodhpur, where Mahbub and his handsome nephew Habib Ullah did much trading, and then sorrowfully in European clothes, which he was fast outgrowing. Kim went second class to St. Xavier's 3 weeks later. Colonel Creighton, pricing Tibetan ghost daggers at Lurgan's shop, faced Mahbub Ali, openly mutinous. Lurgan Sahib operated as support in reserve. The pony is made furnished-mouthed, and paced Sahib from now on day by day. He will lose his manners if he is kept at tricks. Drop the rein on his back and let go, said the horse-dealer. We need him. But he is so young. Mahbub, not more than 16 is he. When I was 15, I had shot my man and begot my man. Sahib, you impenitent old heathen. Creighton turned to Lurgan. The black beard nodded assent to the wisdom of the Afghans, dyed scarlet. I should have used him long ago, said Lurgan. The younger, the better. That is why I always have my really valuable jewels watched by a child. You sent him to me to try. I tried him in every way. He is the only boy I could not make to see things. In the crystalline, the ink pool, demanded Mahbub. No, under my hand, as I told you, that has never happened before. It means that he is strong enough, but you think it skittles. Colonel Creighton make anyone do anything he wants, and that is 3 years ago. I have taught him a good deal since. Colonel Creighton, I think you waste him now. Maybe you're right, but as you know, there is no survey work for him at present. Let him out, let him go. Mahbub interrupted. Who expects any colt to carry heavy weight at first? Let him run with the caravans like our white camel colts. For luck, I would take him myself, but there is a little business where he would be most useful in the south, said Lurgan with peculiar suavity, dropping his heavy blued eyelids. He has that in hand, said Creighton quickly. He must not go down there. Besides, he knows no turkey. Only tell him the shape and the smell of the letters we want, and he will bring them back. Lurgan insisted. No, that is a man's job, said Creighton. It was a Rhinecht matter of unauthorized and incendiary correspondence between a person who claimed to be the ultimate authority in all matters of the Mohammedan religion throughout the world, and a younger member of a royal house who had been brought to book for kidnapping women within British territory. The Moslem archbishop had been emphatic and over-arrogant. The young prince was merely sulky at the curtailment of his privileges, but there was no need he should continue a correspondence which might some day compromise him. One letter indeed had been procured, but the finder was later found dead by the roadside in the habit of an Arab trader, as he taking up the work duly reported. These facts, and a few others not to be published, made both Mahbub and Creighton shake their heads. Let him go out with his red lama, said the horse-dealer with visible effort. He is fond of the old man. He can learn his paces by the rosary at least. I have had some dealings with the old man. Be letter, said Colonel Creighton, smiling to himself. Whither goes he? Up and down the land, as he has these 3 years. He seeks a river of healing. God's curse upon all. Mahbub checked himself. He beds down at the temple of the Tirthankars, or at Bodh Gaya when he is in from the road. Then he goes to see the boy at the madrasa, as we know, for the boy was punished for it twice or thrice. He is quite mad, but a peaceful man. I have met him. The Babu also has had dealings with him. We have watched him for 3 years. Red lamas are not so common in Hind that one loses track. Babus are very curious, said Lurgan meditatively. Do you know what Hari Babu really wants? He wants to be made a member of the Royal Society by taking ethnological notes. I tell him about the Lama, everything which Mahbub and the boy have told me. Hari Babu goes down to Benares at his own expense, I think. I don't, said Creighton briefly. He had paid Hari's traveling expenses out of a most lively curiosity to learn what the Lama might be. And he applies to the Lama for information on Lamaism and devil dances and spells and charms several times in these few years. Holy Virgin, I could have told him all that years ago. I think Hari Babu is getting too old for the road. He likes better to collect manners and customs information. Yes, he wants to be an FRS. Hurry thinks well of the boy, doesn't he? Oh, very indeed. We have had some pleasant evenings at my little placebut. I think it would be waste to throw him away with Hurry on the ethnological side. Not for a first experience. How does that strike you, Mahbub? Let the boy run with the lama for 6 months. After that we can see he will get experience. He has it already, Sahibas. A fish controls the water he swims in, but for every reason it will be well to loose him from the school. Very good then, said Creighton half to himself. He can go with the lama, and if Hurry Babu cares to keep an eye on them, so much the better. He won't lead the boy into any danger, as Mahbub would curious his wish to be an FRS. Very human too. He is best on the ethnological side. Hurry. No money and no preferment would have drawn Creighton from his work on the Indian survey, but deep in his heart also lay the ambition to write FRS after his name, honors of a sort he knew could be obtained by ingenuity and the help of friends, but to the best of his belief. Nothing save work papers representing a life of Ituk, a man into the society which he had bombarded for years with monographs on strange Asiatic cults and unknown customs. 9 men out of 10 would flee from a Royal Society soiree in extremity of boredom, but Creighton was the 10th, and at times his soul yearned for the crowded rooms in easy London, where silver-haired, bald-headed gentlemen who know nothing of the army move among spectroscopic experiments, the lesser plants of the frozen tundras, electric flight-measuring machines, and apparatus for slicing into fractional millimeters the left eye of the female mosquito. By all right and reason, it was the Royal Geographical that should have appealed to him, but men are as chancy as children in their choice of playthings, so Creighton smiled and thought the better of Hurry Babu, moved by like desire. He dropped the ghost dagger and looked up at Mahbub. How soon can we get the colt from the stable? Said the horse dealer, reading his eyes. If I withdraw him by order, know what will he do? Think you I have never before assisted at the teaching of such an one? He will come to me, said Mahbub promptly, Lurgan Sahib, and I will prepare him for the road. So be it then. For 6 months he shall run at his choice, but who will be his sponsor? Lurgan slightly inclined his head. He will not tell anything, if that is what you are afraid of, Colonel Creighton. It's only a boy after all. Yes, but first he has nothing to tell, and secondly he knows what would happen also. He is very fond of Mahbub, and of me a little. Will he draw pay? Demanded the practical horse dealer. Food and water allowance, only 20 rupees a month. One advantage of the Secret Service is that it has no worrying audit. That service is ludicrously starved, of course, but the funds are administered by a few men who do not call for vouchers or present itemized accounts. Mahbub's eyes lighted with almost a Sikh's love of money. Even Lurgan's impassive face changed. He considered the years to come when Kim would have been entered and made to the great game that never ceases day and night throughout India. He foresaw honor and credit in the mouths of a chosen few coming to him from his pupil. Lurgan Sahib had made what was out of a bewildered, impertinent, lying little northwest province man. But the joy of these masters was pale and smoky beside the joy of Kim, when St. Xavier's Head called him aside with word that Colonel Creighton had sent for him. I understand, O'Hara, that he has found you a place as an assistant chainman in the canal department that comes of taking up mathematics. It is great luck for you are only 16, but of course you understand that you do not become Pukka permanent till you have passed the autumn examination, so you must not think you are going out into the world to enjoy yourself, or that your fortune is made. There is a great deal of hard work before you. Only if you succeed in becoming Pukka, you can rise, to 450 a month, whereat the principal gave him much good advice as to his conduct and his manners and his morals, and others, his elders, who had not been wafted into billets, talked as only Anglo-Indian lads can of favoritism and corruption. Indeed, young Kazalit, whose father was a pensioner at Chunar, hinted very broadly that Colonel Creighton's interest in Kim was directly paternal, and Kim, instead of retaliating, did not even use language. He was thinking of the immense fun to come of Mahbub's letter of the day, before all neatly written in English-making appointment for that afternoon, in a house, the very name of which would have crisped the principal's hair with horror. Said Kim to Mahbub in Lucknow railway station that evening above the luggage scales, I feared, lest at the last, the roof would fall upon me, and cheat me, it is indeed all finished, O my father. Mahbub snapped his fingers to show the utterness of that end, and his eyes blazed like red coals. Then where is the pistol, that I may wear it? Softly a half-year to run without heel-ropes, I begged that much from Colonel Creighton Sahib, at 20 rupees, a month-old red hat knows that thou art coming. I will pay thee dustary commission on my pay for 3 months, said Kim gravely, yea 2 rupees a month. But first we must get rid of these. He plucked his thin linen trousers, and dragged at his collar. I have brought with me all that I need on the road. My trunk has gone up to Lurgan Sahib's. Who sends his salams to thee, Sahib? Lurgan Sahib is a very clever man, but what dost thou do? I go north again upon the great game. What else? Is thy mind still set on following old Red Hat? Do not forget he made me, that I am, though he did not know it year by year. He sent the money that taught me. I would have done as much had it struck my thick head. Mahbub growled, come away, the lamps are lit now, and none will mark thee in the bazaar. We go to Hanifa's house. On the way thither, Mahbub gave him much the same sort of advice as his mother gave to Lemuel, and curiously enough, Mahbub was exact to point out how Hanifa and her likes destroyed kings. And I remember, he quoted maliciously one who said trust a snake before an harlot, and an harlot before a Pathan. Mahbub Ali, now accepting as to Pathans of whom I am one, all that is true, most true, is it in the great game, for it is by means of women that all plans come to ruin, and we lie out in the dawning with our throats cut. So it happened to such a one he gave the reddest particulars. Then why Kim paused before a filthy staircase that climbed to the warm darkness of an upper chamber, in the ward that is behind Azim Allah's tobacco shop. Those who know it call it the birdcage. It is so full of whisperings and whistlings and chirrupings. The room with its dirty cushions and half-smoked hookahs smelt abominably of stale tobacco. In one corner lay a huge and shapeless woman clad in greenish gauzes and decked brow, nose, ear, neck, wrist, arm, waist, and ankle with heavy native jewelry. When she turned it was like the clashing of copper pots. A lean cat in the balcony outside the window mewed hungrily. Kim checked, bewildered, at the door curtain. Is that the new stuff, Mahbub? Said Hanifa lazily, scarce troubling to remove the mouthpiece from her lips. Oh, Bucktanus, like most of her kind, she swore by the Jinzo Bucktanus, he is very good to look upon. That is part of the selling of the horse, Mahbub explained to Kim, who laughed. I have heard that talk since my 6th day, he replied, squatting by the light. Whither does it lead? To protection tonight we change thy color. This sleeping under roofs has blanched thee like an almond, but Hanifa has the secret of a color that catches no painting of a day or two. Also, we fortify thee against the chances of the road. That is my gift to thee, my son. Take out all metals on thee, and lay them here. Make ready, Hanifa. Kim dragged forth his compass, survey paint box, and the Newfield medicine box. They had all accompanied his travels, and boylike, he valued them immensely. The woman rose slowly, and moved with her hands a little spread before her. Then Kim saw that she was blind. No, she muttered, the Pathan speaks truth. Me color does not go in a week or a month, and those whom I protect are under strong guard. When one is far off and alone, it would not be well to grow blotched and leprous of a sudden, said Mahbub. When thou wast with me, I could oversee the matter. Besides, a Pathan is a fair skin stripped to the waist now. And look how thou art whitened. Hanifa felt her way back from an inner room. It is no matter, she cannot see. He took a pewter bowl from her ringed hand. The dye stuff showed blue and gummy. Kim experimented on the back of his wrist with a dab of cotton wool, but Hanifa heard him. No, she cried, the thing is not done thus, but with the proper ceremonies. The coloring is the least part. I give thee the full protection of the road. Jadoo magic, said Kim with a half start. He did not like the white sightless eyes. Mahbub's hand on his neck bowed him to the floor, nose within an inch of the boards. Be still, no harm comes to thee, my son. I am thy sacrifice. He could not see what the woman was about, but heard the dish-clash of her jewelry for many minutes. A match lit up the darkness. He caught the well-known purr and fizzle of grains of incense. Then the room filled with smoke-heavy aromatic and stupefying through growing drowse. He heard the names of Devilsoft Zolbazan, son of Eblis, who lives in bazaars and paraos, making all the sudden wickedness of wayside halts of Dulhan invisible. About masks the dweller among the slippers of the faithful, who hinders folk from their prayers, and Musboot, lord of lies, and panic Hanifa, now whispering in his ear, now talking, as from an immense distance, touched him with horrible soft fingers, but Mahbub's grip never shifted from his neck, till relaxing with a sigh, the boy lost his senses. Allah, how he fought! We should never have done it, but for the drugs that was his white blood. I take it, said Mahbub testily. Go on with the Dawat invocation, give him full protection. O hearer, thou that hearest with ears, be present, listen. O hearer, Hanifa moaned, her dead eyes turned to the west, the dark room filled with moanings and snortings. From the outer balcony, a ponderous figure raised a round bullet head and coughed nervously. Do not interrupt this ventriloquial necromancis, my friend, it said. In English I opine that it is very disturbing to you, but no enlightened observer is jolly well upset. I will lay a plot for their ruin, O prophet, bear with the unbelievers, let them alone. A while Hanifa's face, turned to the northward, worked horribly, and it was as though voices from the ceiling answered her. Hurry Babu returned to his notebook balanced on the windowsill, but his hand shook. Hanifa, in some sort of drugged ecstasy, wrenched herself to and fro, as she sat cross-legged by Kim's still head, and called upon devil after devil, in the ancient order of the ritual binding them, to avoid the boy's every action. With him are the keys of the secret things, none knoweth them besides himself. He knoweth that which is in the dry land, and in the sea. Again broke out the unearthly whistling responses. I apprehend it is not at all malignant in its operation, said the Babu, watching the throat muscles quiver and jerk as Hanifa spoke with tongues. It is not likely that she has killed the boy. If so, I decline to be witness at the trial. What was the last hypothetical devil mentioned? Babuji, said Mahbub in the vernacular. I have no regard for the devils of Hind, but the sons of Eblis are far otherwise, and whether they be jumali well affected or jullily terrible, they love not Kafirs. Then you think I had better go, said Hurry Babu, half rising. They are, of course, dematerialized phenomena, Spencer says. Hanifa's crisis passed, as these things must, in a paroxysm of howling. With a touch of froth at the lips, she lay spent and motionless beside Kim, and the crazy voices ceased. While that work is done, may the boy be better for it, and Hanifa is surely a mistress of Dawat. Help haul her aside, Babu, do not be afraid. How am I to fear? The absolutely non-existent, said Hurry Babu, talking English to reassure himself. It is an awful thing still to dread the magic, that you contemptuously investigatito collect folklore for the Royal Society with a lively belief in all powers of darkness. Mahbub chuckled. He had been out with Hurry on the road air. Now let us finish the coloring, said he. The boy is well protected. If the lords of the air have ears to hear, I am a Sufi freethinker. But when one can get blindsides of a woman, a stallion, or a devil, why go round to invite a kick? Set him upon the way, Babu, and see that old red hat does not lead him beyond our reach. I must get back to my horses. All right, said Hurry Babu, he is at present curious spectacle. About third cockcrow, Kim woke. After a sleep of thousands of years, Hanifa in her corner snored heavily, but Mahbub was gone. I hope you are not frightened, said an oily voice at his elbow. I superintended entire operation, which was most interesting from ethnological point of view. It was high-class Dawat. Huh, said Kim, recognizing Hurry Babu, who smiled ingratiatingly. And also I had honor to bring down from Lurgan your present costume. I am not in the habit, officially, of carrying such gauds to subordinates. Buth giggled. Your case is noted as exceptional on the books. I hope Mr. Lurgan will note my action. Kim yawned and stretched himself. It was good to turn and twist within loose clothes once again. What is this? He looked curiously at the heavy duffel stuff, loaded with the scents of the far north. Oh ho, that is inconspicuous dress of Keela, attached to service of lamastic lama, complete in every particular, said Hari Babu, rolling into the balcony to clean his teeth at a goglet. I am of opinion it is not your old gentleman's precise religion, but rather subvariant of same. I have contributed rejected notes, to whom it may concern, Asiatic Quarterly Review on these subjects. Now, it is curious that the old gentleman himself is totally devoid of religiosity. He is not a damn particular. Do you know him? Hari Babu held up his hand to show he was engaged in the prescribed rites that accompany tooth-cleaning and such things among decently bred Bengalis. Then he recited in English an Arya Samaj prayer of a theistical nature, and stuffed his mouth with pan and beetle. Oh yes, I have met him several times at Benares, and also at Bodh Gaya, to interrogate him on religious points and devil worship. He is pure agnostic, same as me. Hanifa stirred in her sleep, and Hari Babu jumped nervously to the copper incense burner, all black and discolored in morning light, rubbed a finger in the accumulated lampblack, and drew it diagonally across his face. Who has died in thy house? Asked Kim in the vernacular. None, but she may have the evil eye, that sorceress, the Babu replied. What dost thou do now then? I will set thee on thy way to Benares, if thou goest thither, and tell thee what must be known by us. I go at what hour runs the terrain? He rose to his feet, looked round the desolate chamber, and at the yellow wax face of Hanifa as the low sun stole across the floor. Is there money to be paid, that witch? No, she has charmed thee against all devils and all dangers in the name of her devils. It was Mahbub's desire in English. He is highly obsolete, I think, to indulge in such superstition. Why, it is all ventriloquy bellaspeak. Kim snapped his fingers mechanically to avert whatever evil Mahbub he knew meditated non-Emite have crept in through Hanifa's ministrations, and Hari giggled once more. But as he crossed the room, he was careful not to step in Hanifa's blotched squat shadow on the boards, which when their time is on them can lay hold of the heels of a man's soul, if he does that. Now you must well listen, said the Babu, when they were in the fresh air. Part of these ceremonies, which we witnessed, they include supply of efficient amulet to those of our department. If you feel in your neck, you will find one small silver amulet, very cheap. That is ours, do you understand? Oh yes, how a dilly, a heartlifter, said Kim, feeling at his neck. Hanifa, she makes them for 2 rupees 12 annas, with all sorts of exorcisms. They are quite common, except they are partially black enamel, and there is a paper inside each one full of names of local saints, and such things. That is Hanifa's lookout. You see, Hanifa makes them only for us, but in case she does not, when we get them, we put in before issue one small piece of turquoise. Mr. Lurgan, he gives them. There is no other source of supply, but it was me invented all this. It is strictly unofficial, of course, but convenient for subordinates. Colonel Creighton, he does not know he is European. The turquoise is wrapped in the paper. Yes, that is road to railway station. Now suppose you go with the lama, or with me, I hope someday, or with Mahbub. Suppose we get into a damn tight place. I am a fearful man, most fearful, but I tell you I have been in damn tight places, more than hairs on my head. You say I am son of the charm, very good. I do not understand quite. We must not be heard talking English here. That is all right, I am only Babu showing off my English to you. All we Babus talk English, to show off, said Hari, flinging his shoulder-cloth jauntily. As I was about to say, son of the charm means that you may be member of the Sat Bathe 7 Brothers, which is Hindi and Tantric. It is popularly supposed to be extinct society, but I have written notes to show it is still extant. You see, it is all my invention. Very good. Sat by has many members, and perhaps, before they jolly well cut your throat, they may give you just a chance of life that is useful anyhow. And moreover, these foolish native, as if they are not too excitey, always stop to think before they kill a man who says he belongs to any specific organization. You see, you say then, when you are in tight place, I am son of the charm, and you get perhaps a here second wind. That is only in extreme instances, or to open negotiations with a stranger. Can you quite see? Very good. But suppose now I or any one of the department come to you dressed quite different. You would not know me at all unless I choose. I bet you someday I will prove it. I come as Ladakhi Tradero anything, and I say to you, you want to buy precious stones. You say, do I look like a man who buys precious stones? Then I say even very poor man can buy a turquoise or tarkian. That is kikri vegetable curry, said Kim. Of course it is. You say, let me see the tarkian. Then I say it was cooked by a woman. And perhaps it is bad for your caste. Then you say there is no caste. When men go taluk for tarkian, you stop a little between those words taluk. That is the whole secret, the little stop before the words. Kim repeated the test sentence. That is all right, then I will show you my turquoise if there is time, and then you know who I am, and then we exchange views and documents and those all things. And so it is with any other man of us. We talk sometimes about turquoises, and sometimes about tarkian, but always with that little stop in the words. It is very easy, first son of the charm. If you are in a tight place, perhaps, that may help you, perhaps, not then what I have told you about the tarkian. If you want to transact official business with a strange man, of course, at present you have no official business. You area hasupernumerary on probation, quite unique specimen. If you were Asiatic of birth, you might be employed right off, but this half year of leave is to make you de-Englishized. You see, the lama, he expects you, because I have demi-officially informed him you have passed all your examinations and will soon obtain government appointment. Oh ho, you are on acting allowance, you see, so if you are called upon to help sons of the charm, mind you jolly well try. Now I shall say goodbye, my dear fellow, and I hope you all will come out topside all right. Hari Babu stepped back a pace or two into the crowd at the entrance of Lucknow station and was gone. Kim drew a deep breath and hugged himself all over the nickel-plated revolver he could feel in the bosom of his sad-colored robe. The amulet was on his neck, begging gird, rosary, and ghost dagger. Mr. Lurgan had forgotten nothing, were all to hand with medicine, paintbox, and compass, and in a worn old purse belt embroidered with porcupine-quill patterns lay a month's pay. Kings could be no richer. He bought sweetmeats in a leaf cup from a Hindu trader and ate them with glad rapture till a policeman ordered him off the steps. Chapter 11. Give the man who is not made to his trade. Swords to fling and catch again. Coins to ring and snatch again. Men to harm and cure again. Snakes to charm and lure again. Hell be hurt by his own blade. By his serpents disobeyed. By his clumsiness bewrayed. By the people mocked to scorn. So tease not with juggler born. Pinch of dust or withered flower. Chance if flung fruit or borrowed staff. Serve his need and shore his power. Bind the spell or loose the laugh. But a man who, etc. Op. 15. Followed a sudden, natural reaction. Now am I alone, all alone, he thought. In all India is no one so alone as I. If I die today, who shall bring the news in? To whom, if I live and God is good, there will be a price upon my head, for I am a son of the charm I Kim. A very few white people, but many Asiatics, can throw themselves into amazement, as it were by repeating their own names over and over again, to themselves, letting the mind go free upon speculation as to what is called personal identity. When one grows older, the power usually departs, but while it lasts, it may descend upon a man at any moment. Who is Kim? Kim. He squatted in a corner of the clanging waiting room, wrapped from all other thoughts, hands folded in lap, and pupils contracted to pinpoints. In a minutine another half-second felt he would arrive at the solution of the tremendous puzzle. But here, as always happens, his mind dropped away from those heights with a rush of a wounded bird, and passing his hand before his eyes, he shook his head. A long-haired Hindu Bairagi holy man who had just bought a ticket halted before him at that moment and stared intently. I also have lost it, he said sadly. It is one of the gates to the way, but for me it has been shut many years. What is the talk? Said Kim, abashed. Thou wast wondering there, in thy spirit, what manner of thing thy soul might be. The seizure came of a sudden. I know who should know, but I. Whither goest thou? Toward Kashi Benares. There are no gods there. I have proved them. I go to Prayag, Allahabad, for the 5th time, seeking the road to enlightenment. Of what faith art thou? I too am a seeker, said Kim. using one of the lama's pet words, though, forgot his northern dress, for the moment though Allah alone knoweth what I seek. The old fellow slipped the bairagi's crutch under his armpit and sat down on a patch of ruddy leopard skin as Kim rose at the call for the Benares train. Go in hope, little brother, he said, it is a long road to the feet of the one, but thither do we all travel. Kim did not feel so lonely after this, and ere he had sat out 20 miles in the crowded compartment, was cheering his neighbors with a string of most wonderful yarns about his own and his master's magical gifts. Benares struck him as a peculiarly filthy city, though it was pleasant to find how his cloth was respected. At least 1/3 of the population prays eternally to some group or other of the many million deities, and so reveres every sort of holy man. Kim was guided to the temple of the Tirthankars, about a mile outside the city near Sarnath, by a Chansamit Punjabi farmer Akambo from Jalandhar way, who had appealed in vain to every god of his homestead to cure his small son, and was trying Benares as a last resort. Thou art from the north, he asked, shouldering through the press of the narrow stinking streets, much like his own pet bull at home. I know the Punjab. My mother was a Pahareen, but my father came from Amritsar Bi Jandiala, said Kim, oiling his ready tongue for the needs of the road. Jandiala Jalandhar, oh ho, then we be neighbors in some sort, as it were. He nodded tenderly to the wailing child in his arms. Whom dost thou serve? A most holy man at the temple of the Tirthankars. They are all most holy and most greedy, said the Jat with bitterness. I have walked the pillars and trodden the temples till my feet are flayed, and the child is no whit better, and the mother being sick too. Hush, then, little one, we changed his name when the fever came. We put him into girl's clothes. There was nothing we did not do except I said to his mother, when she bundled me off to Benesh, should have come with me. I said Sakai, Sarwar Sultan would serve us best. We know his generosity, but these downcountry gods are strangers. The child turned on the cushion of the huge corded arms and looked at Kim through heavy eyelids. And was it all worthless? Kim asked with easy interest. All worthless, said the child, lips cracking with fever. The gods have given him a good mind, at least, said the father proudly. To think he should have listened so cleverly. Yonder is thy temple now. I am a poor man. Many priests have dealt with me, but my son is my son, and if a gift to thy master can cure him, I am at my very wit's end. Kim considered for a while, tingling with pride. 3 years ago he would have made prompt profit on the situation and gone his way without a thought, but now the very respect the Jat paid him proved that he was a man. Moreover, he had tasted fever once or twice already and knew enough to recognize starvation when he saw it. Call him forth, and I will give him a bond on my best yoke, so that the child is cured. Kim halted at the carved outer door of the temple. A white-clad Oswal banker from Ajmer, his sins of usury, new wiped out, asked him what he Roman 999. I am Kila, to Teshu Lama, and Holy One from Batiel within. There, he bade me come. I wait, tell him. Do not forget, the child cried the importunate Jat over his shoulder, and then bellowed in Punjabi, O Holy One, O disciple of the Holy One, O gods, above all the world's polled affliction, sitting at the gate. That cry is so common in Benares that the passers never turn their heads. The Oswal, at peace with mankind, carried the message into the darkness behind him, and the easy uncounted eastern minutes slid by, for the Lama was asleep in his cell, and no priest would wake him when the click of his rosary again broke the hush of the inner court, where the calm images of the Arhats stand. A novice whispered, Thy Kila is here, and the old man strode forth, forgetting the end of that prayer. Hardly had the tall figure shown in the doorway than the Jat ran before him, and lifting up the child cried, Look upon this Holy One, and if the gods will, he lives. He fumbled in his waist belt and drew out a small silver coin. What is now? The Lama's eyes turned to Kim. It was noticeable he spoke far clearer Urdu than long ago under Zama, but father would allow no private talk. It is no more than a fever, said Kim. The child is not well fed. He sickens at everything, and his mother is not here. If it be permitted, I may cure, Holy One. "What have they made thee a healer wait here?" said the lama, and he sat down by the jot upon the lowest step of the temple, while Kim, looking out of the corner of his eyes, slowly opened the little betel box. He had dreamed dreams at school of returning to the lama as a sahibaf, chaffing the old man, before he revealed himself. Boy's dreams, all there was more drama in this abstracted browpuckered search through the tabloid bottles, with a pause here and there for thought, and a muttered invocation between whiles. Quinine he had in tablets, and dark brown meat lozenges, beef, most probably, but that was not his business. The little thing would not eat, but it sucked at a lozenge greedily, and said it liked the salt taste. "Take then these 6." Kim handed them to the man. "Praise the gods, and boil 3 in milk, other 3 in water. After he has drunk the milk, give him this." It was the half of a quinine pill. "And wrap him warm, give him the water of the other 3, and the other half of this white pill. When he wakes, meantime, here is another brown medicine that he may suck at on the way home." "Gods, what wisdom," said the Cambo, snatching. It was as much as Kim could remember of his own treatment in a bout of autumn malaria. "You accept the patter," that he added to impress the lama. "Now go, come again in the morning." "But the price," said the jot, and threw back his sturdy shoulders. "My son is my son now that he will be whole again. How shall I go back to his mother and say I took help by the wayside, and did not even give a bowl of curds in return?" "They are alike, these jots," said Kim softly. "The jot stood on his dunghill, and the king's elephants went by. Oh, driver," said he, "what will you sell those little donkeys for?" The jot burst into a roar of laughter, stifled with apologies to the lama. "It is the saying of my own country, the very talk of it. So are we jots all. I will come tomorrow with the child, and the blessing of the gods of the homesteads, who are good little gods upon you both. Now, son, we grow strong again. Do not spit it out, little princeling, king of my heart. Do not spit it out, and we shall be strong men, wrestlers, and club-wielders by morning." He moved away crooning and mumbling. The lama turned to Kim, and all the loving old soul of him looked out through his narrow eyes. "To heal the sick is to acquire merit, but first one gets knowledge. That was wisely done, O friend of all the world." "I was made wise by the Holy One," said Kim, forgetting the little play just ended, forgetting St. Xavier's, forgetting his white blood, forgetting even the great game, as he stooped Mohammedan fashion to touch his master's feet in the dust of the Jain temple. "My teaching I owe to thee. I have eaten thy bread 3 years. My time is finished. I am loosed from the schools. I come to thee. Herein is my reward. Enter, enter." And is all well. They passed to the inner court, where the afternoon sun sloped golden across. "Stand, that I may see." So he peered critically. "It is no longer a child, but a man ripened in wisdom, walking as a physician. I did well, when I gave thee up to the armed men on that black night. Dost thou remember our first day under Zam-Zama?" I said, "Kim, dost thou remember when I leapt off the carriage the first day I went to the gates of learning? Truly, and the day that we ate the cakes together at the back of the river by Nuclau. Ah, many times hast thou begged for me, but that day I begged for thee." "Good reason," quoth Kim. "I was then a scholar in the gates of learning, and attired as a sahib. Do not forget, Holy One," he went on playfully, "I am still a sahibi, thy favor. True, and a sahib in most high esteem. Come to my cell, Keela. How is that known to thee?" The lama smiled, first by means of letters from the kindly priest whom we met in the camp of armed men, but he is now gone to his own country, and I sent the money to his brother Colonel Creighton, who had succeeded to the trusteeship when Father Victor went to England with the Mavericks. Was hardly the chaplain's brother. I do not well understand Sahib's letters. They must be interpreted to me. I chose a surer way many times when I returned from my search to this temple, which has always been a nest to me. There came one seeking enlightenment, a man from Lathat, had been, he said, a Hindu, but wearied of all those gods. The lama pointed to the Arhats. "A fat man," said Kim, a twinkle in his eye. "Very fat, but I perceived in a little his mind was wholly given up to useless things such as devils and charms, and the form and fashion of our tea-drinkings in the monasteries, and by what road we initiated the novices. A man abounding in questions, but he was a friend of thine, Keela. He told me that thou wast on the road to much honor as a scribe, and I see thou art a physician." Yes, that am I a scribe when I am a sahib, but it is set aside when I come, as thy disciple, I have accomplished the years appointed for a sahib. As it were a novice, said the lama, nodding his head, art thou freed from the schools, I would not have thee unripe. I am all free in due time, I take service under the government, as a scribe. Not as a warrior, that is well. But first I come to wander with thee, therefore I am here, who begs for thee these days. He went on quickly, the ice was thin. Very often I beg myself, but as thou knowest I am seldom here, except when I come to look again at my disciple. From one end to another of Hind have I travelled afoot, and in the Terrain, a great and a wonderful land, but here when I put in, is as though I were in my own Batial. He looked round the little clean cell, complacently. A low cushion gave him a seat, on which he had disposed himself in the cross-legged attitude of the bodhisat, emerging from meditation. A black teakwood table, not 20 inches high, set with copper teacups, was before him. In one corner stood a tiny altar, also of heavily carved teak, bearing a copper-gilt image of the seated Buddha, and fronted by a lamp, an incense holder, and a pair of copper flower-pots. The keeper of the images in the Wonder House acquired merit by giving me these a year, since he said, following Kim's eye, when one is far from one's own land, such things carry remembrance, and we must reverence the Lord, for that he showed the way. See, he pointed to a curiously built mound of colored rice, crowned with a fantastic metal ornament. When I was abbot in my own place before I came to better knowledge, I made that offering daily. It is the sacrifice of the universe to the Lord. Thus do we of Batial offer all the world daily to the excellent law, and I do it even now, though I know that the excellent one is beyond all pinchings and pattings. He snuffed from his gourd. It is well done, Holy One, Kim murmured, sinking at ease on the cushions, very happy and rather tired. And also the old man chuckled. I write pictures of the wheel of life, 3 days to a picture. I was busied on iter. It may be I shut my eyes a little when they brought word of thee. It is good to have thee here. I will show thee my art, not for pride's sake, but because thou must learn the sahibs have not all this world's wisdom. He drew from under the table a sheet of strangely scented yellow Chinese paper, the brushes and slab of Indian ink in cleanest, severest outline. He had traced the great wheel with its 6 spokes, whose center is the conjoined hog, snake, and dove, ignorance, anger, and lust, and whose compartments are all the heavens and hells, and all the chances of human life. Men say that the Bodhisat himself first drew it with grains of rice upon dust to teach his disciples the cause of things. Many ages have crystallized it into a most wonderful convention, crowded with hundreds of little figures, whose every line carries a meaning. Few can translate the picture parable. There are not 20 in all the world who can draw it. Surely without a copy of those who can both draw and expound are but 3. I have a little learned to draw, said Kim, but this is a marvel beyond marvels. I have written it for many years, said the Lama. Time was when I could write it all between one lamplighting and the next. I will teach thee the art after due preparation, and I will show thee the meaning of the wheel. We take the road then. The road and our search. I was but waiting for thee. It was made plain to me in 100 dreams, notably one that came upon the night of the day that the gates of learning first shut, that without thee I should never find my river. Again and again, as thou knowest, I put this from me, fearing an illusion. Therefore I would not take thee with me that day at Lucknow, when we ate the cakes. I would not take thee till the time was ripe and auspicious. From the hills to the sea, from the sea to the hills have I gone, but it was vain. Then I remembered the Jataka. He told Kim the story of the elephant with the leghorn, as he had told it so often to the jam priests. Further testimony is not needed. He ended serenely. Thou wast sent for an aid, that aid removed my search, came to naught. Therefore we will go out again together, and our search sure. Whither go we? What matters, friend of all the world? The search, I say, is sure. If need be, the river will break from the ground before us. I acquired merit when I sent thee to the gates of learning, and gave thee the jewel that is wisdom. Thou didst return. I saw even now a follower of Sakyamuni, the physician whose altars are many in Batial. It is sufficient we are together, and all things are as they were. Friend of all the world, friend of the stars, me Kila. Then they talked of matters secular, but it was noticeable that the Lama never demanded any details of life at St. Xavier's nor showed the faintest curiosity as to the manners and customs of Sahibs. His mind moved all in the past, and he revived every step of their wonderful first journey, together rubbing his hands and chuckling, till it pleased him to curl himself up into the sudden sleep of old age. Kim watched the last dusty sunshine fade out of the court, and played with his ghost dagger, and rosary the clamor of Benares, oldest of all earth's cities, awake before the gods' day, and night beat round the walls, as the seas roar round a breakwater now. And again, a Jain priest crossed the court with some small offering to the images, and swept the path about him, lest by chance he should take the life of a living thing. A lamp twinkled, and there followed the sound of a prayer. Kim watched the stars as they rose one after another in the still sticky dark, till he fell asleep at the foot of the altar. That night he dreamed in Hindustani, with never an English word. "Holy One, there is the child to whom we gave the medicine," he said about 3 o'clock in the morning, when the Lama, also waking from dreams, would have fared forth on pilgrimage. "The Jat will be here at the light." "I am well answered. In my haste I would have done a wrong." He sat down on the cushions and returned to his rosary. "Surely old folk are as children," he said pathetically. "They desire a matter hold. It must be done at once, or they fret and weep many times. When I was upon the road, I have been ready to stamp with my feet at the hindrance of an ox cart in the way, or a mere cloud of dust. It was not so when I was a man a long time ago. None the less it is wrongful. But thou art, indeed, old Holy One. The thing was done, a cause was put out into the world, and old or young, sick or sound, knowing or unknowing, who can reign in the effect of that cause? Does the wheel hang still if a child spin, iter a drunkard keeler? This is a great and a terrible world. I think it good, Kim, yond what is there to eat? I have not eaten since yesterday even. I had forgotten thy need. Yonder is good batial tea and cold rice. We cannot walk far on such stuff." Kim felt all the European's lust for flesh meat, which is not accessible in a Jain temple, yet instead of going out at once with the begging bowl, he stayed his stomach on slabs of cold rice till the full dawn. It brought the farmer voluble, stuttering with gratitude. In the night the fever broke, and the sweat came. He cried, "Feel here, high skin is fresh," and knew he esteemed the salt lozenges, and took milk with greed. He drew the cloth from the child's face, and it smiled sleepily at Kim. A little knot of Jain priests, silent but unobservant, gathered by the temple door. They knew, and Kim knew, that they knew how the old Lama had met his disciple. Being courteous folk, they had not obtruded themselves overnight by presence, word, or gesture, wherefore Kim repaid them as the sun rose. "Thank the gods of the Jains, brother," he said, not knowing how those gods were named. "The fever is indeed broken. Look, see." The Lama beamed in the background upon his hosts of 3 years. "Was there ever such a keeler? He follows our Lord the Healer." Now the Jains officially recognize all the gods of the Hindu creed, as well as the lingam and the snake. They wear the Brahminical thread. They adhere to every claim of Hindu caste law. But because they knew and loved the Lama, because he was an old man, because he sought the way, because he was their guest, and because he collogued long of nights with the head priestess, free-thinking a metaphysician, as ever split one hair into 7 teeth, he murmured assent. "Remember," Kim bent over the child, "this trouble may come again." "Not if thou hast the proper spells," said the father. "But in a little while we go away." "True," said the Lama, "to all the Jains we go now together upon the search, whereof I have often spoken. I waited till my keeler was ripe. Behold him. We go north. Never again shall I look upon this place of my rest, O people of good will. But I am not a beggar." The cultivator rose to his feet, clutching the child. "Be still, do not trouble the Holy One," a priest cried. "Go," Kim whispered, "meet us again under the big railway bridge, and for the sake of all the gods of our Punjab, bring food, curry, pulse, cakes, fried in fat, and sweetmeats, specially sweetmeats. Be swift." The pallor of hunger suited Kim very well, as he stood tall and slim in his sand-colored sweeping robes, one hand on his rosary, and the other in the attitude of benediction, faithfully copied from the Lama. An English observer might have said that he looked rather like the young saint of a stained-glass window, whereas he was but a growing lad, faint with emptiness. Long and formal were the farewells, thrice ended and thrice renewed. The seeker, who had invited the Lama to that haven from far away, Tibet a silver-faced, hairless ascetic took no part in it, but meditated as always alone among the images. The others were very human, pressing small comforts upon the old mana betelbox, a fine new iron pencase, a food bag, and such like, warning him against the dangers of the world without, and prophesying a happy end to the search. Meantime Kim, lonelier than ever, squatted on the steps, and swore to himself in the language of St. Xavier's. But it is my own fault, he concluded. With Mahbub I ate Mahbub's bread, or Lurgan Sahib's. At St. Xavier's 3 meals a day. Here I must jolly well look out for myself. Besides, I am not in good training. How I could eat a plate of beef now. Is it finished, Holy One? The Lama, both hands raised, intoned a final blessing in ornate Chinese. I must lean on thy shoulder, said he. As the temple gates closed, we grow stiff, I think. The weight of a 6-foot man is not light to steady through miles of crowded streets, and Kim, loaded down with bundles and packages, for the way was glad to reach the shadow of the railway bridge. Here we eat, he said resolutely, as the Cambo, blue-robed and smiling, hove in sight, a basket in one hand and the child in the other. Fall to, Holy Ones, he cried from 50 yards. They were by the shoal, under the first bridge span, out of sight of hungry priests. Rice and good curry, cakes all warm and well scented with hing asaftada curds and sugar. King of my fields thighs, to the small sonlet, us show these holy men that we Jats of Jalandhar can pay a service. I had heard the Jains would eat nothing that they had not cooked, but truly looked away politely over the broad river where there is no eye, there is no caste. And we said, Kim, turning his back and heaping a leaf platter for the Lama, are beyond all castes. They gorged themselves on the good food in silence, nor, till he had licked the last of the sticky sweet stuff from his little finger, did Kim note that the Cambo too was girt for travel. If our roads lie together, he said roughly, I go with thee. One does not often find a worker of miracles, and the child is still weak, but I am not altogether a reed. He picked up his lathia 5-foot male bamboo ringed with bands of polished iron and flourished it in the air. The Jats are called quarrelsome, but that is not true, except when we are crossed, we are like our own buffaloes. So be it, said Kim, a good stick is a good reason. The Lama gazed placidly upstream, where in long smudged perspective the ceaseless columns of smoke go up from the burning ghats by the river. Now and again, despite all municipal regulations, the fragment of a half-burned body bobbed by on the full current. But for thee, said the Cambo to Kim, drawing the child into his hairy breast, I might today have gone thitherwith. This one, the priests tell us that Benares is Holywich, none doubtan desirable to die in, but I do not know their gods, and they ask for money. And when one has done one worship, a shaved head vows it is of none effect, except one do another wash here, wash there, pour drink, lave, and scatter flowers, but always pay the priests know the Punjab for me, and the soil of the Jalandhar Doab for the best soil in it. I have said many times in the temple, I think that, if need be, the river will open at our feet. We will therefore go north, said the Lama, rising. I remember a pleasant place, set about with fruit trees, where one can walk in meditation, and the air is cooler there. It comes from the hills, and the snow of the hills. What is the name? Said Kim. How should I know? Didst thou not know? That was after the army rose out of the earth, and took thee away. I abode there in meditation, in a room against the dovecote sept, when she talked eternally. Oh-ho, the woman from Kulu, that is, by Saharanpur. Kim laughed. How does the spirit move? Thy master, does he go afoot for the sake of past sins? The Jat demanded cautiously. It is a far cry to Delhi. No, said Kim, I will beg a ticket for the terrain. One does not own to the possession of money in India. Then, in the name of the gods, let us take the fire. Courage, my son, is best in his mother's arms. The government has brought on us many taxes, but it gives us one good thing, terrain, that joins friends and unites the anxious. A wonderful matter is the terrain. They all piled into it a couple of hours later, and slept through the heat of the day. The Cambo plied Kim with 10,000 questions as to the Lama's walk and work in life, and received some curious answers. Kim was content to be where he was, to look out upon the flat northwestern landscape, and to talk to the changing mob of fellow Pasengers. Even today, tickets and ticket clipping are dark oppression to Indian rustics. they do not understand why when they have paid for a magic piece of paper, strangers should punch great pieces out of the charm so long and furious. Are the debates between travelers and Eurasian ticket collectors. Kim assisted at 2 or 3, with grave advice meant to darken counsel, and to show off his wisdom before the lama and the admiring Kambo. But at Somna Road, the fates sent him a matter to think upon. There, tumbled into the compartment, as the train was moving off, a mean, lean little persona Maratha, so far as Kim could judge by the cock of the tight turban his face was cut. His muslin uppergarment was badly torn, and one leg was bandaged. He told them that a country cart had upset and nearly slain him. He was going to Delhi, where his son lived. Kim watched him closely. If, as he asserted, he had been rolled over and over on the earth, there should have been signs of gravel rash on the skin, but all his injuries seemed clean cuts, and a mere fall from a cart could not cast a man into such extremity of terror, as with shaking fingers he knotted up the torn cloth about his neck. He laid bare an amulet of the kind called a keeper-up of the heart. Now amulets are common enough, but they are not generally strung on square-plated copper wire, and still fewer amulets bear black enamel on silver. There were none except the Kambo and the lama in the compartment, which luckily was of an old type, with solid ends. Kim made as to scratch in his bosom, and thereby lifted his own amulet. The Maratha's face changed altogether at the sight, and he disposed the amulet fairly on his breast. Yes, he went on to the Kambo. I was in haste, and the cart driven by a bastard bound its wheel in a water cut, and besides the harm done to me, there was lost a full dish of tarkian. I was not a son of the charm, a lucky man that day. That was a great loss, said the Kambo, withdrawing interest. His experience of Benares had made him suspicious. Who cooked it? Said Kim. A woman. The Maratha raised his eyes. But all women can cook tarkian, said the Kambo. It is a good curry, as I know. Oh yes, it is a good curry, said the Maratha. And cheap, said Kim, but what about caste? Oh, there is no caste, where men go taluk for tarkian, the Maratha replied, in the prescribed cadence. Of whose service art thou? Of the service of this holy one. Kim pointed to the happy, drowsy lama, who woke with a jerk at the well-loved word. Ah, he was sent from heaven to aid me. He is called the friend of all the world. He is also called the friend of the stars. He walks as a physician. His time being ripe, great is his wisdom. And a son of the charm, said Kim under his breath, as the Kambo made haste to prepare a pipe, lest the Maratha should beg. And who is that? The Maratha asked, glancing sideways nervously. One whose child ill have cured, who lies under great debt to us. Sit by the window, man from Jalandhur, here is a sick one. Humph, I have no desire to mix with chance-emit wastrels. My ears are not long. I am not a woman wishing to overhear secrets. The Jat slid himself heavily into a far corner. Art thou anything of a healer? I am 10 leagues deep in calamity, cried the Maratha, picking up the cue. This man is cut and bruised all over. I go about to cure him. Kim retorted, none interfered between thy babe and me. I am rebuked, said the Kambo meekly. I am thy debtor for the life of my son. Thou art a miracluaker, I know it. Show me the cuts. Kim bent over the Maratha's neck, his heart nearly choking him, for this was the great game with a vengeance. Now tell thy tale swiftly, brother, while I say a charm. I come from the south, where my work lay. One of us they slew by the roadside. Hast thou heard? Kim shook his head. He of course knew nothing of E's predecessors slain down south, in the habit of an Arab trader. Having found a certain letter which I was sent to seek, I came away. I escaped from the city, and ran to Mhow. So sure was I that none knew I did not change my face. At Mhow, a woman brought charge against me of theft of jewelry in that city, which I had left. Then I saw the cry was out against me. I ran from Mhow by night, bribing the police, who had been bribed to hand me over without question to my enemies in the south. Then I lay in old Chitter city a week, a penitent in a temple, but I could not get rid of the letter which was my charge. I buried it under the Queen's stone at Chitter, in the place known to us all. Kim did not know, but not for worlds would he have broken the thread. At Chitter, look you, I was all in King's country, for Kata to the east is beyond the Queen's law, and east again lie Jaipur and Gwalior. Neither love spies, and there is no justice. I was hunted like a wet jackal, but I broke through at Bandakui, where I heard there was a charge against me of murder in the city. I had left off the murder of a boy, they have both the corpse and the witnesses waiting. But cannot the government protect? We of the game are beyond protection. If we die, we die. Our names are blotted from the book that is all at Bandakui where lives one of us. I thought to slip the scent by changing my face, and so made me a Maratha. Then I came to Agra, and would have turned back to Chitta to recover the letter, so sure I was I had slipped them. Therefore I did not send a tar telegram to anyone saying where the letter lay. I wished the credit of it all. Kim nodded. He understood that feeling well. But at Agra, walking in the streets, a man cried a debt against me, and approaching with many witnesses would hail me to the courts. Then and there, oh, they are clever in the South, he recognized me as his agent for cotton. May he burn in hell for it. And wast thou? O fool, I was the man they sought for the matter of the letter. I ran into the flesher's ward, and came out by the house of the Jew who feared a riot, and pushed me forth. I came afoot to Somna Road. I had only money for my ticket to Delhi, and there, while I lay in a ditch with a fever, one sprang out of the bushes, and beat me and cut me, and searched me from head to foot within earshot of the terrain it was. Why did he not slay thee out of hand? They are not so foolish. If I am taken in Delhi at the instance of lawyers, upon a proven charge of murder, my body is handed over to the state that desires it. I go back guarded, and then I die slowly, for an example to the rest of us. The South is not my country. I run in circles like a goat with one eye. I have not eaten for 2 days. I am Marked, touched the filthy bandage on his leg so that they will know me at Delhi. Thou art safe in the terrain at least. Live a year at the great game, and tell me that again the wires will be out against me at Delhi, describing every tear and rag upon me 20 100. If need, who will have seen me slay that boy, and thou art useless. Kim knew enough of native methods of attack not to doubt that the case would be deadly complete even to the corpse. The Maratha twitched his fingers with pain from time to time. The Kambo in his corner glared sullenly. The lama was busy over his beads, and Kim, fumbling doctor fashion at the man's neck, thought out his plan between invocations. Hast thou a charm to change my shape? Else I am dead 5 minutes alone, if I had not been so pressed, and I might. Is he cured? Yet miraclurker, said the Kambo jealously, thou hast chanted long enough. Nay, there is no cure for his hurts, as I see, except he sit for 3 days in the habit of a bairagi. This is a common penance, often imposed on a fat trader by his spiritual teacher. One priest always goes about to make another priest, was the retort. Like most grossly superstitious folk, the Kambo could not keep his tongue from deriding his church. Will thy son be a priest? Then it is time he took more of my quinine. We Jats are all buffaloes, said the Kambo, softening anew. Kim rubbed a fingertip of bitterness on the child's trusting little lips. I have asked for nothing, he said sternly to the father, except food. Dost thou grudge me that I go to heal another man? Have I thy leave, prince? Up flew the man's huge paws in supplication. Nay, nay, do not mock me thus. It pleases me to cure this sick one. Thou shalt acquire merit by aiding. What color ash is there in thy pipal white that is auspicious? Was there raw turmeric among thy foodstuffs? I lie. Open thy bundles. It was the usual collection of small oddments, bits of cloth, quack medicines, cheap fairings, a clothful of Attagrish rough-ground native flower twists of down-country, tobacco, tawdry pipestems, and a packet of curra stuff, all wrapped in a quilt. Kim turned it over with the air of a wise warlock, muttering a Mohammedan invocation. This is wisdom I learned from the sahibs, he whispered to the lama, and here, when one thinks of his training at Lurgan's, he spoke no more than the truth. There is a great evil in this man's fortune as shown by the stars which troubles him. Shall I take it away? Friend of the stars, thou hast done well in all things. Let it be at thy pleasure. Is it another healing? Quick, be quick, gasped the Maratha, the train may stop. A healing against the shadow of death, said Kim, mixing the Kambo's flour with the mingled charcoal and tobacco ash in the redearth bowl of the pipe. Without a word, slipped off his turban and shook down his long black hair. That is my food, priest, the Jat growled. A buffalo in the temple hast thou dared to look even thus far, said Kim. I must do mysteries before fools, but have a care for thine eyes. Is there a film before them? Already I saved the babe. And for return thou shameless. The man flinched at the direct gaze, for Kim was wholly in earnest. Shall I curse thee, or shall I? He picked up the outer cloth of the bundle, and threw it over the boat head. Dare so much as to think a wish to see Andon Devon. I cannot save thee, sit be dumb. I am blindum, forbear to curse. Cockum, child, we will play a game of hiding. Do not for my sake look from under the cloths. I see hope, said E23. What is thy scheme? This comes next, said Kim, plucking the thin bodyshirt. E23 hesitated, with all a Northwest man's dislike of baring his body. What is cast to a cut throat, said Kim, rending it to the waist. We must make thee a yellow sadhu all over. Strip swiftly, and shake thy hair over thine eyes, while I scatter the ash. Now a castamark on thy forehead. He drew from his bosom the little survey paint-box and a cake of crimson lake. Art thou only a beginner, said E23, laboring literally for the dear life, as he slid out of his body wrappings and stood clear in the loincloth, while Kim splashed in a noble castamark on the ash-smeared brow. But 2 days entered to the game, brother. Kim replied, smear more ash on the bosom. Hast thou met a physician of sick pearls? He switched out his long, tight-rolled turban cloth, and with swiftest hands rolled it over and under about his loins into the intricate devices of a saddest cincture. How dost thou know his touch? Then he was my teacher for a while. We must bar thy legs, ash cures wounds, smear it again. I was his pride once, but thou art almost better. The gods are kind to us. Give me that. It was a tin box of opium pills among the rubbish of the Jot's bundle. E23 gulped down a half handful. They are good against hunger, fear, and chill. And they make the eyes red too, he explained. Now I shall have heart to play the game. We lack only a sadus. Tongs, what of the old clothes? Kim rolled them small and stuffed them into the slack folds of his tunic with a yellow ochre paint cake. He smeared the legs and the breast great streaks against the background of flower ash and turmeric. The blood on them is enough to hang thee, brother. Maybe, but no need to throw them out of the window. It is finished. His voice thrilled with a boy's pure delight in the game. Turn and look, O Jot. The gods protect us, said the hooded Cambo, emerging like a buffalo from the reeds. But whither went the Mahratta? What hast thou done? Kim had been trained by Lurgan Sahib. E23, by virtue of his business, was no bad actor. In place of the tremulous, shrinking trader there lolled against the corner an all but naked, ash-smeared Akrabar, dusty-haired. Sadhu, his swollen isopium takes quick effect on an empty stomach, luminous with insolence and bestial lust. His legs crossed under him, Kim's brown rosary round his neck, and a scant yard of worn, flowered chintz on his shoulders. The child buried his face in his amazed father's arms. Look up, princeling, we travel with warlocks, but they will not hurt thee. Oh, do not cry. What is the sense of curing a child one day and killing him with fright the next? The child will be fortunate all his life. He has seen a great healing. When I was a child, I made clay men and horses. I have made them 2 surbanas. He comes in the night and makes them all alive at the back of our kitchen midden, piped the child. And so thou art not frightened at anything, prince? I was frightened because my father was frightened. I felt his arms shake. Oh, chickenman, said Kim, and even the abashed Jot laughed. I have done a healing on this poor trader. He must forsake his gains and his account books and sit by the wayside 3 nights to overcome the malignity of his enemies. The stars are against him. The fewer moneylenders, the better, say I, but sadhu or no sadhu, he should pay for my stuff on his shoulders. So, but that is thy child on thy shoulder, given over to the burning gate not 2 days ago. There remains one thing more. I did this charm in thy presence, because need was great. I changed his shape, and his soul none the less. If by any chance, O man from Julandur, thou rememberest what thou hast seen, either among the elders sitting under the village tree, or in thine own house, or in company of thy priest, when he blesses thy cattle, a murrain will come among the buffaloes, and a fire in thy thatch, and rats in the corn bins, and the curse of our gods upon thy fields, that they may be barren before thy feet. And after thy plowshare, this was part of an old curse picked up from a Fakwa by the Taksali gate in the days of Kim's innocence. It lost nothing by repetition. Cease, Holy One, in mercy cease, cried the Jot, do not curse the household. I saw nothing, I heard nothing, I am thy cow. And he made to grab at Kim's bare foot, beating rhythmically on the carriage floor. But since thou hast been permitted to aid me in the matter of a pinch of flour, and a little opium, and such trifles as I have honored by using in my art, so will the gods return a blessing. And he gave it at length to the man's immense relief. It was one that he had learned from Lurgan Sahib. The Lama stared through his spectacles, as he had not stared at the business of disguisement. Friend of the stars, he said at last, thou hast acquired great wisdom. Beware that it do not give birth to pride. No man, having the law before his eyes, speaks hastily of any matter which he has seen or encountered. No, 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 indeed, cried the farmer, fearful lest the master should be minded to improve on the pupil. E23, with relaxed mouth, gave himself up to the opium that is meat, tobacco, and medicine to the spent Asiatic. So in a silence of awe and great miscomprehension, they slid into Delhi about lamplighting time. Chapter 12. Who hath desired the seethe sight of salt water unbounded? The heave and the halt and the hurl and the crash of the comber windhounded. The sleek-barreled swell before storm-grief foamless, enormous and growing. Stark calm on the lap of the liner, the crazied hurricane blowing. His sea and no showing the same high sea, and the same neath all showing. His sea that his being fulfills. So and no otherwise so, and no otherwise hillmen desire their hills. The sea and the hills. I have found my heart again, said E23, under cover of the platforms. Tumult, hunger, and fear make men dazed, or I might have thought of this escape. Before I was right, they come to hunt for me. Thou hast saved my head. A group of yellow-trousered Punjab policemen, headed by a hot and perspiring young Englishman, parted the crowd about the carriages behind them, inconspicuous as a cat ambled a small fat person who looked like a lawyer's tout. See the young sahib reading from a paper. My description is in his hand, said E23. Thev, go carriage by carriage like fisherfolk netting a pool. When the procession reached their compartment, E23 was counting his beads with a steady jerk of the wrist, while Kim jeered at him for being so drugged as to have lost the ringed fire tongues, which are the saddest distinguishing mark. The Lama, deep in meditation, stared straight before him, and the farmer, glancing furtively, gathered up his belongings. Nothing here but a parcel of hollybollies, said the Englishman aloud, and passed on amid a ripple of uneasiness, for native police mean extortion to the native all India over. The trouble now, whispered E23, lies in sending a wire as to the place where I hid that letter I was sent to find. I cannot go to the tar office in this guise. Is it not enough I have saved thy neck? Not if the work be left unfinished. Did never the healer of sick pearls tell thee so? Comes another Sahib. Ah. This was a tallish, sallowish district superintendent of police, belt helmet, polished spurs, and all strutting and twirling his dark mustache. What fools are these police sahibs, said Kim genially. E23 glanced up under his eyelids. It is well said, he muttered in a changed voice. I go to drink water, keep my place. He blundered out almost into the Englishman's arms, and was bad-worded in clumsy Urdu. Tum moot, you drunk, you mustn't bang about, as though Delhi station belonged to you, my friend. E23, not moving a muscle of his countenance, answered with a stream of the filthiest abuse, at which Kim naturally rejoiced. It reminded him of the drummer boys and the barrack sweepers at Umballa in the terrible time of his first schooling. My good fool, the Englishman drawled, Neklejao, go back to your carriage. Step by step, withdrawing deferentially, and dropping his voice, the yellow sadhu clomb back to the carriage, cursing the Roman 500 SP to remotest posterity. By her, Kim almost jumped be the curse of the Queen's stone, by the writing under the Queen's stone, and by an assortment of gods with wholly new names. I don't know what you're saying, the Englishman flushed angrily, but it's some piece of blasted impertinence come out of that. E23, affecting to misunderstand, gravely produced his ticket, which the Englishman wrenched angrily from his hand. O Zulum, what oppression, growled the Jot from his corner, all for the sake of a jest too. He had been grinning at the freedom of the saddest tongue. Thy charms do not work well today, Holy One. The sadhu followed the policeman fawning, and supplicating the ruck of passengers busy with their babies, and their bundles had not noticed the affair. Kim slipped out behind him, for it flashed through his head that he had heard this angry, stupid sahib discoursing loud personalities to an old lady near Umballa 3 years ago. It is well, the sadhu whispered, jammed in the calling, shouting, bewildered press a Persian greyhound between his feet, and a cageful of yelling hawks under charge of a Rajput falconer in the small of his back. He has gone now to send word of the letter which I hid. They told me he was in Peshawar. I might have known that he is like the crocodile ways at the other ford. He has saved me from present calamity, but I owe my life to thee. Is he also one of us? Kim ducked under a mule camel driver's greasy armpit and cannoned off a covey of jabbering Sikh matrons. Not less than the greatest, we are both fortunate. I will make report to him of what thou hast done. I am safe under his protection. He bored through the edge of the crowd besieging the carriages and squatted by the bench near the telegraph office. Return or they take thy place, have no fear for the work, brotherer, my life. Thou hast given me breathing space, and Strickland Sahib has pulled me to land. We may work together at the game, yet farewell. Kim hurried to his carriage, elated, bewildered, but a little nettled in that he had no key to the secrets about him. I am only a beginner at the game, that is sure. I could not have leaped into safety, as did the sadhu. He knew it was darkest under the lamp. I could not have thought to tell news under pretense of cursing. And how clever was the sahib! No matter, I saved the life of one. Where is the Cambo gone, Holy One? He whispered, as he took his seat in the now crowded compartment. A fear gripped him. The lama replied with a touch of tender malice. He saw thee change the Maratha to a sadhu in the twinkling of an eye, as a protection against evil that shook him. Then he saw the sadhu fall sheer into the hands of the Palizol, the effect of thy art. Then he gathered up his son and fled, for he said that thou didst change a quiet trader into an impudent bandier of words with the sahibs, and he feared a like fate. Where is the sadhu? With the Pola, said Kim, yet I saved the Cambo's child. The lama snuffed blandly. Akila, see how thou art overtaken. Thou didst cure the Cambo's child solely to acquire merit, but thou didst put a spell on the Maratha. With prideful workings I watched thee, and with sidelong glances to bewilder an old man and a foolish farmer, whence calamity and suspicion. Kim controlled himself with an effort beyond his years. Not more than any other youngster did he like to eat dirt or to be misjudged, but he saw himself in a cleft stick. The train rolled out of Delhi into the night. It is true, he murmured, where I have offended thee, I have done wrong. It is more, Keela, thou hast loosed an act upon the world, and as a stone thrown into a pool, so spread the consequences, thou canst not tell how far. This ignorance was well both for Kim's vanity and for the lama's peace of mind, when we think that there was then being handed in at Simla a codeware reporting the arrival of E-23 at Delhi, and more important, the whereabouts of a letter he had been commissioned to abstract. Incidentally, an overzealous policeman had arrested on charge of murder done in a far southern state a horribly indignant Ajmer cottonbroker who was explaining himself to a Mr. Strickland. On Delhi platform, while E-23 was paddling through byways into the locked heart of Delhi city, in 2 hours, several telegrams had reached the angry minister of a southern state, reporting that all trace of a somewhat bruised Maratha had been lost. And by the time the leisurely train halted at Saharanpur, the last ripple of the stone Kim had helped to heave was lapping against the steps of a mosque in faraway Raumware. It disturbed a pious man at prayers. The lama made his in ample form near the dewy Bougainville trellis, near the platform, cheered by the clear sunshine and the presence of his disciple. We will put these things behind us, he said, indicating the brazen engine and the gleaming track. The jolting of the Terentho, a wonderful thing, has turned my bones to water. We will use clean air henceforward. Let us go to the Kulu woman's house, said Kim, and stepped forth cheerily under the bundles. Early morning, Saharanpur way is clean and well scented. He thought of the other mornings at St. Xavier's, and it topped his already thrice-heaped contentment. Where is this new haste born from wise men? Do not run about like chickens in the sun. We have come hundreds upon hundreds of kas already, Until now, I have scarcely been alone with thee an instant. How canst thou receive instruction? All jostled of crowds, how can I whelmed by a flux of talk meditate upon the way? Her tongue grows no shorter with the years. Then the disciple smiled. Nor her desire for charms I remember once, when I spoke of the wheel of life. The lama fumbled in his bosom for his latest kapish, was only curious about the devils that besiege children. She shall acquire merit by entertaining using a little willit, and after occasion softly, now we will wander loosefoot, waiting upon the chain of things. The search is sure. So they travelled very easily across, and among the broad, bloomful fruit gardens by way of Aminabad Sahegunj, Akrola of the Ford, and little Fulisaith line of the Siwaliks, always to the north. And behind them again the snows, after long sweet sleep under the dry stars, came the lordly leisurely passage through a waking village, begging bowl held forth in silence, but eyes roving in defiance of the law from sky's edge to sky's edge. Then would Kim return soft-footed through the soft dust to his master under the shadow of a manga tree or the thinner shade of a white dune series to eat and drink at ease at midday after talk. And a little wayfaring, they slept, meeting the world refreshed. When the air was cooler, night found them adventuring into new territory. Some chosen village, spied 3 hours before across the fat land, and much discussed upon the road. There they told their tale, new one each evening, so far as Kim was concerned, and there were they made welcome either by priest or headman, after the custom of the kindly East. When the shadows shortened, and the lama leaned more heavily upon Kim, there was always the wheel of life to draw forth, to hold flat under wiped stones, and with a long straw to expound cycle by cycle. Here sat the gods on high end, they were dreams of dreams. Here was our heaven, and the world of the demi-gods. Horsemen fighting among the hills. Here were the agonies done upon the beasts' souls, ascending or descending the ladder, and therefore not to be interfered with. Here were the hells hot and cold, and the abodes of tormented ghosts. Let the Keela study the troubles that come from overeating, bloated stomach, and burning bowels obediently. Then with bowed head and brown finger, alert to follow the pointer, did the Keela study. But when they came to the human world, busy and profitless, that is just above the hells, his mind was distracted. For by the roadside trundled the very wheel itself, eating, drinking, trading, marrying, and quarreling, all warmly alive. Often the lama made the living pictures the matter of his text, bidding Kim to redenote how the flesh takes 1,000 shapes, desirable or detestable as men reckon, but in truth of no account either way, and how the stupid spirit, bondslave to the hog, the dove, and the serpent, lusting after betelnut, a new yoke of oxen, women, or the favor of kingsis, bound to follow the body through all the heavens and all the hells, and strictly round again. Sometimes a woman or a poor man watching the ritual. It was nothing less when the great yellow chart was unfolded, would throw a few flowers or a handful of cowries upon its edge. It sufficed these humble ones that they had met a holy one who might be moved to remember them in his prayers. Cure them if they are sick, said the lama, when Kim's sporting instincts woke. Cure them if they have fever, but by no means work charms. Remember what befell the Maratha. Then all doing is evil, Kim replied, lying out under a big tree at the fork of the dune road, watching the little ants run over his hand. To abstain from action is well, except to acquire merit. At the gates of learning, we were taught that to abstain from action was unbefitting a sahib, and I am a sahib. Friend of all the world, lama looked directly at Kim. I am an old man pleased with shows, as are children to those who follow the way. There is neither black nor white hind nor batial. We be all souls seeking escape, no matter what thy wisdom learned among sahibs. When we come to my river, thou wilt be freed from all illusion. At my side high, my bones ache for that river as they ached in the terrain, but my spirit sits above my bones, waiting. The search is sure. I am answered. Is it permitted to ask a question? The lama inclined his stately head. I ate thy bread for 3 years. Thou knowest, holy one, whence came. There is much wealth as men count it in Batial. The lama returned with composure. In my own place, I have the illusion of honor. I ask for that I need. I am not concerned with the account that is for my monastery. Ai, the black high seats in the monastery, and novices all in order. And he told stories, tracing with a finger in the dust of the immense and sumptuous ritual of avalanche-guarded cathedrals, of processions and devil dances, of the changing of monks and nuns into swine of holy cities 15,000 feet in the air of intrigue, between monastery and monastery of voices among the hills, and of that mysterious mirage that dances on dry snow. He spoke even of Lhasa, and of the Dalai Lama whom he had seen and adored. Each long perfect day rose behind Kim for a barrier to cut him off from his race, and his mother tongue he slipped back to thinking and dreaming in the vernacular, and mechanically followed the Lama's ceremonial observances at eating, drinking, and the like. The old man's mind turned more and more to his monastery as his eyes turned to the steadfast snows. His river troubled him. Nothing now and again, indeed, he would gaze long and long at a tuft or a twig, expecting, he said, the earth to cleave and deliver its blessing. But he was content to be with his disciple at ease in the temperate wind that comes down from the dune. This was not Ceylon, nor Bodh Gaya, nor Bombay, nor some grass-tangled ruins that he seemed to have stumbled upon 2 years ago. He spoke of those places as a scholar removed from vanity, as a seeker walking in humility, as an old man wise and temperate, illumining knowledge, with brilliant insight, bit by bit, disconnectedly, each tale called up by some wayside thing. He spoke of all his wanderings up and down hind, till Kim, who had loved him without reason, now loved him for 50 good reasons. So they enjoyed themselves in high felicity, abstaining, as the rule demands, from evil words, covetous desires, not overeating, not lying on high beds, nor wearing rich clothes. Their stomachs told them the time, and the people brought them their food. As the saying is, they were lords of the villages of Aminabad, Sahegunj, Akrola of the Ford, and Little Fulesa, where Kim gave the soulless woman a blessing. But news travels fast in India, and two soon shuffled across the cropland, bearing a basket of fruits, with a box of cobble grapes and gilt oranges, a white-whiskered servitor, lean, dry Uriye, begging them to bring the honor of their presence to his mistress, distressed in her mind that the Lama had neglected her so long. Now do I remember, the Lama spoke as though it were a wholly new proposition. She is virtuous, but an inordinate talker. Kim was sitting on the edge of a cow's manger telling stories to a village smith's children. She will only ask for another son for her daughter. I have not forgotten her, he said. Let her acquire merit, send word that we will come. They covered 11 miles through the fields in 2 days, and were overwhelmed with attentions at the end, for the old lady held a fine tradition of hospitality, to which she forced her son-in-law, who was under the thumb of his womenfolk, and bought peace by borrowing of the moneylender. Age had not weakened her tongue or her memory, and from a discreetly barred upper window, in the hearing of not less than a dozen servants, she paid Kim compliments that would have flung European audiences into unclean dismay. But thou art still the shameless beggar-brat of the Pereo, she shrilled. I have not forgotten thee. Wash ye, and eat. The father of my daughter's son is gone away a while, so we poor women are dumb and useless. For proof she harangued the entire household unsparingly, till food and drink were brought, and in the evening, smoke-scented evening, copperdun and turquoise across the fields, it pleased her to order her palanquin to be set down in the untidy forecourt by smoky torchlight, and there, behind not too closely drawn curtains, she gossiped. Had the Holy One come alone, I should have received him otherwise, but with this rogue, who can be too careful? Maharani, said Kim, choosing as always the amplest title, is it my fault that none other than a Sahiba, Palasahib, called the Maharani, whose face he chut, that was on the pilgrimage, when we travel through, knowest the proverb? Called the Maharani a breaker of hearts and a dispenser of delights. To remember that it was true, so he Roman 999, that was in the time of the bloom of my beauty, she chuckled like a contented parrot above the sugar lump. Now tell me of thy goings and comingses, much as may be without shame. How many maids, and whose wives hang upon than eyelashes, ye hail from Benares? I would have gone there again this year, but my daughter, we have only 2 sons. Fie, such is the effect of these low plains. Now in Kulu men are elephants. But I would ask thy Holy One, stand aside, roguey, a charm against most lamentable windy colics, that in manga time overtake my daughter's eldest. 2 years back he gave me a powerful spell. O Holy One, said Kim, bubbling with mirth at the Lama's rueful face. It is true, I gave her one against wind. Teeth, 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 snapped the old woman. Cure them if they are sick, Kim quoted relishingly, but by no means work charms remember what befell the Mahratta. That was 2 reigns ago, she wearied me with her continual importunity. The lama groaned, as the unjust judge had groaned before him. Thus it commenced. Take note, my cheleth, that even those who would follow the way are thrust aside by idle women. 3 days through, when the child was sick, she talked to me. And to whom else should I talk? The boy's mother knew nothing, and the father rin the nights of the cold, whether it was pray to the gods, said he forsooth, and turning over snored. I gave her the charm. What is an old man to do? To abstain from action is well, except to acquire merit. Akela, if thou desertest me, I am all alone. He found his milk teeth easily at any rate, said the old lady, but all priests are alike. Kim coughed severely. Being young, he did not approve of her flippancy. To importune the wise out of season is to invite calamity. There is a talking Mina thrust came back with the well-remembered snap of the jeweled forefinger over the stables, which has picked up the very tone of the family priest. Maybe I forget honor to my guests, but if ye had seen him double his fists into his belly, which was like a half-grown gourd, and cry, here is the pain, ye would forgive. I am half-minded to take the Hakim's medicine. He sells it cheap, and certainly it makes him fat as Shiv's own bull. He does not deny remedies, but I doubted for the child because of the inauspicious color of the bottles. The lama, under cover of the monologue, had faded out into the darkness, towards the room prepared. Thou hast angered him belike, said Kim. Not he is wearied, and I forgot being a grandmother. None but a grandmother should ever oversee a child. Mothers are only fit for bearing. Tomorrow, when he sees how my daughter's son is grown, he will write the charm. Then too, he can judge of the new Hakim's drugs. Who is the Hakim, Maharani? A wanderer as thou art, but a most sober Bengali from Dhaka, master of medicine. He relieved me of an oppression after meat, by means of a small pill that wrought like a devil unchained. He travels about now vending preparations of great value. He has even papers printed in Angrezi telling what things he has done for weak-backed men and slack women. He has been here 4 days. But hearing you are coming, Hakims and priests are snake and tiger the world over. He has, as I take it, gone to cover. While she drew breath after this volley, the ancient servant sitting unrebuked on the edge of the torchlight muttered, this house is a cattle pound, as it were, for all charlatans and priests. Let the boy stop eating mangoes. But who can argue with a grandmother? He raised his voice respectfully. Sahiba, the Hakim sleeps after his meat. He is in the quarters behind the dovecote. Kim bristled like an expectant terrier to outface and downtalk a Calcutta Bengali, a voluble Dhaka drug vendor, would be a good game. It was not seemly that the lama, and incidentally himself, should be thrown aside for such an one. He knew those curious, bastard English advertisements at the backs of native newspapers. St. Xavier's boys sometimes brought them in by stealth to snigger over among their mates, for the language of the grateful patient recounting his symptoms is most simple, and revealing the uria, not unanxious to play off one parasite against the other, slunk away towards the dovecote. Yes, said Kim with measured scorn, their stock in trade is a little colored water, and a very great shamelessness. Their prey are broken-down kings, and overfed Bengalis. Their profit is in children who are not born. The old lady chuckled. Do not be envious, charms are better. I never gainsaid it. See that thy Holy One writes me a good amulet by the morning. None but the ignorant Denya. Thick heavy voice boomed through the darkness as a figure came to rest squatting. None but the ignorant deny the value of charms. None but the ignorant deny the value of medicines. A rat found a piece of turmeric, said he. I will open a grocer's shop, Kim retorted. Battle was fairly joined now, and they heard the old lady stiffen to attention. The priest's son knows the names of his nurse, and 3 gods says he, hear me, or I will curse you by the 3 million great ones. Decidedly, this invisible had an arrow or 2 in his quiver. He went on, I am but a teacher of the alphabet. I have learned all the wisdom of the sahibs. The sahibs never grow old. They dance, and they play like children when they are grandfathers, a strong-backed breed, piped the voice inside the palanquin. I have 2 our drugs, which loosen humors of the head in hot and angry men sina well compounded, when the moon stands in the proper house, yellow earth's ihavarplin from China, that makes a man renew his youth, and astonish his household saffron from Kashmir, and the best salop of Kabul, many people have died before. That I surely believe, said Kim. They knew the value of my drugs. I do not give my sick the mere ink, in which a charm is written, but hot and rending drugs, which descend and wrestle with the evil. Very mightily they do so, sighed the old lady. The voice launched into an immense tale of misfortune and bankruptcy, studded with plentiful petitions to the government. But for my fate, which overrules all I had been now in government employ, I bear a degree from the great school at Calcutta. Hither maybe the son of this house shall go. He shall indeed, if our neighbour's brat can, in a few years, be made an F.A. First Arts, used the English word, of which she had heard so often. How much more shall children clever, as some, that I know bear away prizes at rich Calcutta. Never, said the voice, have I seen such a child born in an auspicious hour, and but for that colic, which alas turning into black collars, may carry him off like a pigeon destined to many years, he is enviable. I said the old lady, to praise children is inauspicious, or I could listen to this talk, but the back of the house is unguarded, and even in this soft air men think themselves to be men and women. We know the child's father is away too, and I must be chowkidar watchman in my old age. Up, take up the palanquin, let the hakim and the young priest settle between them, whether charms or medicine most avail. Ho, worthless people, fetch tobacco for the guests, and round the homestead go I. The palanquin reeled off, followed by straggling torches and a horde of dogs. 20 villages knew the sahiba failings her tongue, and her large charity. 20 villages cheated her after immemorial custom, but no man would have stolen or robbed within her jurisdiction for any gift, under heaven none. The less she made great parade of her formal inspections, the riot of which could be heard halfway to Mussoorie. Kim relaxed, as one augur must, when he meets another. The hakim, still squatting, slid over his hookah with a friendly foot, and Kim pulled at the good weed. The Hangerson expected grave professional debate, and perhaps a little free doctoring. To discuss medicine before the ignorant is of one piece with teaching the peacock to sing, said the hakim. True courtesy, Kim echoed, is very often inattention. These, be it understood, were accompaniments designed to impress. Hi, I have an ulcer on my leg, cried a scullion, look at it. Get hence, remove, said the hakim. Is it the habit of the place to pester honored guests? Ye crowd in like buffaloes. If the sahiba knew, Kim began. Ai, come away, they are meat for our mistress. When her young shaitan's colics are cured, perhaps we poor people may be suffered too. The mistress fed thy wife, when thou wast in jail, for breaking the moneylender's head. Who speaks against her? The old servitor curled his white mustaches savagely in the young moonlight. I am responsible for the honor of this house, go. And he drove the underlings before him. Said the hakim, hardly more than shaping the words with his lips. How do you do, Mr. O'Hara? I am jolly glad to see you again. Kim's hand clenched about the pipestem. Anywhere on the open road, perhaps, he would not have been astonished. But here, in this quiet backwater of life, he was not prepared for Hurry Babu. It annoyed him too that he had been hoodwinked. Ahar, I told you at Lucknow Resurgam, I shall rise again, and you shall not know me. How much did you betray? He chewed leisurely upon a few cardamom seeds, but he breathed uneasily. But why come here, Babuji? That is the question, as Shakespeare hath it. I come to congratulate you on your extraordinary efficient performance at Delhi. Oh, I tell you, we are all proud of you. It was very neat and handy. Our mutual friend, he is old friend of mine. He has been in some damn tight places now. He will be in some more, he told me. I tell Mr. Lurgan. And he is pleased you graduate so nicely. All the department is pleased. For the first time in his life, Kim thrilled to the clean pride. It can be a deadly pitfall, none the less of departmental praising. Snaring praise from an equal of work, appreciated by fellow workers. Earth has nothing on the same plane to compare with it. But cried the Oriental in him, Babus do not travel far to retail compliments. Tell thy tale, Babu, he said, authoritatively. Oh, it is nothing, only I was at Simla when the wire came in. about what our mutual friend said he had hidden, and old Creighton, he looked to see how Kim would take this piece of audacity. The Colonel Sahib, the boy from St. Xavier's, corrected. Of course he found me at a loose string, and I had to go down to Chitta to find that beastly letter. I do not like the South too much railway travel, but I drew good travelling allowance, ha ha. I meet our mutual at Delhi. On the way back he lies quiet just now, and says, "Sad disguise suits him to the ground well there. I hear what you have done so well so quickly upon the instantaneous spur of the moment. I tell our mutual you take the bally bun. By Jove, it was splendid. I come to tell you so." The frogs were busy in the ditches, and the moon slid to her setting. Some happy servant had gone out to commune with the night, and to beat upon a drum. Kim's next sentence was in the vernacular. "How didst thou follow us?" "Oh, that was nothing. I know from our mutual friend you go to Saharanpur, so I come on. Red llamas are not inconspicuous persons. I buy myself my drug box, and I am very good doctor really. I go to Akrola of the Ford and hear all about you, and I talk here and talk there. All the common people know what you do. I knew when the hospitable old lady sent the dooli. They have great recollections of the old lama's visits. Here I know old ladies cannot keep their hands from medicines. So I am a doctor, and you hear my talk. I think it is very good. My word, Mr. O'Hara, they know about you and the lama for 50 miles, the common people, so I come. Do you mind?" "Babuji," said Kim, looking up at the broad grinning face, "I am a sahib, my dear Mr. O'Hara, and I hope to play the great game. You are subordinate to me departmentally at present. Then why talk like an ape in a tree? Men do not come after one from Simla and change their dress for the sake of a few sweet words. I am not a child. Talk Hindi, and let us get to the yolk of the egg. Thou art, Hera speaking, not one word of truth in 10. Why art thou here? Give a straight answer. That is so very disconcerting of the Europeans, Mr. O'Hara. You should know a heap better at your time of life." "But I want to know," said Kim, laughing. "If it is the game, I may help. How can I do anything if you buck babble all round the shop?" Hari Babu reached for the pipe and sucked it till it gurgled again. "Now I will speak vernacular. You sit tight, Mr. O'Hara. It concerns the pedigree of a white stallion. Still, that was finished long ago. When everyone is dead, the great game is finished. Not before. Listen to me till the end. There were 5 kings who prepared a sudden war 3 years ago, when thou wast given the stallion's pedigree by Mahbub Ali upon them. Because of that news and air, they were ready. Fell our army. 8,000 men with guns. I remember that night. But the war was not pushed. That is the government custom. The troops were recalled, because the government believed the 5 kings were cowed, and it is not cheap to feed men among the high passes. Hilas and Banar Rajas, with guns undertook for a price to guard the passes against all coming from the north. They protested both fear and friendship." He broke off with a giggle into English. "Of course, I tell you this unofficially to elucidate political situation, Mr. O'Hara. Officially, I am debarred from criticizing any action of superiors. Now, I go on this, please the government anxious to avoid expense, and a bond was made for so many rupees a month that Hilas and Banar should guard the passes as soon as the state's troops were withdrawn. At that time it was. After we 2 Metai, who had been selling tea in Leh, became a clerk of accounts in the army when the troops were withdrawn, I was left behind to pay the coolies who made new roads in the hills. This road-making was part of the bond between Banar Hilas and the government. So, and then, I tell you, it was jolly beastly cold up there too, after summer," said Hari Babu confidentially. "I was afraid these Banar men would cut my throat every night, for the paychist my native Sepegard. They laughed at me. By Jove, I was such a fearful man. Never mind that. I go on colloquially. I send word many times that these 2 kings were sold to the north, and Mahbub Ali, who was yet farther north, amply confirmed it. Nothing was done, only my feet were frozen, and a toe dropped off. I sent word that the roads, for which I was paying money to the diggers, were being made for the feet of strangers and enemies. For the Russians, the thing was an open jest among the coolies. Then I was called down to tell what I knew by speech of tongue. Mahbub came south to see the end over the passes this year after snowmelting. Shivered afresh. Come 2 strangers Under cover of shooting wild goats, they bear guns, but they bear also chains and levels and compasses. Oh ho, the thing gets clearer. They are well received by Hylas and Bunnar. They make great promises, they speak, as the mouthpiece of a Kaisar, with gifts up the valleys, down the valleys go they, saying, here is a place to build a breastwork here, can ye pitch a fort here, can ye hold the road against an Armide, very roads for which I paid out the rupees monthly, the government knows, but does nothing. The three other kings, who are not paid for guarding the passes, tell them by runner of the bad faith of Bunnar and Hylas. When all the evil is done, look Yowan, these two strangers with the levels and the compasses make the five kings to believe that a great army will sweep the passes tomorrow or the next day. Hill people are all foolscums. The order to me, hurry Babu, go north and see what those strangers do. I say to Creighton Sahib, this is not a lawsuit that we go about to collect evidence. Hurry, return to his English. With a jerk, by Jove, I said, why the deuce do you not issue demi-official orders to some brave man to poison them for an example? It is, if you permit the observation, most reprehensible laxity on your part. And Colonel Creighton, he laughed at me, it is all your beastly English pride. You think no one dare conspire, that is all tommy-rot. Kim smoked, slowly revolving the business so far as he understood it in his quick mind. Then thou goest forth to follow the strangers. No, to meet them, they are coming in to Simla to send down their horns and heads, to be dressed at Calcutta. They are exclusively sporting gentlemen, and they are allowed special facilities by the government, of course. We always do that, it is our British pride. Then what is to fear from them? By Jove, they are not black people. I can do all sorts of things with black people, of course. They are Russians and highly unscrupulous people. I do not want to consort with them without a witness. Will they kill thee? Oh, that is nothing, I am good enough. Herbert Spenserian, I trust to meet little thing like death, which is all in my fate, you know, but they may beat me. Why? Hari Babu snapped his fingers with irritation. Of course, I shall affiliate myself to their camp in supernumerary capacity, as perhaps interpreter or person mentally impotent and hungry or some such thing. And then I must pick up what I can, I suppose. That is as easy for me as playing Mr. Doctor to the old lady. Only you see, Mr. O'Hara, I am unfortunately Asiatic, which is serious detriment in some respects, and also I am Bengali, a fearful man. God made the hare and the Bengali, what shame, said Kim, quoting the proverb. It was process of evolution, I think, from primal necessity, but the fact remains in all the QE bone. I am awfully fearful. I remember once they wanted to cut off my head on the road to Lhasa. No, I have never reached to Lhasa. I sat down and cried. Mr. O'Hara, anticipating Chinese tortures, I do not suppose these two gentlemen will torture me, but I like to provide for possible contingency with European assistance in emergency. He coughed and spat out the cardamoms. It is purely unofficial indent, to which you can say no, Babu. If you have no pressing engagement with your old man, perhaps you might divert him. Perhaps I can seduce his fancies. I should like you to keep in departmental touch with me till I find those sporting coves. I have great opinion of you since I met my friend at Delhi, and also I will embody your name in my official report. When matter is finally adjudicated, it will be a great feather in your cap. That is why I come, really. Humph, the end of the tale, I think, is true, but what of the forepart? About the five kings, oh, there is ever so much truth in it, a lots more than you would suppose, said Hurry earnestly. You come me, I go from here straight into the dune. It is very verdant and painted meads. I shall go to Mussoorie, to good old Munsori Pahar, as the gentlemen and ladies say, then by Rampur into Chinny. That is the only way they can come. I do not like waiting in the cold, but we must wait for them. I want to walk with them to Simla. You see, one Russian is a Frenchman, and I know my French pretty well. I have friends in Chandernagore. He would certainly rejoice to see the hills again, said Kim meditatively. All his speech these 10 days past has been of little else. If we go together, oh, we can be quite strangers on the road. If your lama prefers, I shall just be 4 or 5 miles ahead. There is no hurry for hurry. That is in Europe. Pun ha hand. You come after there is plenty of time. They will plot and survey and map. Of course I shall go tomorrow, and you the next day if you choose. You go think on it till morning. By Jove, It is near morning now, he yawned ponderously, and with never a civil word lumbered off to his sleeping place. But Kim slept little, and his thoughts ran in Hindustani. Well is the game called great. I was 4 days a scullion at Quetta, waiting on the wife of the man whose book one stole, and that was part of the great game from the south. God knows how far came up the Maratha, playing the great game in fear of his life. Now I shall go far and far into the north, playing the great game. Truly it runs like a shuttle throughout all Hind and my share, and my joy smiled to the darkness I owe to the Lama, here also to Mahbub Ali, also to Creighton Sahib, but chiefly to the Holy One. He is right a great and a wonderful world, and I am Kimalonion, person in the middle of it all. But I will see these strangers with their levels and chains. What was the upshot of last night's babble, said the Lama after his orisons. There came a strolling seller of drugs, a hangerin of the Sahibas. Him I abolished by arguments and prayers, proving that our charms are worthier than his colored waters. Alas, my charms is the virtuous woman still bent upon a new one. Very strictly. Then it must be written, or she will deafen me with her clamor. He fumbled at his pencase. In the plains, said Kim, are always too many people. In the hills, as I understand, there are fewer. Oh, the hills and the snows upon the hills. The Lama tore off a tiny square of paper fit to go in an amulet. But what dost thou know of the hills? They are very close. Kim thrust open the door and looked at the long, peaceful line of the Himalayas, flushed in morning gold. Except in the dress of a sahib, I have never set foot among them. The Lama snuffed the wind wistfully. If we go north, Kim put the question to the waking sunrise, would not much midday heat be avoided by walking among the lower hills? At least, is the charm made holy one. I have written the names of 7 silly devils, not one of whom is worth a grain of dust in the eye. Thus do foolish women drag us from the way. Hari Babu came out from behind the dovecote, washing his teeth with ostentatious ritual, full-fleshed, heavy-haunched, bull-necked, and deep-voiced. He did not look like a fearful man. Kim signed almost imperceptibly that matters were in good train, and when the morning toilet was over, Hari Babu, in flowery speech, came to do honor to the Lama. They ate, of course, apart, and afterwards the old lady, more or less veiled behind a window, returned to the vital business of green mango colics in the young. The Lama's knowledge of medicine was, of course, sympathetic, only he believed that the dung of a black horse mixed with sulfur and carried in a snakeskin was a sound remedy for cholera, but the symbolism interested him far more than the science. Hari Babu deferred to these views with enchanting politeness, so that the Lama called him a courteous physician. Hari Babu replied that he was no more than an inexpert dabbler in the mysteries, but at least he thanked the gods. Therefore he knew, when he sat in the presence of a master he himself had been taught by the sahibs, who do not consider expense in the lordly halls of Calcutta, but as he was ever first to acknowledge there lay a wisdom behind earthly wisdom, high and lonely lore of meditation. Kim looked on with envy. The Hari Babu of his knowledge, early effusive and nervous, was gone too, was the brazen drug vendor of overnight. There remained polite, attentivia, sober, learned son of experience and adversity, gathering wisdom from the Lama's lips. The old lady confided to Kim that these rare levels were beyond her. She liked charms with plenty of ink, that one could wash off in water, swallow, and be done with. Else, what was the use of the gods? She liked men and women, and she spoke of Themoff kinglets she had known in the past, of her own youth and beauty, of the depredations of leopards, and the eccentricities of love Asiatic, of the incidents of taxation, rack-renting funeral ceremonies. Her son-in-law, this, by allusion, easy to be followed. The care of the young and the age's lack of decency, and Kim as interested in the life of this world, as she soon to leave it, squatted with his feet under the hem of his robe, drinking all in, while the Lama demolished one after another every theory of body curing put forward by Hari Babu. At noon, the Babu strapped up his brass-bound drug box, took his patent leather shoes of ceremony in one hand, a gay blue and white umbrella in the other, and set off northwards to the dune, where he said he was in demand among the lesser kings of those parts. We will go in the cool of the evening, Keela, said the lama, that doctor learned in physic and courtesy, affirms that the people among these lower hills are devout, generous, and much in need of a teacher in a very short time. So, says the hakim, we come to cool air and the smell of pines. Ye go to the hills, and by Kulu road, oh thrice happy, shrilled the old lady, but that I am a little pressed with the care of the homestead, I would take palanquin, but that would be shameless, and my reputation would be cracked. Ho ho, I know the road, every march of the road, I know you will find charity throughout it, is not denied to the well-looking. I will give orders for provision, a servant to set you forth upon your journey. No, then I will at least cook ye good food. What a woman is the sahiba, said the white-bearded Uriah, when a tumult rose by the kitchen quarters. She has never forgotten a friend. She has never forgotten an enemy in all her years, and her cookery. He rubbed his slim stomach. There were cakes, there were sweetmeats, there was cold fowl stewed to rags with rice and prunus enough to burden Kim like a mule. I am old and useless, she said, none now love me, none respect, but there are few to compare with me. When I call on the gods and squat to my cooking pots, come again, O people of good, will Holy One and Disciple come again. The room is always prepared, the welcome is always ready. See, the women do not follow thy Kila too openly. I know the women of Kulu take heed, Kila, lest he run away. When he smells his hills again high, do not tilt the rice bag upside down. Bless the household, Holy One, and forgive thy servant her stupidities. She wiped her red old eyes on a corner of her veil and clucked throatily. Women talk, said the lama at last, but that is a woman's infirmity. I gave her a charm, she is upon the wheel, and wholly given over to the shows of this life. But none the less Kila, she is virtuous, kindly, hospitable, of a whole and zealous heart. Who shall say she does not acquire merit? Not I, Holy One, said Kim, wristling the bountiful provision on his shoulders. In my mind behind my eyes I have tried to picture such an one, altogether freed from the wheel, desiring nothing, causing nothinga, none as it were. And oh imp, the lama almost laughed aloud. I cannot make the picture, nor Roman one, but there are many, many millions of lives before her. She will get wisdom, a little, it may be, in each one. And will she forget how to make stews with saffron upon that road? Thy mind is set on things unworthy, but she has skill. I am refreshed all over. When we reach the lower hills, I shall be yet stronger. The hakim spoke truly to me this morn, when he said, a breath from the snows blows away 20 years from the life of a man. We will go up into the hills, high hills up, to the sound of snow waters, and the sound of the trees for a little while. The hakim said that at any time we may return to the plains, for we do no more than skirt the pleasant places. The hakim is full of learning, but he is in no way proud. I spoke to him when thou wast talking to the sahibe of a certain dizziness that lays hold upon the back of my neck in the night, and he said it rose from excessive heat. Oh, be cured by cool air. Upon consideration, I marveled that I had not thought of such a simple remedy. Didst thou tell him of thy search? Said Kim, a little jealously. He preferred to sway the lama by his own speech, not through the wiles of Hurry Babu. Assuredly, I told him of my dream and of the manner by which I had acquired merit, by causing thee to be taught wisdom. Thou didst not say I was a sahib. What need I have told thee many times? We be but two souls seeking escape, he said, and he is just herein that the river of healing will break forth, even as I dream it at my feet. If need be, having found the way, seest thou, that shall free me from the wheel need. I trouble to find a way about the mere fields of earth which are illusion, that were senseless. I have my dreams night upon night repeated. I have Jataka, and I have the friend of all the world. It was written in thy horoscope that a red bull on a green field I have not forgotten should bring thee to honor. Who? But I saw that prophecy accomplished. Indeed, I was the instrument. Thou shalt find me, my river being in return the instrument. The search is sure. He set his ivory yellow face serene and untroubled towards the beckoning hills, his shadow shouldering far before him in the dust. Chapter 13. Who hath desired the seethe immense and contemptuous surges, the shudder, the stumble, the swerve, ere the star-stabbing bowsprit merges, the orderly clouds of the trades, and the ridged roaring sapphire thereunder, unheralded cliff-lurking flaws, and the headsails low-volleying thunder. His sea in no wonder the same high sea, and the same in each wonder. His sea that his being fulfills. So and no otherwise so, and no otherwise hillmen desire their hills. The sea and the hills. Who goes to the hills goes to his mother. They had crossed the Siwaliks, and the half-tropical dune left Mussoorie behind them, and headed north along the narrow hill roads day after day. They struck deeper into the huddled mountains, and day after day, Kim watched the lama return to a man's strength among the terraces of the dune. He had leaned on the boy's shoulder ready to profit by wayside halts under the great ramp to Mussoorie. He drew himself together as an old hunter faces a well-remembered bank, and where he should have sunk exhausted, swung his long draperies about him, drew a deep double lungful of the diamond air, and walked, as only a hillman can. Kim plainspread, and plainsfed, sweated, and panted. Astonished, "This is my country," said the lama beside Suchson. "This is flatter than a rice field," and with steady driving strokes from the loins he strode upwards. But it was on the steep downhill marches 3,000 feet in 3 hours that he went utterly away from Kim, whose back ached with holding back, and whose big toe was nigh cut off by his grass sandal string, through the speckled shadow of the great deodar forests, through oak, feathered and plumed with ferns, birch, ilex, rhododendron, and pine, out on to the bare hillside's slippery sunburnt grass, and back into the woodlands coolth again, till oak gave way to bamboo, and palm of the valley the lama swung untiring. Glancing back in the twilight at the huge ridges behind him, and the faint thin line of the road, whereby they had come, he would lay out with a hillman's generous breadth of vision fresh marches for the morrow, or halting in the neck of some uplifted pass that gave on Speedy, and Kulu would stretch out his hands yearningly towards the high snows of the horizon. In the dawns they flared windward above stark blue, as Kedarnath and Badrinath, kings of that wilderness, took the first sunlight all day long. They lay like molten silver under the sun, and at evening put on their jewels again. At first they breathed temperately upon the traveller's wines good to meet, when one crawled over some gigantic hogspeck. But in a few days, at a height of 9,000 or 10,000 feet, those breezes bit, and Kim kindly allowed a village of hillmen to acquire merit by giving him a rough blanket coat. The lama was mildly surprised that anyone should object to the niffaged breezes which had cut the years off his shoulders. "These are but the lower hills, Kayla. There is no cold till we come to the true hills. Air and water are good, and the people are devout enough, but the food is very bad," Kim growled, "and we walk as though we were mad or English. It freezes at night too. A little maybe, but only enough to make old bones rejoice in the sun. We must not always delight in soft beds and rich food. We might at least keep to the road." Kim had all a plainsman's affection for the well-trodden track, not 6 feet wide, that snaked among the mountains, but the lama, being Tibetan, could not refrain from short cuts over spurs and the rims of gravel-strewn slopes. As he explained to his limping disciple, a man bred among mountains can prophesy the course of a mountain road, and though lowlying clouds might be a hindrance to a short-cutting stranger, they made no earthly difference to a thoughtful man. Thus, after long hours of what would be reckoned very fair mountaineering in civilized countries, they would pant over a saddleback sidle, past a few landslips, and drop through forest at an angle of 4 to 5 onto the road again. Along their track lay the villages of the hillfolk, mud and earth huts, timbers now and then rudely carved with an axe, clinging like swallows' nests against the steeps, huddled on tiny flats halfway down a 3,000-foot glissade, jammed into a corner between cliffs that funneled and focused every wandering blast, or for the sake of summer pasture, cowering down on a neck that in winter would be 10 feet deep in snow. And the peopleth sallow, greasy, duffel-clad people with short bare legs and faces almost Esquimaux would flock out and adore the plainskinely and gentle had treated the lama as a holy man among holy men, but the hills worshipped him as one in the confidence of all their devils. Theirs was an almost obliterated Buddhism, overlaid with a nature worship fantastic as their own landscapes, elaborate as the terracing of their tiny fields, but they recognized the big hat, the clicking rosary, and the rare Chinese texts for great authority, and they respected the man beneath the hat. "We saw thee come down over the black breasts of Ewa," said a beta who gave them cheese, sour milk, and stone-hard bread one evening. "We do not use that often, except when calving cows stray in summer. There is a sudden wind among those stones that casts men down on the stillest day. But what should such folk care for the devil of Ewa?" Then did Kim, aching in every fibre, dizzy, with looking down footsore, with cramping desperate toes, into inadequate crannies, take joy in the day's march, such joy as a boy of St. Xavier's, who had won the quarter-mile on the flat, might take in the praises of his friends. The hills sweated the guy, and sugar suet off his bones. The dry air, taken sobbingly at the head of cruel passes, firmed and built out his upper ribs, and the tilted levels put new hard muscles into calf and thigh. They meditated often on the wheel of lifeth, more so since, as the lama said, they were freed from its visible temptations, except the grey eagle, and an occasional farcine bear grubbing and rooting on the hillside. A vision of a furious painted leopard met at dawn in a still valley, devouring a goat, and now and again a bright-coloured bird. They were alone with the winds and the grass singing. Under the wind, the women of the smoky huts, over whose roofs the two walked as they descended the mountains, were unlovely and unclean wives of many husbands, and afflicted with goitre. The men were woodcutters when they were not farmer-smeek, and of an incredible simplicity, but that suitable discourse might not fail. Fate sent them overtaking and overtaken upon the road the courteous Dacre, physician who paid for his food in ointments good for goitre and counsels that restore peace between men and women. He seemed to know these hills as well as he knew the hill dialects, and gave the lama the lie of the land towards Ladakh and Tibet. He said they could return to the plains at any moment. Meantime, for such as loved mountains, yonder road might amuse. This was not all revealed in a breath, but at evening encounters on the stone threshing floors, when patients disposed of the doctor would smoke and the lama snuff, while Kim watched the wee cows grazing on the housetops, or threw his soul after his eyes across the deep blue gulfs between range and range. And there were talks apart in the dark woods, when the doctor would seek herbs and Kim, as budding physician, must accompany him. You see, Mr. O'Hara, I do not know what the deuce and all I shall do when I find our sporting friends, but if you will kindly keep within sight of my umbrella, which is fine fixed point for cadastral survey, I shall feel much better. Kim looked out across the jungle of peaks. This is not my country, Hakim. Easier, I think, to find one louse in a bearskin. Oh, that is my strong points. There is no hurry for hurry. They were at Leh not so long ago. They said they had come down from the Karakoram with their heads and horns, and all I am only afraid they will have sent back all their letters and compromising things from Leh into Russian territory. Of course, they will walk away as far to the east as possible, just to show that they were never among the western states. You do not know the hills, he scratched with a twig on the earth. Look, they should have come in by Srinagar or Abbottabad. That is their short road on the river by Bungi and a store, but they have made mischief in the west, so drew a furrow from left to right. They march, and they march away east to Leh. Ah, it is cold there. And down the Indus to Hanal, I know that road, and then down you see to Bushehr and Chinni Valley. That is ascertained by process of elimination, and also by asking questions from people that I cure so well. Our friends have been a long time playing about and producing impressions, so they are well known from far off. You will see me catch them somewhere in Chinni Valley. Please keep your eye on the umbrella. It nodded like a wind-blown harebell down the valleys and round the mountain sides, and in due time the lama and Kim, who steered by compass, would overhaul it, vending ointments and powders at eventide. We came by such and such a way. The lama would throw a careless finger backward at the ridges, and the umbrella would expend itself in compliments. They crossed a snowy pass in cold moonlight, when the lama, mildly chaffing Kim, went through up to his knees, like a Bactrian camel, snowbred, shag-haired sort that came into the Kashmir Sarai. They dipped across beds of light snow and snow-powdered shale, where they took refuge from a gale, in a camp of Tibetans hurrying down tiny sheep, each laden with a bag of borax. They came out upon grassy shoulders still snow-speckled, and through forest to grass anew. For all their marchings, Kedarnath and Badrinath were not impressed, and it was only after days of travel that Kim, uplifted upon some insignificant 10,000-foot hummock, could see that a shoulder knot or horn of the two great lords Hadva so slightly changed outline. At last they entered a world within a world, a valley of leagues, where the high hills were fashioned of a mere rubble and refuse from off the knees of the mountains. Here, one day's march carried them no farther, it seemed, than a dreamer's clogged pace bears him in a nightmare. They skirted a shoulder painfully for hours, And behold, it was but an outlying boss in an outlying buttress of the main pile. A rounded meadow revealed itself when they had reached it for a vast tableland running far into the valley 3 days later. It was a dim fold in the earth to southward. Surely the gods live here, said Kim, beaten down by the silence and the appalling sweep and dispersal of the cloud shadows after rain. This is no place for men. Long and long ago, said the lama as to himself, it was asked of the Lord whether the world were everlasting on this. The Excellent One returned no answer. When I was in Ceylon, a wise seeker confirmed that from the gospel which is written in Pali, certainly, since we know the way to freedom, the question were unprofitable. But look, and no illusion, Kila the seer, the true hills, they are like my hills by such and never were such hills. Above them, still enormously above them, earth towered away towards the snowline where from east to west, across hundreds of miles ruled. As with a ruler, the last of the bold birches stopped above that, in scarps and blocks, upheaved the rocks strove to fight their heads above the white smother above these again changeless, since the world's beginning, but changing to every mood of sun and cloud lay out the eternal snow. They could see blots and blurs on its face where storm and wandering Waliewa got up to dance below them. As they stood, the forest slid away in a sheet of blue-green for mile upon mile. Below the forest was a village, in its sprinkle of terraced fields and steep grazing grounds below the village. They knew, though a thunderstorm worried and growled there for the moment, a pitch of 12 or 1500 feet gave to the moist valley where the streams gather that are the mothers of young Sutlej. As usual, the lama had led Kim by cow track and by road far from the main route, along which Hurry Babu, that fearful man, had bucketed 3 days before through a storm to which 9 Englishmen out of 10 would have given full right of way. Hurry was no game-shot snick of a trigger made him change color, but, as he himself would have said, he was fairly efficient stalker, and he had raked the huge valley with a pair of cheap binoculars to some purpose. Moreover, the white of worn canvas tents against green carries, far Hurry Babu had seen all he wanted to see when he sat on the threshing floor of Ziglor 20 miles away, as the eagle flies, and 40 by road, that is to say 2 small dots which one day were just below the snowline, and the next had moved downward perhaps 6 inches on the hillside. Once cleaned out and set to the work, his fat bare legs could cover a surprising amount of ground, and this was the reason why, while Kim and the lama lay in a leaky hut at Ziglor till the storm should be overpast and oily wet, but always smiling Bengali, talking the best of English with the vilest of phrases, was ingratiating himself with 2 sodden and rather rheumatic foreigners. He had arrived revolving many wild schemes on the heels of a thunderstorm which had split a pine over against their camp, and so convinced a dozen or 2 forcibly impressed baggage coolies the day was inauspicious for farther travel, that with one accord they had thrown down their loads and jibbed. They were subjects of a hill Raja who farmed out their services, as is the custom, for his private gain. And to add to their personal distresses, the strange sahibs had already threatened them with rifles, the most of them new rifles and sahibs of old. They were trackers and shikaris of the northern valleys, keen after bear and wild goat, but they had never been thus treated in their lives, so the forest took them to her bosom, and for all oaths and clamor refused to restore. There was no need to feign madness, or the Babu had thought of another means of securing a welcome. He wrung out his wet clothes, slipped on his patent leather shoes, opened the blue and white umbrella, and with mincing gait and a heart beating against his tonsils, appeared as agent for His Royal Highness, the Raja of Rampur. Gentlemen, what can I do for you, please? The gentlemen were delighted. One was visibly French, the other Russian, but they spoke English not much inferior to the Babus. They begged his kind offices. Their native servants had gone sick at Leh. They had hurried on, because they were anxious to bring the spoils of the chase to Simla air. The skins grew moth-eaten. They bore a general letter of introduction. The Babu salaamed to it orientally to all government officials. No, they had not met any other shooting parties en route. They did for themselves. They had plenty of supplies. They only wished to push on as soon as might be. At this, he waylaid a cowering hillman among the trees, and after 3 minutes' talk and a little silver, one cannot be economical upon state service, though Hurry's heart bled at the waist. The 11 coolies and the 3 hangerson reappeared. At least, the Babu would be a witness to their oppression. My royal master, he will be much annoyed, but these people are only common people and grossly ignorant. If your honors will kindly overlook unfortunate affair, I shall be much pleased. In a little while rain will stop, and we can then proceed. You have been shooting that is fine performance. He skipped nimbly from one kilter to the next, making pretense to adjust each conical basket. The Englishman is not as a rule familiar with the Asiatic, but he would not strike across the wrist a kindly Babu who had accidentally upset a kilter with a red oilskin top. On the other hand, he would not press drink upon a Babu were he never so friendly, nor would he invite him to meet the strangers. Did all these things, and asked many questions about women most little, which Hurry returned gay and unstudied answers. They gave him a glass of whitish fluid like to gin, and then more, and in a little time his gravity departed from him. He became thickly treasonous, and spoke in terms of sweeping indecency of a government which had forced upon him a white man's education, and neglected to supply him with a white man's salary. He babbled tales of oppression and wrong till the tears ran down his cheeks for the miseries of his land. Then he staggered off singing love songs of Lower Bengal, and collapsed upon a wet tree trunk. Never was so unfortunate a product of English rule in India, more unhappily thrust upon aliens. They are all just of that pattern, said one sportsman to the other in French. When we get into India proper thou wilt see. I should like to visit his Raja. One might speak the good word there. It is possible that he has heard of us, and wishes to signify his goodwill. We have not time, we must get into Simla as soon as may be. His companion replied, for my own part, I wish our reports had been sent back from Highlands or even Leh. The English post is better and safer. Remember, we are given all facilities. In name of Godthy, give them to us too. Is it unbelievable stupidity? It is pride that deserves and will receive punishment. Yes, to fight a fellow continental in our game is something there is a risk attached, but these people, it is too easy. Pride, old pride, my friend. Now what the deuce is good of Chandernagore being so close to Calcutta, and all, said Hurry, snoring, open-mouthed on the sodden moss. If I cannot understand their French, they talk so particularly fast, it would have been much better to cut their beastly throats. When he presented himself again, he was racked with a headache and volubly afraid that in his drunkenness he might have been indiscreet. He loved the British government. It was the source of all prosperity and honor, and his master at Rampur held the very same opinion upon this. The men began to deride him, and to quote past words, till step by step, with deprecating smirks, oily grins, and leers of infinite cunning, the poor Babu was beaten out of his defenses, and forced to speak truth. When Lurgan was told the tale later, he mourned aloud that he could not have been in the place of the stubborn, inattentive coolies who, with grass mats over their heads, and the raindrops puddling in their footprints, waited on the weather. All the sahibs of their acquaintance are rough-clad men, joyously returning year after year to their chosen gulishad servants and cooks and orderlies, very often hillmen. These sahibs travelled without any retinue, therefore they were poor sahibs, and ignorant, for no sahib in his senses would follow a Bengali's advice. But the Bengali, appearing from somewhere, had given them money, and could make shift with their dialect, used to comprehensive ill-treatment from their own colour. They suspected a trap somewhere, and stood by to run if occasion offered. Then through the new-washed air, steaming with delicious earth smells, the Babu led the way down the slopes, walking ahead of the coolies in pride, walking behind the foreigners in humility. His thoughts were many and various. The least of them would have interested his companions beyond words, but he was an agreeable guide, ever keen to point out the beauties of his royal master's domain. He peopled the hills with anything Thev had a mind to Slathar, ibex, or markhor, and bare by Elisha's allowance. He discoursed of botany and ethnology with unimpeachable inaccuracy, and his store of local legends had been a trusted agent of the state for 15 years. Remember, was inexhaustible. Decidedly, this fellow is an original, said the taller of the two foreigners. He is like the nightmare of a Viennese courier. He represents in pedo India in transition the monstrous hybridism of East and West. The Russian replied, it is we who can deal with Orientals. He has lost his own country and has not acquired any other, but he has a most complete hatred of his conquerors. Listen, he confided to me last night, said the other. Under the striped umbrella, Hurry Babu was straining ear and brain to follow the quick-bird French, and keeping both eyes on a quilter full of maps and documents, an extra-large, one with a double red oilskin cover. He did not wish to steal anything, he only desired to know what to steal and incidentally how to get away. When he had stolen it, he thanked all the gods of Hindustan and Herbert Spencer that there remained some valuables to steal. On the second day, the road rose steeply to a grass spur above the forest, and it was here about sunset that they came across an aged lama, but they called him a bond, sitting cross-legged above a mysterious chart held down by stones, which he was explaining to a young man, evidently a neophyte of singular, though unwashen beauty. The striped umbrella had been sighted half a march away, and Kim had suggested a halt till it came up to them. "Ha," said Hurry Babu, resourceful as Puss in Boots, "that is eminent local holy man, probably subject of my royal master. What is he doing? It is very curious. He is expounding holy pictorial handworked." The two men stood bareheaded in the wash of the afternoon sunlight low across the gold-colored grass. The sullen coolies, glad of the check, halted and slid down their loads. "Look," said the Frenchman, "it is like a picture for the birth of a religion, the first teacher, and the first disciple, is he a Buddhist?" "Of some debased kind," the other answered. "There are no true Buddhists among the hills, but look at the folds of the drapery, look at his eyeshow, insolent. Why does this make one feel that we are so young a people?" The speaker struck passionately at a tall weed. "We have nowhere left our mark, yet nowhere that, do you understand, is what disquiets me." He scowled at the placid face and the monumental calm of the pose. "Have patience, we shall make your mark toads though, and you young people meantime draw his picture." The Babu advanced loftily, his back out of all keeping with his deferential speech or his wink towards Kim. "Holy One, these be Sahibs, my medicines, cured one of a flux, and I go into Simla to oversee his recovery. They wish to see thy picture. To heal the sick is always good. This is the wheel of life," said the Lama, "the same I showed thee in the hut at Ziglor when the rain fell. And to hear thee expound it." The Lama's eyes lighted at the prospect of new listeners. "To expound the most excellent way is good. Have they any knowledge of Hindi, such as had the keeper of images?" "A little, maybe." Hereat, simply as a child engrossed with a new game, the Lama threw back his head and began the full-throated invocation of the Doctor of Divinity. Ere he opens the full doctrine, the strangers leaned on their alpenstocks and listened. Kim, squatting humbly, watched the red sunlight on their faces and the blend and parting of their long shadows. They wore un-English leggings and curious Girton belts that reminded him hazily of the pictures in a book. In St. Xavier's Library, The Adventures of a Young Naturalist in Mexico was its name. Yes, they looked very like the wonderful Roman 1000 Sumacrast of that tale, and very unlike the highly unscrupulous folk of Hurry Babu's imagining. The coolies, earth-colored and mute, crouched reverently some 20 or 30 yards away, and the Babu, the slack of his thin gear snapping like a marking flag in the chill breeze, stood by with an air of happy proprietorship. "These are the men," Hurry whispered as the ritual went on, and the two whites followed the grass blade sweeping from hell to heaven and back again. "All their books are in the large kilter, with the reddish top books and reports, and maps, and I have seen a king's letter that either Hylas or Bunnar has written. They guard it most carefully. They have sent nothing back from Hylas or Lay, that is sure." "Who is with them?" "Only the Begar coolies. They have no servants. They are so close, they cook their own food." "But what am I to do?" "Wait and see. Only if any chance comes to me, thou wilt know where to seek for the papers." "This were better in Mahbub Ali's hands than a Bengali's," said Kim scornfully. "There are more ways of getting to a sweetheart than butting down a wall. See here the hell appointed for avarice and greed, flanked upon the one side by desire, and on the other by weariness." The Lama warmed to his work, and one of the strangers sketched him in the quick-fading light. "That is enough," the man said at last brusquely. "I cannot understand him, but I want that picture. He is a better artist than Roman one. Ask him if he will sell it." "He says no, sir," the Babu replied. The Lama, of course, would no more have parted with his chart to a casual wayfarer that an archbishop would pawn the holy vessels of his cathedral. All Tibet is full of cheap reproductions of the wheel, but the Lama was an artist as well as a wealthy abbot in his own place. Perhaps in 3 days or 4 or 10, if I perceive that the Sahib is a seeker and of good understanding, I may myself draw him another. But this was used for the initiation of a novice. Tell him so, Hakim. He wishes it, no for money. The Lama shook his head slowly and began to fold up the wheel. The Russian on his side saw no more than an unclean old man haggling over a dirty piece of paper. He drew out a handful of rupees and snatched half-jestingly at the chart, which tore in the Lama's grip. A low murmur of horror went up from the cool, some of whom were speedy men, and by their lights good Buddhists. The Lama rose at the insult. His hand went to the heavy iron pencase that is the priest's weapon, and the Babu danced in agony. Now you see why I wanted witnesses. They are highly unscrupulous people. Oh, Sar, you must not hit Holoman. Kila, he has defiled the written word. It was too late before Kim could ward him off. The Russian struck the old man full on the face. Next instant, he was rolling over and over downhill, with Kim at his throat. The blow had waked every unknown Irish devil in the boy's blood, and the sudden fall of his enemy did the rest. The Lama dropped to his knees half-stunned. The coolies, under their loads, fled up the hill, as fast as plainsmen run across the level. They had seen sacrilege unspeakable, and it behoved them to get away before the gods and devils of the hills took vengeance. The Frenchman ran towards the Lama, fumbling at his revolver, with some notion of making him a hostage for his companion. A shower of cutting stoneshellmen, a very straight shots drove him away, and a coolie from Ayachung snatched the Lama into the stampede. All came about as swiftly as the sudden mountain darkness. They have taken the baggage, and all the guns, yelled the Frenchman, firing blindly into the twilight. All right, Sar, all right, don't shoot, I go to rescue. And Hurry, pounding down the slope, cast himself bodily upon the delighted and astonished Kim, who was banging his breathless foe's head against a boulder. Go back to the coolies, whispered the Babu in his ear. They have the baggage, the papers are in the kilter with the red top. But look through, all take their papers, and specially the Murasla King's letter. Go, the other man comes. Kim tore uphill. A revolver bullet rang on a rock by his side, and he cowered partridge-wise. If you shoot, shouted Hurry, they will descend and annihilate us. I have rescued the gentleman, Sar. This is particularly dangerous. By Jove, Kim was thinking hard in English. This is damn tight place, but I think it is self-defense. He felt in his bosom for Mahbub's gift, and uncertainly save for a few practice shots in the Bikaner desert. He had never used the little gun, pulled the trigger. What did I say, Sar? The Babu seemed to be in tears. Come down here and assist to resuscitate. We are all up a tree, I tell you. The shots ceased. There was a sound of stumbling feet, and Kim hurried upward through the gloom, swearing like a cater, a contrabrid. Did they wound the Kila? Called the Lama above him. No, and thou? He dived into a clump of stunted firs. Unhurt, come away. We go with these folk to Shamlig under the snow. But not before we have done justice, a voice cried. I have got the Sahib's gunsol for, let us go down. He struck the Holy One, saw it our cattle will be barren, our wives will cease to bear, the snows will slide upon us, as we go home atop of all other oppression too. The little fir clump filled with clamoring Kulispanic stricken, and in their terror capable of anything, the man from Ayachung clicked the breechbolt of his gun impatiently, and made as to go downhill. Wait a little, Holy One, they cannot go far. Wait till I return, said he. It is this person who has suffered wrong, said the Lama, his hand over his brow. For that very reason, was the reply. If this person overlooks it, your hands are clean. Moreover, ye acquire merit by obedience. Wait, and we will all go to Shamleg together, the man insisted. For a moment, for just so long as it needs to stuff a cartridge into a breechloader, the Lama hesitated, then he rose to his feet and laid a finger on the man's shoulder. Hast thou heard, I say, there shall be no killing? I who was abbot of Suchson, is it any lust of thine to be reborn as a rat or a snake under the Evessa worm in the belly of the most mean beast? Is it thy wish too? The man from Ayachung fell to his knees, for the voice boomed like a Tibetan devil gong. "Ai, Ai," cried the speedy men, "do not curse us, do not curse him, it was but his zeal, Holy One, put down the rifle, fool. Anger on anger, evil on evil, there will be no killing, let the presbyters go in bondage to their own acts, just and sure is the wheel swerving not a hair, they will be borne many times in torment." His head drooped, and he leaned heavily on Kim's shoulder. "I have come near to great evil Keela," he whispered in that dead hush under the pines. "I was tempted to loose the bullet, and truly in Tibet there would have been a heavy and a slow death for them. He struck me across the face, upon the flesh, he slid to the ground, breathing heavily, and Kim could hear the overdriven heart bump and check. "Have they hurt him to the death?" said the Aya Chung man, while the others stood mute. Kim knelt over the body in deadly fear. "Nay," he cried passionately, "this is only a weakness." Then he remembered that he was a white man, with a white man's comfortings at his service. "Open the kultas, the sahibs may have a medicine." "Oh then, I know it," said the Aya Chung man, with a laugh. "Not for 5 years was I Yankling Sahib's shikari, without knowing that medicine. I too have tasted it, behold." He drew from his breast a bottle of cheap whisker, such as is sold to explorers at Lehand, cleverly forced a little between the lama's teeth. "So I did when Yankling Sahib twisted his foot beyond a store. Aha, I have already looked into their baskets, but we will make fair division at Shamleg. Give him a little more, it is good medicine. Feel his heart goes better now. Lay his head down and rub a little on the chest." If he had waited quietly while I accounted for the sahibs, this would never have come. But perhaps the sahibs may chase us here, then it would not be wrong to shoot them with their own guns. "One is paid, I think already," said Kim between his teeth. "I kicked him in the groin as we went downhill. Would I had killed him." "It is well to be brave when one does not live in Rampur," said one whose hut lay within a few miles of the Raja's rickety palace. "If we get a bad name among the sahibs, none will employ us as shikaris any more." "Oh, but these are not Angrezi sahibs, not merry-minded men like Fostum Sahib or Yankling Sahib. They are foreigners, they cannot speak Angrezi as do sahibs." Here the lama coughed and sat up, groping for the rosary. "There shall be no killing," he murmured, "just is the wheel, evil on evil." "Nay, Holy One, we are all here." The Aya Chung man timidly patted his feet. "Except by thy order no one shall be slain. Rest a while, we will make a little camp here, and later, as the moon rises, we go to Shamlig under the snow." "After a blow," said a speedy man sententiously, "it is best to sleep. There is as it were a dizziness at the back of my neck, and a pinching in it. Let me lay my head on thy lap, Keela. I am an old man, but not free from passion. We must think of the cause of things. Give him a blanket. We dare not light a fire lest the sahibs see. Better get away to Shamleg. None will follow us to Shamleg." This was the nervous Rampur man. "I have been Fostum Sahib's shikari, and I am Yankling Sahib's shikari. I should have been with Yankling Sahib now. But for this cursed beager, the corvée let 2 men watch below with the guns, lest the sahibs do more foolishness. I shall not leave this Holy One." They sat down a little apart from the lama, and after listening a while passed round a water pipe, whose receiver was an old day, and Martin blacking bottle. The glow of the red charcoal, as it went from hand to hand, lit up the narrow blinking eyes, the high Chinese cheekbones, and the bullthroats that melted away into the dark duffel folds round the shoulders. They looked like kobolds from some magic mind gnomes of the hills in conclave. And while they talked, the voices of the snow waters round them diminished one by one as the night frost choked and clogged the runnels. "How he stood up against us," said a speedy man, admiring. "I remember an old ibex out Ladakh that Dupont Sahib missed on a shoulder shot 7 seasons back, standing up just like him. Dupont Sahib was a good shikari. Not as good as Yankling Sahib." The Aya Chung man took a pull at the whisker bottle and passed it over. "Now here, Muneless, any other man thinks he knows more." The challenge was not taken up. "We go to Shamleg. When the moon rises there, we will fairly divide the baggage between us. I am content with this new little rifle and all its cartridges." "Are the bears only bad on thy holding?" said a mate, sucking at the pipe. No, but musk-pods are worth 6 rupees apiece now, and thy women can have the canvas of the tents, and some of the cooking gear. We will do all that at Shamleg before dawn. Then we all go our ways, remembering that we have never seen or taken service with these sahibs, who may indeed say that we have stolen their baggage. That is well for thee, but what will our Raja say? Who is to tell him those sahibs who cannot speak our talk, or the Babu, who for his own ends gave us money? Will he lead an army against us? What evidence will remain that we do not need we shall throw on Shamleg, where no man has yet set foot? Who is at Shamleg? This summer the place was only a grazing center of 3 or 4 huts. The woman of Shamleg, she has no love for sahibs, as we know the others can be pleased with little presents, and here is enough for us all. He patted the fat sides of the nearest basket. But, I have said they are not true sahibs. All their skins and heads were bought in the bazaar at Leh. I know the marks, I showed them to ye last March. True, they were all bought skins and heads, some had even the moth in them. That was a shrewd argument, and the Aya Chung man knew his fellows. If the worst comes to the worst, I shall tell Yankling Sahib, who is a man of a merry mind, and he will laugh. We are not doing any wrong to any sahibs, whom we know they are priest-beaters. They frightened us. We fled who knows where we dropped the baggage. Do ye think Yankling Sahib will permit down-country police to wander all over the hills disturbing his game? It is a far cry from Simla to Chinni, and farther from Shamleg to Shamleg. So be it, but I carry the big kilta, the basket, with the red top, that the sahibs pack themselves every morning. Thus it is proved, said the Shamleg man adroitly, that they are sahibs of no account. Who ever heard of Fastam Sahib, or Yankling Sahib, or even the little Peel Sahib, that sits up of nights to shoot sorrow? I say, who ever heard of these sahibs coming into the hills without a down-country cook, and a bearer and all manner of well-paid, high-handed, and oppressive folk in their tail? How can they make trouble? What of the Nothing but that it is full of the written word books and papers, in which they wrote, and strange instruments, as of worship. Shamleg will take them all. True, but how if we insult the sahib's gods thereby? I do not like to handle the written word in that fashion, and their brass idols are beyond my comprehension. It is no plunder for simple hillfolk. The old man still sleeps. HSD, we will ask his Keela. The Ayachung man refreshed himself and swelled with pride of leadership. We have here, he whispered, a kilta, whose nature we do not know. But I do, said Kim cautiously. The lama drew breath in natural, easy sleep, and Kim had been thinking of Hurry's last words. As a player of the great game he was disposed, just then, to reverence the Babu. It is a kilta, with a red top full of very wonderful things, not to be handled by fools. I said it, cried the bearer of that burden. Thinkest thou it will betray us? Not if it be given to me. I can draw out its magic, otherwise it will do great harm. A priest always takes his share. Whiskey was demoralizing the Aya Chung man. It is no matter to me, Kim answered, with the craft of his mother country. Share it among you, and see what comes. Not Roman one, I was only jesting. Give the order, there is more than enough for us all. We go our way from Shamleg in the dawn. They arranged and rearranged their artless little plans for another hour, while Kim shivered with cold, and pride. The humor of the situation tickled the Irish and the Oriental in his soul. Here were the emissaries of the dread power of the North, very possibly as great in their own land as Mahbub or Colonel Creighton, suddenly smitten helpless. One of them he privately knew would be lame for a time. They had made promises to kings. Tonight they lay out somewhere below him, chartless, foodless, tentless, gunless, except for Hurry Babu guideless. And this collapse of their great game, Kim wondered to whom they would report it. This panicky bolt into the night had come about through no craft of Hurry's or contrivance of Kim's, but simply beautifully and inevitably as the capture of Mahbub's Fakwa friends by the zealous young policeman at Umballa. They are there with nothing, and by Jove it is cold. I am here with all their things. Oh, they will be angry. I am sorry for Hurry Babu. Kim might have saved his pity, for though at that moment the Bengali suffered acutely in the flesh, his soul was puffed and lofty. A mile down the hill, on the edge of the pine forest, 2 half-frozen men, on powerfully sick at intervals, were varying mutual recriminations with the most poignant abuse of the Babu, who seemed distraught with terror. they demanded a plan of action. He explained that they were very lucky to be alive, that their coolies, if not then stalking them, had passed beyond recall. That the Raja, his master, was 90 miles away, and so far from lending them money and a retinue for the similar journey, would surely cast them into prison if he heard that they had hit a priest. He enlarged on this sin and its consequences till they bade him change the subject. Their one hope, said he, was unostentatious flight from village to village till they reached civilization. And for the 100th time, dissolved in tears, he demanded of the high stars why the sahibs had beaten holy man. 10 steps would have taken Hurry into the creaking gloom, utterly beyond their reach to the shelter and food of the nearest village, where glib-tongued doctors were scarce. But he preferred to endure cold, belly-pinch, bad words, and occasional blows in the company of his honored employers. Crouched against a tree trunk, he sniffed dolefully. "And have you thought," said the uninjured man hotly, "what sort of spectacle we shall present wandering through these hills among these aborigines?" Hurry Babu had thought of little else for some hours, but the remark was not to his address. "We cannot wander, I can hardly walk," groaned Kim's victim. "Perhaps the holy man will be merciful in loving kindness, sir, otherwise. I promise myself a peculiar pleasure in emptying my revolver into that young Bonds when next we meet," was the unchristian answer. "Revolvers, vengeance, Bonds." Hurry crouched lower. The war was breaking out afresh. "Have you no consideration for our loss? The baggage, the baggage." He could hear the speaker literally dancing on the grass. "Everything we bore, everything. We have secured our gains, 8 months' work. Do you know what that means? Decidedly, it is we who can deal with Orientals. Oh, you have done well." They fell to it in several tongues, and Hurry smiled. Kim was with the Kulturs, and in the Kulturs lay 8 months of good diplomacy. There was no means of communicating with the boy, but he could be trusted for the rest. Hurry could so stage manage the journey through the hills that Hylas Bunnar and 400 miles of hill roads should tell the tale for a generation. Men who cannot control their own coolies are little respected in the hills, and the hillman has a very keen sense of humor. "If I had done it myself," thought Hurry, "it would not have been better. And by Jove, now I think of it, of course I arranged it myself. How quick I have been! Just when I ran downhill, I thought it the outrage was accidental, but only me could have worked it offer all. It was damn well worth. Consider the moral effect upon these ignorant peoples. No treatise, no papers, no written documents at Alland, me to interpret for them. How I shall laugh with the colonel. I wish I had their papers also. But you cannot occupy 2 places in space simultaneously. That is axiomatic." Chapter 14. "My brother kneels, so saith Kabir, to stone and brass in heathen wise. But in my brother's voice I hear my own unanswered agonies. His God is as his fates assign. His prayer is all the world's and mine." Kabir. At moonrise, the cautious coolies got under way, the lama refreshed by his sleep, and the spirit needed no more than Kim's shoulder to bear him along. A silent, swift-striding man, they held the shale-sprinkled grass, for an hour swept round the shoulder of an immortal cliff, and climbed into a new country entirely blocked off from sight of Chinny Valley. A huge pasture ground ran up fan-shaped to the living snow. At its base was perhaps half an acre of flat land, on which stood a few soil and timber huts behind them. 4 hill-fashion, they were perched on the edge of all things. Ground fell sheer 2,000 feet to Shamligmidden, where never yet man has set foot. The men made no motion to divide the plunder till they had seen the lama bedded down in the best room of the place, with Kim shampooing his feet Mohammedan fashion. "We will send food," said the Aya Chung man, "and the red-topped Kulta by dawn. There will be none to give evidence one way or the other, if anything is not needed in the Kultasi here." He pointed through the window opening into space that was filled with moonlight reflected from the snow, and threw out an empty whiskey bottle. "No need to listen for the fall, this is the world's end," he said, and went out. The lama looked forth, a hand on either sill, with eyes that shone like yellow opals from the enormous pit before him. White peaks lifted themselves yearning to the moonlight. The rest was as the darkness of interstellar space. "These," he said slowly, "are indeed my hills. Thus should a man abide perched above the world, separated from delights, considering vast matters. Yes, if he has a keeler to prepare tea for him, and to fold a blanket for his head, and to chase out calving cows. A smoky lamp burned in a niche, but the full moonlight beat it down, and by the mixed light stooping above the food bag and cups, Kim moved like a tall ghost. Aye, but now I have let the blood cool, my head still beats and drums, and there is a cord round the back of my neck. No wonder it was a strong blow, may he who dealt it. But for my own passions there would have been no evil. What evil thou hast saved the sahibs from the death they deserved 100 times. The lesson is not well learnt, Keela. The lama came to rest on a folded blanket. As Kim went forward with his evening routine, the blow was but a shadow upon a shadow, evil in itself. Me, legs weary apace these latter days, it met evil in me, anger, rage, and a lust to return evil. These wrought in my blood, woke tumult in my stomach, and dazzled my ears. Here he drank scalding black tea, ceremonially taking the hot cup from Kim's hand. Had I been passionless, the evil blow would have done only bodily evil, a scar or a bruise, which is illusion. But my mind was not abstracted, for rushed in straightway a lust to let the speedy men kill. In fighting that lust my soul was torn and wrenched beyond 1,000 blows. Not till I had repeated the blessings he meant, the Buddhist beatitudes, did I achieve calm. But the evil planted in me by that moment's carelessness works out to its end. Just is the wheel swerving, not a hair. Learn the lesson, Keela. It is too high for me, Kim muttered. I am still all shaken. I am glad I hurt the man. I felt that sleeping upon thy knees in the wood below, it disquieted me in my dreams, the evil in thy soul working through to mine. Yet on the other hand, loosed his rosary, I have acquired merit by saving 2 lives, the lives of those that wronged me. Now I must see into the cause of things. The boat of my soul staggers. Sleep and be strong, that is wisest. I meditate, there is a need greater than thou knowest. Till the dawn, hour after hour, as the moonlight paled on the high peaks, and that which had been belted blackness on the sides of the far hills showed as tender green forest, the lama stared fixedly at the wall. From time to time he groaned outside the barred door, where discomfited kine came to ask for their old stable shamleg, and the coolies gave itself up to plunder and riotous living. The Ayachung man was their leader, and once they had opened the sahib's tinned foods and found that they were very good, they dared not turn back. Shamleg kitchen-midden took the dunnage. When Kim, after a night of bad dreams, stole forth to brush his teeth in the morning chill, a fair-colored woman with turquoise-studded headgear drew him aside. The others have gone, they left thee this kilter, as the promise was. I do not love sahibs, but thou wilt make us a charm in return for it. We do not wish little Shamleg to get a bad name on account of thiccident. I am the woman of Shamleg. She looked him over with bold, bright eyes, unlike the usual furtive glance of hillwomen. Assuredly, but it must be done in secret. She raised the heavy kilter like a toy and slung it into her own hut. Out and bar the door, let none come near till it is finished, said Kim. But afterwards we may talk. Kim tilted the kilter on the floor. A cascade of survey instruments, books, diaries, letters, maps, and queerly scented native correspondence. At the very bottom was an embroidered bag covering a sealed, gilded, and illuminated document, such as one king sends to another. Kim caught his breath with delight and reviewed the situation from a sahib's point of view. The books I do not want, besides they are logarithm survey. I suppose he laid them aside. The letters I do not understand, but Colonel Creighton, well, they must all be kept. The maps, thee draw better maps than me, of course. All the native letters, Sohon particularly the Murasla. He sniffed the embroidered bag. That must be from Hilas or Bunnar. And Hurry Babu spoke truth. By Jove, it is a fine haul. I wish Hurry could know. The rest must go out of the window. He fingered a superb prismatic compass and the shiny top of a theodolite. But after all, a sahib cannot very well steal, and the things might be inconvenient evidence later. He sorted out every scrap of manuscript, every map, and the native letters. They made one softish slab. The 3 locked ferrule-backed books, with 5 worn pocketbooks, he put aside. The letters and the Murasla I must carry inside my coat and under my belt, and the handwritten books I must put into the food bag. It will be very heavy. No, I do not think there is anything more. If there is, the coolies have thrown it down the cud. So that is all right. Now you go too. He repacked the kilter with all he meant to lose and hove it up onto the windowsill. 1,000 feet below lay a long, lazy, round-shouldered bank of mist, as yet untouched by the morning sun. 1,000 feet below, that was 100-year-old pine forest. He could see the green tops looking like a bed of moss when a wind eddy thinned the cloud. "No, I don't think anyone will go after you." The wheeling basket vomited its contents. As it dropped, the theodolite hit a jutting cliff-edge and exploded like a shell. The books, inkstands, paint boxes, compasses, and rulers showed for a few seconds like a swarm of bees. Then they vanished, and though Kim, hanging half out of the window, strained his young ears, never a sound came up from the gull. 500,000 rupees could not buy them, he thought sorrowfully. It was very wasteful, but I have all their other stuff, everything they did. I hope now. How the deuce am I to tell Hurry Babu? And what the deuce am I to do? And my old man is sick. I must tie up the letters in oilskin. That is something to do first, else they will get all sweated, and I am all alone. He bound them into a neat packet, swinging down the stiff, sticky oilskin at the comers, for his roving life had made him as methodical as an old hunter in matters of the road. Then, with double care, he packed away the books at the bottom of the food bag. The woman rapped at the door. "But thou hast made no charm," she said, looking about. "There is no need." Kim had completely overlooked the necessity for a little patter talk. The woman laughed at his confusion irreverently. "None for thee, thou canst cast a spell by the mere winking of an eye. But think of us, poor people, when thou art gone. They were all too drunk last night to hear a woman. Thou art not drunk." "I am a priest." Kim had recovered himself, and the woman, being aught but unlovely, thought best to stand on his office. "I warned them that the sahibs will be angry and will make an inquisition and a report to the Raja. There is also the Babu with them. Clerks have long tongues." "Is that all thy trouble?" The plan rose fully formed in Kim's mind, and he smiled ravishingly. "Not all," quoth the woman, putting out a hard brown hand, all covered with turquoises set in silver. "I can finish that in a breath," he went on quickly. "The Babu is the very Hakim. Thou hast heard of him, who is wandering among the hills by Ziglor. I know him. He will tell for the sake of a reward. Sahibs cannot distinguish one hillman from another, but Babus have eyes for men and women. Carry a word to him from me. There is nothing I would not do for thee." He accepted the compliment calmly, as men must in lands where women make the love. Tore a leaf from a notebook, and with a patent indelible pencil wrote in gross shikast the script that bad little boys use when they write dirt on walls. "I have everything that they have written there, pictures of the country, and many letters, especially the Murasla tell me what to do. I am at Shamlighunder's snow. The old man is sick. Take this to him, it will altogether shut his mouth. He cannot have gone far." "Indeed no, they are still in the forest across the spur. Our children went to watch them when the light came, and have cried the news as they moved." Kim looked his astonishment, but from the edge of the sheep pasture floated a shrill kite-like trill. A child tending cattle had picked it up from a brother or sister on the far side of the slope that commanded Chinny Valley. "My husbands are also out there gathering wood." She drew a handful of walnuts from her bosom, split one neatly, and began to eat. Kim affected blank ignorance. "Dost thou not know the meaning of the walnut, priest?" she said coyly, and handed him the half-shells. "Well thought of." He slipped the piece of paper between them quickly. "Hast thou a little wax to close them on this letter?" The woman sighed aloud, and Kim relented. "There is no payment till service has been rendered. Carry this to the Babu, and say it was sent by the son of the charm. Ai, truly, truly, by a magician who is like a sahib. Nay, a son of the charm, and ask if there be any answer. But if he offer a rudeness, I am afraid." Kim laughed. "He is, I have no doubt, very tired and very hungry. The hills make cold bedfellows." Haimyat was on the tip of his tongue to say mother, but he turned it to sister. "Thou art a wise and witty woman. By this time, all the villages know what has befallen the sahib. Say true news was at Ziglor by midnight, and by tomorrow should be at Kotga. The villages are both afraid and angry. No need tell the villages to feed the sahibs and pass them on in peace. We must get them quietly away from our valleys to steal. is one thing to kill, another, the Babu will understand, and there will be no after-complaints. Be swift, I must tend my master when he wakes. So be it after service thou hast, said comes the reward. I am the woman of Shamleg, and I hold from the Raja. I am no common bearer of babes. Shamleg is thine hoof and horn, and hide milk and butter take or leave. She turned resolutely uphill, her silver necklaces clicking on her broad breast, to meet the morning sun 1,500 feet above them. This time, Kim thought in the vernacular, as he waxed down the oilskin edges of the packets. How can a man follow the way or the great game when he is solways pestered by women? There was that girl at Acrola of the ford, and there was the scullion's wife behind the dovecot not counting the other sand. Now comes this one. When I was a child, it was well enough, but now I am a man, and they will not regard me as a man. Walnuts indeed, ho ho, it is almonds in the plains. He went out to levy on the village, not with a begging bowl which might do for down country, but in the manner of a prince. Shamleg's summer population is only 3 families for women and 8 or 9 men. They were all full of tinned meats and mixed drinks from ammoniated quinine to white vodka, for they had taken their full share in the overnight loot. The neat continental tents had been cut up and shared long ago, and there were patent aluminum saucepans abroad. But they considered the lama's presence a perfect safeguard against all consequences, and impenitently brought Kim of their besteven to a drink of changed barley beer that comes from Ladakh. Then they thawed out in the sun, and sat with their legs hanging over infinite abysses, chattering, laughing, and smoking. They judged India and its government solely from their experience of wandering sahibs who had employed them or their friends. As Shikaris, Kim heard tales of shots missed upon ibex, saro, or markhor by sahibs 20 years in their graves, every detail, lighted from behind like twigs on treetops seen against lightning. They told him of their little diseases, and more important, the diseases of their tiny sure-footed cattle of trips, as far as Kotka, where the strange missionaries live, and beyond even to marvelous Simla, where the streets are paved with silver, and anyone look you can get service with the sahibs who ride about in 2-wheeled carts, and spend money with a spade. Presently grave and aloof, walking very heavily, the lama joined himself to the chatter under the eaves, and they gave him great room. The thin air refreshed him, and he sat on the edge of precipices with the best of them, and when talk languished flung pebbles into the void 30 miles away. As the eagle flies lay the next range, seamed and channeled and pitted with little patches of brush forests, each a day's dark march behind the village. Shamleg Hill itself cut off all view to southward. It was like sitting in a swallow's nest under the eaves of the roof of the world. From time to time, the lama stretched out his hand, and with a little low-voiced prompting would point out the road to Speedy and north across the Parungla. Beyond where the hills lie thickest lies Dechen. He meant Hanel, the great monastery. S. Tagstanrashan built it, and of him there runs this tale, whereupon he told it a fantastic piled narrative of bewitchment and miracles that set Shamleg agasping. Turning west a little, he steered for the green hills of Kulu, and sought Kailung under the glaciers, for thither came I in the old days. From Leh I came over the Baralachi. Yes, yes, we know, it said the farfaring people of Shamleg. And I slept 2 nights with the priests of Kailung. These are the hills of my delight, shadows, blessed above all other shadows. There my eyes opened on this world, there my eyes were opened to this world, there I found enlightenment, and there I girt my loins for my search. Out of the hills I cameth high. Hills and the strong winds, oh, just is the wheel. He blessed them in detail, the great glaciers, the naked rocks, the piled moraines, and tumbled shale, dry upland, hidden salt lake, agiald timber, and fruitful watershot valley, one after the other, as a dying man blesses his folk. And Kim marveled at his passion. Yes, there is no place like our hills, said the people of Shamleg, and they fell to wondering how a man could live in the hot, terrible plains, where the cattle run as big as elephants, unfit to plow on a hillside, where village touches village. They had heard for 100 miles, where folk went about stealing in gangs, and what the robbers spared the police carried utterly away. So the still forenoon wore through, and at the end of it Kim's messenger dropped from the steep pasture as unbreathed as when she had set out. I sent a word to the Hakim, Kim explained, while she made reverence. He joined himself to the idolaters, nay, I remember he did a healing upon one of them. He has acquired merit, though the healed employed his strength for evil, just is the wheel, what of the Hakim? I feared that thou hadst been bruised and I knew he was wise. Kim took the waxed walnut shell and read in English on the back of his note, your favor, received, cannot get away from present company at present, but shall take them into Simla, after which hope to rejoin. You inexpedient to follow angry gentlemen, return by same road you came, and will overtake highly gratified about correspondence. Due to my forethought, he says, Holy One, that he will escape from the idolaters, and will return to us. Shall we wait a while at Shamleg, then? The Lama looked long and lovingly upon the hills, and shook his head. That may not be Kila from my bones outward, I do desire it, but it is forbidden. I have seen the cause of things. Why, when the hills give thee back thy strength day by day, remember, we were weak, and fainting down below there in the dew. I became strong to do evil, and to forget a brawler and a swashbuckler upon the hillsides. Was Roman one Kim bit back a smile just and perfect, is the wheel swerving not a hair. When I was a man a long time ago, I did pilgrimage to Guru Chwan among the poplars. He pointed Bhatanwards, where they keep the sacred horse. Quiet, be quiet, said Shamleg. All arrow he speaks of Jamlaninka, the horse that can go round the world in a day. I speak to my Kila only, said the Lama in gentle reproof, and they scattered like frost on south eves of a morning. I did not seek truth in those days, but the talk of doctrine all illusion. I drank the beer and ate the bread of Guru Chwan. Next day one said, we go out to fight Sangha Gudak down the valley, to discover mark again, how lust is tied to anger, which abbot shall bear rule in the valley, and take the profit of the prayers they print at Sangha Gutak. I went, and we fought a day. But how, holy ones? With our long pencases, as I could have shown, I say, we fought under the poplars, both abbots and all the monks, and one laid open my forehead to the bone. See, he tilted back his cap, and showed a puckered silvery scar, just and perfect, is the wheel. Yesterday the scar itched, and after 50 years I recalled how it was dealt, and the face of him who dealt it, dwelling a little in illusion, followed that which thou didst see. Strife and stupidity, just is the wheel. The idolater's blow fell upon the scar. Then I was shaken in my soul was darkened, and the boat of my soul rocked upon the waters of illusion. Not till I came to Shamleg could I meditate upon the cause of things, or trace the running grassroots of evil. I strove all the long night. But Holy One, thou art innocent of all evil, may I be thy sacrifice. Kim was genuinely distressed at the old man's sorrow, and Mahbub Ali's phrase slipped out unawares. In the dawn, the Lama went on more gravely, ready rosary clicking between the slow sentences came enlightenment. It is here, I am an old man, hill-bred, hill-fed, never to sit down among my hills. 3 years I traveled through hind, but can earth be stronger than Mother Earth? My stupid body yearned to the hills, and the snows of the hills from below there, I said, and it is true, my search is sure. So, at the Kulu woman's house, I turned hillward, over-persuaded. By myself, there is no blame to the Hakim Heffalowing, desirer foretold, that the hills would make me strong. They strengthened me to do evil, to forget my search. I delighted in life, and the lust of life. I desired strong slopes to climb. I cast about to find them. I measured the strength of my body, which is evil, against the high hills. I made a mock of thee when thy breath came short under Jamnatri. I jested when thou wouldst not face the snow of the pass. But what harm? I was afraid. It was just I am not a hillman, and I loved thee for thy new strength. More than once, I remember, rested his cheek dolefully on his hand. I sought thy praise, and the Hakim's for the mere strength of my legs. Thus evil followed evil, till the cup was full. Just is the wheel all hind. For 3 years did me all honor from the fountain of wisdom. In the wonder house, Toast smiled a little child, playing by a big gun. The world prepared my road. And why? Because we loved thee. It is only the fever of the blow. I myself am still sick and shaken. No, it was because I was upon the way tuned, as are sign and symbols to the purpose of the law. I departed from that ordinance. The tune was broken, followed the punishment, in my own hills, on the edge of my own country, in the very place of my evil desire. Comes the buffeter, he touched his brow, as a novice is beaten, when he misplaces the cups. So am I beaten, who was abbot of Suchan. No word, look you, but a blow, Kila. But the Sahibs did not know the Holy One. We were well matched. Ignorance and lust met ignorance, and lust upon the road, and they begat anger. The blow was assigned to me, who am no better than a strayed yak. that my place is not here, who can read the cause of an act, is halfway to freedom back to the path. Says the blow, the hills are not for thee, thou canst not choose freedom, and go in bondage to the delight of life. Would we had never met that cursed Russian. Our Lord himself cannot make the wheel swing backward, and for my merit that I had acquired I gain yet another sign. He put his hand in his bosom, and drew forth the wheel of life. Look, I considered this, after I had meditated, there remains, untorn by the idolater, no more than the breadth of my fingernail. I see. So much then is the span of my life in this body. I have served the wheel all my days, now the wheel serves me. But for the merit I have acquired in guiding thee upon the way, there would have been added to me yet another life, ere I had found my river. Is it plain, Keela? Kim stared at the brutally disfigured chart from left to right diagonally. The rent ran from the 11th house, where desire gives birth to the child, as it is drawn by Tibetan across the human and animal worlds, to the 5th house, the empty house of the senses. The logic was unanswerable. Before our Lord won enlightenment, Lama folded all away. With reverence he was tempted. I too have been tempted, but it is finished. The arrow fell in the plains, not in the hills. Therefore what make we here? Shall we at least wait for the Hakim? I know how long I shall live in this body. What can a Hakim do? But thou art all sick and shaken, thou canst not walk. How can I be sick, if I see freedom? He rose unsteadily to his feet. Then I must get food from the village. Oh, the weary road. Kim felt that he too needed rest. That is lawful, let us eat, and go. The arrow fell in the plains, but I yielded to desire. Make ready, Keela. Kim turned to the woman with the turquoise headgear, who had been idly pitching pebbles over the cliff. She smiled very kindly. I found him like a strayed buffalo in a cornfield, Babu, snorting and sneezing with cold. He was so hungry that he forgot his dignity, and gave me sweet words. The sahibs have nothing. She flung out an empty palm. One is very sick about the stomach. Thy work. Kim nodded with a bright eye. I spoke to the Bengali first and to the people of a nearby village. After the sahibs will be given food, as they need. Itna, will the people ask money? The plunder is already distributed. The Babu makes lying speeches to the sahibs. Why does he not leave them? Out of the greatness of his heart. Was never a Bengali yet had one bigger than a dried walnut, but it is no matter now as to walnuts. After service comes reward. I have said the village is thine. It is my loss, Kim began. Even now, I had planned desirable things in my heart which there is no need to go through the compliments proper to these occasions. He sighed deeply, but my master led by a vision. How what can old eyes see, except a full begging bowl? Turns from this village to the plains again. Bid him stay. Kim shook his head. I know my Holy One, and his rage if he be crossed. He replied impressively, his curses shake the hills. Pity they did not save him from a broken head. I heard that thou wast the tiger-hearted one who smote the sahib. Let him dream a little longer stay. Hilwoman, said Kim, with austerity that could not harden the outlines of his young oval face. These matters are too high for thee. The gods be good to us, since when have men and women been other than men and women? A priest is a priest. He says he will go upon this hour. I am his Keela, and I go with him. We need food for the road. He is an honored guest. In all the villages both broke into a pure boy's grin. Food here is good, give me some. What if I do not give it thee? I am the woman of this village. Then I curse thee a little, not greatly, but enough to remember. He could not help smiling. Thou hast cursed me already by the down-dropped eyelash and the uplifted chin. Curses, what should I care for mere words? She clenched her hands upon her bosom. But I would not have thee to go in anger, thinking hardly of me, gatherer of cowdung and grass at Shamleg, but still a woman of substance. I think nothing, said Kim, but that I am grieved to go, for I am very weary, and that we need food. Here is the bag. The woman snatched it angrily. I was foolish, said she. Who is thy woman in the plains, fair or black? I was fair once, laughest thou once long ago. If thou canst believe, a sahib looked on me with favor once long ago. I wore European clothes at the mission house yonder. She pointed towards Khatga. Once long ago I was Kurlistian and spoke Englishes. The Sahib speak it. Yes, my Sahib said he would return, and wed me. He went away. I had nursed him when he was sick, but he never returned. Then I saw that the gods of the Kurlistians lied, and I went back to my own people. I have never set eyes on a Sahib since. Do not laugh at me. The fit is past, little priestling. Thy face and thy walk and thy fashion of speech put me in mind of my Sahib, though thou art only a wandering mendicant to whom I give a dole. Curse me, thou canst neither curse nor bless. She set her hands on her hips and laughed bitterly. Thy gods are lies, thy works are lies, thy words are lies. There are no gods under all the heavens, I know it. But for a while I thought it was my Sahib come back, and he was my god. Yes, once I made music on a piano in the mission house at Khatgar. Now I give alms to priests who are heathen. She wound up with the English word and tied the mouth of the brimming bag. I wait for the Kila, said the Lama, leaning against the doorpost. The woman swept the tall figure with her eyes. He walk, he cannot cover half a mile. Whither would old bones go? At this, Kim, already perplexed by the Lama's collapse and foreseeing the weight of the bag, fairly lost his temper. What is it to the woman of a lowman where he goes? Nothing but something to the priest with a Sahib's face. Wilt thou carry him on thy shoulders? I go to the plains, none must hinder my return. I have wrestled with my soul till I am strengthless. The stupid body is spent, and we are far from the plains. Behold, she said simply, and drew aside to let Kim see his own utter helplessness. Curse me, maybe it will give him strength. Make a charm call on thy great God. Thou art a priest. She turned away. The Lama had squatted limply, still holding by the doorpost. One cannot strike down an old man that he recovers again like a boy in the night. Weakness bowed him to the earth, but his eyes that hung on Kim were alive and imploring. It is all well, said Kim. It is the thin air that weakens thee. In a little while we go. It is the mountain sickness. I too am a little sick at stomach. And he knelt and comforted with such poor words as came first to his lips. Then the woman returned more erect than ever. Thy God's useless. Heh, try mine. I am the woman of Shamleg, she hailed hoarsely. And there came out of a cowpen her 2 husbands and 3 others, with a dooli, the rude native litter of the hills that they use for carrying the sick, and for visits of state. These cattle did not condescend to look at Themir, than for so long as thou shalt need. But we will not go Simlaway, we will not go near the Sahibs, cried the first husband. They will not run away, as the others did, nor will they steal baggage too, I know, for weaklings stand to the Rirpal Sanu, and tarry. They obeyed swiftly. Lower now, and lift, in that holy man, I will see to the village, and your virtuous wives, till ye return. When will that be? Ask the priests, do not pester me. Lay the food bag at the foot, it balances better so. O Holy One, thy hills are kinder than our plains, cried Kim, relieved, as the Lama tottered to the litter. It is a very king's bedap place of honor and ease, and we owe it to a woman of a lowman. I need thy blessings as much as I do thy curses. It is my order, and none of thine. Lift, and away. Here hast thou money for the road. She beckoned Kim to her hut, and stooped above a battered English cash-box under her cot. I do not need anything, said Kim, angered, where he should have been grateful. I am already rudely loaded with favors. She looked up with a curious smile, and laid a hand on his shoulder. At least thank me. I am foul-faced and a hillwoman, but as thy talk goes, I have acquired merit. Shall I show thee how the Sahibs render thanks? And her hard eyes softened. I am but a wandering priest, said Kim, his eyes lighting in answer. Thou needest neither my blessings nor my curses. Nay, but for one little moment thou canst overtake the dooli in 10 strides. If thou wast a Sahib, shall I show thee what thou wouldst do? How if I guess though, said Kim, and putting his arm round her waist, he kissed her on the cheek, adding in English, thank you very much, my dear. Kissing is practically unknown among Asiatics, which may have been the reason that she leaned back with wide open eyes and a face of panic. Next time, Kim went on, you must not be so sure of your heathen priests. Now I say goodbye. He held out his hand English fashion. She took it mechanically. Goodbye, my dear. Goodbye. Andench was remembering her English words. One by one you will come back again. Goodbye, Anthe, God bless you. Half an hour later, as the creaking litter jolted up the hill path that leads southeasterly from Shamleg, Kim saw a tiny figure at the hut door waving a white rag. She has acquired merit beyond all others, said the lama, for to set a man upon the way to freedom is half as great as though she had herself found it. Said Kim, thoughtfully considering the past, it may be that I have acquired merit also. At least she did not treat me like a child. He hitched the front of his robe, where lay the slab of documents and maps, bestowed the precious food bag at the lama's feet, laid his hand on the litter's edge, and buckled down to the slow pace of the grunting husbands. These also acquire merit, said the lama, after 3 miles. More than that they shall be paid in silver, quoth Kim. The woman of Shamleg had given it to him, and it was only fair, he argued, that her men should earn it back again. Chapter 15. Id not give room for an emperor. Id hold my road for a king. To the triple crown, id not bow down. But this is a different thing. I'll not fight with the powers of air. Sentries pass him through. Drawbridge let fall, he's the lord of us all. The dreamer whose dream came true. The siege of the ferries. 200 miles north of Chinni, on the blue shale of Ladakh, lies Yankling Sahib, the merry-minded man, spyglassing wrathfully across the ridges for some sign of his pet tracker, a man from Ayachung. But that renegade with a new Mannlicher rifle and 200 cartridges is elsewhere shooting musk deer for the market, and Yankling Sahib will learn next season how very ill he has been. Up the valleys of Busharth, far beholding eagles of the Himalayas swerve at his new blue and white gourd. Umbralaharis, a Bengali once fat and well-looking, now lean and weather-worn, he has received the thanks of 2 foreigners of distinction, piloted not unskillfully to Mashabra tunnel, which leads to the great and gay capital of India. It was not his fault that, blanketed by wet mists, he conveyed them past the telegraph station and European colony of Kotgar. It was not his fault, but that of the gods of whom he discoursed so engagingly, that he led them into the borders of Nahan, where the Raja of that state mistook them for deserting British soldiery. Hari Babu explained the greatness and glory in their own country of his companions, till the drowsy kinglet smiled. He explained it to everyone who asked many times aloud variously. He begged food, arranged accommodation, proved a skillful leech for an injury of the groin, such a blow as one may receive rolling down a rock-covered hillside. In the dark and, in all things indispensable, the reason of his friendliness did him credit with millions of fellowships. He had learned to look upon Russia as the great deliverer from the north. He was a fearful man. He had been afraid that he could not save his illustrious employers from the anger of an excited peasantry. He himself would just as lief hit a holy man as not. But he was deeply grateful and sincerely rejoiced that he had done his little possible towards bringing their venture to barring the lost baggage a successful issue. He had forgotten the blows, denied that any blows had been dealt. That unseemly first night under the pines, he asked neither pension nor retaining fee. But if they deemed him worthy, would they write him a testimonial? It might be useful to him later, if others, their friends, came over the passes. He begged them to remember him in their future greatnesses, for he opined subtly that he Mohendro Lal Duttma of Calcutta had done the state some service. They gave him a certificate praising his courtesy, helpfulness, and unerring skill. As a guide, he put it in his waist belt, and sobbed with emotion. They had endured so many dangers together. He led them at high noon along crowded Simla Mall to the Alliance Bank of Simla, where they wished to establish their identity. Thence he vanished like a dawn cloud on Jack. Behold him too fine drawn, to sweat, too pressed to vaunt the drugs, in his little brass-bound box, ascending Shamleg slope. A just man made perfect. Watch him, all barbudum laid aside, smoking at noon on a cart, while a woman with turquoise-studded headgear points southeasterly across the bare grass litters. She says, do not travel as fast as single men, but his birds should now be in the plains. The holy man would not stay, though Lisbeth pressed him. The Babu groans heavily, girds up his huge loins, and is off again. He does not care to travel after dusk, but his day's Marchester is none to enter them. In a book would astonish folk who mock at his race. Kindly villagers, remembering the Dhaka drug vendor of 2 months ago, give him shelter against evil spirits of the wood. He dreams of Bengali gods, university textbooks of education, and the Royal Society, London, England. Next dawn the bobbing blue and white umbrella goes forward. On the edge of the dune Mussoorie, well behind them, and the plains spread out in golden dust. Before rests a worn litter in which all the hills know Italy's a sick lama who seeks a river for his healing villages, have almost come to blows over the honor of bearing it, for not only has the lama given them blessings, but his disciple good Maniful 1/3 sahibs. Prices 12 miles a day has the duly traveled, as the greasy rubbed polens show, and by roads that few sahibs use over the Nilang Pass in storm, when the driven snowdust filled every fold of the impassive lama's drapery between the black horns of Raying, where they heard the whistle of the wild goats through the clouds pitching and strained on the shale. Below hard-held between shoulder and clenched jaw, when they rounded the hideous curves of the cut road under Bajarati swinging and creaking to the steady jog-trot of the descent into the valley of the waters, pressed along the steamy levels of that locked valley up and out again to meet the roaring gusts off Kedarnath set down of middays in the dun gloom. Of kindly oak forests passed from village to village in Donchil, when even devotees may be forgiven for swearing at impatient holy men, or by torchlight, when the least fearful think of ghosts duly has reached her last stage, the little hillfolk sweat in the modified heat of the lower Siwaliks, and gather round the priests for their blessing and their way. Ye have acquired merit, says the Lama, merit greater than your knowing, and ye will return to the hills, he sighs. Surely the high hills, as soon as may be the bearer, rubs his shoulder, drinks water, spits it out again, and readjusts his grass sandal. Kimhai's face is drawn, and tired pays very small silver from his belt, heaves out the food bag, crams an oilskin packet a holy riddings into his bosom, and helps the lama to his feet. The peace has come again into the old man's eyes, and he does not look for the hills to fall down and crush him as he did that terrible night when they were delayed by the flooded river. The men pick up the dooli and swing out of sight between the scrub clumps. The lama raises a hand toward the rampart of the Himalayas. Not with you, O blessed among all hills, fell the arrow of our Lord, and never shall I breathe your airs again. But thou art 10 times the stronger man in this good air, says Kim, for to his wearied soul appeal. The well-cropped kindly plains here or hereabouts fell the arrow, yes. We will go very softly, perhaps a cass a day for the search is sure, but the bag weighs heavy. Our search is sure. I have come out of great temptation. It was never more than a couple of miles a day now, and Kim's shoulders bore all the weight of it, the burden of an old man, the burden of the heavy food bag, with the locked books, the load of the writings on his heart, and the details of the daily routine. He begged in the dawn set. Blankets for the lama's meditation held the weary head on his lap through the noonday heats, fanning away the flies, till his wrists ached, begged again in the evenings, and rubbed the lama's feet, who rewarded him with promise of freedom tade tomorrow, or at furthest the next day. Never was such a keeler, I doubt at times, whether Ananda more faithfully nursed our Lord, and thou art a sahib. When I was a mana long time ago I forgot, that now I look upon thee often, and every time I remember that thou art a sahib it is strange. Thou hast said there is neither black nor white, why plague me with this talk, Holy One, let me rub the other foot, it vexes me, I am not a sahib, I am thy keeler, and my head is heavy on my shoulders. Patience a little, we reach freedom together, then thou and I upon the far bank of the river will look back upon our lives, as in the hills we saw our days, marches laid out behind us. Perhaps I was once a sahib. Was never a sahib, like the eyes swear it. I am certain the keeper of the images in the wonder house was in past life a very wise abbot, but even his spectacles do not make my eyes see their fall shadows. When I would look steadily, no matter we know the tricks of the poor stupid carcass shadow changing to another shadow, I am bound by the illusion of time and space. How far came we today in the flesh? Perhaps half a cass, 3/4 of a mile, and it was a weary march. Half a cass, ha, I went 10,000 in the spirit. How we are all lapped and swathed and swaddled in these senseless things. He looked at his thin blue-veined hand that found the beads so heavy. Keela, hast thou never a wish to leave me? Kim thought of the oilskin packet and the books in the food bag. If someone duly authorized would only take delivery of them, the great game might play itself for aught he then cared. He was tired and hot in his head, and a cough that came from the stomach worried him. No, he said almost sternly, I am not a dog or a snake to bite when I have learned to love. Thou art too tender towards me. Not that either I have moved in one matter without consulting thee. I have sent a message to the Kulu woman by that woman who gave us the goat's milk this morn, saying that thou wast a little feeble, and wouldst need a litter. I beat myself in my mind that I did not do it. When we entered the dune, we stay in this place till the litter returns. I am content she is a woman with a heart of gold, as thou sayest, but a talker something of a talker. She will not weary thee. I have looked to that also, Holy One. My heart is very heavy for my many carelessnesses towards thee. An hysterical catch rose in his throat. I have walked thee too far. I have not picked good food always for thee. I have not considered the heat. I have talked to people on the road and left thee alone. I have high my, but I love thee, and it is all too late. I was a child, oh, why was I not a man, overborne by strain, fatigue, and the weight beyond his years? Kim broke down and sobbed at the lama's feet. What a to-do is here, said the old man gently. Thou hast never stepped a hair's breadth from the way of obedience. Neglect me, child. I have lived on thy strength, as an old tree lives on the lime of a new wall day by day. Since Shamleg down I have stolen strength from thee, therefore not through any sin of thine art. Thou weakened it, is the bodith, silly, stupid body that speaks. Now not the assured soul be comforted, no, at least the devils that thou fightest, they are earthborn children of illusion. We will go to the woman from Kulu. She shall acquire merit in housing us, and specially in tending me. Thou shalt run free till strength returns. I had forgotten the stupid body. If there be any blame, I bear it. But we are too close to the gates of deliverance to weigh blame. I could praise thee, but what need in a little? In a very little shall sit beyond all needs. And so he petted and comforted Kim with wise saws and grave texts on that little understood beast, our body, who being but a delusion insists on posing as the soul to the darkening of the way and the immense multiplication of unnecessary devils. Hi, let us talk of the woman from Kulu. Think you she will ask another charm for her grandsons? When I was a young man, a very long time ago, I was plagued with these vapor sands, some other sand. I went to an abbot, a very holy man, and a seeker after truth, though then I knew it not. Sit up and listen, child of my soul. My tale was told, said he to me. Kila, know this, there are many lies in the world, and not a few liars, but there are no liars like our bodies, except it be the sensations of our bodies. Considering this, I was comforted, and of his great favor he suffered me to drink tea in his presence. Suffer me now to drink tea, for I am thirsty. With a laugh across his tears, Kim kissed the lama's feet and set about the tea-making. Thou leanest on me in the body, Holy One, but I lean on thee for some other things, dost know it? I have guessed maybe, and the lama's eyes twinkled, we must change that. So when with scufflings and scrapings and a hot air of importance paddled up nothing less than the Sahiba's pet palanquin, sent 20 miles with that same grizzled old Uriya servant in charge, and when they reached the disorderly order of the long white rambling house behind Saharanpur, the lama took his own measures. Said the Sahiba cheerily from an upper window, after compliments, what is the good of an old woman's advice to an old man? I told thee, Holy One, to keep an eye upon the Kila. How didst thou do it? Never answer me. I know he has been running among the women. Look at his eyeshallow. And sunken the betraying line from the nose down. He has been sifted out fi, and a priest too. Kim looked up overweary to smile, shaking his head in denial. Do not jest, said the lama, that time is done. We are here upon great matters. A sickness of soul took me in the hills, and him a sickness of the body. Since then I have lived upon his strengtheating him. Children told the young and old, she sniffed, but forbore to make any new jokes. May this present hospitality restore ye hold a while, and I will come to gossip of the high good hills. At evening time her son-in-law was returned, so she did not need to go on inspection round the farm. One to the meat of the matter, explained lovacidly by the lama. The two old heads nodded wisely together. Kim had reeled to a room with a cot in it, and was dozing soddenly. The lama had forbidden him to set blankets or get food. I know who, but she cackled, we who go down to the burning ghats clutch at the hands of those coming up from the river of life, with full water jars, says brimming water jars. I did the boy wrong, he lent thee his strength. It is true that the old eat the young daily stands now, we must restore him. Thou hast many times acquired merit. My merit, what is it, old bag of bones, making curries for men who do not ask who cooked this now, if it was stored up for my grandson. He that had the belopane. To think the Holy One remembers that I must tell his mother, it is most singular honor he that had the belopane straightway, the Holy One remembered, she will be proud. My Kayla is to me as is a son to the unenlightened. Say grandson rather, mothers have not the wisdom of our years. If a child cries, they say, the heavens are falling now. A grandmother is far enough separated from the pain of bearing, and the pleasure of giving the breast, to consider whether a cry is wickedness pure, or the wind. And since thou speakest once again of wind, when last the Holy One was here, maybe I offended in pressing for charms. Sister, said the lama, using that form of address, a Buddhist monk may sometimes employ towards a nun, if charms comfort thee. They are better than 10,000 doctors. I say, if they comfort thee, I, who was abbot of Suchan, will make as many as thou mayest desire. I have never seen thy face. That even the monkeys who steal our loquats count for again, he. But as he who sleeps there said, he nodded at the shut door of the guest chamber, across the forecourt, thou hast a heart of gold, and he is in the spirit, my very grandson to me. Good, I am the Holy One's cow. This was pure Hinduism, but the lama never heeded. I am old, I have borne sons in the body, oh, once I could please men, now I can cure them. He heard her armlets tinkle, as though she bared arms for action. I will take over the boy, and dose him, and stuff him, and make him all whole. Hi, we old people know something yet. Wherefore when Kim, aching in every bone, opened his eyes, and would go to the cook-house to get his master's food, he found strong coercion about him, and a veiled old figure at the door, flanked by the grizzled manservant, who told him very precisely the things that he was on no account to do. Thou shalt have nothing. What a locked box in which to keep holy books. Oh, that is another matter. Heavens forbid I should come between a priest and his prayers. It shall be brought, and thou shalt keep the key. They pushed the coffer under his cot, and Kim shut away Mahbub's pistol, the oilskin packet of letters, and the locked books and diaries, with a groan of relief. For some absurd reason, their weight on his shoulders was nothing to their weight on his poor mind. His neck ached under it of nights. Thine is a sickness uncommon in youth these days. Since young folk have given up tending their betters, the remedy is sleep, and certain drugs, said the Sahiba, and he was glad to give himself up to the blankness that half menaced and half soothed him. She brewed drinks in some mysterious Asiatic equivalent to the stillroom drenches that smelt pestilently and tasted worse. She stood over Kim till they went down, and inquired exhaustively after they had come up. She laid a taboo upon the forecourt, and enforced it by means of an armed man. It is true he was 70-odd, that his scabbarded sword ceased at the hilt, but he represented the authority of the Sahiba, and loaded wains, chattering servants, calves, dogs, hens, and the like fetched a wide compass. By those parts best of all, when the body was cleared, she cut out from the mass of poor relations that crowded the back of the building's household dogs we name Thema, cousin's widow, skilled in what Europeans who know nothing about it call massage, and the two of them laying him east and west, that the mysterious earth currents, which thrill the clay of our bodies, might help, and not hinder, took him to pieces all one long afternoon, bone by bone, muscle by muscle, ligament by ligament, and lastly nerve by nerve, kneaded to irresponsible pulp, half hypnotized by the perpetual flick and readjustment of the uneasy shutters that veiled their eyes. Kim slid 10,000 miles into slumber, 36 hours of it sleep that soaked like rain after drought. Then she fed him, and the house spun to her clamor. She caused fowls to be slain, she sent for vegetables, and the sober, slow-thinking gardener, nigh as old as she, sweated for it. She took spices and milk, and onion with little fish from the brooks and limes, for sherbets, fat quails from the pits, then chicken livers upon a skewer with sliced ginger between. I have seen something of this world, she said over the crowded trays, and there are but two sorts of women in it, those who take the strength out of a man, and those who put it back. Once I was that one, and now I am this. Nado, not play the priestling with me. Mine was but a jest. If it does not hold good now, it will, when thou takest the road again, Cacynthes, to the poor relation, never wearied of extolling her patroness Charity. Is getting a bloom on the skin of a new-curried horse our work, is like polishing jewels to be thrown to a dancer girl. Kim sat up and smiled. The terrible weakness had dropped from him like an old shoe. His tongue itched for free speech again. And but a week back, the lightest word clogged it like ashes. The pain in his neck, he must have caught it from the lama, had gone with the heavy dengatches and the evil taste in the mouth. The two old women, a little but not much more careful about their veils, now clucked as merrily as the hens that had entered pecking through the open door. "Where is my Holy One?" he demanded. "Hear him, thy Holy One is well," she snapped viciously, "though that is none of his merit. Knew I a charm to make him wise, id sell my jewels, and buy it to refuse good food, that I cooked myself and go roving into the fields for 2 nights, on an empty belly, and to tumble into a brook at the end of it. Call you that holiness then, when he has nearly broken what thou hast left of my heart with anxiety. He tells me that he has acquired merit. Oh, how like are all men know that was not I. Tells me that he is freed from all sin. I could have told him that before he wetted himself all over. He is well now. Thys happened a week ago, but burn me such holiness. A babe of 3 would do better. Do not fret thyself, for the Holy One he keeps both eyes on thee when he is not wading our brooks. I do not remember to have seen him. I remember that the days and nights passed like bars of white and black opening and shutting. I was not sick, I was but tired. A lethargy that comes by right some few score years later, but it is done now. Maharani Kim began, but led by the look in her eye, changed it to the title of plain Love. Mother, I owe my life to thee. How shall I make thanks? 10,000 blessings upon thy house, and the house be unblessed. It is impossible to give exactly the old lady's word. Thank the gods as a priest if thou wilt, but thank me if thou carest as a son. Heavens above, have I shifted thee and lifted thee, and slapped and twisted thy 10 toes to find texts flung at my head. Somewhere a mother must have borne thee to break her heart. What used thou to her son? I had no mother. My mother, said Kim, she died, they tell me, when I was young. Hi my then none can say I have robbed her of any right if when thou takest the road again. And this house is but one of 1,000 used for shelter and forgotten after an easy-flung blessing. No matter, I need no blessings, but, she stamped her foot at the poor relation, take up the trays to the house. What is the good of stale food in the room, O woman of Elomen? I have borne a son in my time too, but he died, whimpered the bowed sister figure behind the chutter. Thou knowest, he died. I only waited for the order to take away the tray. It is I that am the woman of Elomen, cried the old lady penitently. We that go down to the chatris, the big umbrellas above the burning ghats, where the priests take their last dues, clutch hard at the bearers of the chatties, water jars, young folk, full of the pride of life, she meant, but the pun is clumsy when one cannot dance in the festival. One must e'en look out of the window, and grandmothering takes all a woman's time. Thy master gives me all the charms I now desire for my daughter's eldest, by reasoness it that he is wholly free from sin. The Hakim is brought very low these days. He goes about poisoning my servants for lack of their betters. What Hakim, mother? That very Dhaka man who gave me the pill which rent me in 3 pieces. He cast up like a strayed camel a week ago, vowing that he and thou had been blood brothers together up Kulaway, and feigning great anxiety for thy health. He was very thin and hungry, so I gave orders to have him stuffed to him and his anxiety. I would see him if he is here. He eats 5 times a day, and lances boils for my hinds to save himself from an apoplexy. He is so full of anxiety for thy health that he sticks to the cookhouse door and stays himself with scraps he will keep. We shall never get rid of him. Send him here, mother. The twinkle returned to Kim's eye for a flash, and I will try. Ill send him, but to chase him off is an ill turn. At least he had the sense to fish the Holy One out of the brook, thus, as the Holy One did not say, acquiring merit. He is a very wise Hakim. Send him, mother. Priest praising priest, a miracle. If he is any friend of thine, ye squabbled at your last meeting, ill hail him here with horse ropes, and give him a casty dinner afterwards. My son, get up and see the world. This lying abed is the mother of 70 devils. My son, my son. She trotted forth to raise a typhoon off the cook-house, and almost on her shadow rolled in the babu, robed, as to the shoulders, like a Roman emperor jowled, like Titus, bareheaded with new patent leather shoes, in highest condition of fat, exuding joy and salutations. By Jove, Mr. O'Hara, but I am jolly glad to see you. I will kindly shut the door. It is a pity you are sick. Are you very sick? The papers from the quilter, the maps, and the murasla. He held out the key, impatiently, for the present need on his soul was to get rid of the loot. You are quite right, that is correct departmental view, to take you have got everything. All that was handwritten in the quilter, I took the rest I threw down the hill. He could hear the keys grate in the lock, the sticky pull of the slow-ending oilskin, and a quick shuffling of papers. He had been annoyed out of all reason by the knowledge that they lay below him, through the sick, idle dasa burden incommunicable. For that reason, the blood tingled through his body, when Hurry, skipping elephantingly, shook hands again. This is fine, this is finest, Mr. O'Hara. You have swiped the whole bag of Trixlack stocks and barrels. They told me it was 8 months' work gone up the spouts. By Jove, how they beat me. Look, here is the letter from Hylas. He intoned a line or two of court Persian, which is the language of authorized and unauthorized diplomacy. Mr. Raja Sahib has just about put his foot. The holes he will have to explain officially how the jucinol he is writing love letters to the Tsar, and they are very clever maps. And there is 3 or 4 prime ministers of these parts implicated by the correspondence. By Gad Tsar, the British government will change the succession in Hylas and Banar, and nominate new heirs to the throne. Treason most base, but you do not understand, eh? Are they in thy hands, said Kim. It was all he cared for. Just you jolly well bet yourself, they are. He stowed the entire trove about his body, as only Orientals can. They are going up to the office too. The old lady thinks I am permanent fixture here, but I shall go away with these straight off immediately. Mr. Lurgan will be proud man. You are officially subordinate to me, but I shall embody your name in my verbal report. It is a pity we are not allowed written reports. We Bengalis excel in the exact science. He tossed back the key and showed the box empty. Good, that is good. I was very tired. My holy one was sick too. And did he fall into? Oh yes, I am his good friend. I tell you, he was behaving very strange when I came down after you, and I thought perhaps he might have the papers. I followed him on his meditations, and to discuss ethnological points. Also, you see, I am very small person here nowadays in comparison with all his charms. By Jove, O'Hara, do you know he is afflicted with infirmity of fits? Yes, I tell you, cataleptic too, if not also epileptic. I found him in such a state under a tree in articulo mortem, and he jumped up and walked into a brook, and he was nearly drowned, but for me, I pulled him out. Because I was not there, said Kim. He might have died. Yes, he might have died, but he is dry now, and asserts he has undergone transfiguration. The Babu tapped his forehead knowingly. I took notes of his statements for Royal Society in Posse. You must make haste, and be quite well, and come back to Simla, and I will tell you all my tale at Lurgan's. It was splendid. The bottoms of their trousers were quite torn, and old Nahan, Raja, he thought they were European soldiers deserting. Oh, the Russians, how long were they with thee? One was a Frenchman. Oh, days and days and days. Now all the hill people believe all Russians are all beggars. By Jove, they had not one damn thing that I did not get them. And I told the common peopleo such tales and anecdotes I will tell you at old Lurgan's when you come up. We will have a night out. It is feather in both our caps, yes. And they gave me a certificate that is creaming joke. You should have seen them at the Alliance Bank identifying themselves, and thank Almighty God you got their papers so well. You do not laugh very much, but you shall laugh when you are well. Now I will go straight to the railway and get out. You shall have all sorts of credits for your game. When do you come along? We are very proud of you, though you gave us great frights, and especially Mahbub. I'm Mahbub, and where is he? Selling horses in this vicinity, of course. Here, why speak slowly? There is a thickness in my head still. The Babu looked shyly down his nose. Well, you see, I am fearful man, and I do not like responsibility. You were sick, you see, and I did not know where deucing all the papers were. And if so, how many? So when I had come down here, I slipped in private wire to Mahbub. Was at Meerut for race, and I tell him how case stands. He comes up with his men, and he consorts with the lama, and then he calls me a fool and is very rude. But wherefore? That is what I ask. I only suggest that if anyone steals the papers, I should like some good, strong, brave men to rob them back again. You see, they are vitally important. And Mahbub Ali, he did not know where you were. Mahbub Ali to rob the Sahiba's house. Thou art mad, Babu, said Kim with indignation. I wanted the papers. Suppose she had stole them. It was only practical suggestion. I think you are not pleased, eh? A native proverb unquotable showed the blackness of Kim's disapproval. Well, Hurry shrugged his shoulders. There is no accounting for the taste. Mahbub was angry too. He has sold horses all about here. And he says old lady is pucka thorough old lady, and would not condescend to such ungentlemanly things. I do not care. I have got the papers, and I was very glad of moral support from Mahbub. I tell you, I am fearful man, but somehow or other the more fearful I am, the more damn tight places I get into. So I was glad you came with me to Chinny, and I am glad Mahbub was close by the old lady. She is sometimes very rude to me and my beautiful pills. Allah be merciful, said Kim on his elbow, rejoicing. What a beast of wonder is a Babu, and that man walked alone. If he did walk with robbed and angry foreigners. Oh, that was nothing after they had done beating me, but if I lost the papers, it was pretty jolly serious. Mahbub, he nearly beat me too, and he went and consorted with the lama no end. I shall stick to ethnological investigations henceforwards. Now goodbye, Mr. O'Hara. I can catch 4p Roman 1000 to Umballa. If I am quick, it will be good times when we all tell the tale up at Mr. Lurgan's. I shall report you officially better. Goodbye, my dear fellow. And when next you are under the emotions, please do not use the Mohammedan terms with the Tibetan dress. He shook hands twice. Babu to his Buthil sand opened the door with the fall of the sunlight upon his still triumphant face. He returned to the humble Dhaka quack. He robbed them, thought Kim, forgetting his own share in the game. He tricked them. He lied to them like a Bengali. They give him a chit, a testimonial. He makes them a mock at the risk of his life. I never would have gone down to them after the pistol shots, and then he says he is a fearful man, and he is a fearful man. I must get into the world again. At first his legs bent like bad pipe stems, and the flood and rush of the sunlit air dazzled him. He squatted by the white wall, the mind rummaging among the incidents of the long dooli journey, the lama's weaknesses. And now that the stimulus of talk was removed, his own self-pity, of which, like the sick, he had great store, the unnerved brain edged away from all the outside. As a raw horse once rolled sidles from the spur, it was enough, amply enough, that the spoil of the kilter was a way off, his hands out of his possession. He tried to think of the Lamato wonder, why he had tumbled into a brook, but the bigness of the world scene between the forecourt gates swept linked thought aside. Then he looked upon the trees, and the broad fields with the thatched huts hidden among crops looked with strange eyes, unable to take up the size and proportion and use of things, stared for a still half hour all that, while he felt, though he could not put it into words, that his soul was out of gear with its surroundings, a cogwheel, unconnected with any machinery, just like the idle cogwheel of a cheap Bahia sugar crusher laid by in a corner. The breezes fanned over him, the parrots shrieked at him, the noises of the populated house behind squabbles, orders, and reproof shit on dead ears. I am Kim, and what is Kim? His soul repeated it again and again. He did not want to cry, had never felt less like crying in his life, but of a sudden easy, stupid tears trickled down his nose, and with an almost audible click, he felt the wheels of his being lock up anew on the world, without things that rode meaningless on the eyeball an instant before slid into proper proportion. Roads were meant to be walked upon, houses to be lived in, cattle to be driven, fields to be tilled, and men and women to be talked to. They were all real and true, solidly planted upon the feet, perfectly comprehensible clay of his clay, neither more nor less. He shook himself like a dog with a flea in his ear, and rambled out of the gate. Said the Sahiba, to whom watchful eyes reported this move, let him go, I have done my share, Mother Earth must do the rest. When the Holy One comes back from meditation, tell him. There stood an empty bullock cart on a little knoll half a mile away, with a young banyan tree behind, a lookout as it were above some new-plowed levels, and his eyelids, bathed in soft air, grew heavy as he neared it. The ground was good, clean dust, no new herbage. that living is halfway to death already, but the hopeful dust that holds the seeds of all life, he felt it between his toes, patted it with his palms, and joint by joint sighing, luxuriously laid him down. Full length along in the shadow of the wooden-pinned cart, and Mother Earth was as faithful as the Sahiba. She breathed through him to restore the poise he had lost lying so long on a cot. Cut off from her good currents, his head lay powerless upon her breast, and his opened hands surrendered to her strength the man-rooted tree above him, and even the dead man-handled wood beside knew what he sought as he himself did not know. Hour upon hour, he lay deeper than sleep. Towards evening, when the dust of returning kine made all the horizons smoke, came the lama and Mahbub Ali, both afoot, walking cautiously, for the house had told them where he had gone. Allah, what a fool's trick to play in open country, muttered the horse-dealer. He could be shot 100 times, but this is not the border. And said the lama, repeating a many-times-told tale, never was such a Keela, temperate, kindly, wise, of ungrudging disposition, a merry heart upon the road, never forgetting, learned, truthful, courteous, great is his reward. I know the boyars I have said, and he was all those things. Some of them, but I have not yet found a red hat's charm for making him overly truthful. He has certainly been well nursed. The Sahiba is a heart of gold, said the lama earnestly. She looks upon him as her son. HMPH half-hind seems that way disposed. I only wished to see that the boy had come to no harm, and was a free agent. As thou knowest, he and I were old friends in the first days of your pilgrimage together. That is a bond between us. The lama sat down. We are at the end of the pilgrimage. No thanks to thee, thine was not cut off for good, and all a week back I heard what the Sahiba said to thee when we bore thee up on the cart. Mahbub laughed and tugged his newly dyed beard. I was meditating upon other matters. That tide it was the Hakim from Dhaka broke my meditations. Otherwise this was in Pushtu for decencies. Sakathu, wouldst have ended thy meditations upon the sultry side of hell, being an unbeliever and an idolater for all thy child's simplicity. But now, red hat, what is to be done? This very night the words came slowly vibrating with triumph. This very night he will be as free as I am from all taint of sinecure, as I am when he quits this body of freedom from the wheel of things. I have a sign, laid his hand above the torn chart in his bosom, that my time is short, but I shall have safeguarded him throughout the years. Remember, I have reached knowledge, as I told thee only 3 nights back. It must be true, as the Tura priest said when I stole his cousin's wife, that I am a Sufi, a freethinker, for here I sit, said Mahbub to himself, drinking in blasphemy unthinkable. I remember the tale. On that then he goes to Jannatu el Aden, the gardens of Eden. But how wilt thou slay him, or drown him, in that wonderful river from which the Babu dragged thee? I was dragged from no river, said the lama, simply. Thou hast forgotten what befell. I found it by knowledge. Oh, I true, stammered Mahbub, divided between high indignation and enormous mirth. I had forgotten the exact run of what happened. Thou didst find it knowingly. And to say that I would take life is not a sin, but a madness simple. My Kela aided me to the river. It is his right to be cleansed from sin with me. Aye, he needs cleansing, but afterwards, old man, afterwards. What matter under all the heavens? He is sure of Nibbane enlightened as I am. Well said. I had a fear he might mount Mohammed's horse and fly away. Nay, he must go forth as a teacher. Aha, now I see that is the right gait for the colt. Certainly, he must go forth as a teacher. He is somewhat urgently needed as a scribe by the state, for instance. To that end he was prepared. I acquired merit in that I gave alms for his sake. A good deed does not die. He aided me in my search. I aided him in his. Just is the wheel, O horseseller from the north. Let him be a teacher, let him be a scribe. What matter? He will have attained freedom at the end. The rest is illusion. What matter when I must have him with me beyond bulk? In 6 months I come up with 10 lame horses and 3 strong-backed men. Thanks to that chicken of a babudo, break a sick boy by force out of an old trot's house. It seems that I stand by while a young sahib is hoisted into Allah knows what of an idolater's heaven by means of old red hat, and I am reckoned something of a player of the game myself. But the madman is fond of the boy, and I must be very reasonably mad too. What is the prayer? Said the lama, as the rough pushtu rumbled into the red beard. No matter at all, but now I understand that the boy sure of paradise can yet enter government service. My mind is easier. I must get to my horses. It grows dark. Do not wake him. I have no wish to hear him call thee master. But he is my disciple. What else? He has told me. Mabub choked down his touch of spleen, and rose laughing. I am not altogether of thy faith, red hat, if so small a matter concern thee. It is nothing, said the lama. I thought not, therefore it will not move thee, sinless, new-washed, and 3 parts drowned to boot. When I call thee a good mana, very good man, we have talked together some 4 or 5 evenings now, and for all I am a horoscoper, I can still, as the saying is, see holiness beyond the legs of a horse, yea, can see too how our friend of all the world put his hand in thine at the first, use him well, and suffer him to return to the world as a teacher, when thou hast bathed his legs, if that be the proper medicine for the colt. Why not follow the way thyself, and so accompany the boy? Mabub stared stupefied at the magnificent insolence of the demand, which across the border he would have paid with more than a blow. Then the humor of it touched his worldly soul. Softly, own foot at a time, as the lame gelding went over the umballa jumps, I may come to paradise later. I have workings that weigh great motion, sand. I owe them to thy simplicity. Thou hast never lied. What need? O Allah, hear him. What need in this thy world, nor ever harmed a man? Ansueth a penkes before I was wise. So I think the better of thee. Thy teachings are good. Thou hast turned one man that I know from the path of strife. He laughed immensely. He came here open-minded to commit a dacoity, a house robbery, with violence, yes, to cut, rob, kill, and carry off what he desired. A great foolishness. O black shame too, so he thought after he had seen thee and a few others, male and female, so he abandoned it, and now he goes to beat a big fat babu man. I do not understand. Allah forbid it. Some men are strong in knowledge, red hat. Thy strength is stronger, still keep it. I think thou wilt, if the boy be not a good servant, pull his ears off. With a hitch of his broad bakariat belt, the Pathan swaggered off into the gloaming, and the lama came down from his clouds so far as to look at the broad back. That person lacks courtesy and is deceived by the shadow of appearances, but he spoke well of my Keela, who now enters upon his reward. Let me make the prayer wake, O fortunate, above all born of women wake, it is found. Kim came up from those deep wells, and the lama attended his yawning pleasure, duly snapping fingers to head off evil spirits. I have slept 100 years. Where, Holy One, hast thou been here long? I went out to look for thee. Buth laughed drowsily. I slept by the way. I am all well now. Hast thou eaten? Let us go to the house. It is many days since I tended thee, and the sahiba fed thee well, who shampooed thy legs. What of the weaknesses, the belly and the neck, and the beating in the ears? Garnil gone, dost thou not know? I know nothing, but that I have not seen thee in a monkey's age. Know what? Strange, the knowledge did not reach out to thee when all my thoughts were theward. I cannot see the face, but the voice is like a gong. Has the sahiba made a young man of thee by her cookery? He peered at the cross-legged figure, outlined jet black against the lemon-colored drift of light. So does the stone bodhisattva sit, who looks down upon the patent self-registering turnstiles of the Lahore Museum. The lama held his peace, except for the click of the rosary and a faint clop-clop of Mahbub's retreating feet. The soft, smoky silence of evening in India wrapped them close. Hear me, I bring news. But let us. Outshot the long yellow hand, compelling silence. Kim tucked his feet under his robage obediently. Hear me, I bring news. The search is finished. Comes now the reward. Thus when we were among the hills, I lived on thy strength, till the young branch bowed, and nigh broke when we came out of the hills. I was troubled for thee, and for other matters which I held in my heart. The boat of my soul lacked direction. I could not see into the cause of things. So I gave thee over to the virtuous woman altogether. I took no food, I drank no water, still I saw not the way. They pressed food upon me, and cried at my shut door, so I removed myself to a hollow under a tree. I took no food, I took no water, I sat in meditation 2 days and 2 nights, abstracting my mind, inbreathing, and out-breathing in the required manner upon the second night. So great was my reward, the wise soul loosed itself from the silly body, and went free. This I have never before attained, though I have stood on the threshold of it. Consider, for it is a marvel. A marvel indeed. 2 days and 2 nights without food. Where was the Sahiba? Said Kim under his breath. Yea, my soul went free, and wheeling like an eagle saw indeed that there was no Teshu Lama, nor any other soul. As a drop draws to water, so my soul drew near to the great soul, which is beyond all things. At that point, exalted in contemplation, I saw all hind from Ceylon in the sea to the hills, and my own painted rocks at Suchan. I saw every camp and village to the least where we have ever rested. I saw them at one time, and in one place, for they were within the soul. By this I knew the soul had passed beyond the illusion of time and space, and of things. By this I knew that I was free. I saw thee lying in thy cot, and I saw thee falling downhill under the idolater at one time, in one place, in my soul, which, as I say, had touched the great soul. Also I saw the stupid body of Teshu Lama lying down, and the Hakim from Dhaka kneeled beside, shouting in its ear. Then my soul was all alone, and I saw nothing, for I was all things, having reached the great soul, and I meditated 1,000 years, passionless, well aware of the causes of all things. Then a voice cried, What shall come to the boy if thou art dead? And I was shaken back and forth in myself, with pity for thee, and I said, I will return to my Kila, lest he miss the way. Upon this my soul, which is the soul of Teshu Lama, withdrew itself from the great soul, with strivings and yearnings and retchings and agonies, not to be told, as the egg from the fish, as the fish from the water, as the water from the cloud, as the cloud from the thick air. So put forth, so leaped out, so drew away, so fumed up the soul of Teshu Lama from the great soul. Then a voice cried, The river, take heed to the river. And I looked down upon all the world, which was as I had seen it beforeon, in time one in place, and I saw plainly the river of the arrow at my feet. At that hour my soul was hampered by some evil or other, whereof I was not wholly cleansed, and it lay upon my arms and coiled round my waist. But I put it aside, and I cast forth as an eagle in my flight for the very place of the river. I pushed aside world upon world. For thy sake I saw the river below Meth, river of the arrow, and, descending, the waters of it closed over me, and behold, I was again in the body of Teshu Lama, but free from sin, and the Hakim from Decca bore up my head in the waters of the river. It is here, it is behind the Mangatope, hereven here. Allah Karim, O well that the Babu was by wast, thou very wet. Why should I regard? I remember the Hakim was concerned for the body of Teshu Lama. He hailed it out of the holy water in his hands. And there came afterwards thy horseseller from the north with a cart and men, and they put the body on the cart and bore it up to the Sahiba's house. What said the Sahiba? I was meditating in that body, and did not hear. So thus the search is ended for the merit that I have acquired. The river of the arrow is here, it broke forth at our feet. As I have said, I have found it, son of my soul. I have wrenched my soul back from the threshold of freedom, to free thee from all sinners. I am free and sinless. Just is the wheel, certain is our deliverance come. He crossed his hands on his lap, and smiled as a man may who has won salvation for himself and his beloved.